The story begins across a merciless stretch of farmland, where a line of men in plain white work clothes stay hunched over the dirt, forcing their exhausted bodies to keep moving as they turn the soil under punishing, inhuman conditions. Then a shrill shout tears across the field, demanding water immediately, and before anyone can even catch a breath, the workers are ordered right back into motion, spreading straw over the ground as if rest is something they were never meant to have. Several of the men stand in a row gripping heavy buckets with both hands, while above them, on the lip of a low cliff, another man looks down with open contempt, snarling that they are slaves and screaming for them to move faster instead of wasting time. Off to one side, a goblin calmly scratches notes into a ledger, treating the whole scene like paperwork, even using the log carried by one of the laborers as a writing surface, as though all this misery is nothing more than another routine record to file away. Among the workers, one man is forced to endure the repeated crack of a whip tearing across his shoulders, with no way to avoid the pain as sweat and blood run together over his body. Beneath his breath, he curses this cruel, endless life of servitude with bitter hatred. But in a completely different part of this story, there was once a man known everywhere as the strongest fighter alive, a man who claimed the title of champion at just 27 years old and remained at the absolute top of the world for 2 full years. In one of the matches that defined his name, the referee finally waved it off the moment the towel came flying in. By that point, the victor had already carved out an untouchable record of 23 wins without a single loss, cementing himself as the heavyweight champion of the biggest MMA organization on earth. He even ended his career in the most perfect way possible, successfully defending his title without ever once being beaten, and then stepping away from the sport while still completely undefeated. That man was Choi Hyun-suk, the pride of South Korea and the true main character of this story. But not long after retirement, fate blindsided him in the most infamous way imaginable, through a sudden encounter with the legendary death truck. And exactly the way you would expect from a setup like that, the truck hit him full force and killed him on the spot. After dying, the first thing Hyun-suk could do was grieve the retirement money he had spent his whole life earning. Fighting was the only world he had ever known, so losing everything right after finally leaving that life behind filled him with a deep, simmering regret. As if that was not miserable enough, he had also made it through life completely single, without ever getting so much as a taste of romance. Even 30 minutes after death, Hyun-suk was still drowning in dramatic self-pity, though little by little, his thoughts began to shift. Eventually, he managed to spot a few faint upsides in the whole situation. At the very least, there would be no more hellish training camps, no more brutal fights, and no more crushing pressure to keep defending a championship belt. He even took a strange sort of comfort in realizing that he had no family and no close friends waiting for him, which probably meant there was nobody left behind to mourn his death. While he drifted through that strange, weightless emptiness, an arm suddenly reached into view from nowhere, appearing so abruptly that it caught him completely off guard. That arm belonged to a breathtaking woman with an angelic aura, and the first thing she did was apologize for being late. Then she called Hyun-suk an SSS-class hero and introduced herself as Rahel. After that, she explained what she was. She was a recruiter, someone whose job was to seek out people on Earth whose lives had already come to an end. Hyun-suk was already thoroughly confused, but the moment he really looked at her, he could not stop himself from blushing, especially when his gaze started drifting down toward her chest. And the second Rahel casually took his hand. The color in his face deepened even more. Trying to get himself under control, Hyun-suk asked her to explain things properly, and Rahel responded by presenting him with 2 possible choices. The first option was the simple one. He could accept that he was dead and quietly wait for reincarnation, though Rahel added a warning that he would probably just be reborn as some unlucky old bachelor all over again. The second choice was much more dramatic. He could be revived immediately as a hero, someone chosen to save a world in desperate need of help, and to make the offer even more tempting, Rahel surrounded him with flashy visions of beautiful women. Caught completely by surprise, Hyun-suk admitted that there was no way he could decide that fast. Everything had happened far too suddenly, and from his perspective, he still did not have nearly enough information to make that kind of choice. Rahel leaned closer and softly pressed the issue, asking whether he truly intended to let an opportunity like this slip away when it was obviously the kind of chance that only comes once in a lifetime. She kept painting the rewards in the brightest, most tempting colors possible, talking up wealth, fame, beautiful women, and even special privileges that normal people could never dream of receiving. But while Rahel continued her pitch, Hyun-suk had already started tuning her out. In his mind, he was weighing the real choice in front of him, and becoming a hero meant diving straight back into a life of fighting, the exact life he had only just managed to retire from. Compared to that, The other option, quietly waiting in peace for reincarnation, honestly sounded far more appealing to him. Rahel quickly realized her sales pitch was not having the effect she wanted, so she decided she would have to push much harder if she wanted to reel him in. This time, she switched to describing the new world in warm, welcoming detail, saying that the village chief would run out barefoot to greet him, receiving him from the very moment he arrived with food, shelter, and heartfelt hospitality. According to Rahel, Hyun-suk would be treated like an honored guest, clear every quest put in front of him with ease, and might even be offered the chief's daughter as a bride, a girl said to be the most beautiful woman in the entire village. Even after hearing all of that, Hyun-suk's expression barely changed. His face stayed flat and unreadable, and seeing that only made Rahel more nervous about losing the bonus she would get for successfully recruiting him. Realizing sweet promises were not enough, Rahel abruptly changed tactics. Acting as if she had given up, she suggested that maybe he should just accept his fate as a lonely bachelor forever, and that was the line that finally made him react. Then she delivered the true finishing blow, telling him there was absolutely no guarantee that his next reincarnation would even be as a human at all. That single thought struck Hyun-suk like a hammer, and you could almost feel the gears in his head suddenly click into place. Just as Rahel turned as though she were about to leave, Hyun-suk lunged forward and grabbed her leg, blurting out that he had made his decision and would accept the offer. Rahel, clearly having fun now, pretended she had not heard him properly and coyly asked him to repeat himself. Hyun-suk tightened his grip on her leg and shouted at the top of his lungs that yes, he would do it. He would become the hero. That was all Rahel needed to hear. A satisfied smile spread across her face as she cheerfully declared that they should begin immediately. Caught off guard all over again, Hyun-suk blinked in confusion and asked what exactly she meant by that. He got his answer instantly when a glowing magic circle burst to life beneath his feet. That was the sign that his journey had already begun, and even though he protested that he was not ready, it was obvious there was no stopping it anymore. Rahel excitedly insisted that the amazing world waiting for Hyun-suk was already completely prepared for his arrival. She sent him off, wishing him an incredible adventure, although she still could not stop herself from grumbling about how absurdly difficult he had been to recruit, especially when he ended up agreeing anyway. Then, without warning, Rahel received a call. She picked it up and calmly reported that the prospective hero designated as number 137421, Hyun-suk, had successfully completed his transmigration. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk himself drifted down into unconsciousness, only beginning to stir when he heard someone nearby ordering him to open his eyes. Still groggy and half awake, he wondered whether this was the village chief Rahel had promised, the same welcoming man who was supposedly waiting for him, ready to introduce him to his beautiful daughter. For one brief moment, it almost felt like the story might really unfold exactly the way Rahel described, until a vicious punch slammed straight into his stomach and jolted him fully awake. Immediately irritated, Hyun-suk snapped back in anger and demanded to know whether that idiot had a death wish, but the rest of the words caught in his throat before he could finish them. Standing in front of him was something that was very clearly not human, a bizarre figure wearing the skull of a wild boar with horns jutting out from it. The creature glared at him in rage and accused Hyun-suk of slacking off inside the slave dormitory instead of doing his work. Hyun-suk could only stare in total disbelief, completely thrown off as confusion and doubt washed over him at once. Was this hideous thing seriously supposed to be the village chief Rahel had talked about? The very idea sounded insane, because what stood before him looked far less like a welcoming host and far more like the kind of monster a hero is supposed to kill. Still not fully sure what kind of situation he had landed in, Hyun-suk awkwardly introduced himself as a hero. The creature stared at him for a beat, clearly puzzled, then took a step closer with a scornful look on its face, sneering like heroes these days had all turned into complete idiots. At that moment, a cold feeling started creeping through Hyun-suk's chest. Something had gone horribly, horribly wrong here. Even so, he kept forcing himself to believe that Rahel could not have simply lied to him from the start. So if that was true, then what exactly was this thing in front of him supposed to be? His very first quest target? Trying to hold himself together, Hyun-suk decided the only thing to do was respond like a proper Korean action protagonist and take the situation into his own hands. But before he could finish putting his thoughts in order, the creature narrowed its eyes at him and asked in a sharp, suspicious tone what exactly he had just said. Hyun-suk did not hesitate even for a moment. He whipped out a kick and shouted for the creature to die, throwing everything into that sudden attack. For a split second, he actually thought he had landed it cleanly and felt a flash of triumph, but that feeling died instantly when the creature clamped its hand around his foot and stopped him cold. A crooked smirk slowly spread across the creature's face, as it looked at him like he was absurd, then mockingly asked whether he really thought he was some kind of hero. Then, sounding less furious than completely fed up, it grumbled about how exhausting these so-called heroes were, and muttered that they just kept popping up from nowhere again and again. Hyun-suk went completely rigid, unable to move while the creature tightened its grip and mocked him, saying he would probably feel much better after getting knocked out and sleeping for a long while. And with that, the creature tossed Hyun-suk away and sent him flying straight into an underground prison. Once his eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, Hyun-suk began taking in the miserable shape of the dim prison cell around him. Then, all of a sudden, a loud pounding noise started echoing through the area. Someone outside the door was shouting at the top of his lungs for it to be opened, screaming that he wanted another chance to fight that cow-headed monster again. A moment later, the door let out a creak, and into view stormed an angry goblin with a sword already in hand. The goblin barked at the noisy prisoner to shut his mouth, threatening that if he kept causing a racket, they would boil him down into soup. That threat worked immediately. Startled out of his wits, Hyun-suk hurriedly promised that he would stay quiet from now on. After the goblin finally went away, Hyun-suk began muttering bitterly to himself, complaining about this so-called beautiful other world he had been promised. Kept turning the whole mess over in his head, wondering where everything had gone this disastrously wrong. And above all else, one miserable thought stabbed him the hardest. At this rate, he might end up dying a virgin in this life too. Then, without any warning at all, a voice suddenly called out to him from a small window in the cell. The person on the other side asked whether he was new here. Curious and alert, Hyun-suk asked who was speaking, and the man introduced himself as a senior hero who was apparently still waiting for his own journey to begin. He then laid out the ugly truth. They were trapped inside a fortress controlled by the Demon King's army, a place where captured humans were forced to live and work as slaves. When Hyun-suk leaned over and peeked through the small opening, his eyes widened in shock when he realized the man was Korean too. He immediately addressed him respectfully as Sunbae and asked how in the world they had ended up in a disaster like this. The man sounded a little amused that Hyun-suk was still being that polite even here. After teasing him for it, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted to the rest of the prisoners, asking whether the self-proclaimed heroes packed in there were still alive. Right away, voices started firing back from all directions, each one claiming to be a hero. The place was crammed with miserable people, all of them dragged into similarly awful fates the moment they arrived in this world. Completely dumbfounded, Hyun-suk asked what the hell was going on. The Sunbae answered in an almost casual tone, like this insanity had already become normal to him, and said there were at least 100 heroes who had wound up inside the Demon King's fortress. Then he explained that the red, cow-headed creature Hyun-suk had encountered earlier was Raedrun, the one who ran the fortress, and the goblin who had just threatened him was Jack, a prison guard notorious for being especially cruel. After that, the man revealed what he believed was the real cause behind this whole nightmare. In his eyes, the one to blame was Rahel, the so-called angel. Hyun-suk's face twisted with confusion as the man cursed her and called her a wicked demon instead. The Sunbae muttered bitterly under his breath, lamenting that maybe everything would have turned out differently if not for her mistake. Now, fully frantic, Hyun-suk demanded a real explanation. Was this seriously not the normal place where their journey as heroes was supposed to begin? The man confirmed it immediately. He explained that other heroes who had been captured in completely different places had told him what proper starting locations were actually supposed to look like. Normally, heroes began their journey in peaceful towns or quiet little villages, even if they arrived there with no powers at all. That realization came crashing down on Hyun-suk like a hammer. The one who had dropped him straight into this living hell was none other than the so-called angel, Rahel. And the moment that truth fully settled into place, her face came rising back into his memory with painful clarity. Few days pass, and the scene shifts to the 2nd Slave Squad of the 3rd Battalion within the Demon King's army. There, human prisoners are being driven through brutal labor while goblins keep close watch over them at every turn. To make the humiliation even worse, the humans are forced to chant slogans like, "Let's crush the humans. Let's devour the humans." Hyun-suk's whole body shook with exhaustion as he staggered forward with a massive log strapped across his back, while a goblin sat lazily on top of that load as if he were riding him. Eventually, a bell rang out to signal the end of the day's work. and the goblin immediately barked for all of them to return to their cells. Once he was finally back inside his prison cell, Hyun-suk found himself thinking with bitter irony that compared to the labor outside, being locked in prison almost felt preferable. Then Rahel's old promise drifted back into his mind, the one about heroes receiving special privileges. That memory pushed him to test out one of those classic commands people always seem to use in situations like this. "Status window?" he called out into the air, and to his genuine surprise, it actually responded, with his status display appearing right in front of him. As he read over the screen, he began learning the basics of himself in this world, getting his first real look at his stats and abilities. Hyun-suk muttered out loud while looking at what was displayed, and that immediately caught the attention of the man in the neighboring cell. After overhearing him, the man sounded honestly shocked that Hyun-suk already had stamina at level 1. Hyun-suk confirmed that part and added that his strength stat was 28. The man, remembering that Hyun-suk had once been a champion, reacted with open amazement at that number. He admitted that he had not expected Hyun-suk to be that exceptional, especially for someone whose stats were already pushing beyond 30 at level 1, but Hyun-suk brushed the praise aside and pointed out the obvious truth. No matter how impressive that sounded, he was still just a slave in this place. Even so, the man kept an optimistic tone and told him that someone with that kind of potential could absolutely escape someday and grow into a real hero. Hyun-suk, still unconvinced, simply pretended he was going to sleep. But in truth, as he lay there, his mind was occupied by something else entirely. He was fixated on how low his level still was, and he could not believe it would be enough to help him break free. As the night grew deeper and the man in the next cell finally drifted off to sleep, Hyun-suk quietly got back up in the darkness and summoned his status window one more time. That was when his eyes landed on two especially interesting options waiting there on the screen. Mana that could drive the body past normal human limits, and on top of that, something called hero points. As Hyun-suk stared at the status information floating in front of him, it did not take long for him to piece something together. From everything he had heard so far, the other so-called heroes probably had no idea hero points even existed, because not one of them had ever managed to earn a single one. Then all at once that familiar light appeared again, and from inside it the angel stepped out once more, making sure her entrance was as dramatic and attention-grabbing as possible, wearing a teasing smile and a cute little pout like nothing bad had ever happened between them. She greeted him brightly as if they were old friends, casually saying that it had been a while. Then, like she was dangling bait right in front of him, she asked whether he wanted to hear some very important information about hero points. But before she could even finish getting the words out, Hyun-suk suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the tiny Rahel in both hands, his face dark and tense with everything he had been holding in. He bluntly told her that he did not care about hero points, and he did not care about anything else she had come there to say either. At that point, all Hyun-suk wanted was to finally let out every ounce of frustration he had been swallowing until now. And before long, Rahel ended up tied up and hanging in the air like bait at the end of a fishing line. Speaking in an apologetic tone, she explained that the magic circles had malfunctioned because of an unfortunate accident during snack break, when somebody had spilled coffee. As she tried to excuse herself, a soundproofing spell was cast around them, sealing the conversation off from the outside. Hyun-suk narrowed his eyes and asked whether being assigned to him had been some kind of punishment for her. Rahul quickly denied that and corrected him, saying that her real role was to act as his personal fairy, a guide whose job was to support him all the way until the day he defeated the Demon King. Hyun-suk made his stance perfectly clear right away. He said he no longer cared about becoming a hero at all. Rahel looked confused by that answer and asked him what exactly he meant. He explained that he had no interest in defeating the Demon King and would rather live an ordinary, peaceful life instead. Rahel admitted that plenty of chosen heroes ended up deciding the same thing, but she reminded him again that he possessed rare SSS-class potential. Hyun-suk pushed back immediately, saying that having talent did not mean he owed anybody anything. He admitted honestly that he had never once believed this was some grand destiny he was born to carry out. Rahel tried to object, but Hyun-suk cut her off before she could really begin. In a flat, final tone, he said he had no desire to return to a life of endless fighting after spending his previous life buried in nothing but battle. That answer visibly caught Rahel off balance. Up until now, she had looked at him as nothing more than a dumb brute obsessed with fighting and women. But for the first time, she started thinking seriously about what his attitude meant for her own future. When Rahel had first received the assignment to become a personal fairy, she had protested fiercely. In her eyes, it was humiliating, unfair, and completely beneath someone of her standing to be saddled with a role like that. Even so, the order had been absolute. She had been told that she would remain at Hyun-suk's side until the day he defeated the Demon King, and there had been no room to argue against that decision. She had also been told that a personal fairy was expected to actively support their assigned warrior, sharing in the glory if that warrior succeeded, and carrying the burden if that warrior failed. And despite all the complaints she made, she had been teleported straight to the demon fortress anyway. Back in the present, Hyun-suk quickly connected the dots. A personal fairy was required to obey the commands of the warrior assigned to her. The moment he realized that, he immediately turned it to his advantage and ordered Rahel to assist with his escape plan. Reluctantly, and with obvious displeasure written all over her face, she agreed. Just then, a sudden sound came from the door, forcing Hyun-suk to move at once, and he quickly snatched Rahel up to hide her from view. Outside, the goblins were already waking the prisoners and driving them out again for yet another day of forced labor. Rahel grumbled that she could have hidden herself perfectly well with stealth magic and did not need his help at all. But even after the roll call was over, Hyun-suk noticed that Jack, the cruel goblin guard, was still standing outside his cell instead of walking away. Then Jack told Hyun-suk that Raedrun had summoned him to the office. When Hyun-suk was brought in, Raedrun surprised him by bringing up something completely unexpected. Apparently, over the past few days, Hyun-suk had been working quite diligently. Hyun-suk was so stunned he could barely respond, while Jack lounged carelessly across Raedrun's shoulders like this strange scene was the most normal thing in the world. He honestly could not believe that a filthy, foul-smelling goblin like Jack had just spoken about him in a tone that sounded almost complimentary. Raedrun admitted that at first he had assumed Hyun-suk was just another deranged human, but after watching how he had carried himself lately, that first impression had started to change. And because of that, Raedrun wanted to assign him to a different role altogether, the position of head slave. Hyun-suk was left completely baffled, unable to tell where this conversation was really going. Raedrun then explained it more plainly. Recently, work efficiency had dropped quite a bit, and someone needed to step in and properly manage the humans. With that, Rahel panicked and desperately hoped Hyun-suk would reject the offer immediately. She furiously whispered for him to refuse, even shouting that a hero should never lower himself before officers serving in the Demon King's army. Unfortunately for her, both Raedrun and Jack caught the noise at once and immediately asked what that strange disturbance was. Thinking on the spot, Hyun-suk loudly declared that he would handle everything and make sure the humans worked even harder from now on. Then, to completely sell the act, he bowed so hard and so dramatically that his forehead slammed into the desk with a loud crack. Raedrun loved the display. In fact, he openly admitted that despite the bad first impression, he was beginning to like Hyun-suk more and more. He even promised that if Hyun-suk kept performing well, he would personally write him a special recommendation letter so that he could join the Demon King's army. After that, Hyun-suk was dismissed, but as he walked away, despair settled heavily into his chest as he watched his escape plan slipping farther and farther away. A few days later, the humans were once again forced to chant while they worked. And right there among them, Hyun-suk strutted back and forth with a smug expression, loudly scolding one of the workers for moving too slowly. He even mocked the man by saying that his grandmother could move faster than that. The way he carried himself, he honestly looked like someone perfectly suited for life inside the Demon King's army. Then the system window suddenly popped up and revealed that his hidden skill, charisma, had increased. Drawing on all the leadership experience from his previous life, Hyun-suk immediately blurted out that being the head slave was actually the best position possible. The men around him could only exchange uneasy glances, fully convinced by now that he had finally gone insane. Behind his back, they whispered to each other with worried faces. Rahel, however, was not amused in the slightest. She scolded him sharply and warned that acting like this could drag both of them into even deeper trouble. Hyun-suk brushed her concerns aside and told her to trust the plan he was working on. Then, overflowing with arrogant confidence, he added that a tiny sparrow like her could never understand the strategy of a phoenix like him. And when one of the laborers suddenly dropped to his knees, Hyun-suk turned around and harshly scolded him too. Immediately after that, the system window notified him that Raedrun's favorability toward him had increased again. Hyun-suk instantly snapped into an exaggerated salute and thanked Raedrun with over-the-top enthusiasm, loudly proclaiming his loyalty. That was the final straw for Rahel, who exploded in frustration and reminded Hyun-suk that he was supposed to want freedom, adventure, and escape. Scratching his head awkwardly, Hyun-suk sheepishly explained that he was only following what the system seemed to be guiding him toward. In his mind, obeying the system was simply part of what it meant to act like a hero. Rahel fired back in disbelief, insisting that increasing the favorability of officers in the Demon King's army was absurd and sounded nothing like any hero quest she had ever heard of. Hyun-suk refused to back down. He insisted that this really was what the system was telling him to do, and he even offered to read the quest description out loud. Then he began reading. "You who have found yourself trapped inside the Demon King's fortress because of an idiot's mistake?" Before he could finish the line, Rahel cut him off and argued that the wording sounded way too casual to be a genuine system message, since those were supposed to be written in neutral, precise language. Hyun-suk only shrugged and casually said that maybe an SSS-class hero system just worked differently. The night before, Rahel had made an enormous scene, angrily chewing Hyun-suk out for accepting the position of head slave way too easily, acting like he had rolled over and surrendered without even thinking it through. Hyun-suk fired back immediately, saying the one acting crazy here was her, not him. And right in the middle of that heated back and forth, a system message had suddenly appeared in front of him, addressed directly to Hyun-suk himself. The message said that, after ending up trapped inside the Demon King's fortress because of an idiot's mistake, he was probably feeling the exact kind of frustration you get when you reach for toilet paper and realize the roll is empty. But it did not stop with that. The message went on to tell him that this disaster was also an opportunity, and that if he truly wanted to become a real hero, then he needed to win the favor of the Demon King's officer, Raedrun, and gather 100 hero points. At the time, Hyun-suk had been completely dumbfounded by instructions like that, but the more he thought about them afterward, the more he realized this was the only route in front of him that actually made any sense. Now back in the present, and back in the middle of work, Hyun-suk stood at the front of the line and led the slaves in singing the 3rd Army Corps song of the Demon King's army. Meanwhile, Rahel was deeply unsettled, because as far as she knew, only someone with extremely high authority could alter the objective of a hero quest. And that left her wondering why a figure with that kind of power would go out of their way to change a quest, specifically for Hyun-suk of all people. Then, without any warning, Jack came over to Hyun-suk again and curtly ordered him to follow, saying that Raedrun was calling for him. When he arrived, Raedrun praised Hyun-suk for the way productivity among the slaves had improved lately. Putting on a humble act without missing a beat, Hyun-suk immediately handed all the credit right back to Raedrun, saying that none of it would have been possible without Raedrun's wise judgment. Rahel scoffed under her breath, muttering that cheap, transparent flattery like that was never going to work. But to her disbelief, Raedrun actually looked pleased. His body visibly twitched with satisfaction, and it was obvious he was enjoying every second of that praise. Then the system window appeared again and announced that Hyun-suk had fulfilled the favorability requirement and successfully cleared the hero quest. He was awarded 100 hero points, and with those first points in hand, the beginner hero store was finally unlocked. Both Hyun-suk and Rahel could only stare in stunned silence, because neither of them had expected his ridiculous method to work that well. Now that the favorability quest was complete and things were finally moving in the direction he wanted, Hyun-suk decided it was time to push his plan forward into the next stage. So he stepped toward Raedrun and asked for permission to begin training the slaves. Raedrun raised a brow at that, clearly caught off guard by the request, and asked what exactly Hyun-suk meant by training them. Without hesitating, Hyun-suk immediately started painting the picture he wanted Raedrun to see. He described a slave workforce that moved in perfect unison, fully disciplined, properly trained, and so efficient that each human could do the work of 3 men without slowing down or slacking off. He went even further, stressing that if they reached that level of efficiency, the fortress itself could be completed in just a single week. At first, Raedrun pushed back, arguing that humans were too weak to survive training on top of the labor they were already being forced to do. But Hyun-suk stayed calm and added one last temptation, saying that if the plan worked, the commander above Raedrun would surely shower him with praise. That was enough to tip the balance, and Raedrun approved the training plan without needing much more convincing. Back in the cell afterward, Rahel was drowning in dramatic despair. She lamented that her hero had completely gone off the rails. To her, it was already bad enough that he had submitted to the Demon King's army, but now he was actually planning to train slaves for their benefit. She looked utterly defeated, like all hope had drained out of her. Hyun-suk, already irritated by all her whining, snapped at her to stop being so loud and told her flat out that he did in fact have a plan. Still suspicious, Rahel asked whether he was just trying to fool her again. Hyun-suk shot back with his usual sharp tongue, asking whether she seriously thought he was the same kind of idiot as her. Then he finally revealed what he had really been aiming for all along. He planned to use the slaves themselves as the spark for an uprising. Hyun-suk explained that there were around 3,000 human slaves inside the fortress, while the Demon King's army stationed there only numbered about 500 soldiers. On top of that, there was also a human alliance base nearby. If a rebellion broke out and chaos spread through the fortress, they could call in the human alliance for reinforcements. The moment Rahil heard that, the hopelessness on her face vanished and changed into open admiration. Her eyes actually lit up as she admitted, a little awkwardly and a little sheepishly, that maybe he was not as foolish as she had first thought. After laying all of that out, Hyun-suk decided it was time to check what kind of rewards he had gotten from the quest. Rahel, however, still was not completely convinced and asked whether he had really received hero points at all, or whether the whole thing had somehow been fabricated. Hyun-suk reassured her that everything he had said up to this point was true. He even told her that the hero store had unlocked, and with that, he decided to open it and see what was waiting inside. With high expectations, Hyun-suk looked toward the store, hoping to find something genuinely useful. In his mind, this might be the lifeline he needed, maybe even the key to finally obtaining a proper hero skill. But the instant the status window displayed the items available in that store, Hyun-suk could only stare in disbelief. Skills on sale were things like Hold Your Breath, which improved breath control, and Shitholding, a skill that supposedly let you endure bowel pressure longer. Staring at that absurd lineup, Hyun-suk sarcastically muttered that shitholding should probably count as an SSS-rank skill, especially when public emergencies were involved. And those were not even the only choices because the rest were just as painfully ordinary, things like cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Confused, insulted, and furious all at once, Hyun-suk demanded to know how any of that nonsense was supposed to qualify as hero skills. Rahel, meanwhile, burst out laughing at the look on his face and explained that the store was only level 1 for now. She assured him that if he kept collecting points and raised the store's level, better options would eventually start showing up. Still boiling over with anger, Hyun-suk snapped at Rahel to shut up and called her a swindling fairy. The next day, on Hyun-suk's command, the slaves saluted the Demon King, and he ordered them to sing the Third Army Corps song once again. At his signal, they all began together. We, the great Demon King's army, defeat humans, devour humans. Forget all your suffering the moment you catch them. Under the heavens, nothing compares to the Demon King's affection. Raedrun watched the performance and felt thoroughly satisfied, more convinced than ever that letting Hyun-suk train the slaves had been the correct decision. Then all of a sudden, the door to his quarters burst open and Jack rushed in, carrying urgent news. The human army was advancing toward the fortress. Jack reported that the 8th Division, the largest unit stationed in the surrounding region, had already been lured into a trap and forced into retreat. And if even the 8th Division had been driven back like that, Jack warned, then it was only a matter of time before the human forces reached the fortress itself. Even faced with that report, Raedrun remained calm. He acknowledged Jack's suggestion that they should evacuate, but insisted that they wait a little longer first. He declared that since ancient times, wars had always been decided by supply lines. And according to him, the first rule of war was simple: never lose a competent supply officer. With that, he ordered Jack to go on ahead while he personally dealt with Hyun-suk before following after. At that same time elsewhere, Hyun-suk was still standing over the slaves and scolding them, asking whether they were prepared to obey his commands. Then, when he heard a disturbance nearby, he let out a tired sigh, already suspecting that his combat training was about to be interrupted again by Raedrun's constant interference. After pulling up his status window and checking it over, Hyun-suk saw that his abilities had improved a little, but nowhere near enough for the kind of rebellion he was planning. Under his breath, he grumbled in frustration, wishing some sudden, unexpected event would drop into his lap and give him a way to grow much stronger, much faster. But before that thought had even fully left his mind, Raedrun suddenly dropped down right beside him. The landing was so abrupt, it made Hyun-suk jerk in surprise, and Raedrun immediately reached out and tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention. Startled, Hyun-suk turned toward him, only to find Raedrun looking strangely hurried. There was no calm explanation this time, no usual composure, just a tense urgency in his voice as he said they did not have time. Then Raedrun told him he needed to come along immediately. Completely confused, Hyun-suk asked where they were going and why, but Raedrun offered nothing back, Not even the slightest hint. At that exact moment, a booming voice thundered out from the opposing side, as the commander of the human army roared the order to attack and declared that victory was already within their grasp. Human soldiers carrying spears surged forward in formation, charging straight into the battle line and successfully skewering several goblins who stood in their way. But that forward momentum came to an immediate stop the second a terrifying figure appeared before them. The Red Nightmare himself, Raedron. The human commander instantly shouted for the troops to fall back and leave that enemy to the knights instead. Even with that command ringing across the battlefield, the soldiers kept rushing forward anyway, carried by their momentum and the heat of combat. As Hyun-suk watched the battlefield explode into chaos, a dangerous idea began creeping into his head. Why were human troops here right now? And more importantly, could this chance be turned to his advantage? For a brief moment, he seriously wondered whether this was the perfect opportunity to stab one of the Demon King Army's commanders in the back and return to human society as a hero. Then one of the human soldiers shouted, "Die, Red Nightmare," and lunged straight toward Raedron. Raedron answered with horrifying ease. He caught the man by the head and crushed it right there on the spot, leaving Hyun-suk frozen where he stood in pure shock. Without even pausing, Raedron followed it up by unleashing one of his combat arts. Using the seventh movement, he slammed the dead soldier's face into the ground and chained that motion into a wide-area attack called the Explosive Destruction Wave. The earth burst apart under the impact, and human soldiers were blasted up into the air as the ground around them split and shattered. Then, right in the middle of all that carnage, Raedron turned back toward Hyun-suk and simply asked whether he was all right. Almost on instinct, Hyun-suk snapped into a salute and answered that he was fine, while quietly slipping in the thought that he would be leaving soon. That moment drove one fact painfully back into his mind. He was still standing right beside one of the most terrifying warriors in the entire Demon King's army. The battlefield stayed busy and chaotic as the human side took control of the area. 2 flags were raised in the center, and the soldiers began separating the captured civilians from the Kingdom of Marriott and the Drazen Empire into different groups. A soldier then questioned Hyun-suk's prison mate, asking whether they were warriors. The man answered yes without the slightest hesitation. After that, everyone identified as a warrior was split away from the rest of the captives and led off along a different route. Waiting there to receive them was a middle-aged man with vivid red hair and a thick beard, a striking figure named Olivane Grimmier. He was introduced as a duke of the Drazen Empire and the commander leading the Allied forces. One of the soldiers stepped up to Olivane and reported that the evacuation had been completed. Olivane calmly praised the soldier for the job well done. The soldier then added that the people claiming to be warriors had also been gathered. Hearing that, Olivane gave a brief order to begin. He commanded all soldiers to return to their assigned positions, and then only moments later, his next order came down in a cold, merciless tone. He ordered them to annihilate every warrior standing in front of them. Meanwhile, far away from that bloody scene, a carriage was moving through the forest. Inside that carriage, Hyun-suk sat in bitter silence, mentally saying goodbye to all the dreams he had built up about adventure and the glamorous second life he thought he was about to receive. Sitting across from him was Raedron, calm and stoic as always. Hyun-suk could not stop thinking about how effortlessly Raedron had wiped out the people who chased them. At this point, whoever had pursued them was no longer any kind of problem at all. Trying to lift the mood, Rahel chimed in and said that moments of crisis often open the door to new opportunities. She suggested that they should head to headquarters first and properly assess the overall situation inside the Demon King's army. Hyun-suk, completely unimpressed, told her to shut up. Then, breaking the silence inside the carriage, Raedron casually admitted that he must have nodded off for a moment. He then looked over at Hyun-suk and asked if he had said something. Thinking quickly, Hyun-suk immediately covered for himself and claimed that he had only been mumbling about how honored he felt to be accompanying someone like Raedron. Raedron seemed genuinely moved by that answer and thanked him. Then he informed Hyun-suk that they were almost at the headquarters of the Third Corps and told him that he should look forward to what was coming. And then Raedron added one more thing. Once they arrived, he planned to officially enlist Hyun-suk into the Demon King's army. The moment he heard that, Hyun-suk went pale on the spot, though he still forced out the words that it was an honor. Rahel panicked right along with him in silence. Soon after, when they reached headquarters, a guard announced Raedron's return and the gates were opened for them. Raedron gestured for Hyun-suk to follow and said that he would take him directly to meet the commander. He warned Hyun-suk that being granted an audience with the commander was an absolute honor, but he also made it very clear that if Hyun-suk wanted to stay alive, he needed to behave properly in that person's presence. Remembering the old saying that even a tiger's den could be survived if you kept your head, Hyun-suk steadied his nerves and swore to himself that he would not give up here. When they arrived at the commander's door, Raedrun announced himself from outside and was granted permission to enter. Then the door slowly opened. And the moment Hyun-suk heard a woman's voice coming from inside, he found himself wondering whether the commander might actually be human. But the figure waiting beyond that doorway was anything but ordinary, a striking woman with long ears, claw-like nails, and eyes hidden from sight. The color of her jaw and neck was different from the rest of her skin, making her appearance feel even more unnatural and otherworldly. She lounged back in her chair in high stilettos, carrying herself with effortless authority. With a smile, she welcomed Raedrun back and casually remarked that he seemed to have packed on even more muscle since the last time she had seen him. This woman was Hemis, the commander of the Demon King Army's 3rd Corps. Raedrun answered her greeting with a compliment of his own, saying that her beauty had only grown more radiant. At that, Hyun-suk could feel his cheeks warming. He genuinely had not expected someone that stunning to be the commander here. Hemis accepted the compliment with an elegant smile and thanked Raedrun for his kind words. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk was panicking inside his own head, completely unsure what he was supposed to do next. Should he compliment her too? That thought raced through his mind, but before he could settle on anything, Raedrun shifted the conversation in another direction. Raedrun then admitted, with visible shame, that he had failed to defend the fortress. Hemis immediately brushed aside that guilt and told him the blame belonged to the commander of the 8th Division, not to him. Then, with a sharper edge entering her voice, she added that she should have already turned that man's hide into a bag. Hearing that, Hyun-suk felt his breath catch in his throat. Hemis went on to say that the commander of the 8th Division had managed to come back alive, but only as a disgrace. And standing there in front of her, Hyun-suk felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, heavier than anything he had ever experienced before. He clenched both hands into hard, tight fists, doing everything he could to keep the shaking under control before anyone in the room realized just how badly he was rattled. Then Hemis smoothly let that tension drift past as if it were nothing important and shifted the focus of the room, turning her eyes directly toward the human Raedrun had brought in with him. Raedrun introduced the boy as Hyun-suk, the same human he had already mentioned to her before. Then, with a formal, unwavering tone, he announced that he had brought Hyun-suk here for the official purpose of recruiting him into the Demon King Army. Hemis stepped in closer without any hesitation and slowly looked Hyun-suk over from top to bottom, studying him with open interest. Then, in a tone so casual it almost made it stranger, she commented that he was cute. There was even a faint spark of excitement in her voice when she added that she was curious to see what he could do, especially since he was someone Raedrun had personally picked out. The sudden attention clearly caught Hyun-suk off guard. He tripped over his words for a moment before managing to pull himself together and say that he would do his best. Hemis, however, kept her eyes on his body and did not sound convinced in the slightest. Dryly, she remarked that with a build like his, he probably would not survive for very long in the demon army. She turned her head toward Raedrun and asked if he thought the same thing. Raedrun gave a small, calm nod and agreed, saying that someone like Hyun-suk would get torn apart by the others. Even so, he pointed out that it was rare enough for a human to join the demon army in the first place, and on that basis, he formally requested permission to train Hyun-suk himself. Hemis answered instantly, and the refusal came down so fast and so firmly, there was not even a second of hesitation. Absolutely not. She made it perfectly clear that Raedrun's time was far too valuable to waste on personally training a human, and then, right there in front of Hyun-suk, the atmosphere in the room broke apart in a way that destroyed any last trace of normalcy. Hemis began to transform. Her head twisted and reshaped itself into something grotesque, blooming outward like a monstrous flower. But this was no flower. It was lined with rows of jagged teeth, and a long, slick tongue hung from it, making the whole sight even more revolting to look at. Hyun-suk could only stand there and stare in total shock, his mouth hanging open, as Hemis calmly shoved her own arm straight into that hideous mouth of hers. A moment later, her face returned to normal so smoothly, it was almost as if none of it had happened at all. But now she was holding something in her arms, a small black creature that looked vaguely like a dog. In the most matter-of-fact tone imaginable, she told Hyun-suk that from now on, his duty would be to take care of her pet. The creature was small, but there was absolutely nothing harmless about the way it looked. Even at that size, it gave off a savage, predatory aura that was impossible to miss. Hemis introduced it warmly as Bobo, and with a note of pride in her voice, asked if he was not adorable. Inside, though, Hyun-suk could only wonder what kind of nightmare counted as a household pet in a place like this. To Hyun-suk, that thing did not look like a pet at all. It looked more like something that had crawled straight out of the deepest part of hell. And to make the whole moment even stranger, the name Bobo in his own language basically meant stupid, which gave the scene an absurd edge he could barely process. Raedrun narrowed his eyes and studied the creature for a moment, before remarking that even as a baby, it was already giving off a tremendous amount of power. Hemis immediately brightened at the praise, clearly delighted to hear someone say it out loud. Hyun-suk, on the other hand, still looked uncertain, and Hemis noticed that hesitation right away. Her gaze sharpened as she turned toward him and asked, in a quiet but unmistakably threatening tone, whether he did not like it. Startled by that sudden pressure, Hyun-suk immediately folded and hurriedly said that it was an honor to take care of Bobo. Only then did Hemis seem satisfied, and with surprising gentleness, she placed Bobo into Hyun-suk's arms. She warned him not to forget that Bobo was still growing, which meant he needed to be fed properly and regularly. Then, almost too casually for how ominous it sounded, she added that he got unpleasant whenever he was hungry. She went on to explain that finding new caretakers for Bobo had become difficult lately. The reason, she said, was simple. Bobo had already eaten every single one of the previous caretakers. At that exact moment, Rahel suddenly let out such a loud cry that everyone was caught off guard. A brand new hero quest had just appeared in the system window, and the shock of seeing it burst out of her before she could stop herself. Hyun-suk immediately shushed her, worried that all that noise might wake Bobo. Then the quest information appeared right in front of Hyun-suk. Survive by earning Bobo's affection and secure a better future. The reward for completing it was 200 hero points. Hyun-suk could only stare at the quest in stunned silence. Out of all the possibilities he could have imagined, he never once expected that his future would depend on winning the affection of a commander's pet. Just then the door opened, and a goblin stepped into the room, bumping awkwardly against the frame on the way inside. Out of pure instinct, Hyun-suk politely greeted the goblin, but inside his uneasiness only deepened. Being paired with a goblin like this did not make him feel like a soldier at all. It made him feel like a meal waiting to be served. Curious and more than a little alarmed, he asked what had happened to the previous caretakers. The goblin answered in a flat, blunt tone with no softness at all. There were no previous caretakers anymore. They were all dead. The goblin then explained that from now on, their work would be preparing Bobo's meals. Hyun-suk blinked and asked, almost unable to believe how simple it sounded, whether that was really all they were supposed to do. Goblin said yes, but just as it looked ready to spit out another order, a dark shadow slowly spread over its body from above. It was Bobo. The little monster loomed there, ominously, casually licking the top of the goblin's head. The goblin instantly fell into panic. It threw itself at Hyun-suk's leg and clung to him in utter desperation, begging frantically for its life. It even offered to give Hyun-suk its own food if that would save it. By that point, the last of Hyun-suk's patience finally snapped. "What are you doing?" he shouted in open irritation. But the goblin did not pay attention to him at all, because it already understood the situation better than anyone. One of them was about to die. Now, fully fed up, Hyun-suk grabbed the goblin without a moment of hesitation and hurled it straight toward Bobo. "You're the one dying here?" he shouted, right as Bobo tensed up and prepared to spring. Hyun-suk practically served the goblin up like a snack, and Bobo looked thrilled by the offering. Without a second of hesitation, the little monster devoured it right there on the spot. All Hyun-suk and Rahel could do was watch as Bobo happily chomped away on his prize, looking completely content and pleased with himself while he munched. Later, the whole situation flipped in a way that felt almost ridiculous. This time, Rahel was the one screaming at the top of her lungs and flying for her life in a full-blown panic while Bobo chased after her. She desperately cried out to Hyun-suk for help, but he answered with maddening calm, telling her she really should not keep running like that for too long. At this rate, he warned her, Bobo was just going to work up an appetite all over again. Then, all of a sudden, something caught Hyun-suk's attention. A new item had appeared before him. It was an extra-large bone, according to its description. The bone could attract Kennedy-type monsters and even charm them. The cost was 30 hero points. Realizing this could be his chance, Hyun-suk moved right away. He called Bobo over and raised the bone where the creature could get a clear look at it. The instant he threw it, Bobo's eyes lit up with excitement. In the very next second, the creature bolted off at full speed, charging after the bone without a trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, Rahel finally slowed to a stop, completely worn out from all the flying, dodging, and panicked escaping, and started muttering complaints under her breath. "You should have found that sooner," she grumbled. Hyunsuk answered with a smug expression, saying that this was exactly why his brain never missed the small details. For one brief moment, he allowed himself to think this quest might actually be easy from here on out, but that hope collapsed almost immediately. Without any warning, Bobo suddenly lunged straight at him. Hyunsuk barely managed to dodge in time, and the only thing the creature caught was the edge of his shirt. That near miss made the truth sink in for him instantly. A bone by itself was never going to be enough. What Bobo truly wanted was fresh meat. Rahel turned to him with a look that was half shock and half suspicion, and asked if he was seriously thinking about taking Bobo outside. Hyunsuk hesitated, turning the idea over in his mind while the pressure around him kept rising. Right in front of him, Bobo was already baring its teeth, making the danger feel more immediate with every passing second. In a burst of panic, Hyunsuk blurted out the very first soothing word that came to mind, hoping that somehow anything at all might calm the beast down. Walk. Bobo froze on the spot the moment it heard that word, and the change was instant. All of that wild, feral aggression disappeared in a flash, replaced by bright excitement and a wildly wagging tail. Bobo even threw itself forward to hug Hyunsuk, and Hyunsuk let out a long, relieved breath. But the second they got outside, a whole new problem hit him. He started looking around for the kitchen, only to realize that he had absolutely no idea where he was supposed to go. Meanwhile, Bobo was still bursting with energy and kept pulling him this way and that, making it even harder for Hyunsuk to get his bearings. Rahel glanced around and tried to catch any sign of food nearby, but after carefully scanning the area, she admitted that she could not smell anything at all. Rahel quickly spotted a goblin not too far away and immediately said they should ask it for directions instead of wasting time, wandering around with no clue where they were going. So Hyunsuk headed straight over to the goblin, and the moment the creature noticed that an actual human was walking toward it, confusion spread plainly across its face. At the same time, Bobo began slipping back toward that more feral, dangerous state again, and the goblin's whole body stiffened on the spot as fear locked it in place. Trying to keep things from spiraling out of control, Hyunsuk quickly explained that this was just Bobo's walk time, but the goblin still looked absolutely horrified, and in a shaky voice, it asked why a human was the one walking Bobo at all. Bobo suddenly leaned forward and licked the goblin right across the face, and Hyunsuk immediately cut in with a firm warning, telling him that this one was not allowed to be eaten. Then Hyunsuk asked where the kitchen was, and the goblin, still trembling from head to toe, raised a shaky hand and pointed to the left. The very instant it finished giving the answer, it spun around and ran off as fast as its legs could carry it. Hyunsuk and Rahel both stood there for a second, staring after the fleeing goblin in complete disbelief. Then the sheer absurdity of what had just happened finally sank in, and the two of them burst out laughing. The goblin had been so ridiculously terrified, so over-the-top dramatic about the whole encounter, that it honestly made them question whether someone like that even belonged in the demon army to begin with. Once the laughter finally died down, Hyunsuk pulled himself together, steadied his breathing, and turned his focus back to what actually mattered. It was time to head to the kitchen and find some meat. Rahel, though, was already thinking beyond the immediate problem. She asked what his long-term plan was and whether he seriously meant to spend his life taking care of some dog. Hyunsuk immediately scoffed at the idea and said, "Of course not." He still had bigger dreams he intended to chase. But the second he turned back around, the color drained from his face. Bobo was gone, and a sharp wave of panic hit him instantly. His expression turned pale in an instant, and he shouted in alarm, "Where the hell is that dog?" Despair started creeping into him almost right away. Bobo was basically a walking disaster waiting to happen, and Hyunsuk realized that looking away from him even for 1 second had been a massive mistake. Rahel hurriedly scanned the surroundings, then quickly lifted a hand and pointed off in one direction. When they both looked over, they saw Bobo casually trotting back toward them like nothing at all had happened. Hyunsuk let out the breath he had been holding, and, in a voice full of relief and frustration, scolded the little monster for nearly scaring him to death. Bobo came back looking perfectly cheerful, but blood was dripping around his mouth, and the way his stomach was bulging made it painfully obvious that he had already eaten something. Then, without warning, shouting erupted somewhere nearby. Someone screamed that Commander Regis was dead, and right after that came a furious cry demanding revenge. Hyunsuk froze where he stood, horror spreading across his face. Beside him, Rahel pointed straight at Bobo and whispered accusingly that he was obviously the one who did it. Goblin soldiers started flooding into view from all directions, and Hyun-suk and Rahel instantly bolted for their lives. As she struggled to keep up, Rahel gasped out and asked if this was seriously how they were about to die. Hyun-suk snapped back at her without even slowing down, telling her to shut up and just keep running. A moment later, they rushed straight into a dead end and stopped cold. Trapped. Goblins quickly surrounded them from every side, shouting accusations, and one of them even snarled that he was going to tear Hyun-suk's arms off like chicken wings. Another goblin mourned that their commander had already been digested and wondered out loud what he might have tasted like. Then yet another suggested that they rip both Hyun-suk and Bobo apart and divide whatever was left between them. Even with the goblins closing in from all sides, Hyun-suk forced himself to stay calm. Then, all of a sudden, he shouted back at them with surprising boldness and demanded to know how they dared behave like this. He knew perfectly well that he was hopelessly outnumbered, so he needed to come up with something fast. Thinking on the spot, he lifted Bobo up in his arms and asked the goblins whether they had any idea who this brave little creature actually was. The goblins just stared at Bobo in confusion, because until that very moment they had assumed he was nothing more than some wild, vicious beast. The instant Hyun-suk heard the way they were talking about Bobo, anger flared up inside him, and he sharply lashed out at the goblins for being so ignorant. In a loud, emphatic voice, he declared that the cute but deadly creature in his hands was none other than Bobo himself. The goblins hesitated. A few of them vaguely remembered hearing rumors that Bobo was Commander Hemis's pet, but they still tried to brush it off as a desperate lie from a human who was just trying to save his own life. Even so, some of them were starting to wonder if Hyun-seok might actually be telling the truth. Hyun-seok fired back at them, asking how they could fail to recognize Bobo and calling the whole thing disgraceful. The goblins could only stare, thrown off by how confident he sounded. Without losing momentum, Hyun-seok then looked at Bobo and gave him a direct order to go into beast mode. Bobo obeyed at once. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a savage predator, with drool hanging from his mouth like he was already anticipating his next bite. Hyun-suk turned back to the goblins and calmly repeated that this was Bobo. Then he pointed and gave another command. Bite him. The moment those words left his mouth, Bobo let out a thunderous roar and launched himself straight at the nearest goblin. Blood burst into the air as Bobo's fangs sank into his target. Hyun-suk watched the brutal scene play out in front of him and dryly remarked that a dog without a muzzle really did make an awful mess. By the time Bobo finished, the goblin had been reduced to nothing but bones. Hyun-suk turned to the others and mockingly asked whether anyone still had doubts about who Bobo was now. The goblins immediately broke down into panicked apologies, insisting that they had not realized it was really Bobo. Right then, a system notification appeared in front of Hyun-suk. It announced that his extraordinary charisma had intimidated numerous demons all at once, and because of that, his hidden charisma stat had increased. The moment he saw that, Hyun-suk broke into a deeply satisfied grin, clearly pleased by the unexpected bonus. Before he had much time to enjoy it, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It was calm and composed, yet carried enough quiet authority to make everyone freeze as its owner casually wondered what all the commotion was about. It was Commander Hemis. She looked over the scene with open amusement and casually remarked that the cute new pet was causing quite a stir outside. The instant Hyun-suk heard her voice, his blood ran cold. Facing Hemis back in her office had already been terrifying, but standing in front of her out here, in the middle of this disaster, somehow felt even worse. Hemis let out a soft chuckle, clearly entertained by the nerve Hyun-suk had shown in using both her name and Bobo as shields to keep himself alive. Hyun-suk immediately lowered his head in a deep bow and admitted that he had committed a grave offense. But then he looked up in confusion, because Hemis seemed to think she had just praised him instead. She told him that she admired the cleverness and quick thinking he had shown, especially compared to the many demons around her who knew nothing but brute force. With the faintest smirk on her face, she added that he had nerve too. Hyun-suk awkwardly stammered out a hesitant thank you, still unable to tell whether she was genuinely praising him or quietly threatening him. Then Hyun-suk went on, saying that the demon army seemed far too dependent on raw strength, and that relying on power alone often created needless chaos that could have been prevented. When Hyun-suk asked what kind of trouble she meant exactly, Hemis only gave him a cryptic answer and said that he would find out soon enough. After that, she smoothly shifted the conversation in another direction. and once again suggested that he should consider becoming an executive in the demon army. Hyun-suk was left completely stunned by the offer, feeling nowhere near qualified for something like that. But Hemis brushed aside all of his self-doubt as if it meant nothing. She bluntly reminded him that he could not keep surviving forever just by hiding behind her name and Bobo's existence. Then she explained that the demon army used a decisive duel system, a system in which the winner could take the loser's rank for themselves. Finally, she told him he had 1 month to prepare for a battle. If he managed to win, then she would continue extending her protection over him for 1 more month. She went on to tell him that if he kept delivering results, then one day he might even rise all the way to battalion commander and become someone genuinely useful to her side. Hyun-suk hesitated before asking the one question he almost wished he could leave unspoken. "What happens if I lose?" The instant those words came out, Hemis's expression turned ice cold. In a voice stripped of all warmth, she told him that if that happened, he would regret surviving the battle at all. The meaning was impossible to miss. Losing would bring him something even worse than death. With no real path left open to him, Hyun-suk could do nothing but accept. Hemis did not leave any part of it vague either. Right there on the spot, she personally chose the opponent Hyun-suk would be facing. Standing nearby, Rahel let out a long theatrical sigh and gloomily muttered that at this rate, she would probably be saying her final goodbye to him in a month. Hyun-suk shot her a sharp, irritated glare and reminded her that she was the very same one who had once claimed he had SSS rank potential. Rahel only gave a careless shrug and casually replied that potential was just possibility, not a promise. Hyun-suk immediately snapped back, saying that for a fairy, she was unbelievably bad at being supportive. But right in the middle of that annoyed exchange, his eyes caught on something ahead of them, and his irritation gave way to unease. The doors in front of him were smeared with blood. Staring at that grim, blood-streaked sight, he muttered under his breath, asking whether that place was seriously supposed to be the kitchen. Carefully now, and with much more caution in his movements, Hyun-suk pushed the doors open. Inside, the first thing he was met with was a huge red-skinned figure towering over the room like an ogre. The monster looked straight at him and said that he must be the human their commander had mentioned. Then he introduced himself as Kulkan, the chef of the demon army. After that, Kulkan asked Hyun-suk exactly what he was doing there in the kitchen. Hyun-suk stayed near the doorway instead of stepping fully inside, then explained that he had only come to get a snack for Bobo. The moment Kulkan heard that name, his eyes narrowed at once, realizing immediately that Bobo's caretaker had been replaced again. Even so, Kulkan rejected the request on the spot with flat, immediate refusal, leaving Hyun-suk staring at him in disbelief. Kulkan explained it in the bluntest way possible. He had no reason whatsoever to help a human. As far as Commander Hemis's orders were concerned, the only thing he had been told was not to kill Hyun-suk. Now starting to get desperate, Hyun-suk tried to negotiate and asked if there was any way they could make some kind of deal, emphasizing that the food was not even for him. It was for Bobo. Kulkan thought it over for a brief moment before finally offering a solution. If Hyun-suk really wanted meat that badly, then he would have to go out and hunt it himself, just like the goblins did. The moment Hyun-suk glanced toward the goblins and saw what they were working on, the color drained from his face. They were chopping up meat that looked disturbingly like it had come from other goblins. His stomach tightened at the sight. In the dim, filthy kitchen hall, goblins laughed loudly while tearing into lumps of flesh with grotesque enthusiasm, devouring the meat as their voices echoed off the walls. The whole scene looked so vile and unreal that it hardly seemed possible, and yet Hyun-suk could not bring himself to turn away. And in that moment, a heavy realization sank deep into him. Kulkan's idea of a hunt was far more savage and horrifying than anything Hyun-suk had pictured in his head. For long, Hyun-suk found himself standing face to face with a gigantic wild boar that looked vicious enough to smash through anything in its path. He had been told that if he managed to kill this beast, then it would become his dinner for the night. Looking up at the monster looming in front of him, he could not help thinking about how absurdly dangerous his life had become. This was the same boar that had already killed Morgan, and even though everyone around him kept calling this a hunt, the creature itself seemed to do little more than charge wildly and relentlessly at whoever stood in front of it. Around Hyun-suk, the cooks had already started swearing that they would avenge Morgan. Watching that chaos play out, Hyun-suk dryly remarked that at this point, it was getting hard to tell who was actually supposed to end up as dinner. Rahel, staying practical even in a mess like this, asked what they were supposed to do next, and even suggested that maybe the smartest option was to just run. Hyun-suk immediately shook his head. With that many eyes watching and that many bodies hemming them in on all sides, there was no realistic way to escape. Even so, he could not ignore how dangerous his position had become. Having made up his mind to do something, Hyun-suk started to step forward. But before he could act, Kulkin's voice suddenly stopped him in place. By pure reflex, Hyun-suk answered as though he were being called up to volunteer next. But to his surprise, Kulkin told him there was no need for that. The hunt was already over. That caught Hyun-suk completely off guard. Up until then, he had thought they were all just mindlessly throwing themselves at the boar. He could not understand how they had managed to finish it so quickly. A goblin stepped forward and reported the results to Kulkin, listing 12 dead and many more wounded. To Hyun-suk, that number sounded horrifyingly high, but Kulkin did not look troubled in the slightest. Instead, he called the result amazing and casually declared that they would rest briefly before heading out to hunt their next prey. That was the moment when Hyun-suk truly realized just how little Kulkin cared about the casualties piling up around him. As the cooks busied themselves with cleaning up the aftermath, Hyun-suk quietly told Rahel that there was no chance of escaping anymore. Rahel asked whether that meant he was planning to join the others on these monster hunts. Hyun-suk answered with a firm no and said he had no reason to do something like that. Instead, he started thinking through his situation carefully and came to a simple, solid conclusion. If he wanted his stats to rise, then he needed to level up. And if he wanted to level up, then what he needed most of all was experience points. Rahel admitted that his logic made sense, but she still asked the obvious question. In a place like this, where exactly was he planning to get that experience from? Without bothering to pretend he was above dirty tactics, Hyun-seok asked whether he would still gain experience points if all he did was land the finishing blow. Rahel confirmed that yes, he would. Still, she made sure to call his idea shameless. But hearing that answer only made Hyun-suk more certain of what he wanted to do. He thanked her, then told her it was time to move. In his mind, the situation had become painfully clear. His options were limited, and if Hemis's threat was real, then he had only 1 month to become stronger. So Hyun-suk walked straight up to Kulkin and boldly declared that he wanted to join the next hunt as a member of the brave demon army. Kulkin just stared at him in silence for a long moment, and that quiet immediately made Hyun-suk uneasy. For a second, he wondered if he had pushed too hard. Then, to his relief, Kulkin suddenly broke into a grin and said that he liked Hyun-suk's guts. Relieved, Hyun-suk quickly thanked him and piled on a few flattering words to keep Kulkin pleased. But what came next blindsided him. Kulkin assigned Hyun-suk to lead the next hunt. Kulkin explained that within their group, the role of leader was the highest honor of all, something reserved only for rare and special cases. Putting on a humble front, Hyun-suk protested that someone like him could never stand at the front ahead of such noble demons. He even added that the other cooks would probably object to taking orders from a human. But Kulkin did not care in the slightest. He simply gave Hyun-suk a thumbs up, like the decision had already been made, and there was nothing more to discuss. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when someone urgently called out for Kulkin. Kulkin turned at once and asked what was wrong. One of the cooks hurried over and reported that monsters were invading, explaining that the cry they had just heard meant an urn had appeared. Confused by that announcement, Hyun-suk asked if that meant they were in danger. Kulkin dismissed the concern almost immediately, though he casually added that urn meat was not especially tasty. Then, reaching behind himself, Kulkin pulled out a knife and rallied everyone to arm themselves. In a loud, commanding voice, he declared that they were going to hunt the urn and add its meat to tonight's dinner menu. Hyun-suk instantly saw the opportunity opening up in front of him. If he stayed close to the battle and waited for the perfect moment, then all he needed to do was dive in at the very end and steal the finishing blow for himself. Just then, Rahel flew over toward him and handed him something without warning. System notification immediately appeared before his eyes, showing that both his health and his strength had received a slight boost that would last for the next 3 minutes. Rahel reacted with complete confidence, brushing it off like it was nothing worth making a fuss over. But instead of offering her a sincere thank you, Hyun-suk reached out and lightly bonked her on the head. Still on the move, he grumbled under his breath and complained about why she had not used something like that on him much sooner. Now fully fired up, Hyun-suk broke into a sprint, rushing to put himself in the exact position he needed to land the final hit. As he ran, he forcefully pushed all the noise in his head into order and fixed his mind on the reason he was fighting at all. In his imagination, he saw a beautiful blonde noblewoman waiting somewhere in his future. Then that image turned into a life with no fewer than 5 rabbit-like children. And after that came the dream of a peaceful retirement far away from all of this lunacy. There was no way he was going to die again, as some pathetic, unloved loser. With that stubborn determination surging through his whole body, Hyunsuk hurled himself straight into the fight and slammed his fist into the urn with everything he had. The monster dropped on the spot, and the instant it died, system notifications started flooding in one after another without pause. Hyunsuk stared at the screen in outright disbelief when he saw that one stolen finishing blow had raised his level by 4 whole levels. At that rate, the thought hit him immediately that he might actually be able to reach level 20 in a single day. A rush of excitement hit him all at once. For the first time in quite a while, Hyunsuk genuinely felt empowered. At last, he had found a real, workable path to becoming stronger. A little while later, one of the cooks nervously stepped up to the dead urn's corpse, butcher's knife trembling in his hand, as he prepared to start cutting into it. But before that cook could actually do anything at all, Hyunsuk casually nudged him aside with his elbow and coolly claimed that his arm had just slipped. Then he burst into wild laughter, wearing a grin so wide and intense that it made him look just a little unhinged. By that point, there was something slightly insane about the way he boldly declared that from now on, every final hit in the world belonged to him. Time passed, and before long, more monsters started falling one after another. Rahel, already looking completely exhausted, asked if they were finally done now. Hyunsuk answered with a smug little smile and praised his buff-bot companion for all her help. By then, it seemed like all the monsters had already been dealt with, and at first glance the cooks looked like they had finished butchering everything. But when he looked a little more carefully, he realized the cooks were not just preparing the meat anymore. They were already standing there stuffing themselves with it on the spot. One of them even shouted for a bigger portion, and the sight left Hyunsuk standing there in complete confusion. Culkin noticed the way Hyunsuk was staring and called out to him, asking what exactly had caught his attention so strongly. Hyunsuk asked whether it was really acceptable for the cooks to eat the army's food like that. Culkin answered without even the slightest concern, saying that this was one of the cook's privileges, especially since monster meat spoiled quickly if it was not eaten fresh. He went on to explain that for ordinary soldiers, a chance to eat fresh meat like this was rare enough to count as a special event. Culkin even admitted it openly, saying that being able to enjoy good food was the main thing that kept him going. Hearing that sent all kinds of thoughts spinning through Hyunsuk's head, from wondering what kind of privilege this even was, to questioning how a place like this functioned at all without something resembling a labor union. Even with all that doubt still hanging in his mind, he did not reject Culkin's next offer. The chef handed him a portion of meat and said that he had earned his share too, as a warrior. Hyunsuk paused with the meat right in front of him, staring at it while thinking about how much the cooks had already risked just to obtain food like this. In the end, he took a bite. The taste was not exactly awful. It had a strong smell, but strangely enough, that odor actually added something to the flavor. Still, beyond that, the meat itself was bland and tough, with a chewy texture that did not feel remotely worth the amount of danger it took to get it. Hyunsuk could not help thinking that if meat like this were sold back in South Korea, it probably would not survive very long in the market. And that was the moment the truth really sank in for him. These cooks were risking their lives over meat that was, at absolute best, mediocre. Then his thoughts shifted sharply in a completely different direction. What if he could make something better than this? The idea suddenly snapped together in his mind. If he could win them over through their stomachs, then he could earn their loyalty, secure their favor, and maybe even rise up as the god of the kitchen. With that thought taking shape, he opened the Hero Shop interface right in front of Rahel, catching her completely off guard. After spending some of his points on a skill and an item, he turned and showed her exactly what he had bought. One purchase was an F-rank cooking skill that cost 50 points. The other was a seasoning loaded with MSG, which cost 20 points. Rahel stared at him like she honestly could not believe what she was looking at. Then she immediately started scolding him, accusing him of wasting precious points on something that was basically just salt. Hyunsuk dismissed her criticism without giving it a second of serious thought. He told her she was seriously underestimating how powerful something like this could really be. Then he proved it right there on the spot, sprinkling the seasoning over the meat in front of her eyes. The change was immediate and there was no missing it. The smell deepened at once into something rich and intensely appetizing, and the meat itself took on a juicy, glossy look that made it seem far more delicious than it had just moments earlier. At that moment, Hyunsuk felt utterly triumphant, already imagining himself as some kind of culinary god in this bizarre new world. Carrying that confidence with him, he brought the upgraded meat over to Culkin. But the chef refused at first, saying that he was already full. Hyunsuk refused to back off that easily. He insisted that he had poured his very soul into the dish and said that he could die satisfied if Culkin would just taste it once. Reluctantly, Culkin finally accepted and took a bite. The instant the flavor touched his tongue, It was as if he had been pulled all the way back to his childhood in a single jolt. In that moment, he remembered his mother's voice asking him whether he wanted meat for dinner. The memory struck Culkin with such sudden, vivid force that tears actually gathered in his eyes before he had any chance to stop them. After that, Hyun-suk left the kitchen with a bag full of meat in his hands. It was a parting gift from Culkin, who reminded him on the way out that the meat would only stay fresh for 2 days. When Hyun-suk finally made it back, Bobo came barreling straight at him so suddenly that it nearly made him jump right out of his skin. Thinking fast, Hyun-suk immediately held the meat out in front of him, and just like that, Bobo settled down almost instantly. Hyun-suk urged Bobo to eat as much as he wanted, pulling piece after piece from the bag and offering it over without holding back at all. A soft laugh slipped out of Hyun-suk as he kept feeding him, and Bobo's eyes grew so wide with delight they looked like they might pop right out. The little beast practically bounced in place, overwhelmed by the sudden joy of such an unexpected feast. Bobo threw himself at the food and tore through every last piece with wild enthusiasm. Hyun-suk could only stand there and watch with a mix of relief and amusement as the creature happily devoured everything in sight. Bobo kept eating with obvious delight, and Hyun-suk even promised that he would bring him more meat again tomorrow. That promise paid off immediately, raising Bobo's affinity toward him on the spot. At the same time, their hero quest was marked as complete, and the promised reward of 200 hero points was granted. Everything had gone exactly the way Hyun-suk planned it. Rahel noticed his success right away and pointed out that there was an item on his screen that he could use to improve his stats. When she asked why he had not used it yet, Hyun-suk explained that he had been avoiding it because he did not actually understand how it worked. And of course, he added that this was all thanks to certain idiots who had skipped the tutorial in the first place. Rahel, completely unfazed by the jab, told him it still was not too late. Then she began explaining how bonus points were supposed to work. Strength increased raw physical power, while stamina improved endurance and overall toughness. Agility enhanced speed and reflexes, while mana was directly connected to magic. When Hyun-suk asked about charisma, Rahel explained that it was a hidden stat, something he could not raise by simply assigning bonus points. The only way to improve it was through proper training. She advised him to spread his points out evenly, but Hyun-suk did not agree with that at all. In his mind, it made much more sense to pour everything into strength. Rahel looked genuinely taken aback by the way he was thinking. She warned him that focusing only on strength might seem fine at the beginning, but once things advanced, mana would become absolutely essential. He made it clear that a body reinforced by mana would eventually far surpass one built on nothing but physical muscle and training. After adjusting his points, Hyun-suk asked Rahel whether his new distribution looked acceptable. She checked it over and admitted that it was not bad. After that, she told him to go into the shop and buy a basic skill for mana control. Curious, Hyun-suk asked what mana control actually was. Rahel explained that it was basically a skill meant to help him handle and manipulate mana more efficiently. She estimated that it should cost around 100 hero points. So Hyun-suk immediately began searching the shop for it, only to find nothing at all. Rahel was stunned, because something like that was supposed to be a common purchase. Disappointed, Hyun-suk muttered that he had almost started to believe she might finally be useful. Then, frustrated, he bluntly told her she was completely useless after all. Rahel quickly jumped to defend herself, insisting that the skill really should have been there. 3 weeks passed, and by the time they were over, Hyun-suk had reached level 100. Even so, the whole process had taken longer than he originally expected. Rahel pointed out that the amount of experience needed rose dramatically as his level got higher. Hearing that, Hyun-suk found himself wondering whether any other heroes were grinding as obsessively as he was. Rahel answered by telling him that he had already become something like a sinecure. Hyun-suk had a hard time believing that. He immediately turned on Rahel and reminded her how many times he had nearly died just that day alone. Rahel explained that for most people, reaching level 100 usually took around 6 months. Then, with a trace of sadness in her voice, she admitted that she had wanted to get along with him. Hyun-suk, however, shot right back that she had brought this treatment on herself. Just then, the door suddenly opened. The goblin stepped inside to inform Hyun-suk that the commander wanted to see him. When Hyun-suk arrived at Hemis's office, she greeted him in a surprisingly warm way. Looking him over carefully, she commented that he looked healthier than before and had clearly grown stronger. She also noticed right away that his mana had doubled. Hyun-suk explained that he had been working hard every single day to bring Bobo the best quality meat he could find. But instead of focusing on that, Hemis remarked on how quickly his strength was increasing. Then she asked him directly whether that kind of rapid growth had something to do with the hero leveling system. Hyun-suk froze where he stood. In that instant, he realized Hemis already knew he was a hero, and his mind immediately started racing as he wondered how long she had known. Hemis calmly told him that she had figured it out the very first time they met. When he asked how, she explained that she had ties to someone with a deep interest in heroes. After that, Hemis turned the question back around on him and asked why he thought she had called him there in the first place. Hyun-suk tried to guess, bringing up the battles he had been fighting lately. Hemis reminded him of the promise between them and asked whether he still remembered it. When Hyun-suk said that he did, Hemis immediately began scolding him for the way he had been behaving. Then, without any warning, Hemis transformed again into that monstrous flower-like creature that swallowed things whole. She vented her frustration over how fast he was leveling up and warned him that if he truly wanted to stay alive, then he needed to work even harder than this. To her, all of this was part of the entertainment. Hearing that, Hyun-suk was reminded of a truth he already knew far too well. Crowds were never most excited by flashy displays or easy wins. What really thrilled them were dramatic reversals and shocking twists nobody saw coming. That was when everything clicked for him. Hemis had deliberately set him up against an opponent he had no realistic chance of beating. Panicking, Rahel shouted and demanded to know what he was going to do. Hyun-suk told her to calm down and give him a moment to think. After forcing himself to think it through, he decided that the smartest thing he could do was gather as much information as possible about his opponent before the battle began. In Choi Hyun-seok's mind, the plan itself was straightforward enough. Before throwing himself into a fight with anyone, he wanted to study that person's strength as thoroughly as he could and gather every clue available first. But Rahel immediately pointed out the problem with that idea. Right now, all they had was a single name and nothing more. With no face, no description, and no real lead to follow, she asked him how he was supposed to figure out which person was actually the one he had been assigned to face. Hyun-seok answered with a confident look, like he had already thought that part through. He told her he was planning to buy an item from the hero shop called the Combat Power Meter. And according to him, that device would solve the whole issue neatly. The item cost 50 hero points, which was hardly cheap, but to Hyun-suk, it sounded completely worth the price. Its description made it clear why. The device could measure things like a person's strength, stamina, agility, and even mana, turning all of those factors into a readable value he could actually compare. For someone trying to judge opponents before risking his life, it was exactly the kind of tool he needed. Hyun-seok went on to explain his thinking. Once he located the right opponent, he could check that person's level with the meter, then use the result to find someone around the same range and spar against them as preparation. After hearing that, Rahel let out a long, tired sigh and teased him with a crooked look, saying he really only seemed to get clever when his life was hanging by a thread. Hyun-seok fired back instantly, not missing a beat. He told her that was still a lot better than being useless all the time. After that brief exchange, the two of them decided there was no reason to wait, so they tested the combat power meter on the spot, with Rahel becoming the very first subject. When the result appeared, Rahel's combat power was shown as 375. She stared at the number for a moment, her face full of uncertainty, clearly not sure how she was supposed to interpret it. Then she admitted that she had no clue whether that number was considered impressive or just painfully low. Since the value meant almost nothing without a comparison, she suggested that they test Hyun-suk next. Hyun-suk handed the device over to her without complaint and stood there waiting for the result. While Rahel checked the reading, he kept his eyes fixed on her face, watching closely for any reaction the moment the number appeared. But instead of answering him right away, Rahel just froze there with a puzzled expression. The look on her face made it obvious that whatever she was seeing on the device didn't make sense to her at all. The moment Hyun-suk noticed that strange reaction, he asked her if anything had actually shown up on the meter. Rahel hesitated awkwardly before answering. Then she said the meter had to be broken. In her mind, there was simply no way his stats should be coming out higher than hers. And she looked genuinely unable to accept what the device was telling her. But the meter wasn't malfunctioning at all. Hyun-suk's displayed strength was 1,560. The second he saw that number, a smug grin spread across his face, and he asked Rahel if she was really, truly sure that she wasn't the weaker one between the two of them. That one hit her hard. Looking completely deflated, Rahel admitted that just 1 month ago her strength level had been 10,000. Even with that revelation, Hyun-seok kept his attention on the result in front of them and asked whether the combat power meter had in fact been working properly after all, despite all the doubt she had shown. To put the matter to rest, They decided to test Bobo next, and the result was ridiculous. That damn dog had a combat strength of 47,422. The number was so absurd that both of them could do nothing but stop and stare at it for a second. Rahel looked utterly crushed after seeing that. The humiliation was just too much. The fact that both she and Hyun-suk were weaker than a dog was almost impossible to accept. Hyun-suk, meanwhile, found the situation hilarious and joked that maybe Bobo's breed had received some kind of hidden buff. After that, Hyun-suk took the meter outside with him and decided to start checking the combat strength of the other orcs nearby. He wanted to see how he measured up against the fortress as a whole and get a better sense of where he stood in this place. As he scanned the people around him, one pattern became obvious almost immediately. The goblins, who looked the frailest at a glance, truly did have much lower stats than everyone else. The other orcs, on the other hand, mostly had numbers that landed much closer to Hyun-seok's own level. Then in an instant, the mood around him changed. Someone suddenly called out that Captain Bulkman had arrived, and the moment those words were heard, everyone nearby straightened their posture and snapped into salute without delay. As Captain Bulkman walked past, Hyun-suk quietly raised the combat power meter and used it on him without drawing attention. The value that appeared made his eyes widen on the spot. Bulkman's strength was an astonishing 14,300. From that number, Hyun-suk began piecing together a rough rule in his head. Anyone whose combat strength broke past 10,000 seemed to be holding a commander-class position. That realization gave him a much clearer picture of how rank and raw power seemed to line up inside this fortress. With that thought now in mind, he turned back to Rahel and asked her once more to confirm something important. Was the opponent assigned to him really supposed to be only a platoon leader? Rahel confirmed that it was, and she gave him the name too, Kirkin. She also added the rumor everyone seemed to know that Kirkin was an orc with the intelligence of a pig. Hearing that, Hyun-suk immediately began calculating his chances in his head. If a platoon leader was supposed to be around 3,000 in combat strength, then maybe, just maybe, he could still pull this off if he managed to level himself up a little more first. Now fully focused on the problem, Hyun-suk went searching for Kirkin. Once he finally found him, he lifted the meter and checked the reading directly. The number that came back was 6,671. Rahel didn't even try to soften the blow. She said it plainly, with no sugarcoating at all. This basically meant Hyun-suk was being sent out to die, and almost as if the system had been waiting for that exact realization to hit, a brand new hero quest suddenly appeared in front of him. The system window popped up with brutal bluntness. It stated outright that his odds of defeating Kirkin were almost zero. Even so, because enduring impossible situations was apparently the very trait that defined him, the system was willing to offer him a chance. The mission was simple to understand and terrifying in practice. Raise his combat strength to 3,000 within 1 week. If he succeeded, he would receive 300 hero points. Hyun-suk couldn't stop himself from reacting with sarcasm. He muttered that the timing of the quest was just a little too perfect, and half-joked that the system must have been spying on him this whole time. But underneath the sarcasm, he understood exactly what it meant. This was a life-or-death situation, and whether he liked the setup or not, he had no choice except to accept it. From that moment on, Hyun-suk made up his mind completely. If staying alive meant he had to outsmart both the observer keeping watch over him and Hemis herself, then that was exactly what he intended to do. Next morning, Hyun-suk showed up in the kitchen and made sure people noticed he was there. The look on him was the look of someone who had already settled on a course of action before the day had even properly started. Kulkin greeted him, but his attention quickly shifted to the goggles Hyun-suk was wearing. The strange-looking gear stood out immediately, and Kulkin asked where he had gotten them. Hyun-suk answered in a casual tone, saying he had seen other people wearing something like that and figured he might as well get a pair for himself, too. That explanation seemed to satisfy Kulkin well enough. He guessed it was probably just some kind of trend among the younger crowd. But he didn't dwell on it for very long and soon shifted the conversation away from the goggles and back to practical business. He told Hyun-suk to get ready for the hunt, while keeping his expression casual and acting like nothing was happening. Hyun-suk secretly used the combat power meter on Kulkin. The number that appeared nearly stunned him where he stood. Kulkin's combat strength was a terrifying 35,230. That result genuinely threw Hyun-suk off. It was far beyond the level he would have expected from someone who held a captain's position, and for a moment he couldn't make sense of it. Then he looked around the kitchen more carefully and finally started to understand. Even the other cooks had high combat strength, and the reason was simple. They constantly fought demonic beasts as part of their work. The second that clicked in his mind, an idea began to take shape. If he could spar with someone whose level was in a similar range, then he might be able to sharpen himself properly before the battle that was waiting for him. So Hyun-suk went straight to Kulkin and asked for permission to spar with one of the cooks. He presented it like a practical, reasonable request, explaining that training that way would help him grow stronger and, in turn, make him more useful to the kitchen unit as well. At first, Kulkin brushed the suggestion aside. He told Hyun-suk that for a human, he was already impressively strong and didn't need to push his growth at such a reckless pace. But Hyun-suk knew how to apply pressure in his own way. In a calm voice with just enough bite behind it, he implied that if he wasn't allowed to spar, then maybe he would just start keeping the best cuts of meat for himself instead. That threat did the job. Kulkin gave in with clear reluctance and told Hyun-suk to go ahead and choose whichever cook he wanted as his sparring partner. Later, while the cooks were busy getting ready for the hunt, news of Hyun-suk's choice spread quickly through the group. The reaction was immediate. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the person he intended to fight was Gorbachev, one of the cooks whose combat strength measured 2,620. Some of them stared at Hyun-suk like he had completely lost his mind, quietly wondering if this was about to be the last day of his life. The goblins, however, objected for an entirely different reason. They didn't want Hyun-suk to die because he was the one who gave them delicious meat to eat. Their complaints grew loud enough that Kulkin finally shut them up, then turned toward Gorbachev with a stern warning and told him not to kill Hyun-suk during the spar. He even went a step further than that, explicitly telling Gorbachev to hold back and not let things go too far. Gorbachev, wearing the blank, dull expression of someone who was not exactly famous for his intelligence, simply nodded and agreed. Even so, the look on Kulkin's face made it clear he didn't fully trust that answer. With all of that settled, the sparring match finally began. Hyun-suk made the first move. With determination written across his face, he burst forward without even a moment of hesitation and charged straight at Gorbachev. At the same time, Gorbachev kept reminding himself of Kulkin's warning, repeating inwardly that he was not supposed to kill Hyun-suk. The moment Gorbachev threw a punch, Hyun-suk slipped around it with surprisingly polished movement. As he watched that attack and the way it flowed, he grasped something important almost immediately. Gorbachev's fighting style was driven almost entirely by instinct, relying on brute habit and natural aggression far more than actual technique. The instant that realization clicked, Hyun-suk launched his counter. And as his body moved, the sensation that ran through him felt strangely familiar. The rhythm of the exchange brought back the memory of all the fights he used to win over and over in the past, as if that older version of himself, the one who knew how to dominate in combat, was suddenly waking up again. Then, before anyone around them could properly process what was happening, it was already over. The entire match ended in the blink of an eye, and Hyun-suk was declared the winner. The goblins could only stare in open disbelief. Gorbachev had gone down so quickly that some of them still hadn't even caught up to what they had just witnessed. Even Hyun-suk himself looked stunned by the outcome. It was only after the fight had ended that it truly sank in for him. He had taken Gorbachev down with a single kick. That unexpected victory lit something new inside him. For the first time, Hyun-suk felt real confidence rising in his chest, and the thought that he might actually have a chance against Kulkin no longer sounded impossible. Later, at the northern edge of the Black Fortress near the Great Forest, Hyun-suk kept replaying the entire sparring match in his mind again and again. The fact that he had knocked out an orc whose combat strength was nearly twice his own, with one clean kick, drove a very clear realization into him. Combat strength was just a number. It was useful, yes, but it was not some absolute law that decided every battle without exception. By the time he finished sorting through all of those thoughts, Hyun-suk arrived at a firm conclusion. If he could improve even a little more from here, then the fight waiting for him ahead might not just be survivable after all, it might even become an easy win. Right then, one of the goblins came rushing over to Kulkin in a panic, blurting out an urgent report that a huge number of Talas had suddenly appeared farther up ahead on their route. The second Kulkin heard that, his face twisted in obvious irritation, wearing the kind of expression that said this was the absolute last problem he wanted dropped on him right now. With annoyance plain in his voice, he asked if they had already crossed into Talas territory. The sudden tension in the air immediately caught Choi Hyun-suk's attention, and he asked what the actual problem was. He even wondered out loud if the issue was just that Talas meat tasted awful. Kulkin shut that idea down right away, explaining that their meat actually wasn't bad at all. In fact, he said their bone marrow was considered a genuine delicacy. The real problem was something else entirely. Talas moved in groups, and they were viciously protective when it came to their young. If even one of their offspring was harmed, Culkin explained, the whole situation could spiral into a full-blown disaster in no time. Hearing that, Hyun-suk naturally assumed the hunt would stop there. But Culkin clearly had no intention of retreating. Tempted by the thought of that rich, tasty meat, he chose to press on anyway and ordered everyone to attack, declaring that talus meat would be today's snack. He immediately barked out another command after that, making his intentions even clearer. Not a single talus was to be allowed to get away, and every last one of them was to be butchered right there on the spot. The talus themselves were hideous to look at, their bodies resembling giant spiders fused with skull-like shapes across their forms, making them feel even more grotesque and unsettling up close. As the hunt descended into chaos, Hyun-suk slyly shoved the goblin next to him and made it look completely accidental, using the confusion around him to quietly create an opening for himself. Then he shamelessly took advantage of that opening, slipping in at exactly the right moments to deliver the finishing blows himself and rake in the XP. Before long, the hunting party had piled up a gruesome collection of dead talus, with bodies scattered across the ground and stacked together as the slaughter dragged on. Hyun-suk struck down the very last surviving talus, and the moment it fell, he leveled up from that kill. Rahul immediately praised him in a tone that sounded half impressed and half tired of his nonsense, pointing out that he was practically a professional when it came to stealing the last hit. Hyun-suk accepted that praise without even pretending to be modest and casually said that this was exactly why he liked working in the kitchen so much. But then without the slightest warning, an overwhelming pressure crashed down across the entire area. It was so sudden and so oppressive that it caught Hyun-suk completely off guard. He turned sharply in alarm, and in the very next moment a scream rang out from somewhere nearby. The talus queen had arrived. The instant her eyes landed on the heap of dead talus strewn across the area, the fury pouring off her was impossible to miss. A low, furious growl rolled out from her, and the rage packed into that sound alone made the entire scene feel even heavier. And even in that moment, Hyun-suk's curiosity still got the better of him. He quickly used his goggles to check her stats, only to discover that her power couldn't even be measured. At that point, the horrifying truth was impossible to ignore any longer. They had just mercilessly slaughtered her children. Hyun-seok instantly spun around to ask the chef what they were supposed to do now, only to realize that Culkin was already running away. Even as he fled, Culkin shouted back at them to survive on their own and regroup later if they could. Hyun-suk could only think bitterly about how unbelievably irresponsible that was. But before he had time to dwell on it, a loud crash tore his attention away. Through the chaos, someone began yelling at everyone to scatter and run in different directions. The weaker goblins were being torn apart as the enraged talus queen screamed and cut through them with terrifying ease. Then her roar burst out like thunder, and the furious force behind it ripped straight through the helpless goblins in front of her. Hyun-suk's eyes widened in horror as he watched those weak little creatures get shredded apart, their desperate screams swallowed whole by the sheer violence of her rage. And the sound only kept getting louder, swelling into a deafening roar that seemed to shake the battlefield itself. It was so overwhelming that Hyun-suk instinctively clamped both hands over his ears, struggling just to endure the crushing force of it. Right in the middle of that panic, Rahel urgently told him to look behind him. The moment Hyun-suk turned around, his blood ran cold. Hundreds of talus were charging straight at him, and leading that terrifying wave was the queen herself. After seeing that, there was no decision left to make. Hyun-suk turned and ran as fast as he possibly could, while goblins somewhere behind him screamed desperately for help. He knew with absolute certainty that if he slowed down for even a single second, he was dead. Eventually, in the middle of that desperate escape, he came upon a cave. He paused at the entrance for a brief moment, unsure whether stepping inside would save him or get him killed even faster. Rahel quickly tried to reassure him, saying the cave was empty and insisting that she had already scouted it earlier. Hyun-suk didn't fully trust her claim, but even so, he figured the cave still had to be safer than staying out in the open forest, where danger could attack him from any direction at all. Once he stepped inside, he realized the cave stretched much deeper than he had expected. He asked Rahel if it was a natural formation, but she admitted she had no idea. What she did point out, though, was how strangely spacious the place was. It was wide enough that even the talus queen could have entered without any difficulty. As Hyun-suk continued moving through the darkness, his eyes caught sight of a sticky, gooey substance clinging to the walls, and the moment he noticed it, an unsettling suspicion started to take shape in his mind. Rahel immediately brushed aside the idea that this might be a talus hideout, reminding him that the chef had said there weren't any talus groups nearby. Even with that explanation, though, The sticky residue smeared along the walls kept bothering Hyun-suk. A bad thought suddenly crossed his mind. Were those spider webs? And then he saw them. The truth clicked into place all at once. This cave was a talus nest, which meant the place he had run into for safety wasn't safe at all. And just as he decided he needed to get out immediately, a cluster of glowing green eyes appeared in the darkness ahead. A fully grown talus lunged at him without warning. Hyun-suk broke into a dead sprint, running as hard as he could while Rahel frantically asked if they were even heading the right way. Hyun-suk admitted he had no idea. This was his first time inside the cave too, so he was basically running blind. Then, all of a sudden, his foot landed on something hidden in the dark, and he lost his balance and slipped. In a panic, he grabbed the first thing his hands could find and hurled it straight at the talus rushing him. The creature stopped the object in midair, and only then did Hyun-suk realize what he had thrown. It was an egg. To his surprise, the talus didn't attack again right away. Instead, it froze for a brief moment, its attention seemingly caught by the egg now in its grasp. Hyun-suk immediately turned to Rahel, searching her face for some kind of explanation. Rahel guessed that the talus might have reacted because the egg's round, smooth, moist surface appealed to it in some way. She pointed out that what he had thrown looked a lot like a talus egg, which was probably the reason the creature had stopped attacking in the first place. In that tense moment, a sudden idea flashed through Choi Hyun-suk's mind. Without wasting even a second, he snatched up another egg, turned to face the talus again, and started provoking it on purpose, brandishing the egg like a threat before he even threw it. There was open defiance in his expression now. He made it obvious that he was done tolerating this creature's nonsense and had no intention of letting himself be bullied by it any longer. The talus reacted instantly, and the panic in that response told Hyun-suk everything he needed to know. The moment he saw it, he realized his idea was working exactly the way he wanted. Planting his feet hard against the ground, Hyun-suk pulled his arm back and hurled the egg with full force and complete commitment. The talus scrambled after it in a frantic rush, moving almost desperately as it lunged to catch the egg before it could crack or be damaged. Watching the creature's movements, Rahel couldn't help commenting on how absurdly agile it was. Its speed alone was impressive, but combined with its balance and raw physical ability, it looked even more ridiculous. She figured that monstrous body of its had to be boosting all of those abilities even further. Then she turned toward Hyun-suk and asked what he was planning to do next. Clearly, at the end of his patience, Hyun-suk shot back in exasperation and asked what kind of options she thought he still had when there were more than 100 eggs scattered all around them. And even in the middle of that mess, he still somehow found the nerve to taunt the talus the moment one of the eggs cracked. In a mocking voice, he sneered at the creature and told it that he could probably catch the eggs better than it could. Hyun-suk immediately told Rahel to bring him another egg, but instead of helping, she informed him that there was only one left. The color drained from Hyun-suk's face on the spot. Realizing how badly he had overplayed his hand, he went pale with sudden panic. The talus answered with a savage, furious growl, and then it launched itself straight at them without hesitation. Reacting at once, Hyun-suk shouted for Rahel to cast a buff spell on him. The talus queen was still burning with rage, but in that critical moment, Hyun-suk noticed something important. After all that chasing, lunging, and scrambling over the eggs, she was already starting to wear herself down. He slowed his breathing, tightened his stance, and pulled his focus together. In that brief instant, a firm conviction took hold in him. This was a chance he might actually be able to turn into a win. As the talus queen came barreling toward him, Hyun-suk prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Paradise Reincarnation Shot. Instead of retreating or trying to run, he stepped forward and faced the monster head-on. Then he drove in one decisive, powerful strike, and that single blow was enough to bring the talus down. The moment the monster collapsed, multiple system notifications appeared one after another in rapid succession, confirming that Hyun-suk had leveled up from the fight. Rahel rushed over to him as fast as she could, looking him over in alarm as she asked if he was all right. Hyun-suk admitted right away that he absolutely was not. In a voice that sounded half joking and half genuinely pained, he said he felt like he was dying on the spot, and suggested they move somewhere safer first. Then, to his surprise, Rahel revealed that she could use healing magic too. Hyun-suk instantly praised her and said putting points into mana had really paid off. Even so, Rahel modestly explained that her healing wasn't especially strong and that, at best, she could mostly stop bleeding. After that, Hyun-suk distributed the stat points he had just earned and decided it was time to head back. Now that he had reached level 108, his stats had become Strength 56 plus 2, Agility 53 plus 2, Stamina 55 plus 2, Mana 53 plus 2, and Charisma 27. As he looked over those numbers, A quiet feeling of satisfaction settled in. His stats were finally starting to look balanced, even if he still didn't fully understand the best way to use every one of them yet. For the time being, he chose to think of it as an investment, something that would definitely pay off for him later on. Then, without any warning, a familiar voice echoed through the cave. It was Culkin, and he sounded genuinely thrilled to discover that Hyun-suk was still alive. Hyun-suk, on the other hand, immediately fired back with a question of his own, asking why Culkin was even there. Culkin explained that while he had been running for his life, he happened to find this cave and thought they were lucky just to have escaped the talus at all. The instant he realized what kind of place they were actually standing in, Culkin froze. This wasn't some random cave. It was the talus nest. His gaze dropped to the things scattered across the ground, and Hyun-suk explained what they were. Those were talus eggs, which meant this was the place where the creatures came to lay them. The second Culkin heard that, his eyes lit up with excitement. He said talus eggs were an incredibly rare delicacy, the kind of food normally reserved only for high-ranking officials. Annoyed that Culkin's thoughts had immediately gone straight back to food, Hyun-suk snapped at him to focus and shouted that they needed to think about escaping first. Culkin grimly pointed out that the Talus Queen was probably already somewhere inside the cave by now, and he admitted that bringing down a monster like that would require someone at the level of a division commander or higher. With that, he seemed to give up, and muttered that the egg was probably going to be his final meal. Just then, more voices echoed in from the cave entrance. The surviving goblins had managed to make it there too, and the head chef came in with them. Culkin acknowledged the ones who had barely survived, and as if he had already accepted the end, he offered to share the precious egg with them. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk made a silent promise to himself. This was not going to be his last meal. There was no way he was going to die in a place like this before getting to eat his wife's 5-dish spread again. That thought hardened into pure determination. He absolutely refused to die in some pathetic hole like this. Meanwhile, over in Hemis's office, someone greeted the commander and commented that he looked as stiff and formal as ever. She then asked him whether he had completed the mission he had been assigned. Raedrun reported that, exactly as ordered, he had successfully captured the Holy Empire's next Saintess. Hemis looked impressed by that report and praised Raedrun for infiltrating a fanatical cult and finishing the mission in only 3 weeks. Clearly pleased with him, she reached out and patted him on the head, and that one simple gesture was enough to make him blush. But that quiet little moment didn't last long. A knock came at the door, and Hemis immediately showed how annoyed she was at being interrupted. A goblin entered and quickly reported that there was urgent news regarding the cooks who had been sent out to gather ingredients. At first, Hemis brushed it aside as though it was probably just some routine problem, but the goblin quickly made it clear that this was far more serious than that. The Talus Queen had appeared, and because of that, most of the cooks, including Culkin, were either dead or missing. Hemis immediately asked about Hyun-suk, and the goblin answered that he too was currently missing. The moment Raedrun heard Hyun-suk's name in that report, his expression darkened instantly. Back inside the cave, the goblins had already started toasting with talus eggs, acting like people who had completely given up and were preparing themselves for the end. Culkin even began saying his farewells, but Hyun-suk smacked him across the head and shouted at him to get a grip and snap out of it. Culkin stared at him like he had completely lost his mind, his face practically shouting, "What the hell was that for?" Hyun-suk answered instantly, without even giving the moment room to breathe, saying Culkin had obviously fallen under some kind of wicked spell, and that he had simply used a secret weapon to knock some sense back into him. Then, with a smug, triumphant grin, Hyun-suk pulled out a brand new item like he had been saving it for this exact moment. It was the Beast Encyclopedia, Demonic Beast Edition. The encyclopedia had not come cheap. It had cost him 50 hero points, but the trade-off was worth it because it contained detailed information on nearly every kind of demonic beast. In a situation like this, it was exactly the kind of tool that could mean the difference between dying blindly and surviving with an actual plan. Without wasting any time, Hyun-suk quickly searched for talus. The entry described them as spider-like demonic beasts that lived in colonies, and it specifically noted that they were especially feared for the terrifying power in their legs. According to the encyclopedia, anyone trying to kill a talus needed to aim for its weaker points, especially areas like the torso and the head. But that wasn't the most important part. The book also revealed that a talus's bodily fluids were extremely flammable, and that its eggs contained a substance so unstable it was basically as dangerous as a bomb. There was more. The caves formed with talus saliva were also highly vulnerable to fire, which meant using flame magic inside one of those nests was unbelievably risky and could turn the entire place into a death trap in an instant. Hyun-suk immediately turned toward Culkin and asked if he could use fire magic. Culkin admitted that he could, but only at a very basic level, the sort of simple flame attack that was little more than shooting fire. With a heavy sigh full of resignation, Culkin told Hyun-suk to forget it. He warned him that Atala's shell was far too tough, and that his flames weren't strong enough to burn through that hard carapace anyway. But Hyun-suk brushed that concern aside immediately. He said he had no intention of burning the talus itself in the first place. Then he gathered everyone closer and started laying out the real plan he had in mind. First, he made one thing absolutely clear. They had to survive, because if they made it out alive, they could come back to enjoying delicacies like talus eggs again later. The goblins looked deeply unconvinced, their faces saying they thought this whole plan sounded hopeless. But Hyun-suk knew exactly what would get through to them. He dangled a promise in front of them that if they survived, he would celebrate by giving them an unlimited feast of premium demonic beast meat. It worked instantly. Their eyes lit up on the spot, their spirit returning in a flash, and even Culkin started drooling at the thought before leaning in eagerly to ask what the actual plan was. Satisfied that he finally had everyone's full attention, Hyun-suk started explaining exactly what they were going to do. More than anything else, he stressed one critical point. Once they started moving, no matter what happened, nobody was allowed to stop running until they reached the exit. Once the plan had been decided, the group set out. It wasn't long before they ran straight into a swarm of talus, deeper inside the cave. The moment he saw the creatures closing in, Hyun-suk signaled to Culkin and told him to get his flames ready. Then, at exactly the right moment, Culkin unleashed his fire. The effect was immediate. A section of the cave erupted in a violent explosion, with fire and force blasting through the tunnel all at once. As destruction burst around them, Rahel stared at the chaos and asked Hyun-suk what exactly he had done. Hyun-suk explained that once the flames spread, the eggs deeper inside the nest would become a huge distraction for the talus. That distraction, he reasoned, would keep the creatures occupied just long enough for their group to make a run for it and escape. Even while they were moving, Hyun-suk kept shouting instructions at the goblins, telling them to stay focused on survival and to throw an egg as a diversion only if they absolutely had no other choice. But since he himself had only one egg left in his hand, they couldn't afford to waste that final card carelessly. First, they had to find the exit. As they pushed deeper and rushed through the cave, Rahel suddenly spotted a light shining in the distance. Hyun-suk immediately directed the whole group toward it, steering everyone straight for that light. At the same time, he kept urging them not to slow down and to keep running no matter what. For one brief moment, relief washed over the group when they finally reached the light, but that relief vanished almost instantly. Standing directly in their way was the Talus Queen herself. Hyun-suk's expression darkened on the spot as the massive creature blocked the path out like a living wall. Culkin looked just as shaken and muttered under his breath that the Queen had come back, already convinced that this was the end for all of them. But Hyun-suk refused to give in to that thought. Even with the pressure crushing down on them, he noticed something important. The Queen still wasn't openly attacking. Catching that tiny opening, Hyun-suk addressed her directly. At the same time, he told Culkin to get ready to ignite something, then raised the last egg in his hand and threatened to blow it up. He warned the Queen in the clearest terms possible. If this egg exploded, all of them would die, and her offspring would die with them. The Queen hesitated, and her eyes locked tightly onto the egg clenched in Hyun-suk's hand. Hyun-suk narrowed his eyes and carefully studied her reaction, calculating every possible move she might make next. Each second dragged painfully, and the egg in his hand suddenly felt much heavier because of how much destruction it could unleash. Then he took one careful step forward, speaking in a calm but firm voice without taking his eyes off the Queen for even a moment. The Queen's eyes shifted restlessly, flicking back and forth as uncertainty slowly crept into her expression. Her body stayed tense the entire time, claws flexing against the ground as if she might pounce at any second. But she still didn't move. The air between them felt so tight it seemed ready to snap. Then Hyun-suk raised his voice and demanded that she move aside. Every word landed with the full weight of his threat, forcing the Queen to seriously reconsider what would happen if she chose to challenge him. In response, the Queen let out a piercing shriek sharp enough to send vibrations racing through the cavern. All around Hyun-suk, the goblins froze where they stood, unable to tell whether the next second would bring escape or death. Hyun-suk lifted the last egg even higher, gripping it tightly as he shouted that if it blew up, everything would perish, including her young. The flicker of nearby flames danced across the cave walls, making his warning feel even more dangerous and frighteningly real. Queen shrieked again, louder this time, and the tension filling the cave climbed even higher. Beside him, Rahel asked anxiously what they were supposed to do next. Out of options and with no better idea left, Hyun-suk lit the egg and hurled it straight at the cave wall. The egg exploded the instant it hit, and the blast immediately ignited a fire that began racing through the nest at a terrifying speed. The entire ground started trembling beneath them as the cave began collapsing over their heads. The goblins, now completely terrified, scrambled in blind panic to escape before the falling cave buried them alive. Over all that chaos, Hyun-suk shouted for everyone to forget everything else and focus only on getting out alive. But in the middle of running, he suddenly stopped for a split second, his attention caught by a brand new system notification. He had leveled up. Rahel, utterly exasperated, yelled at him to move already before the collapsing cave turned him into a pile of rubble. While they were fleeing for their lives, Choi Hyun-suk glanced back for just a second and caught a shocking sight. Behind them, as the cave split apart and rained debris everywhere, the tallest queen was being crushed beneath the collapsing rubble. At the same time, system notifications began flooding across his vision so quickly they practically overlapped. One level-up message appeared, then another right after that, stacking up faster than he could even process them. That was when the truth finally hit him. Every Talus that had died in the collapse was being counted as his kill, and all of that experience was being awarded directly to him. There was honestly no better way to describe it. This was speed EXP farming on a completely absurd level. Hyun-suk stood there in stunned disbelief for a brief second, almost unable to process what had just happened. But then he forcibly snapped himself back to reality and focused on the one thing that mattered most right now, getting out alive first. He immediately called out to Rahel for another buff, and she answered without hesitation, casting it on him at once. But even after forcing their way through all that chaos, one final obstacle was still standing between them and survival. The Talus Queen was still there, still blocking the path out. Desperate to make even the smallest opening, Kulkan suddenly pulled out an egg and shouted toward the Queen, practically presenting it to her as an offering. "This is for you, Queen." He actually tried to bargain with the monster right there on the spot, offering the egg in exchange for a way out. The moment Hyun-suk saw that, he realized this might actually be the opening they needed. With everything riding on it, he poured every ounce of strength into his legs and sprinted with absolutely everything he had left. The Queen answered by spitting out a green fluid that looked disturbingly similar to spider silk, launching it straight into their path. For one brief, freezing instant, Hyun-suk genuinely thought this might be where it all ended for him. Then, out of nowhere, red hands appeared and grabbed onto a massive tree trunk. A familiar voice called out and asked if he was all right. Hyun-suk suddenly realized he was being pulled away from danger, and when he looked up, he was stunned to see who it was. Raedrun had shown up. Raedrun looked openly pleased to find Hyun-suk still alive, almost as if this exact outcome was what he had expected all along. With total confidence, Raedrun declared that he would handle the rest from here. Then, gripping that enormous trunk like it was a weapon, Raedrun slammed it straight into the Talus Queen with a devastating blow. The impact tore a deafening shriek out of the Queen, while Raedrun calmly settled into a combat stance, completely ready to keep fighting. At that point, Hyun-suk couldn't even hide his admiration anymore and blurted out just how incredible Raedrun was. What he was seeing felt so overwhelming it almost seemed unreal, and he could barely believe it was happening right in front of his eyes. Later, back at the Demon King's Black Castle, the scale of the aftermath became painfully clear. Out of the 105 goblin packs that belonged to the Demon King's army, only 6 had survived. The other 99 were either dead or missing, and that list included Kulkan. Meanwhile, over in Bobo's room, the giant beast whimpered miserably and clung to Hyun-suk like an oversized child, practically straddling him as if he couldn't bear to let him go. Hyun-suk tried to comfort the emotional Bobo, joking that he had come back from the dead just to see him again. Rahul commented that they were unbelievably lucky to have survived at all, giving the credit to that cow-headed figure. While she said that, Bobo shamelessly kept licking Hyun-suk's face again and again, refusing to stop. Hyun-suk answered Rahel by saying they should enjoy whatever peace they still had while it lasted, because the coming finals might very well be the place where they finally got killed. Rahel looked confused by that and asked what exactly he meant. Hyun-suk then explained that the finals were coming up fast. Rahel observed that Hyun-suk had grown a great deal, and she wasn't exaggerating. Because of the cave collapse, he had gained a ridiculous 75 levels all at once. That put him at level 200 now. But even then, Rahel remarked that it still didn't feel like enough. Hyun-suk agreed with her completely, especially when the opponent waiting for him had more than 6,000 battle power. Rahel then tested him with a question. If he somehow reached 6,000 battle power himself, would that automatically mean he was as strong as an orc? Hyun-suk answered that it couldn't possibly be that simple, saying strength wasn't determined by raw power numbers alone. Rahel confirmed that he was right. She went on to explain that fighting at that level also depended heavily on magic, and she urged him to learn how to use magic properly if he really wanted to stand against enemies like that. Hyun-seok admitted that mastering magic sounded a lot easier said than done. Rahel reminded him that there had actually been a moment in the past when he had unconsciously used magic before. Hyun-seok looked genuinely puzzled, unable to remember doing anything like that, and Rahel sheepishly admitted that what he had used was so basic it barely even deserved to be called magic. Only then did Hyun-seok finally understand that strange surge of power he had felt back then really had been magic after all. Their conversation was suddenly cut off when the door swung open without warning. Both of them startled at the interruption, and their surprise only deepened when Raedrun stepped into the room. Hyun-seok looked at him in confusion and asked why someone like Raedrun would come all the way to such a humble little room. Raedrun told him he had come to summon him. The great commander wanted to see him in Hemis's office. When Hemis saw Raedrun there, she asked why he was appearing in such an unusual way. Raedrun answered that he had a personal matter he wanted to discuss. Then he made a request that completely caught Hyun-seok off guard. He asked for permission to personally teach Hyun-seok the art of battle. Naturally, Hemis asked him why he was making a request like that. Raedrun explained that the orc platoon leader Kirkin was showing abnormal potential and looked like the kind of person suited to become a deputy battalion commander in the future. If things continued like this, Hyun-seok was bound to lose. Even so, Raedrun said he believed Hyun-seok possessed tremendous potential of his own, and he wanted to witness with his own eyes just how far Hyun-seok might go in the future. Hyun-seok was left speechless, fully convinced that Hemis would reject that request immediately. To his surprise, she approved it. Raedrun thanked her for the decision, and Hemis casually dismissed them after that, saying she still had work to finish. But just before they left, she remarked that Hyun-seok had grown much stronger since the last time she saw him. At that, Hyun-seok suddenly turned back and gave her a sweet, almost playful smile. Then he politely thanked her, saying, "Yes, I sincerely thank you for your generous help, great commander. Well then, we'll be on our way." And while Hemis couldn't help admiring how quickly he was developing, that same rapid growth also irritated her, because it meant he was starting to become a real threat to Kirkin. Watching a creature change and evolve at such a ridiculous pace should have been fascinating, and in a way, it really was. But the longer she stared at it happening right in front of her, the more that eerie, unnatural speed started to crawl under her skin and wear on her nerves. If Raedrun really decided to step in and back Choi Hyun-seok, then the one who could truly be cornered with nowhere left to run, the one who stood to lose absolutely everything, would be Culkin. Once she reached that conclusion, her decision came quickly. She resolved to give Culkin something, anything, that might even the odds a little and stop the battle from tipping too heavily to one side. Raedrun took Hyun-seok to a training ground reserved entirely for himself, and the second Hyun-seok laid eyes on it, his amazement showed all over his face. The place was unbelievably vast, stretching out far wider than anything he had imagined before coming here. Just seeing a place like this made Hyun-seok quietly reflect on one thing. Hemis must value Raedrun far more than he realized if he was willing to entrust him with a private training ground on this scale. Raedrun didn't speak right away. He simply stood there and observed Hyun-seok in silence for a moment, reading him with a single glance. It was obvious that Hyun-seok's body was overflowing with mana, practically brimming with it, and yet despite possessing that much power, he still had no real understanding of how to use it. It didn't take Raedrun long to grasp what the real issue was. Hyun-seok had advanced much too fast, growing at an explosive rate, and because everything had come at him so quickly, he had never been given the proper time to learn the basics the way he should have. And with the battle now only 4 days away, there was simply no chance left to teach him through any normal method, or at any reasonable pace. After turning the situation over in his head, Raedrun arrived at one harsh conclusion. There was only a single way left to force Hyun-seok to advance in the time they had. He slowly tightened his hand into a fist, his face settling into a hard, unwavering expression, and declared that pain was an essential part of growing stronger. Then, with a cold warning, he told Hyun-seok to stay sharp and keep his guard up at all times. And in the very next moment, he slammed a full-force punch straight into Hyun-seok's face without the slightest bit of restraint. As he crashed to the ground in a heap, Hyun-seok could only think one thing through the shock and pain. This man had to be completely out of his mind. This was supposed to be training. Instead of calmly teaching him anything, Raedrun was beating him so viciously it felt like he was trying to kill him. In disbelief and anger, Hyun-suk shouted at him to at least pay attention to what he was doing, because if he didn't somehow learn to defend himself with mana, then at this rate, he was genuinely going to die before the training was even over. Still gritting his teeth through the pain, Hyun-suk raised his forearm and threw it in front of him, trying to intercept Raedrun's incoming kick before it could land cleanly. Right after that, he kicked off the ground and jumped back to open some distance between them. Then, without wasting the brief opening he created, Hyun-suk pulled himself together in one fluid motion and fired a kickback at Raedrun. Raedrun found that unexpectedly strange. Hyun-suk's pure physical strength wasn't all that remarkable, but his reaction speed and battlefield awareness were on the level of a veteran knight who had survived through countless life-and-death fights. And it wasn't just that. Raedrun could also tell that Hyun-suk's fighting spirit was far from ordinary. In that moment, he realized there had been no luck involved at all when he failed to avoid Hyun-suk's kick. Hyun-suk's combat instincts had been sharpened to an almost absurd degree, to the point where it felt as if his body already knew how to respond before his thoughts had even finished catching up. So Raedrun made up his mind. He would place his trust in that natural battlefield-born sense Hyun-suk had and shape the next step of his training around it. He reminded Hyun-suk of the wager he had made with the commander and made the situation painfully clear. If he failed to master mana, then there was no possible way he would ever defeat Culkin. With an unsettling calmness in his voice, Raedrun went even further and said that dying here would be better than being humiliated and crushed in front of everyone later. And the instant those words left his mouth, he launched another merciless punch that blasted Hyun-suk high up into the air. It was only then that Hyun-suk fully understood one terrifying truth. Raedrun had not been exaggerating or bluffing in the slightest. If he took another blow like that head-on, he might actually die for real. In that split second, his thoughts scattered wildly toward all the life he still hadn't gotten to live yet, marrying someday, building a future, even having adorable children of his own. But Raedrun didn't give him even a moment to sink into those desperate thoughts. He was already chasing after Hyun-suk through the air, closing in fast and leaving him with only two choices in that terrifying instant: block the attack or die. Under his breath, Hyun-suk desperately muttered a prayer to God, then clenched his fist as tight as he could and braced himself to strike back. Then, in the very next instant, the whole ground trembled violently from the impact of someone slamming down into it. That person was Hyun-suk. He hit the earth with such monstrous force that the surrounding terrain split apart, the ground around him cracking and shattering from the sheer violence of the collision. Not far away, Rahel looked visibly rattled by the scene she had just witnessed. At the same time, Raedrun calmly walked over to where Hyun-suk lay motionless and bent his attention fully on him, studying his condition in silence. Then Raedrun stated that Hyun-suk had just managed, for the very first time, to control his own mana, and he asked him directly whether he had noticed it happening himself. Barely able to move, Hyun-suk weakly lifted one hand and gave a sluggish thumbs up. With a feeble joke, he muttered that it looked like God really had listened to his prayer after all. That ridiculous expression on Hyun-suk's face was enough to make even Raedrun let out a small, quiet chuckle. Raedrun then reassured him that if he continued improving at this same pace, then winning really was possible for him. After saying that, he reached down, grabbed Hyun-suk by the arm, and told him not to move because he was going to heal him. But the moment Raedrun began, Hyun-suk immediately let out a pained groan while clutching tightly at his neck, his whole body twisting in agony. Only then did Raedrun suddenly remember the critical issue he had overlooked. Dark mana acted like poison to human beings. The instant that realization hit him, Raedrun panicked. He started apologizing again and again in a rush, then quickly scooped Hyun-suk into his arms and frantically urged him to stay alive. In this world, certain powers naturally stood in opposition to one another. Dark mana suppressed ordinary mana. Mana overpowered divine power, and divine power, in turn, was what could counter dark mana. Mana was the power used by humans. Dark mana belonged to demons, and divine power was a force that only the devoted servants of God were capable of wielding. The Church of Tussis, the most powerful religious institution on the entire continent, had waged war after war in order to force every other religion beneath its rule and authority. And now, under the sacred banner of the divine empire of Gatrin, they chose a single person said to hear the voice of God and exalted that individual with the title of Saintess. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the Demon King's fortress, rumors continued to spread in low whispers about the captured Saintess, who remained shut away inside her room. That prisoner was Abelson Marriott, the woman destined to become the next Saintess of the Divine Empire, and she was now being held captive by the demon army. Among the demons, quiet murmurs of doubt and suspicion had already begun to spread, because she had not offered a single prayer in days. and that made many of them question whether she was truly the saintess at all. Even so, despite those doubts, they still chose to trust Raedrun's judgment when it came to capturing her. As for Abelson herself, she felt no reason to pray in the first place. To Abelson, the life she was living now was, strangely enough, far better than the one she had suffered through back in the church. As bizarre as her current circumstances were, she still found this captivity easier to endure than the thought of ever being dragged back to that place. Then, all at once, the door flew open with such force it sounded like the hinges might rip right out of the wall, and Raedrun came storming into the room with an unconscious Hyun-suk cradled in his arms. Abelson immediately snapped at him for barging in with no manners whatsoever, but Raedrun didn't even spare her complaint a glance. Ignoring her entirely, he urgently demanded that she heal the human he was carrying. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk's head was pounding so violently, it felt like his skull might split apart at any second. And in that hazy, half-conscious state, he found himself wondering what in the world Raedrun had done to him this time. Honestly, the whole situation was so ridiculous that, in a warped sort of way, it almost felt funny. And through that blurry, fading state of consciousness, one final regret rose to the surface in the most embarrassingly simple way possible. If he was really at the end of the line, then of all people, why did the hand he ended up holding have to belong to a man instead of Rahel? When he finally managed to open his eyes again, the very first thing waiting for him was the face of a stunning silver-haired beauty looking down at him. Naturally, his first conclusion was that he must have died all over again and somehow ended up in yet another completely random afterlife. So Hyun-suk immediately burst into loud, dramatic complaining, lamenting his miserable fate at full volume, and swearing that he would never forgive the angel who had put him through this nightmare again. In full theatrical despair, he even declared that he would rather become an archmage before turning 30 than ever go through something like this one more time. Still ranting like a man pushed to the brink, he started praying with complete desperation while also cursing Rahel, calling her a demon disguised as an angel and demanding that she be sentenced to eternal suffering for everything she had done to him. And just before he completely ran out of energy, he mumbled one last shameless wish. If that angel was really going to force him into becoming a hero all over again, then the least she could do was marry him first. Abelson listened to that entire pitiful outburst without showing even a shred of sympathy, and when he was finally done, she flatly dismissed him with a single word: pathetic. The instant that word reached him, Hyun-suk's eyes snapped wide open in shock. Raedrun, clearly overwhelmed with relief at seeing Hyun-suk awake again, reacted so strongly that he grabbed him by the shirt in excitement. Hyun-suk, still groggy and not fully caught up on what was happening, could only stare back at him in total confusion. Then Raedrun pulled him into a tight embrace, but Hyun-suk immediately started protesting, fully convinced that this lunatic was somehow trying to kill him all over again. And it was only right then, in the middle of all that noise and chaos, that Hyun-suk finally realized one crucial fact. He was not dead after all. He slowly turned his head toward Abelson, and the second he looked at her, every last humiliating thing he had just blurted out in front of her came rushing back into his mind all at once. At the same time, Raedrun turned toward the saintess and asked if Hyun-suk had been completely healed yet. Abelson answered that he was still not fully recovered, then pointed out that Raedrun should have been able to see that for himself, since traces of dark mana were still lingering inside Hyun-suk's body. With unusual honesty, she admitted that she didn't know what would happen to him from this point onward. Raedrun then asked whether her divine power couldn't simply remove the dark mana entirely, but Abelson warned him that if they handled it carelessly, one wrong move could kill Hyun-suk on the spot. So instead, she suggested they wait and watch for now, since there was still a chance the dark mana might fade away naturally with time. Hearing that, Raedrun sincerely apologized and promised that he would make up for his mistake by personally helping Hyun-suk grow stronger through training. Even though that crushing hug had nearly forced the air out of his lungs, Hyun-suk still managed to mumble that Raedrun really didn't need to go that far for someone as insignificant as him. But before he could say anything else, Raedrun started dragging him away, leaving Hyun-suk scrambling in protest and telling him to wait. After the two of them left, Abelson remained behind, quietly intrigued by what she had seen. She couldn't help but wonder why a demon would go so far as to personally train a human. A few hours later, Hyun-suk finally made it back to his room looking completely exhausted, and just like always, Bobo was already there waiting for him, happily chewing on his head as if that were the most normal greeting in the world. Hyun-suk actually thanked Bobo. He remembered hearing that Bobo had destroyed his house and even eaten the soldier who tried to feed him. And even so, he thanked him again, realizing that if it weren't for Bobo's separation anxiety, he probably would have still been stuck in Raedrun's personal training hell. After that, Hyun-suk started unloading every bit of frustration onto Bobo, venting about everything that had happened to him that day until it felt like he might burst into tears. And to make matters worse, the dark mana was still moving through his body the entire time. Staring helplessly upward, he called out to Rahel and asked if he was going to die. Meanwhile, Bobo kept right on licking him as if absolutely none of this was a serious problem. Hyun-suk called for Rahel again, but this time no answer came back at all. Rahel was crying. She was completely heartbroken, devastated by the thought that her hero had been ruined and corrupted. And through tears, she told him that he was no longer the same hero he used to be. That left Hyun-suk utterly dumbfounded. After everything he had just gone through, he honestly felt like he should have been the one crying right now, not her. Eventually, Rahel managed to calm down enough to speak properly, and then she confessed that all of this misfortune was her fault. The dark mana inside Hyun-suk, the fact that he had almost died, she blamed every bit of it on herself. Then, dripping with bitter sarcasm, she described herself as a demon wearing an angel's face, a deranged maniac who deserved to suffer forever in hell. Hyun-suk froze where he was, because he recognized those words instantly. They were the exact same things he had babbled earlier in front of the saintess after waking up. Realizing just how badly he had messed up, he hurriedly tried to comfort Rahel, and even went as far as telling her that there wasn't a single buff item anywhere in the world more incredible or more valuable than she was. Rahel, however, didn't soften in the slightest. She coldly told him to shut up and said he didn't mean a word of it. With no good response left, Hyun-suk could only sit there in silence, desperately trying to think of some way to make it up to her while he waited. 3 days later, Hyun-suk felt like he was genuinely losing his mind. Collapsed on the ground, he cried out in misery after being put through Raedrun's brutal training over and over again. As usual, Abelson was there afterward to heal him, calmly tending to his battered, worn-down body once again. Just like always, Hyun-suk praised her beauty while she treated him. Abelson, visibly disgusted by his shameless behavior, found it hard to believe that a man like this was supposed to be some kind of hero. Even so, despite that disgust, she still healed him. Then Hyun-suk awkwardly scratched the back of his head and shyly asked Abelson for a favor before the battle the next day. He wanted her to pray that he would survive, and if possible, he also wanted her to come watch him fight. That request caught Abelson completely off guard, and the surprise showed plainly on her face. Before long, the day of the battle finally arrived, the match that would decide Hyun-suk's fate once and for all. The arena was already alive with restless chatter, the entire crowd buzzing with speculation. Why would anyone dare challenge the commander? And more than that, why was the challenger just a mere human? Of course, both Hemis and Raedrun were there in person to watch it unfold. Clearly enjoying the thrill in the atmosphere, Hemis turned toward Raedrun and asked who he thought would win. Without even a moment of hesitation, Raedrun answered that Hyun-suk would be the one left standing victorious in the end. He explained that Hyun-suk had trained relentlessly and that his talent was extraordinary. Hearing that, Hemis leaned forward with obvious interest and proposed a wager of her own. If Hyun-suk won, then Raedrun would be allowed to continue training him. Raedrun found the way she phrased that bet oddly unsettling and immediately asked what would happen if Hyun-suk lost. Hemis answered with a sly smile that made the outcome feel ominous even before she said it aloud. If Hyun-suk lost, then Raedrun himself would have to kill him with his own hands. That, she said, would be the price for speaking so boldly. A dark sense of unease settled heavily in Raedrun's chest, but with Hemis putting it that way, he had no real choice except to accept the wager. As her gaze rested on Hyun-suk, Hemis remarked that it had been a very long time since anything had made her feel this excited. And right at that moment, the announcer's voice rang out across the arena as the fighters began to be introduced. Hyun-suk stood ready with a calm, steady expression, his mind clear and his body honed to its sharpest state. He wasn't trembling, and not even a trace of nervousness showed on him. When his name was called, he stepped forward with confidence, thinking to himself about just how far he had come. His stats had risen dramatically. He had obtained both a new skill and a new trait, and the results of that hellish training were now unmistakable. On top of that, Raedrun's unique fighting style, made up of 10 distinct forms, had become part of Hyun-suk's own arsenal as well. Even though his proficiency with it had only reached 8% so far, Hyun-suk still believed that would be enough. Hyun-suk threw himself into the match with a grim, stubborn resolve, pushing ahead while a ridiculous little fantasy kept flashing through the back of his mind. If he could somehow win this, maybe, just maybe, the silver-haired saintess would finally agree to a proper date with him. But that sweet delusion didn't get far. Rahel's sharp voice cut in like a whip, snapping him back to reality as she barked at him, demanding to know what kind of idiotic thoughts he was having at a moment like this. Then, across the arena, the announcer turned the crowd's attention to the other side and formally introduced Hyun-seok's opponent. The beast stepping into view was Culkin, and the atmosphere around him made it obvious he had been brought here for one reason, to beat the arrogance out of Hyun-seok. But the second Hyun-seok and Rahel got a proper look at him. Both of them felt the same thing at once. Something about Culkin was wrong. He was clearly not the same Culkin they had seen before, and that difference was obvious from the very instant he appeared in front of them. Even Raedran, who usually kept his composure, visibly faltered the moment Culkin came into view, as if what he was seeing had gone completely against his expectations. Hemis didn't hesitate for even a second. She immediately reminded Raedran that it was too late to back out now, and that their wager had already been made. Then Culkin suddenly threw his mouth open and unleashed a savage roar, a violent burst of sound that tore through the arena like a shockwave and made the entire area tremble around him. When Hyun-seok checked through his goggles, the number that came back was so absurd it almost didn't feel real. Culkin's combat level had climbed all the way to 10,573. Hyun-seok could barely wrap his head around what he was looking at. In just a matter of days, Culkin had somehow blasted past the 10,000 mark. Rahel was just as shocked, and she immediately suspected foul play. There was no way, no normal way, that his strength should have exploded that much in such a short time. Even so, Hyun-seok slowly clenched his fist, bitterness creeping into his voice as he muttered under his breath that, of course, this was never going to be easy. And the moment the match officially began, Hyun-seok moved first. He kicked off the ground without any hesitation at all and charged straight toward Culkin. Culkin had already seen that coming. He raised his weapon at once, ready to bring that massive club crashing down the second Hyun-seok stepped into range. Hyun-seok understood perfectly well what that meant. If even one clean hit from that thing landed, the fight would end right there. Culkin swung, but Hyun-seok slipped away at the last possible moment. The attack was enormous, brutally heavy, and wide enough that he could still read it as long as he kept his mind steady. So he forced himself to stay calm, kept dodging, and waited with patience for the one opening that would actually matter. Then the opening finally appeared. Hyun-seok stepped in without wasting it and drove a clean strike into Culkin. Even the announcer couldn't help blurting out that a hit like that had to hurt, no matter how monstrous Culkin was. Hyun-seok didn't stop there. He quickly reset his footing, drew himself back into position, and fired off another follow-up strike, landing that one cleanly too. The impact looked huge, the kind of blow that should have done serious damage on contact, yet Culkin didn't even flinch. Not a stagger, not a recoil, nothing. In the very next instant, Hyun-seok realized he had made a mistake. Something suddenly blurred into his vision, rushing at him with a speed that felt far too fast. That incoming strike slammed brutally into the side of his body, the force behind it so violent that it jolted him the moment it connected. He immediately sprang backward to open some distance between them, and the moment he did, a grim expression crossed his face. Just from that one hit, his left arm had already been broken. Meanwhile, Culkin looked almost completely untouched by the damage Hyun-seok had dealt him earlier. Still, Hyun-seok kept watching carefully, and as he did, he noticed two important things. Culkin's body still seemed normal enough, and more importantly, his movements were still something Hyun-seok could read. Inside his own head, Hyun-seok reminded himself that he had survived worse situations than this before. He dug in mentally, crushed his fear back down, and told himself not to panic. At the same time, he forced himself to recall everything he had been taught up to this point. Combat arts were techniques that fused mana directly into martial skill, turning an ordinary blow into something terrifying enough to crack the earth itself or smash apart solid stone with a single punch. That was the way Raedran had explained it to him. But he had also made one point absolutely clear. Combat arts were never just about striking harder. At their core, they were killing techniques, methods created for one purpose only, to end the opponent standing in front of you. During training, Hyun-seok had once been told in no uncertain terms that, with the abilities he had at the time, he had no chance whatsoever of defeating Culkin. And Raedran's reason had been simple. Hyun-seok still lacked real killing intent. Without a genuine will to kill, his attacks had no true meaning behind them. Now, standing in the middle of this fight, those exact words came rushing back into his mind with perfect clarity. Culkin readied himself to attack again, but this time Hyun-seok didn't back away, and he didn't try to evade. Instead, he burst forward straight into the danger, charging in as if he intended to meet that attack head-on. And this time, there was something different in his strike. It wasn't just power anymore, and it wasn't just technique. Now it carried something unmistakable behind it. True killing intent. Hyun-suk's punch slammed forward, and as he drove it in, he roared at the top of his lungs, "Fucking die!" Unlike the earlier blows that had only struck the surface, this one punched straight through Culkin's thick, muscular body. This was the first form of Raedrun's combat style. Instant obliteration. And just like the name suggested, it wasn't only the target that got destroyed. The arena itself was torn apart along with him. As dust and shattered debris swallowed up the battlefield, Abelson stared into the clouded arena and wondered who had actually come out on top. Then, little by little, the dust began to thin out, and Culkin's body was revealed still standing there, only now there was a massive hole blown clean through his chest. The moment he saw that, Hyun-suk lifted his fist in victory. In his head, he threw out a nasty little jab of his own, welcoming the ugly bastard to the Donut Club. It was official now. The so-called weak human, Choi Hyun-suk, had actually won, but even with victory in front of him, Hyun-suk's entire body was shaking, and he understood the reason almost immediately. In his current condition, if he tried to use Raedrun's technique one more time, it might kill him before it killed anyone else. Off to the side, Rahel was already celebrating excitedly, clearly unable to hold it in. She told Hyun-suk that his attack had gone straight through Culkin's heart. And even after hearing that, Hyun-suk still wore the kind of expression that said he could barely believe the two of them had actually managed to pull this off. The mood changed in an instant. A dark red aura began spreading around Culkin's body, and the moment it appeared, it was obvious that something had gone very, very wrong. Even the announcer was left stunned, shouting in disbelief that what everyone was witnessing could only be described as a miracle. Hyun-suk, however, knew better. This wasn't any miracle. He kept his eyes locked on Culkin as a red object began forcing its way out of that ruined body, while Culkin writhed in agony under whatever grotesque transformation was overtaking him. And in that moment, Hyun-suk realized the truth. His finishing blow hadn't actually been enough to finish this. And somehow, absurd as it looked, Culkin was still standing there even with a huge hole where his heart should have been. At that point, Culkin had literally become a walking meat donut. And from then on, he may as well have just been Mr. Donut. Staring at that horrifying hole in Mr. Donut's chest, Choi could only stand there in shock that Culkin was still able to fight after having his heart torn out. Watching that impossible sight, he came to one conclusion. This had to be the commander's doing. His gaze remained fixed on Mr. Donut's grotesquely open chest, while elsewhere Hemis watched the entire match with a pleased smile, clearly enjoying the turn things had taken. Beside her, Raedrun couldn't help wondering what exactly had been going through her head when she shared her dark mana with Mr. Donut. And that wasn't all. She had even placed a curse on him so that the moment he entered a fatal state, he would rise as undead. Hemis, for her part, seemed impressed by how quickly Choi had learned and by the talent he had shown, though there was also a faint irritation mixed into her smile, as if she had expected even more from him. Back on the battlefield, Choi stared at the heartless monster still standing in front of him and wondered out loud whether Mr. Donut was somehow still alive. Rahel immediately corrected him, telling him that he wasn't alive at all. This was the effect of a curse. Even so, she added that it shouldn't last much longer. Then, without any warning at all, Mr. Donut lunged straight at the hero, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he came in ready to strike. Choi actually laughed when he saw it, brushing the attack off as something he had already seen before, and calling it easy to dodge. Those words turned into famous last words almost immediately, because in the very next blink he got hit. Mr. Donut's fist was suddenly already at his neck, and in that instant, Choi realized just how wrong he had been. The attack was nowhere near as easy to avoid as he had so arrogantly assumed. Mr. Donut's hand snapped around the hero's throat and locked down hard, pinning him in place as he lifted and controlled him like a rag doll. Then, with his other arm, he started pummeling Choi over and over, hammering him without mercy while keeping him trapped by the neck. The beating only stopped when Choi, acting on nothing but raw desperation, threw himself onto the monster's attacking arm. He clung to it with both hands, wrapped himself around it, and even hooked on with his legs, refusing to let go no matter what. And the instant he latched on, a violent burst of energy suddenly exploded from the point where their bodies were making contact. That unexpected reaction made Mr. Donut release him immediately and fling him away without the slightest hesitation. Choi's body was launched through the air and crashed brutally into a wall, slamming into it with a heavy bone-rattling impact. As he lay there, painfully reacquainting his body with the wall in what he could only sarcastically describe as a very gentle reunion, Choi couldn't help remembering that horrible sensation from earlier, that brush with death, and comparing it to the agony he was dealing with right now. It honestly felt as if every single bone in his body had shattered all at once. But before he could completely sink into that pain, he noticed someone nearby staring at him in a way that clearly told him to get up and keep fighting. That was when Choi spotted Abelson. Her presence stood out immediately, and the look on her face was steady and firm, silently urging him onward as if to tell him, without a single word, that he could still win this. For just a brief moment, Choi hesitated. He wasn't sure if he could really trust that feeling or believe those silent words. But that uncertainty didn't last long. He forced himself back onto his feet, realizing that a fight like this didn't end just because things got ugly. It only ended when it was truly, completely over. And the thing that gave him that sudden push of courage was almost laughably simple. Deep down, he was more terrified of looking pathetic in front of a girl than he was of dying. Somehow, that ridiculous fear was what dragged him back from the edge. Even though his whole body felt like it had already broken apart, he still managed to push mana through himself and shape it around his damaged frame like armor. Almost immediately, a blue aura began spreading over his body. With that, Choi steeled himself to hit back, and he lunged straight toward Mr. Donut, charging in to launch his counterattack. As he rushed in and closed the gap, the system suddenly updated twice in rapid succession. One breakthrough came right after the other as his mana control rose from F to E and then from E to D. Pouring his power into a single blow wrapped in energy, the hero shouted out an invitation for Abelson to go on a date with him right in the middle of the attack. Apparently, while screaming at full volume and smashing a goblin directly in the thinking box, Choi decided that was the perfect time to ask a girl out. His strike came down with crushing force and drove Mr. Donut's head straight into the ground. Even after a hit like that, though, it still wasn't enough to completely finish him off. It had come uncomfortably, maddeningly close. And the moment Choi realized just how much damage that attack had actually done, he didn't waste even a second. He kept pressing the attack immediately, refusing to give Mr. Donut even the smallest chance to recover. He just kept pounding away at Mr. Donut's meat coconut of a head again and again, beating into it relentlessly. All around the arena, the audience could only stare in stunned silence, completely unable to process the insane spectacle unfolding right in front of them. At the same time, in the room where Raydrun and the commander were watching the match, she asked Raydrun whether he was the one who had taught the hero all of those moves. Raydrun denied it flatly, and even emphasized that he had never seen anything like this in his life. As the battle drew closer and closer to its conclusion, Choi's mind somehow started drifting toward his possible date instead. 1 night, 2 days, dinner, a hotel. Those were the kinds of thoughts floating through his exhausted brain. Even in that delirious mess, though, part of him still knew he had to stay alert right up until the point where he was nearly ready to collapse from pure exhaustion. Watching everything unfold, the commander turned to Raydrun and warned him to be careful, because Choi was a monster. Then she mused that having a hero serve in the demon army was going to be very entertaining, even if Choi's face reminded her of someone she absolutely could not stand. Sometime later, the hero suddenly jolted awake inside his cabin in a panic. His body was wrapped in bandages, and standing nearby were Dog and Rahel. Before he could even get a proper question out, Rahel dryly informed him that he was, obviously, in his own cabin. Still worried about how the fight had ended and what had happened to him afterward, Choi was quickly reassured that he had won, and that Abelson herself had personally treated his injuries. Wanting to see the results with his own eyes, he immediately pulled up the system. Hero candidate Choi was now level 212, and the jump was enormous, not only in level, but in stamina, mana, and charisma as well. On top of that, he had even unlocked the mana control skill. As he stared at those numbers in disbelief, Rahel cut in to mention that she could have healed him too. Choi ignored that part completely and stayed focused on the absurd number of levels he had gained. Then, the very moment he noticed the mana control skill, Rahel reacted with wildly over-the-top shock. She immediately defended herself, insisting that she was not exaggerating at all because she was right. Mana control was something extremely rare for anyone to achieve. Just as she started trying to explain how incredible that accomplishment really was, Choi interrupted her after noticing a strangely folded piece of paper. The scene then shifts over to Abelson's prison. There, under the open night sky, she stands quietly looking up at the stars and softly mutters to herself that it really wasn't necessary. In her eyes, the hero is a strange kind of person. After all, he had discovered mana and learned combat in only 3 days, something that was clearly far from normal. This hero definitely possessed some kind of unknown potential. Unfortunately, that remarkable ability seemed to be matched by a personality that was almost perfectly inverted from it. Abelson quietly wonders to herself whether her prayers had truly been answered, or whether Choi was simply someone born with overwhelming natural talent. In the end, though, that difference doesn't really matter to her. Whatever the truth may be, he is still the hope she needs. A moment later, she walks up to a door and knocks, asking for a favor. On the other side, Raydrun answers and tells her he will help. When Raydrun asks what it is she wants, Abelson simply says that she wants to take a walk. Back in Choi's room, he opens the letter and reads it, only to freeze in shock when he realizes it contains a positive reply to his request for a date with Abelson. She wants him to come meet her in the courtyard right now. And to Choi, this feels like the beginning of the greatest moment of his entire life. Not long after that, the long-awaited time for their meeting finally arrives. Choi stands there nervous as hell, with absolutely no idea how he is supposed to act in a moment like this. He wonders whether he should ask for her number, only to instantly remember that this world doesn't even have cell phones. Meanwhile, Rahel keeps telling him to forget the whole thing and just go back to his room, complaining like always that he never listens to anything she says. But before she can even finish speaking, Choi suddenly grabs her hard, very clearly about to throw her out of the way. But right when he was about to shove Rahel aside and clear the path for himself, Abelson suddenly appeared directly in front of him. And she hadn't come alone. There were two other figures standing with her. Choi stopped dead on the spot, completely thrown off by how suddenly she appeared. Flustered, he awkwardly blurted out that Abelson was here, then immediately followed it up by asking who the other two people beside her were. Abelson calmly explained that they were her escorts. In her current situation, there was no possibility of her simply walking around alone. That answer instantly reminded Choi of the reality Abelson was living under, and his mood dipped as he remembered that she was still being held as a hostage by the Demon King's army. Then, before that heavy feeling could hang in the air for too long, Abelson gently eased the moment forward by saying that she would like to start with a walk. Choi agreed right away, and the two of them began walking together. But even as they moved side by side, his mind was a complete mess. All he could think about was how stressful it was having Abelson's escorts trailing them and watching the whole time. Their presence crushed any hope of a private, romantic atmosphere, and because of that, he had no idea how he was even supposed to start talking. Abelson, on the other hand, seemed completely unbothered. Unlike him, she already knew exactly what she wanted to ask. Without any hesitation at all, she turned to him and asked directly, "Are you a hero, Mr. Choi Hyun-suk?" The question hit Choi so abruptly that he was visibly shaken by it. He couldn't understand how she could possibly know that, or even suspect something like it in the first place. Abelson then gave him a simple explanation. In this world, only heroes and demons have black hair. That revelation clearly rattled Choi, and before he could fully steady himself again, Abelson asked whether there was anything he wanted to ask her in return. She told him he could ask whatever he wanted. Nervous, but also quietly grateful that she had opened the door for him, Choi timidly tried to begin with his first question. Before he could get anything sensible out, the moment was cut off by Raydrun. Choi turned in surprise and saw Raydrun hurrying toward them, with the irritation written all over his face. Raydrun delivered Hemis's message bluntly and without ceremony. The commander wanted to see him, and the hero was supposed to come immediately. Choi panicked on the inside the second he heard that. His meeting with Abelson had barely started, and it was already being ripped away from him. Abelson looked frustrated too, though it was obvious her frustration came from a completely different place than Choi's. Watching the interruption play out, she began to question whether Choi was really someone she could trust. The scene then shifts to Hemis's chamber, where she explains that she had been watching Choi's battle very closely. She remarks on how he kept slipping away from death through sheer stubborn persistence, and then asks whether he remembers the offer she had made to him before. Choi answers carefully, saying that yes, he remembers her promise. If he took part in a battle against the opponent she chose, she would protect him. Hemis then tells him to think a little further and remember the rest of what had been part of that agreement. So the hero continues, adding that he was also supposed to become an executive under the commander. Hemis admits that as for that part, it hadn't been entirely intentional on her side. To be honest, she hadn't expected Choi to survive very long after being thrown into all of this. But as events unfolded, the way she saw him had changed. Then, turning her attention to Raydrun, Hemis reminds him that she had already said Choi was talented, the kind of person who could genuinely become a strong candidate for a leadership role in the Demon King's army. By the time she finishes, her conclusion is unmistakably clear. Choi is simply too capable to remain nothing more than a platoon leader. Then the commander brings up the severe losses suffered by the Cook's company and points out that their meat supplies have fallen dangerously low, to the point where she fears cannibalism may eventually become a real possibility. Choi hears every word and understands what she's saying, but he still can't figure out why she is telling him any of this. That is when Hemis finally says it outright. He is going to take command of the Cook's squad. From now on, Choi is authorized to do whatever is necessary to put the kitchen back in order. After placing that burden squarely on his shoulders, Hemis ends by asking him whether or not he will be able to carry it out. Caught between pressure and uncertainty, Choi answers that he will do his best. The scene shifts again, and now Choi is alone with Rahel. Dripping with sarcasm, she asks him how it feels to be the leader of a Demon King squad while still technically being a hero on paper. Choi answers in exactly the same sarcastic tone, saying he's so happy he could die. As he heads toward his new workplace, the hero points out that Rahel still seems bitter about the whole thing. Rahel responds with nothing more than a low, grumbling little sound. Then, switching into a completely different mode, Choi arrives at his new post, and the very first thing he does is confront a suspicious-looking creature inside the kitchen. That creature, one of the servants, immediately mocks him and sneers at Choi by calling him a slave. Determined to establish control from the very beginning, Choi shouts back at the servant while marching straight toward him without slowing down. The servant barely has time to look confused before Choi suddenly drives a blow straight up into his chin, dropping him unconscious on the spot while loudly announcing that he is now the new commander. After that, Choi orders everyone in the kitchen to gather immediately. As he looks over the group in front of him, he notices that even the strongest among them only has a power level of 3,500. Even so, the more obvious problem shows itself right away. There are far too few people here, and that immediately makes him wonder where the rest of the cooks have gone. The answer he gets is grim. What was once a group of 300 has now been whittled down to only 20. The second Choi hears that number, he immediately realizes just how bad the situation really is. He knows exactly how difficult this assignment is going to be, and he also knows full well what failing it is probably going to cost him. So he turns to the squad and asks who among them actually knows who he is. Little by little, a few start answering. One calls him the barbecue master, while another pushes his luck even further and dares to call him a delicious human. That one gets kicked so fast he turns into wall decoration before anybody else can even process what just happened. Choi then reminds them in a cold, firm voice that he is their commander. After that, he orders all of them to address him properly as the rightful commander of the Cook's squad. Only once that is settled does he ask why their numbers have dropped so badly. One of them explains that the others went out hunting on their own without permission and ended up being killed by demon beasts. Once he understands the situation, Choi moves on to the next practical question and asks who the best cook still left among them is. Someone names Gallum, and without wasting even a moment, Choi immediately appoints him vice commander. No one raises any objection. Once that is done, everyone is dismissed, and left alone with his thoughts. The hero starts wondering how he is supposed to rebuild this squad all the way back up to 200 members. But after only a brief moment of thinking, an idea suddenly flashes into his mind. The next day, the hero heads out with the fairy and the dog, setting off on a cook recruitment mission with the outline of a plan already taking shape in his head. As they search from place to place, Choi reflects to himself that some people are easy enough to replace, but others are the kind you simply cannot afford to lose. And during that search, he finds someone. Without even bothering with a normal introduction, Choi opens with a kick as his greeting, then immediately invites that person to come work as a chef. The guy very clearly did not appreciate being introduced to Choi by way of a kick, and the irritation that flashed across his face made that painfully obvious right away. He tried to snap back and retaliate against Choi on instinct, but the hero shut that attempt down almost immediately and slammed him right back onto the ground again before he could accomplish anything. Then, instead of pressing the attack and finishing him there, Choi suddenly changed approaches and started talking, trying to pull him in with persuasion instead of force. Choi told him that he could become the very first recruit of the day, and then sweetened the deal by promising him a high-ranking position if he agreed. As a senior, Choi explained, he wouldn't be the one constantly getting ordered around anymore. No, he'd be the one standing above the others and giving the orders himself. That promise made the future senior visibly hesitate, and his resolve started wavering even harder when Choi added one more detail. His very first task, he said, would be to recruit 5 juniors under him. And just like that, Choi's so-called Plan A revealed itself for what it really was, a shameless, full-blown pyramid scheme. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, another figure was calmly sitting back and enjoying a thick, juicy steak, as if the world outside had absolutely nothing wrong with it. That man was Doris, commander of the 3rd Battalion in the Demon King's army. As he ate in total comfort, he casually remarked that things had been unusually peaceful lately, and that the elegant meal laid out in front of him almost felt like proof of that calm. Then all at once the door burst open and a goblin came rushing in to warn Doris that something was wrong. Doris stayed calm enough to wipe his mouth before reacting, then asked what the issue was and even scolded the goblin for lacking elegance. The goblin, still panting, blurted out that most of the battalion's soldiers had left. Doris frowned at that and asked if they had abandoned their posts, especially considering that they had no duty other than serving him. The frightened goblin hurriedly explained that it wasn't like that at all. They hadn't deserted. They had been called away to join the army's cooking division. Still chewing his steak like this barely even qualified as bad news, Doris remarked that the new kitchen chief was that human commander Hemis seemed so fond of. Then, in the same cool tone, he told them to be more careful with this kind of thing next time. The goblin practically shouted in response that this was not something Doris should dismiss so lightly. He pointed out that they had already taken 200 of Doris's soldiers away to serve as cooks. That was finally enough to make Doris go completely still in shock, because even he couldn't believe his battalion had deserted him that quickly and that badly. Outside, the soldiers Choi Hyun-seuk had called in were already gathering together in larger and larger numbers. Rahel informed Choi that more than 200 had already assembled. Choi, resting a hand against his chin like some smug little mastermind, proudly declared that this success was all thanks to his own brilliance. He went on to boast that they had basically secured enough cooking manpower already, and that recruitment would probably wrap up soon. But just then, some sudden commotion pulled his attention away and made him turn to look. The noise was coming from a goblin perched on Doris's shoulder, angrily pointing at the soldiers who had left the battalion behind. The second Choi saw that scene. One thought hit him immediately. This was definitely not good. He adjusted his glasses and muttered that he had no clue who these people were or what exactly was going on, but they definitely looked angry about something. Then the device itself flashed a warning, informing him that it could not measure combat levels above 50,000. That warning caught Choi completely off guard. The glasses added one more warning on top of that, saying that if he kept using them past their intended limit, they might malfunction altogether. Under his breath, Choi muttered that he needed to wrap this up fast and run before the situation got even worse. Then Doris raised his voice and shouted, demanding to know whether Choi Hyun-seuk, the human who took care of Bobo, was present there. Just as Choi started to turn and make a clean escape without leaving behind so much as a trace, Bobo suddenly popped up and barked happily at Doris, instantly destroying any chance Choi had of slipping away unnoticed. So Choi stopped retreating, forced himself to gather what little courage he could, and introduced himself to the commander before asking what had brought him there. Doris introduced himself as the commander of the now separated 3rd Battalion. Then, with irritation creeping visibly into his tone, he demanded to know who the hell Choi thought he was to ask why a battalion commander had come there in person. He pointed toward the former battalion soldiers and asked Choi whether he honestly believed there was no reason at all for him to show up after that. The question made Choi tense up immediately. He got nervous fast, because even he hadn't realized those scoundrels had dragged nearly their entire unit along with them. And once that much was laid out, Doris invited Choi to continue this little conversation in his office. With no real way to refuse, Choi agreed. Deep down, he had the sinking feeling that things had been going way too smoothly for this whole situation not to explode in his face sooner or later. Now seated in Doris's office, the commander asked whether all of this had truly not been intentional. Choi firmly insisted that he never would have done something like that on purpose. He explained that he had simply picked the bravest soldiers he could find, and it just so happened that every single one of them came from the 3rd Battalion. That answer surprised Doris, and he started thinking that the army's commander really must favor this human quite a bit. Deciding it would be better to settle the matter quietly instead of escalating it, he chose to let the issue slide. After that, Doris relaxed his expression and spoke in a much friendlier tone, saying that since things had already turned out this way, there was no point in making the matter any bigger than it already was. He told Choi to go ahead and take the soldiers he had selected and use them however he liked. Hearing that, Hyun-seuk lit up at once and asked if Doris really meant it, already starting to believe this conversation might actually end well for him. But just after that small burst of relief, Doris calmly added that there was one condition. The moment Choi heard that, all his uneasiness came rushing right back. Doris, presenting himself like a true gentleman, explained that since Choi had already taken 200 of his men, There was one particular soldier Choi ought to take as well. That immediately put Choi on alert in his mind. There was only one possible explanation. If Doris still wanted to dump one extra soldier on him after already losing that many, then the last one had to be some hopeless disaster who would only cause problems. Clearly irritated by that hesitation, Doris asked whether Choi was refusing him, and whether he had some kind of issue with the request after taking nearly the entire 3rd Battalion away. Feeling the pressure bear down on him so hard that his legs nearly started giving out, Choi hurriedly insisted that it wasn't like that at all. He claimed he was simply so overwhelmed with gratitude and happiness that he didn't even know how to express it properly. Then the door opened, and Doris declared that he had made his decision. He was now going to introduce Choi to his new soldier. A huge hand appeared first, and then Doras announced the recruit's name, Usaru. He added that this lovable hybrid had been born from an ogre and an orc. Usaru introduced himself by speaking in the 3rd person, proudly declaring, "Usaru has arrived, Commander." Since Choi still had his glasses on, he immediately noticed something alarming. Usaru's combat power couldn't be measured either. While Choi stood there mentally frozen at the thought of having someone that absurdly strong placed under him, Doris casually explained that Usaru had only one flaw. He was unbelievably stupid. Strong, yes, but painfully stupid. Then Doris told Choi to make good use of him. As Usaru tried to step into the room, he smashed his head right into the doorframe and then loudly announced that fact himself, leaving Choi staring at him and wondering just how stupid this guy actually was. Back at the recruitment area, Choi stood in front of the gathered group and announced that he would now be introducing himself properly one more time. He declared that his name was Choi Hyun-seok, the tamer of Bobo and the army's new head chef. One of the soldiers, looking confused, commented that this was actually the first time he had ever even seen Bobo. Holding a bone up in his hand, Choi declared that Bobo was a good boy. The second the beast noticed the bone, Bobo's eyes lit up and drool started pouring instantly. Then Choi turned back toward the assembled members and announced that, starting from this moment, he would be restructuring the unit. He put up a list where everyone could see it and explained that it was a brand new roster he had personally prepared. Everyone needed to check for their names on it and sort themselves according to those new assignments. Rahel, sounding genuinely surprised that he had actually bothered to make a list like that, asked what standard he had used to divide everyone up. Choi told her that he was working on the assumption that all of them had roughly the same level of intelligence, so he had organized them by combat power instead. He went on to explain that the weaker soldiers, especially the ones with more kitchen experience, had been assigned to actual kitchen duties. Then he looked toward Rahel with obvious satisfaction and asked whether that wasn't a genius-level plan. After some time had passed, one of the soldiers called out to him and reported that everything was ready and that everyone had been arranged according to the new structure. Looking very pleased with himself, Choi said he would go inspect it personally. Once everyone had been separated into 2 long, clearly defined lines, Choi stepped up in front of them and laid out the structure in no uncertain terms. The group standing on the right, he announced, would serve as the culinary unit, while the line formed on the left would now make up the combat unit. Drawing from his own hard-earned experience dealing with people, Choi openly admitted that some of them were probably unhappy with the roles they had just been given, so rather than let resentment simmer quietly in the ranks, he told anyone with a problem to step forward and say it now. After a brief and uneasy pause, one soldier finally raised a green hand and signaled that yes, he definitely had a complaint. It was a goblin with neatly parted hair, and judging by his power, he was one of the weakest members in the entire battalion. Even so, he still spoke up and said that he wanted to go hunting too, because what he really wanted was to eat fresh meat as soon as possible. Choi answered him with a very strange smile, the sort of smile that made it immediately obvious he had already classified this as a nuisance. Then, in an almost unnervingly calm voice, he told the goblin to come a little closer. The goblin crept forward cautiously, clearly unsure of what was about to happen. But the instant he stepped close enough, Choi suddenly whipped out a brutal kick straight into the poor guy's crotch, making his eyes bulge and a scream of agony explode out of him on the spot. Right after that savage display, Choi coolly announced to everyone present that what they had just seen was the goblin's entrance exam. The poor goblin collapsed there in unbearable pain, already looking like he had just realized his bloodline had probably ended then and there. Choi showed him absolutely no sympathy at all, and simply declared that, since the goblin had failed to endure the kick, he had failed the test. Only then did the hero system finally appear, flashing up a notification that, thanks to Choi's excellent leadership and command ability, he had successfully organized the unit and stabilized it. As a reward, the system granted him a hidden skill upgrade connected to charisma, and on top of that, his leadership skill itself rose another level as well. Looking back across the assembled squad, Choi asked if there were any other brave souls who still wanted to voice a complaint. After a short, heavy silence settled over the group, he slowly clenched his fist like he was about to make some grand declaration. Then he raised his voice so everyone could hear and shouted that everything had now been officially decided. Without wasting another moment, he ordered the combat unit to arm themselves, because it was time for them to head out and go hunting. Now in the great forest north of the Black Fortress, Choi stood together with the members of the combat unit and glanced around at the eerily calm surroundings. He remarked to Rahel that the forest felt especially quiet today, so quiet that not even a single beast seemed to be lurking anywhere nearby. Rahel answered that it might be because Bobo and Usaru had come with them. Since those two were so overwhelmingly powerful, she suggested they were probably scaring the demonic beasts away before the creatures even dared come close. Choi nodded and admitted with clear annoyance that the explanation made perfect sense. And then the scene cuts to Bobo and Usaru looking more adorable than ever, despite the fact that they were also the exact reason nothing dangerous wanted to come anywhere near the group. Choi grumbled that those two were also his strongest soldiers, which meant leaving them behind simply was not an option. That was when Rahel proposed a different approach. If the monsters refused to come to them, then maybe they should use bait and lure the monsters out instead. Choi immediately pushed back on that suggestion, pointing out that if he had extra meat lying around to use as bait, then there would be no reason for him to be out here hunting in the first place. Rahel just smiled at him and said he had completely misunderstood what she meant. She wasn't talking about refined bait or anything fancy like that. Then she casually pointed straight at the squad members around them and explained, with terrifying ease, that they themselves could serve as living bait to draw the demonic beasts out. For a second, the light practically vanished from Choi's eyes. He slowly tilted his head upward and silently asked God what kind of sin he must have committed in a past life to end up in a situation like this. Then he folded his arms, made his decision, and with complete certainty, began calling out numbers from the roster 14, 3, 1, 43, and 7, ordering those members to step forward. Rahel, who had absolutely no idea why those specific numbers had been chosen, asked him what was so special about them. Choi answered that they were the lottery numbers he used to bet on back on Earth, then sadly muttered that he really could have been a winner. Still looking like a man who had emotionally not recovered from that tragic realization, Choi announced that the operation was now beginning. Then he turned and ordered Usaru to grab member number 14, which made the giant instantly light up with excitement. The moment Usaru hoisted him up, the unfortunate number 14 panicked on the spot and shouted, demanding to know whether Choi had completely lost his mind. Calling the poor victim an intercontinental ballistic goblin, Usaru casually hurled him far off into the distance with absurd ease. With one hand on his chin like a strategist admiring his own genius, Choi commented that this was actually an excellent plan. If they just kept throwing weak soldiers out as bait, eventually the monsters would have no choice but to notice. Then he turned toward one of the fox soldiers and ordered him to light a small fire so that the goblins being thrown out there would at least have some sort of signal to guide them back. But Rahel questioned whether sending soldiers flying like that wouldn't simply kill them the instant they hit the ground. Choi shot back that he was sure at least 1 out of every 6 would survive and come crawling back alive. Then he told Usaru to keep throwing the rest of the numbered soldiers on the list. The rest of the battalion could only stare in pure horror, whispering among themselves that the human head chef had completely lost his mind, and that all they wanted was to stay alive long enough to enjoy their lives. One terrified goblin soldier finally decided he had seen enough and suddenly turned to run away on the spot. But the moment he spun around to flee, he found Bobo standing right there, eyes sparkling with a disturbingly cute intensity. The goblin panicked immediately and blurted out that this wasn't what Bobo thought it was, and that he absolutely intended to serve the Demon King's army for the rest of his life. Bobo, however, didn't look convinced in the slightest, while Choi casually noted that the ones he had thrown earlier were taking too long and should have been back by now. Meanwhile, somewhere off in the background, the miserable cries of a goblin desperately begging for help could be heard. At the same time, one of the goblins who had been launched out as bait came sprinting back in complete desperation, screaming for help while several monsters chased after him from behind. The instant Choi saw that, a smile spread across his face, and he remarked that it had taken long enough for one of them to finally return. Then he thought to himself that the soldiers should be able to handle the monsters now, though only if he personally got to land the finishing blow. So the experience points would count for him. But before he could even finish that thought, Usaru suddenly exploded forward ahead of everyone else. He was simply far too strong and far too eager to leave the last hit for anybody. As Usaru tore through the monsters one after another, Smashing them apart with overwhelming force, he loudly yelled about how much he loved fighting, leaving absolutely nothing behind for Choi to finish. Rahel froze for a beat, then turned to Choi and asked what exactly he meant by last hit, because there wasn't a single monster left alive anymore. By the time it was all over, while Usaru proudly celebrated beside Bobo, Choi was left in tears. He hadn't gained any experience at all, and even worse, the monsters had been mangled so thoroughly that he couldn't even properly use them as food. Still stunned, Rahel pointed out that both Usaru and Bobo only needed a single strike each to kill the monsters. Choi, still struggling to process that himself, said he would have to come back tomorrow, but next time without those two. Rahel immediately asked if he was really sure about that, reminding him that there was only one day left before the main commander's regular duties returned to normal. Once they returned to the battalion, Choi ordered everyone to retreat for the day and told them to gather again tomorrow in the same place, only earlier than usual. Then, back in the kitchen, Rahel asked why he had come there the moment they returned. Choi answered that he needed to find out whether the monster meat, now reduced to mush, could still be used for anything at all. Then he kicked the door open and shouted for all the lazy ones to get over there immediately. One of the kitchen soldiers hurried over and asked if something had happened. Choi immediately asked him whether he had already tested the meat from that day's hunt. That soldier was Gallum, the vice chef. Gallum confirmed that he had tested it, but admitted that the results had turned out nowhere near as well as they had hoped. Still uncertain, Choi said that a true craftsman shouldn't be so picky and asked Gallum whether he understood what he meant. With tears pooling in his eyes, Gallum answered that yes, he understood. Choi then mocked him and asked whether, after all his time serving as vice chef, Gallum still didn't know how to make minced meat properly. Gallum responded that the kitchen army's real job was to gather ingredients, not to act as personal chefs for the commanders. He explained that commanders cared about flavor, but everyone beneath that rank only cared about filling their stomachs and usually didn't care whether the food tasted good or not. Hearing that, Choi pointed out that the other members were struggling too, and ordered Gallum to move faster. Gallum immediately ran off and began shouting for the others to gather and get the firewood ready. As Choi thought back on what Gallum had just said, it hit him that everyone below commander rank had been surviving on bland, tasteless food this entire time. That realization gave him an idea, and a slow smile spread across his face, because suddenly this whole problem might actually be easier than he first thought. After a while, he decided it was time to go visit an old acquaintance. So he made his way to Abelson's door, knocked on it, and introduced himself as Hyun-suk. Hearing his voice from outside the room, she slowly turns her head toward the door, and without the slightest sign of panic, calmly tells the hero that he may come in. The second he steps across the doorway, Hyun-suk completely loses his composure. His eyes drift away from hers, his cheeks start flushing red almost immediately, and he awkwardly mutters that it is nothing serious, that he just wanted to see her for a moment. Rahel, meanwhile, stands there with the look of someone who has already put all the pieces together. With a teasing tone, she points out that now she finally understands why he went all the way to the kitchen earlier. So that was his real reason all along. He had wanted an excuse to come see this woman. Trying to gather himself and recover from the embarrassment, he carefully brings out the dish he made, a meal so appealing that it looks impressive before she even tastes it, and then gently asks her if she has had dinner yet. Hyun-suk keeps speaking, explaining in an earnest voice that the only reason he was able to win that duel was because she supported him, and that this food is his way of thanking her for that. Abelson quietly thanks him in return, though she adds in a soft, reserved tone that she will only take a very small portion. She neatly cuts away a small cube of meat, lifts it up on her fork, and pauses for just a brief moment. Even before tasting it, she is already thinking to herself that the aroma coming off it is far better than she expected. Then she places the piece into her mouth and chews slowly, taking her time with that first bite. But once she does, her expression suddenly goes blank, her face turning completely still without revealing even the smallest hint of what she thinks. And then, like the dramatic payoff of a full-on manga food scene, she finally admits that it is delicious. In fact, to her surprise, it tastes even better than the meals she used to have back at the castle. The flavor feels unbelievably rich, deep, and far more satisfying than she ever expected from a dish like this. A few minutes pass, and Hyun-suk looks openly delighted when he notices the plate is completely empty. With obvious satisfaction, he points out that she must have enjoyed it after all, since she ended up finishing every single bite. Still looking shy and a little flustered, he picks the empty plate back up and says that now that she has eaten, he should probably get going. But just as he is about to turn away and leave, she suddenly calls his name, stopping him right where he stands. In a low, serious voice that feels very different from her earlier teasing, Abelson asks him what he plans to do in the future once the day finally comes for him to leave this place behind. Hyun-suk, completely swept up by his emotions and answering without taking even a second to think, blurts out that he plans to marry her. The moment the words leave his mouth, Abelson's eyes widen in visible shock. She immediately realizes what he thought she meant, and just as quickly understands that he has completely misunderstood the question she was asking. So without letting the moment go any further, she cuts it off and tells him that he can leave now. But before he actually walks out, Hyun-suk hurriedly adds that marriage is not the only thing he wants. There is something else he wants to do as well. That answer instantly catches her attention. Even so, before he can finish explaining what he meant, he flips the question back to her instead and asks what she plans to do herself and what she wants once she finally gets out of this place. With her eyes looking hollow and drained of life, she says that she does not know, and if the day ever truly comes when she leaves this place, then to be honest, she does not want to do anything at all. Far away from that room, the story shifts to Gartron, the divine imperial capital of Gratium, the sacred center of power governed under the authority of the Pope of the Church of Deuces. Within that grand setting, one man kneels respectfully before another, addresses him as Your Holiness, and reports that they have at last discovered the whereabouts of Abelson Marriott, the next saint. He continues explaining that according to the information they received, Abelson is being held inside the Black Fortress, the very fortress where the glutton Hemis resides. Sitting upon his throne, the man responds by asking how the next saint could possibly have ended up imprisoned in a place like that. His fingers start tapping against the throne in clear impatience, as he asks whether the Demon King has sent any message concerning the matter. The kneeling man answers that there has been nothing at all, because when the demons have not made even a single demand, no one can tell what they want. The Pope rises from his throne and says that over the long history of war between humans and demons, there have only been a handful of times when human forces ever succeeded in breaking through the defenses of the Black Fortress, but even during those rare moments, the glutton Hemis had not been there. Because of that, he concludes that attempting a direct assault now would be sheer recklessness. He pulls back the curtain beside the window, gazes out into the distance, and says that instead of launching an attack, they will send in a rescue team in secret. Then Pope Orban IV gives a direct order to the man before him, telling him to summon their hero at once. Back at the hunting grounds, Hyun-suk arranges the soldiers of the kitchen battalion into 2 firm blocks and starts organizing them with clear intent. Even while he is busy directing all of this, though, something keeps nagging at him in the back of his mind. No matter what else he focuses on, he cannot stop thinking about Abelson's words, especially what she truly meant when she said that she did not want to do anything else. After walking a little farther, he arrives at a place that seems suitable, comes to a stop, and says that this spot should be good enough. Then, as he rummages around inside his backpack, he calls one of the platoon commanders forward and orders him to step up. He pulls something out of the bag, and without offering any explanation beyond the command itself, tells the platoon commander to eat it. What Hyun-suk has taken out are 2 thick cuts of steak, and the soldiers staring at them can hardly believe their eyes. In their minds, they start wondering whether this is some bizarre kind of bribe, or maybe just a few scraps and leftovers being handed down to them. Hyun-suk asks them what exactly they are waiting for, and whether they have no intention of eating. The soldiers immediately apologize, then rush to obey him and begin wolfing down the meat. The instant the meat touches their tongues, their eyes light up. The taste is so absurdly good that the soldiers eating it seem to melt into pure bliss, completely overwhelmed by the richness and flavor packed into every bite. Before long, the 3 platoon leaders drop to their knees and swear that from this moment onward, they will be loyal to Hyun-suk. At the same time, with absolutely no shame left, they beg him for just 1 more piece. Instead of giving them more right away, he pulls out even more meat and tells them that their chance to merely sample it is already over. Then he raises his voice and orders them to run, declaring that from now on, only the platoon that captures the greatest number of living demon beasts will earn the right to eat with him. The 3 platoon leaders instantly burst into motion, sprinting off in desperation while shouting at their own soldiers to hurry up, move faster, and keep pace with them. Watching them charge off like that, Hyun-suk quietly remarks to himself that the plan worked perfectly, because every single one of them is a slave to appetite, and the true reason he wants those monsters brought back alive is simple. He intends to strike the final blow himself and use that chance to level up. As he looks over the system screen and sees his level, his stats, and even his charisma continuing to climb, Hyun-suk says that while he was cutting his way through those monsters, he managed to gain 10 levels in no time at all. After that, one of the platoon leaders steps forward and asks which of the 3 platoons ended up taking the win. Hyun-seok turns toward them and announces the result, declaring that the winner is the Wolfkin platoon, and that the Wolfkin platoon will be the one sharing an incredible meal with him. The members of the other platoons immediately ask what they are supposed to receive instead. In a bored, almost offhand tone, Hyun-suk tells them they can have the leftovers. Then he raises his voice again and orders everyone to gather all of the butchered meat and carry it back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, beyond the Black Forest, the scene reveals several fallen soldiers lying motionless across the ground, and standing among them is a man in a black cloak, a sword hanging in his hand. Back at headquarters, someone comes to a stop in front of a door and announces that they have finally arrived. Inside the room, Abelson is left thinking that she never should have said that to Hyun-suk, because deep down she knows she cannot keep hiding the truth forever. Then the door opens, and the man in the black hood steps inside while calling Abelson by her full name. A moment later, he removes the hood, revealing that it is not Hyun-suk at all, but a blonde man with green eyes. Looking straight at her, he tells her that he has come to rescue her. The instant she recognizes him, Abelson calls him Sir Giffen Oselde and asks if the Pope sent him. He replies that he believes that is the case, though even the way he says it makes him sound not entirely certain. Bracing herself against the table for support, she apologizes and tells him that she cannot go back now. Then, with quiet urgency, she politely asks him to leave while he still has the chance. To her surprise, he says that if it were truly up to him, he would gladly retreat as well. But a mission is still a mission, and no matter what, it has to be carried through to the end. Her expression hardens as she reminds him that Hemis, the glutton, lives in this fortress, and that if he intends to take her away from here, then he should already understand what the worst possible outcome would be. With a faint smile on his face, he steps closer and asks how she plans to make that happen. Abelson answers that she will summon Hemis there herself by using her holy power. Without any warning, the blond man suddenly lunges forward and clamps a hand around Abelson's throat. The softness vanishes from his face at once, replaced by a cold, hardened look as he tells her flatly that he did not come all this way just to play along with childish games. He makes it painfully clear that he is not some prince who came here to reason with her, gently. He is a soldier, and he fully intends to handle this like one. Keeping that same emotionless expression on his face, he coldly orders her to shut her eyes. Then he tells her that by the time she opens them again, she will already be back in the capital. As the grip around her neck tightens harder and harder, Abelson's breathing starts to fail, and her consciousness begins to blur at the edges. In that suffocating instant, a terrifying realization hits her. He may actually be using holy power, and even while she is being choked, she cannot understand how something like that could possibly be happening. Her vision slowly begins to darken, and her eyelids grow heavier with every passing second. As she slips closer to blacking out, one desperate thought rises to the surface of her mind. No matter what happens, she cannot go back there again. Then, out of nowhere, a sleep spell shoots straight toward the blonde man. It is Hyun-suk, and he comes in shouting at him to get his hands off Abelson immediately. Right after that, Hyun-suk drives a punch straight into the man's face. But even though the hit lands cleanly, it barely seems to do any real damage at all. A thin line of blood appears across the blonde man's face, and he calmly notes that Hyun-suk's punch had magical energy mixed into it. Then he narrows his eyes and studies him more carefully, asking what Hyun-suk even is supposed to be. To him, Hyun-suk's movements are far too sharp and too polished for someone with magic at that level. Annoyed by the ridiculous thing he is hearing, Hyun-suk fires off another punch and snaps back, asking what the hell he is even talking about. At the same time, he yells at him to stay away from Abelson and back off right now. The blonde man answers with a savage kick of his own and says that this was never part of the mission to begin with. Still, if something useful happens to fall into his hands along the way, then that only works in his favor. In other words, Hyun-suk will be coming with him too. That kick slams straight into Hyun-suk's stomach with brutal force, so hard that he cannot stay on his feet. The impact sends him crashing down immediately, with both Hyun-suk and Abelson now collapsed on the floor. The blonde man looks down at them with open contempt and mutters that insignificant worms always seem to find a way to irritate him. Watching everything from a distance, Rahel sees the stranger put the other man down with a single blow. That alone makes her hesitate, because she cannot decide whether she should rush off and call Bobo for help or not. And Rahel suddenly feels it. A terrifying presence is moving closer to the area, and the pressure rolling in with it makes the whole moment feel even darker and more dangerous. Inside the room, the blonde man lowers his eyes to a teleportation scroll and mutters to himself that it cannot be helped. If he wants to take an extra person with him, then he is going to have to alter a few of the conditions first. And at that exact moment, someone appears right behind him. The newcomer speaks in a casual voice and asks whether things are not going so well for him. It is Hemis. Wearing a smile like she just stumbled into something entertaining, she lightly asks him if he wants a little help. The blonde man whips around instantly, only to freeze the moment he sees Hemis standing there. Shock flashes across his face as he wonders how this could possibly be happening when he had already shut down the saint's power. Hemis lightly asks whether he could start calling her gourmet from now on. Meanwhile, fear begins creeping over the blonde man as his body starts to tremble, because no matter how hard he tries, he cannot sense even the slightest trace of magical energy from her. In his mind, there is only one possible answer. The difference in their levels must be so overwhelming that he cannot even measure it. He places the contract into his mouth, and in that tense little pause, a thought flashes across his mind. Maybe the stories really were true. Maybe Hemis, the glutton who devoured thousands of soldiers in a single day, was never exaggerated at all. A pink aura bursts out around Hemis as she releases her power, and with a playful, almost excited voice, she says that now she wants to see just how skilled her blonde guest really is. The magical pressure pouring off her is so monstrous, so overwhelming that the blonde man's whole body locks up where he stands. He cannot move at all, as if the force alone has pinned him in place. All he can do is tell himself not to panic. If he can just stay calm, then maybe he can still avoid her attacks. And if even the tiniest opening appears, he will grab the saint and escape without hesitation. But then a strange dizziness suddenly washes over him, and he realizes too late what it is. The effect came from the punch Hyun-suk landed on him earlier. The damage had been delayed, and only now is it finally kicking in. The instant that brief opening appears, Hemis moves. Her attack seems to connect cleanly, and in the very next moment, the blonde man's arm is ripped away. The glutton sounds almost delighted as she tells him she likes him, then cheerfully asks whether he can keep entertaining her for a little while longer. The blonde man immediately assesses the state of his body and reaches a harsh, practical conclusion. In his current condition, the smartest move left is to abandon everything else and flee on his own while he still can. So he declares the mission a failure, activates the teleportation power, and in the next instant, a burst of golden light explodes around him. Then he disappears from the room completely. Hemis looks genuinely surprised that he ran away even after she personally asked him for a favor. But then a wicked smile slowly spreads across her face, and she says that is fine, because the truly entertaining part is only beginning now. Then the story pauses to speak about Hemis herself, the glutton, an ancient monster, an ageless witch. In truth, all of those names are little more than labels, insults, and titles people have thrown at Hemis, the commander of the Third Corps of the Demon King's army. Over the endless flow of time, countless demons have been born into the world, and just as many have disappeared from it. And yet, even as ages passed and everything else changed, only two beings remained unmoved. Like massive mountains that time itself could not erode, the Demon King and Hemis. But even eternity comes with its own cruelty. When time stretches on without end, it dulls everything sooner or later, and that endless continuation is the kind of suffering no thinking being should be forced to endure forever. A few days later, Hyun-suk is in the middle of training when he gets struck once again in the exact same spot by another incoming blow. Flat on the ground with tears in his eyes, Hyun-suk continues training under Raedron, who bluntly tells him that both his attacks and the way he handles magic are still much too straightforward. Raedron explains that he does not need to approach everything so stiffly and rigidly, and that he has to learn how to fight with more flexibility. Still tearing up from the pain, Hyun-suk says he will make sure to remember that next time. In a voice heavy with irony, Raedron says there is still one more thing worth pointing out. No matter how strong Hyun-suk may feel at the moment, and no matter how strong he convinces himself he has become, there will always be somebody stronger waiting somewhere above him. As he helps Hyun-suk back onto his feet, Raedron tells him not to forget one harsh truth. A fair victory is a luxury that only the truly strong are allowed to enjoy. Then Raedron turns toward Choi Hyun-suk and tells him that training is over for today, adding that he did well. Raedron turns his back and starts walking away from the training area, while Hyun-suk can do little more than sit there awkwardly and watch him go. Looking nearly broken, the hero slumps down onto the ground, and a worried Rahel quickly asks if he is all right. Hyun-suk immediately answers that no, he is absolutely not all right, that he is basically dying over here, and he begs her to hurry up and heal him already. Rahel begins casting healing magic on him, and once the pain eases even a little, Hyun-suk lets out a breath and says that at least now he can finally breathe again. That makes the fairy snap back in annoyance, asking if she has basically become nothing more than a healing potion to him. As her healing continues, Hyun-suk's thoughts begin drifting back through everything that happened before. He remembers Abelson telling him that he needed to grow stronger because in the end, only faith in his own strength would be enough to protect him. Then he turns to Rahel and tells her that Abelson said he needed to become stronger. That immediately irritates Rahel because as far as she is concerned, he is bringing up that woman yet again. She snaps that because of Abelson, he nearly got himself killed, and says she cannot even tell anymore whether that woman is really a saint or some kind of witch. Hyun-suk warns her right away that saying something like that could bring divine punishment down on her head. While she keeps healing him, Rahel remembers that the assassin was using sacred power, and that memory throws everything into doubt for her. If Abelson really is the saint, then why would someone like that have tried to attack her in the first place? Thinking it over, Hyun-suk admits that she does have a point. The next saint should have been someone priceless to them, and yet from what happened, it is obvious that things did not play out that way at all. The more he turns it over in his head, the more frustrated he becomes, until at last he gives up and says that no matter what, he is done thinking about it for now. Rahel then looks at him and asks why he is so attached to her in the first place. Hyun-suk brushes it off and says that she is just jealous. Rahel instantly explodes, yelling that he is a woman-crazed moth and asking whether he seriously plans to get himself killed over this. A little while later, Hyun-suk sits there with his head hanging low, looking completely miserable, while both Rahel and Bobo simply stare at him in silence, completely drained and sounding like his spirit has left his body. Hyun-suk says that it is over for him. Then he mutters that in his next life he wants to be reborn as the pampered pet cat of some rich family, leaving both Rahel and Bobo staring at him in total confusion. Rahel glances over at Bobo and asks whether he is actually feeling worried about Hyun-suk and whether he would really accept a man like that as his master. Bobo still looks completely bewildered, so Rahel lets out a tired breath and says fine. Then she will explain exactly how all of this happened. She then rewinds the story back to 30 minutes earlier inside Hemis's office, where Hemis had called Choi Hyun-suk over and announced, in an unusually serious tone, that she was dealing with a very important dilemma. Without building up to it at all, Hemis bluntly reveals that she has been bored for a very, very long time. That sudden confession lands so strangely that both Rahel and Hyun-suk are caught completely off guard on the spot. Sitting lazily on her throne like someone with all the time in the world, Hemis says that because she is so bored, she wants to see something entertaining. Hyun-suk can do little more than agree with her nervously. Then, as calm as if she were giving an ordinary instruction, she declares that he has exactly 1 month to train himself and defeat a battalion commander. The instant those words reach him, all the color seems to drain right out of Hyun-suk's face. Stunned, pale, and visibly anxious, he blurts out a shaky question, asking if that is really what she just said. A dangerous aura begins to leak from the claws at Hemis's fingertips as she asks whether there is some kind of problem or whether he is simply saying that he cannot do it. Then, with a sharp mocking edge in her voice, she asks if he wants her help again, just like the way she helped Mr. Donut during that fight against him. The second that memory flashes through his mind, Hyun-suk bows so fast and so hard that he smacks his forehead straight into the table. From that position, he hurriedly insists that he does not need her help at all, and that he will handle it himself. Rahel finishes telling the whole story while Hyun-suk cries pitifully in the background the entire time. Then she turns to Bobo and tells him that he should probably say his goodbyes now, because he may not be seeing his so-called master again for a very long time. And from the look on Bobo's face, it seems he finally understands just how terrible the situation really is. After that, Rahel turns back toward the hero and tells him it is about time he accepted the reality that he is supposed to be a hero. Then she asks whether he seriously thinks he can beat a battalion commander with only 9,000 power. Hyun-suk, already sounding like he is about to break into tears again, says that is exactly why he is crying and asks whether she is trying to kill him right there on the spot. While Hyun-suk keeps lamenting his miserable fate, Rahel thinks to herself that yes, he really has become stronger at an incredible speed. But even that rate of growth is nowhere near enough, because a battalion commander exists on a completely different level altogether. Hyun-suk also remembers that the average battalion commander usually has combat power well above 40,000, and that thought alone is enough to crush his spirit. There is simply no realistic way for him to raise himself that high in such a short amount of time. His eyes slowly drift toward Bobo, and for one brief, pathetic second, he starts thinking about how perfect it would be if Bobo could just take his place and fight for him instead. After all, Bobo could probably go toe-to-toe with a battalion commander, or maybe even beat one outright. As Bobo tries to comfort him, Rahel points out that the fight is supposed to be a duel, and Hyun-suk immediately confirms that yes, that is exactly what it is supposed to be. But then, in that very moment, something suddenly clicks in Hyun-suk's head as he remembers the exact wording Hemis used. He quickly asks Rahel to repeat what Hemis actually said, and Rahel answers that Hemis told him he had 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. That single line is enough to make him light up all over again, because he realizes Hemis never once said anything about a formal duel or a fair one-on-one fight. Rahel can only stare at him in speechless disbelief, her eyes widening right in front of him. Hyun-suk immediately starts assembling a plan in his mind, deciding that no matter how it gets done, the only thing that matters is making sure the battalion commander loses. It does not matter whether he defeats him alone or with someone else's help. Rahel, still staring at him, asks whether he is really sure that is how he should be interpreting Hemis's words, biting nervously on his fingers while he thinks it through. Hyun-suk says the only path he can see is to lure the battalion commander out somewhere first, and then prepare an ambush with Bobo waiting nearby. The moment she hears that, Rahel just stares at him and asks what exactly he even is anymore, because she honestly cannot decide whether she should call him a genius or a shameless coward. Then Rahel presses him further and asks how he even plans to lure a battalion commander out in the first place. She cannot help wondering whether someone as reckless and sloppy as Hyun-suk really has any method at all for persuading a man like that. Holding up a spice ingredient with a confident smile on his face, Hyun-suk says yes, he absolutely does. He recently met the commander, and from that encounter he learned one very important thing. The man has refined tastes when it comes to food, and he genuinely enjoys savoring elegant meals. So with that in mind, Hyun-suk immediately gets to work preparing what he believes will be the ultimate grilled rib recipe. He carefully selects the best ribs he can find, and starts going through the process step by step to turn them into something exceptional. First, he soaks the meat in water mixed with honey to draw out the blood. Once that part is finished, he transfers the ribs into a pot so they can begin cooking down properly. And while the pot begins to boil, Hyun-suk moves quickly, chopping mushrooms and green onions with practiced hands and steady rhythm. Then adds gushing fish into the mixture and stirs it all together so the different ingredients can melt into one rich and flavorful base. After that, he adds all of those prepared ingredients into the pot with the meat and leaves everything to boil together. Once it has been simmering away for at least half an hour, the scene abruptly shifts, and now Bobo is dragging Hyun-suk through the fortress corridors at such absurd speed that it almost looks like his soul is being left behind while only his body is still getting hauled forward. The moment they reach their destination, Hyun-suk collapses completely and looks like he cannot take even one more second of it. In utter disbelief, he complains about how it makes no sense at all for him to lose in raw endurance when he is supposed to be the human one. But before he can continue whining, Rahel cuts him off at once and warns him that the food is burning. That single sentence sends Hyun-suk straight into panic. Then the finished dish is shown in full, a plate of ribs and stew that looks rich, glossy, and unbelievably appetizing at a glance. With careful, deliberate hands, Hyun-suk arranges everything properly onto the plate. Then, smiling to himself like a man satisfied with his own work, he sprinkles finely chopped green onions over the top as the finishing touch. Looking proudly at the result in front of him, he declares that the ultimate stew, the very dish that will unlock Commander Doris's heart, is finally complete. Elsewhere, another table is already spread with delicious food, and Doris leans back in his seat with the loose, satisfied posture of someone who has already eaten well. A rare moment of peace settles over him. He takes a deep breath, enjoys the calm atmosphere around him, and quietly reflects on how few opportunities a man in his position ever gets to enjoy such refined and tranquil moments. He even finds himself thinking that handing Usaru over to Hyun-suk was a brilliant decision, because it removed a burden he had not fully realized was exhausting him. Just as that thought lingers in his mind, one of his subordinates enters the room and bows respectfully before him. The mood shifts slightly as the servant clears his throat, then reports that the cooking squadron has arrived and wishes to see him. Even though he is already full, Doris feels his curiosity stir immediately and motions for the man to continue. At first he assumes they must have come to return Usaru, and casually dismisses that as the obvious reason for the visit. But the subordinate hesitates, then explains that Choi Hyun-suk came for an entirely different purpose. He says Hyun-suk wishes to present a dish as a token of gratitude. The instant Doris hears that, his eyes brighten at once. Rumors of Hyun-suk's extraordinary ability in the kitchen have already reached his ears, stories that make the man sound almost legendary among cooks. And now, for the very first time, Doris is about to taste that skill for himself. straightening with renewed interest. He gives permission to let him enter. A knock echoes through the room, and then the doors swing open as Hyun-suk makes an absurdly dramatic entrance, holding a tray in his hands, wearing a mischievous glint in his eyes, and somehow even carrying a rose between his teeth just to make the whole thing even more ridiculous. Doris blinks at the sight, visibly thrown off for a brief moment by the sheer absurdity of what he is seeing, before he quickly pulls himself back together and straightens his posture once again. Hyun-suk steps forward, places the tray down in front of him with an exaggerated flourish, and gives a theatrical bow as he thanks Doris for the opportunity that led to his new title in the kitchen. Doris, however, is not a man who can be won over by words alone. From the look in his eyes, it is obvious that he expects the food itself to do all the talking. With a humble nod, Hyun-suk lifts the cover off the dish and reveals a steaming plate of ribs underneath. At once, a deep and mouth-watering aroma spreads through the room, so rich and tempting that Doris begins to salivate before he can even stop himself. And the plating is so flawless, so carefully arranged, that it almost looks divine. As Doris slowly breathed in that deep, luxurious aroma, it hit him so powerfully that his composure almost slipped on the spot. The fragrance alone was enough to overwhelm his senses, as if the meal had already begun to dominate him before he had even taken a bite. Across the table, Hyun-suk watched him with a calm, knowing confidence of someone who had already seen the ending in his mind. To him, the moment Doris tasted even one bite, he would be pulled straight into a world of pure indulgence and never want to leave it. And the instant Doris put the food in his mouth, disbelief washed all over his face. His eyes flew open wide, his body leaned forward without him even meaning to, and the shock in his expression was impossible to hide. This was not food made at an ordinary level. To him, the dish had already gone far beyond what any person should have been capable of creating, reaching a kind of perfection he had never even imagined could exist. The moment Hyun-suk saw that reaction, he smoothly suggested that he could always bring him more dishes in the future. Doris did not hesitate even for a heartbeat. He accepted immediately and made it perfectly clear that he would gladly eat anything Hyun-suk chose to prepare for him. As Hyun-suk started making his way back out, Rahel was already waiting near the door, visibly struggling to suppress her own reaction. Meanwhile, Doris, still completely immersed in the bliss of the meal, casually commented on how favored Hyun-suk seemed to be. The very moment Hyun-suk barely managed to step outside, he seized the doorknob with a tight grip, his whole body trembling where he stood. He and Rahel exchanged a single look, and that was enough. Both of them instantly doubled over as a violent wave of nausea hit them at the same time. After wiping her mouth, Rahel looked over at Hyun-suk with utter disbelief still written plainly across her face. Hyun-suk did not try to deny any of it. He openly admitted what he had done and made it clear that he fully understood the kind of consequences that might come from it. And when Rahel pushed him to say what he was really aiming for, Hyun-suk answered without hesitation. He intended to keep feeding Doris again and again until the man became nothing more than a pig being fattened up for slaughter. Meanwhile, back inside the dining room, Doris remained blissfully unaware of any of that, happily savoring every bite with not even the slightest trace of suspicion. A full week passed, and by then Doris was once again seated before another lavish spread of food. But this time, something about him had clearly changed. His appetite was no longer what it used to be. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, he lazily poked at the dishes in front of him, his thoughts obviously occupied by something much heavier. The thing weighing on his mind now was the upcoming duel that would determine the battalion commander position. The influence he had built up was now attracting the kind of attention he never wanted, and if he failed in that duel, he would lose the title he currently possessed. Even so, Doris accepted those stakes with a kind of grim dignity, as though he had already made peace with the danger and the loss that might follow. Hyun-suk, meanwhile, suddenly realized that after spending an entire week carefully setting up his plan, he had completely failed to account for outside threats and unpredictable variables. Still, he forced a smile onto his face, and when Doris invited him to come watch the duel, Hyun-suk answered with confident assurance, telling him that victory would be his. Then the next day came, and the scene shifted to the grand training grounds, where Rahel tried to lift Hyun-suk's spirits with the kind of sarcastic remark that barely qualified as encouragement at all. Hyun-suk, clearly not impressed by that attempt, stayed firmly convinced that Doris had absolutely no chance of holding up after everything he had been stuffing into himself. Roiger, the regiment commander of the Demon King's 3rd Army Corps, stepped forward and formally declared the duel open. Then the challenger appeared, a humanoid figure whose head resembled a horned skull, making his entrance all the more unsettling to look at. Across from him, Doris climbed the stairs to the arena, already breathing hard from the effort before the fight had even started. And yet the instant his eyes found Hyun-suk somewhere in the crowd, a smug little smile slowly curled onto his lips. Roiger then gave the signal for the match to begin. First, Doris barely reacted at all, and he did not look especially motivated either, right up until the exact instant he decided to move. In one sudden, explosive motion, he reached out and grabbed his opponent's weapon with his bare hand. The collision unleashed a massive shockwave, so violent and forceful that the spectators around the arena recoiled from the blast of it. By the time the dust finally settled, the challenger was already down, sprawled motionless across the ground. Even Roiger looked stunned by what he had just witnessed. Acknowledging Doris's overwhelming superiority on the spot, he immediately declared the match finished. As the crowd slowly began to disperse, Hyun-suk was left standing there, quietly thinking through what his next move needed to be now. That night, the story shifted to Bobo's house, where Hyun-suk sat, staring intently at a monster distribution map he had drawn up himself. Rahel leaned over his shoulder to look at it and asked what exactly he was plotting this time. Hyun-suk's answer was simple and direct. He intended to turn monsters against other monsters and let one enemy wipe out another in his place. Once Rahel understood the core of the idea, she immediately realized just how clever the plan actually was. 3 days later, deep in the forest, Rahel groaned in exhaustion after being forced to memorize what felt like an endless amount of monster information. Hyun-suk had offered earlier to split the work with her, but she refused back then, and now it was painfully obvious that she was regretting that choice. All around them, the thick forest foliage shook and rustled as unseen creatures moved through the underbrush. The air itself felt tight with tension, and every dark patch between the trees seemed like it could be hiding another threat. The night rang with distant roars and the sharp snapping of branches under enormous feet. Then, when Rahel asked what their first target would be, Hyun-suk simply raised a hand and pointed straight ahead. Rahel followed his gaze and immediately identified the creature as a surfib, a gigantic forest worm. But despite its massive size, she dismissed it at once as useless for their plan, because the thing was naturally far too passive. After making that deduction, she puffed out her chest with obvious pride and looked over at him like she was openly waiting for praise. Hyun-suk, completely unimpressed by that performance, dryly remarks that even a fool can still be useful. A soldier approached the two of them and asked where their next hunting ground was supposed to be. Before giving him an answer, Hyun-suk told the man to hold on for a moment. Then he turned toward Rahel and asked about dragon-like monsters whose scales were said to be as hard as steel. Rahel replied that there were several creatures that could match a description like that, so unless she actually saw the beast with her own eyes, there was no way for her to identify the exact type. That left them with only one real option. If they wanted to know what they were dealing with, they would have to face the creature directly and confirm it for themselves. Hyun-suk then turned and addressed the entire cooking squadron, announcing a sudden change in orders. This time, they were going to clear the whole area out completely. There was no need to bring anything back alive, and everyone was free to kill as much as they wanted. He even went so far as to tell them that if they felt hungry, they could eat their prey right there on the spot. The soldiers lit up instantly the moment they heard that. To them, it felt like their commander had finally come to his senses, and they openly celebrated the fact that they could now slaughter freely and eat until they were completely satisfied. So they hurled themselves into the hunt without hesitation and started cutting down monsters one after another with no restraint at all, carving out the meat until the pile of gathered supply in front of them grew larger and larger. Hyun-suk watched the results of all that effort carefully. But even after all of that bloodshed and noise, the true ruler of the territory still had not revealed itself. At that point, a sliver of worry started creeping into his mind, and he began to think the entire operation might have ended up being for nothing. Deciding not to let it drag on any longer, he finally gave the order to stop and told everyone to put their weapons away. The platoon commander immediately moved to make sure the command was properly carried out. But just as the tension started to settle and things were beginning to calm down, a strange sound suddenly reached Hyun-suk's ears and made him stop cold. In that instant, he knew something had arrived. A flock of birds suddenly burst up into the sky in panic, and with that violent disturbance, an enormous and monstrous presence finally announced itself. Then, from high above them, a dragon's eye opened and stared straight down at the group below. The creature was Nidrak, a monster whose combat power was so overwhelming it could barely even be measured. The second the soldiers saw that dragon towering over them, panic ripped through the ranks, and they scattered in terror. In response, Nidrak released its power and turned the entire area into a sea of flames. And yet while everyone else was frozen in fear, Hyun-suk was actually pleased by what he was seeing. Faced with a monster of this caliber, he realized he had finally found a weapon powerful enough to bring down Doris. Back at Hemis's office, she spoke with Raedrun and brought up the concern that had been bothering her more and more lately. 3 full weeks had already gone by, and in all that time there had not been a single bit of news from Hyun-suk. Hemis wondered aloud whether Raedrun might have been putting him through some kind of extraordinary training, but Raedrun casually brushed that idea aside and said their training had not been anything especially remarkable. After that, Hemis asked him directly how he judged Hyun-suk's chances of defeating a battalion commander. Raedrun answered without the slightest hesitation. In his opinion, Hyun-suk had absolutely no chance of winning. Still, he did bring up one interesting detail. Lately, Hyun-suk had been getting unusually close to Doris. That piece of information caught Hemis off guard immediately. She remembered Hyun-suk boldly declaring that he would defeat the battalion commander, but now it sounded as though he was becoming friendly with him instead. That contradiction only deepened her curiosity and made her wonder even more what he was really plotting. Meanwhile, over in Doris's office, he was still sitting there eating contentedly, enjoying the grilled meat Hyun-suk had personally prepared for him. After taking another bite, he thanked Hyun-suk for the meal. At that moment, Hyun-suk let out a sigh, and that small sound immediately caught Doris's attention. Sensing that something might be wrong, Doris looked over at him and asked what the problem was. Putting on a pitiful expression, Hyun-suk claimed that there was a serious problem inside the squadron. He even hinted that this might be the very last time he would ever be able to personally serve Doris a meal like this. That statement alarmed Doris right away, and he pressed him for an explanation. Hyun-suk then told him that the Corps commander had requested a special type of monster meat, but the creature they needed was far too strong for the cooking squadron to deal with. Hyun-suk kept layering the lie carefully, feeding Doris the image of a squadron struggling helplessly against a terrifying monster they had no hope of subduing on their own. He gave the creature the name Marbling, a name Doris did not recognize at all, though he had at least heard rumors that many of the cooks had indeed been getting injured lately. Hyun-suk calmly reassured him that the monster truly existed, then emphasized just how dangerous it was and how pointless it would be to keep throwing ordinary soldiers at a beast like that. Instead, he suggested that someone with Doris's level of strength could deal with it easily, and added that if Doris succeeded, there was no way such an achievement would escape the attention of the Corps commander. The moment the idea of recognition from Hemis entered his head, something inside Doris stirred. He started imagining her looking at him with approval, maybe even speaking to him warmly, and lifting him above the image of being seen as nothing more than a glutton. That fantasy alone was enough to make him flustered and embarrassed. Sensing that reaction perfectly, Hyun-suk pushed a little harder and assured him that he would personally make sure word of Doris's achievement reached the right ears, making the false friendship between them feel even more believable. Even though Doris put on a brief show of hesitation for appearance's sake, he eventually agreed to help, partly because he had already started thinking of Hyun-suk as a friend. Hyun-suk thanked him politely on the surface, but underneath that respectful tone, his face twisted into a dark and sinister grin. The following day, the operation finally began. At the chosen location, Choi Hyun-suk gathered all of his forces together and made sure every last part of the plan was arranged with care. Rahul checked one final time to make sure he had memorized the terrain properly, and Hyun-suk answered with total confidence, comparing himself to a living navigation system. Then he leaned in close and whispered to Bobo, quietly confirming that Doris had been their real target this entire time. Usaru, not being the type to overthink anything, simply got himself ready to perform the role he had been assigned without bothering to ask questions. With every piece finally in place, the mission was set into motion. Deep inside the great forest, the soldiers advanced forward without the slightest idea of what their true objective actually was. They had been dispatched with almost no proper briefing whatsoever. No one bothered to explain the details, the reason, or even what they were really walking into. All they were told was one grim, unsettling fact. Somewhere up ahead, a dangerous monster was waiting, and their mission was to find it and kill it. As the group forced its way deeper into the savage wilderness, Doris's temper became more obvious with every step. The brutal terrain, the oppressive atmosphere, and the endless discomfort were clearly wearing on him. Finally, unable to hold it in any longer, he snapped and demanded to know just how much farther they still had to travel before they reached the target. Choi Hyun-suk answered in a calm, controlled voice, telling him that they were already getting close to Marbling's territory. But even while saying that, he stayed on full alert. Every movement he made was cautious, every step deliberate, and every glance he cast into the surroundings carried the tension of someone prepared for danger at any second. He had no intention of underestimating Doris. Hyun-sik knew that beneath the demon's crude attitude and rough appearance was someone far more dangerous than he seemed at first glance. Even so, despite recognizing that threat, Hyun-sik still believed that when everything finally came to a head, Nidrak would be the one to come out on top. Then, all at once, the feeling in the air shifted. The forest noticed it before the men did. Birds suddenly exploded out from the trees in frantic, chaotic waves, flapping wildly into the sky as though they were fleeing from some unseen horror. That panicked reaction alone was enough to make it clear that danger was already moving in on them. The instant he sensed it, Hyun-suk warned Doris that something was coming straight toward them. Doris, who had been grumbling just moments before, changed in an instant. His complaints vanished, his posture tightened, and his entire body sharpened with focus. In a heartbeat, he went from irritated to completely battle-ready, fully alert for whatever was about to emerge. Then it appeared. From the darkness, from the heavy cover of shadow, Nidrak finally revealed itself. The moment it stepped into view, the sheer pressure pouring off its presence crashed over the entire area, overwhelming everything around it. Doris stared at the creature, visibly confused by what he was seeing. He questioned whether this was really the marbling they had been sent after, because there was something about the monster's appearance that struck him as oddly familiar. Hyun-suk dismissed that doubt without hesitation. In a casual tone, he brushed it off by saying that monsters often looked similar enough to confuse people anyway. Accepting that explanation as it was, Doris let the suspicion go. He stopped dwelling on the familiarity and fixed his eyes on the creature as if it were nothing more than another beast standing in front of him, waiting to be butchered. Filled with complete confidence in his own strength, Doris gave the command for his battalion to attack. At the same time, he placed his faith in Hyun-suk as well. In his mind, once this battle was finished, Choi would make sure news of his victory reached the corps commander. The order had barely left his mouth before the soldiers surged forward all at once. They rushed at the dragon like a breaking wave, hurling themselves into the fight with reckless aggression and absolutely no concern for whether they survived. Doris had no intention of hanging back and watching from a distance. He threw himself into the battle too, charging straight in and unleashing the full brutality of his combat style without restraint. Even with all of Nidrak's monstrous power pressing down on the battlefield, Doris's savage and unrelenting fighting style kept driving him forward. He gave the monster no space, no rhythm, and no chance to recover, forcing the fight onward through sheer relentless pressure. Watching everything unfold in the middle of the chaos, Hyun-suk began to feel a growing sense of unease. It was becoming painfully obvious that Doris was far more capable, far more flexible, and far more dangerous in an actual fight than Hyun-suk had first assumed. Instead of confronting Nidrak directly in some proud, straightforward clash, Doris fought with ruthless pragmatism. He treated his own soldiers like disposable tools, letting them die to create openings and turning their bodies and sacrifices into chances for him to land his own attacks. Hyun-suk had planned for this battle to crush Doris beneath overwhelming pressure, to trap him in a hopeless situation, and let the monster do the rest. But Doris's cold and calculating way of fighting was beginning to destroy that plan. Rather than being cornered, he was adapting, enduring, and continuing to force his way through. Then, just as Doris was about to bring down what looked like a finishing blow, a terrified soldier came tearing through the chaos and interrupted him, frantically shouting that another creature was approaching. Hyun-suk's expression darkened immediately. In that instant, he understood that he had made a mistake. This area should have been Nidrak's territory alone. The appearance of a second monster completely shattered the scheme he had put together. Doris instantly ordered a retreat, but before anyone could actually escape, a massive worm-like creature burst into view and cut off the battlefield. It was a Surfib, the very creature Hyun-suk had previously dismissed because it had been considered non-aggressive by nature, but now confronted with all the violence unfolding around it. The Surfib interpreted the situation as a territorial struggle. Acting on that misunderstanding, it prepared itself to fight as well. Realizing that the situation had turned into a disaster, Doris immediately shouted for a full withdrawal. But Rahel understood better than anyone how dangerous that would be. If Doris managed to escape here, then everything they had arranged, and every risk they had taken to get to this point, would fall apart in an instant. Hyun-suk understood that too. By then, there was no space left for hesitation, and no luxury of second-guessing, so he moved. In one swift, decisive motion, he launched his attack. Drawing on the first form of the raid-run combat style, he struck Doris with such sudden precision and speed that the demon did not even have time to properly understand what had happened to him. Then Hyun-suk's voice rang sharply across the battlefield as he shouted for the retreat to be stopped at once. He called on the demons to stand their ground, deliberately provoking their pride and their courage so they would keep fighting instead of fleeing. That single intervention only made the battlefield even more confused, dragging the entire situation deeper into total chaos. In the middle of that madness, Doris could only grasp fragments of what was happening at first. There was the sharp pain from the strike, the crashing noise of battle all around him, and above it all, a deafening roar that seemed to swallow every other sound on the field. A violent surge of rage erupted inside him. He could barely process what had happened, and through gritted bitterness, he questioned whether he had truly just been betrayed by a mere primitive human. Completely overtaken by fury, he bellowed Hyun-suk's name, sounding like he was ready to throw away everything else if that was what it took to get his hands on him. Then he activated his skill, full bloom. In the very next instant, he unleashed a devastating attack with terrifying force. Hyun-suk did not even understand what was happening until the moment had already passed him by. Caught completely off guard, he found himself with nowhere to escape and no opportunity to dodge. Rahel screamed at him to get away, but before his body could even respond to the warning, something crashed into him with the violent impact of a lightning strike. The blow nearly killed him on the spot. The force tore through his body and left him reeling, and in the aftermath he was stunned, barely able to make sense of what kind of attack had just smashed into him. Through the noise, the confusion, and the pain, Hyun-suk finally managed to spot Doris still standing on the battlefield. The demon fixed him with a murderous glare and made his intention horrifyingly clear, declaring that he would tear him apart while he was still alive. Realizing just how close death had come, Hyun-suk forced himself to assess the battlefield as quickly as he could. His mind jumped immediately to one urgent thought above all others. Where were Bobo and Usaru? At the same time, Rahel swept her eyes across the battlefield, and quickly realized that the Serphib's attack had struck everyone within range indiscriminately, sparing no one at all. In that moment, Hyun-suk felt utterly isolated in the middle of the battlefield, as if he had been abandoned there alone to face Doris while the enraged demon burned with murderous intent. But even through Doris's overwhelming fury, Hyun-suk caught an important detail. The demon was coughing up blood, a clear sign that he was forcing his body beyond its limits just to keep fighting. The instant he noticed that, Hyun-suk made a decision. He needed time, and the only way to get it was to create distance. Without wasting even another second, he turned and ran, sprinting as fast as his battered body could still carry him. As he sprinted forward without slowing down, Choi Hyun-sik hurriedly told Rahel to start calling out the monster zones from the map she had shown him earlier. That map was the only thing he could rely on now, and he clung to it while desperately trying to stay just one step ahead of the nightmare chasing him. Rahel responded immediately, doing exactly what he asked. One by one, she began reading the locations aloud as they surfaced in her mind, feeding him directions on the run so he could keep moving without losing his path. A moment later, she warned him that if he kept charging straight ahead, he would run directly into the warhound habitat. Even so, Doris never slowed for a second. He kept barreling after Hyun-suk without the slightest hesitation, acting as if the monsters waiting ahead did not concern him in the least. Hyun-suk understood exactly how dangerous that was. Normally, most monsters would instinctively shrink away from a stronger presence and avoid a direct clash. But if he dragged Doris into a nesting ground where young were present, then everything changed, because those same creatures would become savage in an instant and attack with everything they had. Doris, however, looked at all of Hyun-suk's efforts with open contempt. To him, this was nothing but a string of petty, desperate tricks, pathetic little stunts that could not possibly change the ending. In Doris's mind, the result had already been decided the moment he chose to kill him. Then, drawing deeply on his remaining strength, Doris unleashed a level 3 technique, falling flowers. Power surged around his body as he moved, swelling with a force that made his conviction obvious. Doris believed with absolute certainty that for a demon, promotion itself was the greatest weapon of all, and that belief sharpened every step he took. Filled with total confidence in that crushing strength, Doris prepared to end Hyun-suk once and for all. But right at that critical moment, something suddenly felt off, and the flow of the battle shifted in a way even he did not expect. His body abruptly gave out on him, and then a thick mouthful of blood burst from his lips. Hyun-suk, who had stopped just long enough to see what was happening, heard Rahel point out that Doris's demonic energy was draining at a terrifying speed, vanishing far faster than it should have. Only then did Doris understand what had really happened, and by that point it was already too late to change anything. He had pushed himself all the way to the edge, and after burning through too much power while hunting demonic beasts, his body no longer had anything left to give. Once he recognized that harsh reality, Doris finally turned away. Bitter and unwilling though he was, he had no choice but to accept that he could not continue the fight any longer. Hyun-suk immediately called after him, not letting the moment pass quietly. He openly questioned whether Doris was seriously about to retreat like this. Doris answered with plain frustration written all over his response, but even he could not deny the truth. No matter how much it irritated him, there was no option left now except to pull back and recover first. Even while retreating, he made sure to leave a threat behind. Doris swore that this was not the end, vowed that he would return for revenge, and made it painfully clear that he would never forget the humiliation he had suffered here. But Hyun-suk had no intention of letting him leave that easily. Before Doris could get away, he deliberately called out to provoke him, taunting the demon by saying that he may have entered this place on his own terms, but he would not be allowed to walk out of it so casually. Doris answered that challenge with a sneer. He mocked Hyun-suk outright, ridiculing the idea that a man armed with nothing but his bare fists could seriously think he was capable of bringing him down. Hyun-suk had already prepared for exactly that moment. Activating the 7th movement of the Rage Run combat art, he threw everything he had into releasing the explosive destruction wave, and yet, to his surprise, Doris took the hit and endured it. Even in his battered, exhausted condition, he still showed just how absurdly tough and resilient his body was. The nearby demons reacted at once with mocking smiles, spreading across their faces. The way they looked at Hyun-suk made it seem as though he had made the stupid mistake of underestimating Doris. Before the fight could escalate any further, though, an entirely unexpected figure arrived, and the atmosphere on the battlefield changed immediately. A voice suddenly cut across the scene, calm, casual, and faintly amused, as if the speaker found the whole spectacle in front of them entertaining. It was Hemis. She had appeared in person, and with that same cool amusement, she asked what exactly was causing such a disturbance right in front of her castle. Then, in the very next instant, a violent explosion slammed into Hyun-suk and blasted him backward, hurling his body straight into a tree. The crash left him dizzy and aching all over. His body rattled so badly that he could barely gather himself again, as he clutched his head and struggled to understand what had just happened to him. Doris turned toward the Corps commander and desperately begged her to intervene on his behalf. He insisted that he had not truly been defeated yet, arguing in a strained, defensive tone that this had not been the final battle, and because of that, it could not be counted as a complete loss. Hemis was not impressed in the slightest. She shut him down on the spot, mocking his incompetence and sounding almost stunned that a mere human had managed to beat him into such a pitiful, miserable state. With the war against humanity still underway, Hemis found it utterly disgraceful that someone like Doris even held the rank of battalion commander. The thought disgusted her so much it made her shudder, and in that same moment, she decided that she would kill him right there on the spot. The instant Hyun-suk sensed that opening, he rushed forward and boldly declared to the Corps commander that he had successfully defeated the battalion commander. And without even a flicker of hesitation, he drove a hard kick into Doris, striking him with enough force to send the demon's blood splattering across Hemis's face. Remembering the bet they had made earlier, Hemis accepted the result for what it was. After that, she invited Hyun-suk over, making it clear from her tone that the two of them now had quite a lot to discuss. As their conversation went on, Hemis learned that even a Surfib had gotten tangled up in the chaos near the very end of the battle. Hyun-suk admitted that part honestly, saying he had not expected that development either. Clearly intrigued by the way his mind worked, Hemis casually remarked that maybe the simplest way to understand what he was thinking would be to cut open his head and look inside for herself. Hemis openly acknowledged that Hyun-suk had managed to turn the situation around against her and manipulate the circumstances in his own favor. She admitted it plainly, though the way she said it made it clear she found his method sly, irritating, and deeply unpleasant. Even so, she did admit that he had succeeded. At the same time, she warned him in unmistakable terms that he would never be handed an opportunity like that again. If he ever tried to deceive her again, or cause trouble in the future, then the punishment waiting for him would be harsh and severe. Later, back at Bobo's house, Hyun-suk lay sprawled out across the floor in total exhaustion, his whole body drained from everything that had happened. Still, underneath all that fatigue, there was at least some relief in knowing he had somehow survived. While he was still trying to recover, he brought up Doris's polymorph and asked about the idea of promotion, clearly wanting to understand what that strange power actually was. Rahul guessed that it might be some kind of martial technique unique to demons. Then she suggested that if they wanted a proper explanation, They should ask the cow-headed one. As Bobo barked nearby, Hyun-suk acknowledged how much the creature must have gone through in the middle of all that chaos, and he also recognized that the Corps commander had stepped in and settled the entire situation with astonishing speed. Thinking back on the battle, Hyun-suk admitted that he actually felt the faintest trace of pity for Doris, believing that in his own way, the demon had not been an entirely bad opponent. Rahel immediately pointed out the obvious flaw in that sentiment. She reminded him that he had very intentionally made sure to land the finishing blow himself, so he could claim all of the experience points. In response, Hyun-suk gave an apology that sounded completely hollow, and even though one hand covered part of his face, it could not fully hide the wicked grin curling underneath, making his real thoughts painfully obvious. Wanting to see what he had gained from the whole ordeal, Hyun-suk checked his level and realized that it had shot up by an enormous amount. But when he looked more closely into his status window, he noticed that several entries had been replaced with question marks. That strange, unexpected result left him genuinely confused. Assuming those strange marks on the display had to be some kind of system error, Choi Hyun-suk voiced his concern out loud. But Rahel dismissed that idea immediately, insisting without even a hint of doubt that the hero system was not something that could malfunction in the first place. She even reacted like the whole thing was ridiculous, as if Hyun-suk had to be joking around to say something that absurd. But for a brief moment he stayed completely serious. Then, realizing there was no point in pushing the issue any further, he quietly let the matter drop. Then, to mark the fact that he had finally reached level 48, Rahel suggested they check his combat power and see for themselves just how much stronger he had become. After taking the measurement and looking over the result, she told him that his combat strength had now risen all the way to 13,936. Hearing that number, Hyun-suk could not help feeling proud of how far he had come. His mind drifted back to not so long ago, to a time when even dealing with a single goblin had been enough to push him right to the brink. Then Rahel added a small surprise to the moment. She pulled out a beer and offered it to him, turning the atmosphere into a quiet little celebration. So the two of them drank together, cheered, and allowed themselves to enjoy that hard-earned victory for a little while. And yet, even in that brief moment of light-hearted calm, a faint uneasiness still lingered in the air. Beneath the peace, it felt as though chaos had not truly disappeared at all and was only waiting somewhere ahead. Sometime later, Hyun-suk slipped right back into the routine that never seemed to release him. His days once again became a repeating cycle of sleeping, preparing, hunting, eating, cooking, training, and resting. That pattern went on day after day, turning over endlessly without a break. No matter how much stronger he became, his life kept circling through that same relentless loop. While getting ready for training and wrapping bandages around his hands, Hyun-suk found himself wondering whether he should go see Abelson afterward and finally clear up the doubts that still weighed on his mind. Just then, Raedrun arrived and seemed mildly surprised to find that Hyun-suk had shown up early for training. The two of them met and exchanged greetings, with a proud smile spreading across his face. Raedrun brought up Hyun-suk's victory over Doris and congratulated him on it. Hyun-suk, looking a little shy under that praise, thanked him in return. Using that opening, Hyun-suk decided to ask about something that had stayed on his mind ever since the battle. He brought up one particular thing Doris had used during their fight. When Hyun-suk asked whether he knew anything about the technique called promote, Raedrun rested a hand on his chin and thought back on it. He remembered it as a kind of ancient combat style, though not a formal one. The moment he called it informal, that word immediately caught Hyun-suk's attention. Raedrun then explained that combat could be divided into two broad categories. One was formal combat, built around structured movement and established systems. The other was informal combat, which existed outside those formal styles and was not bound by the same framework. He went on to say that informal combat had far fewer variations than formal combat did, and since even formal combat styles were already rare to begin with, informal ones were passed down in an even more limited and secretive way. After hearing that explanation, Hyun-suk put it into his own terms and concluded that the difference sounded a lot like the gap between ordinary attack damage and skill damage. Raedrun continued, explaining that promote was still a style that had been handed down for a very long time. In theory, any demon capable of using demonic chi could learn it, but it was also an extremely dangerous ability, and because of the many side effects tied to it, very few were willing to go anywhere near it. The second he heard that, Hyun-suk asked if there was any chance he could learn promote as well, since he did possess at least some demonic chi. Raedrun reacted by joking about how tiny Hyun-suk's amount of demonic chi actually was. He pointed out that not only was it pitifully small, It was not natural to him in the first place, nor was it even proper demonic chi in the truest sense. But while Raedrun kept focusing on how dangerous promote was, Hyun-suk latched onto a completely different part of the answer. He argued that if the amount of demonic chi inside him was that small, then maybe the side effects would stay minor too, and even in the worst case, he reasoned that Abelson could always step in and help him. Even with Hyun-suk pressing him, Raedrun still resisted the idea of teaching him something like that. Hyun-suk, meanwhile, only grew more irritated as the answer dragged on without ever turning into a clear yes or no. Finally growing desperate, Hyun-suk suddenly dropped to his knees and grabbed Raedrun by the leg. He pleaded with everything he had, insisting that without promote, he was going to die sooner or later anyway. To him, every fight felt pointless if his life could still be treated like that of a tiny ant whose expiration date could be decided at any moment by a commander. He kept pressing that point over and over, arguing fiercely, and at last even swore that if a single attempt went badly, he would never ask again. In the end, Raedrun was moved by what Hyun-suk said, understood the logic behind it, and finally agreed to teach him. Raedrun admitted that he still was not fully confident about doing this, but he had given his word now, and he was not the kind of man who backed away after making a promise. Hearing that, Hyun-suk's relief showed clearly on his face. Raedrun then declared that the training was starting right now and told Hyun-suk to pay very close attention from that point forward. Then the scene shifts away from them entirely and moves instead to the underground prison of the Empire of Gartron. There, inside that dim prison, a shackled prisoner receives a visitor dressed in white robes. The man in those robes is the first to speak, greeting the prisoner by name. Geffen. Geffen answers that he had been wondering who had come to see him, and he sounds genuinely surprised when he realizes it is the Pope. Then he asks what the Pope wants, reminding him that he had already said there was no more business left between them. The Pope responds by saying that he has come with an opportunity for peace. Hearing that, Geffen asks what exactly he is supposed to do. With a malicious look spreading across his face, the Pope gives his answer. The mission, he says, is to eliminate Abelson. That order visibly catches Geffen off guard. He questions why this has suddenly become an assassination instead of a rescue mission, and asks why the instructions changed so abruptly. He also demands to know what the church stands to gain if the goddess dies. The Pope replies with cold irony that it is not something Geffen needs to know. Geffen then raises another concern, pointing out that the glutton is there too. The Pope reassures him without hesitation. He says that 4 warriors will be assigned to him, and that the glutton will be away for a while. After that, the Pope closes the conversation with a threat, making it clear that Geffen must succeed, because failure will not be tolerated. Back at the training ground, Hyun-suk is now in obvious agony. Red energy is pouring out of his body, foam is spilling from his mouth, and beside him Abelson watches in alarm, urgently telling him that he has to get control of himself somehow. Meanwhile, Raedrun simply stands there watching the scene unfold, showing almost no outward reaction at all. Abelson, furious at what she is seeing, scolds them for trying to practice demonic combat techniques in the first place. To her, attempting something like this on a human is nothing short of madness. Raedrun argues back that Hyun-suk had insisted the whole time that he was fine, and after all the training they had already done, there should not have been much demonic chi left inside him anyway. But Abelson, still enraged, brushes that defense aside completely. She fires back by asking whether either of them are healers, because if they are not specialists, then there is no way they could have known Hyun-suk was actually fine. She explains that she had previously controlled and sealed Hyun-suk's demonic chi, but during this training that seal had been undone because they assumed they could manage the situation on their own. Raedrun then asks what is going to happen to Hyun-suk, and Abelson answers that in its current state, she will not be able to keep this situation contained for very long. She says it is already too late to seal the demonic chi again. So instead of trying to lock it down once more, she decides that the only option left is to force Hyun-suk's body to adapt to the flow of that energy. Abelson then attempts to compress the demonic chi and suppress it with divine power, aiming to spread it outward so it will stop clumping together into one dense mass. If she can disperse it enough, then Hyun-suk's body might still be able to endure it. Raedrun looks visibly surprised by that idea and questions whether something like that is even possible in the first place. Abelson openly admits that she does not know for sure. She says she has never done anything like this before and has never even heard of another deity trying it either. There is even a chance that the demonic chi could react violently against the divine power and spin even further out of control. Even so, she decides to do it. No matter how dangerous it is, there is no real alternative left now. Time is running out, and at this point, the only thing she can do is try. Sometime later, Hyun-suk suddenly wakes up in his room with a jolt. Still groggy and disoriented, he tries to sit up and wonders what in the world happened, feeling as though a huge stretch of time has passed without him ever noticing it. Without the slightest warning, Choi Hyun-suk is suddenly hit by two small bodies at the same time. The instant Rahel and Bobo realize he is awake, both of them launch themselves at him, unable to hold back their relief and excitement now that he has finally opened his eyes. Rahul does not even attempt to hide how overjoyed she is. She keeps repeating again and again that Hyun-suk has finally woken up after 3 whole days, and that number shocks him so badly that the words burst out of him in disbelief. Seeing that stunned reaction on his face, Rahul immediately asks if he really cannot remember anything. Hyun-suk answers that the last thing he remembers is trying to learn promote, and the moment he says it, he quickly pulls up his system window to check whether anything inside it has changed. The second his eyes land on it, Hyun-suk realizes that something is definitely different now. There, inside the system window, he finds a completely new status labeled Demonic QI, and next to it there is nothing but a line of question marks. He begins looking it over with surprising calm, studying the unfamiliar status more carefully than expected. But before he can keep examining it for long, the sound of someone entering the room cuts him off. Raedrun steps inside together with the commander, and the commander immediately makes a casual joke, saying she knew Hyun-suk would wake up sooner or later. Hyun-suk tries to force himself upright so he can greet the commander properly, but his body sways badly the moment he moves. Before he can push himself any further, the commander tells him not to bother, calmly pointing out that in his current state he can barely even manage to get onto his knees. Then, as casually as if she were bringing up the weather, the commander mentions the report she received from Raedrun and states that she heard Hyun-suk had been practicing how to use demonic QI. That single question makes Hyun-suk tense up instantly. The moment he is pressed on why he never told them himself, his nervousness becomes obvious. The commander walks closer and inspects his condition from up close, already aware that it was the goddess who healed him. She remarks that the one revered as a saint really did live up to that title, since she handled the job well. But when Hyun-suk hears the word saint, it only leaves him more confused than before. Then the commander turns back toward him and calmly draws dark energy out from her mouth, declaring without hesitation that his demonic QI training is not over yet. This time, she says, she will personally give him a very special kind of help. After all, just as Hyun-suk himself once said, he is nothing more than a little ant that belongs to her. In the very next instant, the commander strikes. Her magic lashes toward Hyun-suk's neck like a snake snapping forward, sinking into him and throwing his whole body into immediate shock. Raedrun starts to question what exactly she is doing, but the commander brushes that concern aside and says there is nothing to worry about. Hyun-suk, she explains, will simply need to rest a little longer. In the last few fading moments before darkness takes him again, Hyun-suk watches them leave and hears that they are heading off to a meeting with the Demon King. Days later, back at Bobo's house, Abelson finishes yet another round of treatment on Hyun-suk's body. She has been healing him continuously ever since the day that training incident went wrong, staying with the task day after day without stopping. Once she finishes, Hyun-suk thanks her for always helping him, and deep down, he cannot help feeling grateful for another reason too. The simple fact that this gives him a chance to see her every single day. Abelson tells him there is no need to thank her, because from her point of view, it was Hyun-suk's own willpower that helped stabilize the crisis. Then, almost too softly to hear, she quietly adds that his thanks are unnecessary, because he is her hope. Hyun-suk does not catch that faint murmur properly, so he asks her to say it again, but Abelson ignores the request completely and simply says goodbye instead, telling him that she has already done everything she needed to do for today. Left alone, Hyun-suk remains confused, turning over in his mind the other times Abelson said things he could never fully understand. With so many strange things happening in this world and so many unanswered questions piling up around him, all he can really do for now is wait and see how everything unfolds. Later that same night, Hyun-suk sits together with Raedrun and receives lessons from him on the theory behind manipulating demonic chi. Even so, Raedrun warns him not to push himself too far. Hyun-suk answers that he is fine, reasoning that it has already been 3 days since he woke up, and that he should be all right as long as he does not use that kind of magic again. The moment Hyun-suk says that, Raedrun suddenly realizes that it has been exactly 3 days since the commander left. While Hyun-suk keeps talking, Raedrun's focus begins to drift, and he sinks into his own thoughts. He reflects that, although this meeting is supposed to be an annual event, something about this year feels different to him. There is a strange sense that something unusual is hidden underneath it. Hyun-suk notices that Raedrun has gone distracted and calls out to him, snapping his attention back. Raedrun immediately apologizes. Hyun-suk then points out that Raedrun has seemed especially busy over the last few days. Since Raedrun has been handling command responsibilities alone, Hyun-suk offers to help however he can if there is anything that needs doing. Raedrun answers that everything is under control and says the commander will be back soon anyway. Even if she was summoned earlier than usual this time, he believes it should not disrupt their routine very much. He ends by ordering Hyun-suk to focus on himself, and Hyun-suk accepts that response like a proper command. As he looks at him, Raedrun notes that Hyun-suk has been getting stronger, little by little over time. He adds that now that Hyun-suk possesses demonic chi as well, that growth should continue even further from here. All Hyun-suk has to do is keep his current state stable. And if he can manage that, then the results waiting ahead of him should be tremendous. But while watching Hyun-suk, Raedrun suddenly senses a strange disturbance somewhere nearby. He immediately recognizes that presence for what it is, divine power, and the sharp change in his expression shows just how fast he goes on alert. He rises to his feet so abruptly that the sudden movement catches Hyun-suk completely off guard. Raedrun then explains that he has sensed someone with divine power inside the castle, and whoever that person is, it is not the saint. Before Hyun-suk can even properly process that statement, Raedrun confirms the truth. They have an intruder. He immediately orders Hyun-suk to stay quiet while he goes to check the situation himself. The scene then shifts into the castle hallways, where 4 men in black cloaks have gathered together. As they move down the corridor, they comment on how surprisingly easy it was to get inside. One of them remarks that it was only this easy because the commander is away. But instead of answering casually, Geffen sharply orders him to keep quiet. Geffen already knows that much, and he warns the others that even without the commander here, there is still one enemy inside this castle. They absolutely cannot afford to underestimate. The moment Geffen says the name Red Nightmare, Raedrun suddenly appears right in front of the group and demands to know how they found out about Commander Hemis's absence. The instant they recognize the figure standing before them, one of the cloaked men panics and blurts out that it really is Red Nightmare. Geffen, however, forces the group to stay composed and immediately orders them into battle positions. Geffen quickly assigns their roles, sending 2 of the men after Abelson while keeping the remaining one beside him so that the 2 of them can hold Raedrun in place. The moment Raedrun realizes that their true target is the saint, concern flashes across his face. The room where she is being kept is not far from where they are standing. He clenches his fists in frustration. If all 4 of them had remained in front of him, crushing them would have been simple, but handling only 2 while the other pair slip past him makes the situation much more dangerous and far more complicated. Then suddenly a voice echoes through the corridor. It is Hyun-seok. He appears there asking if everything is all right, having followed because Raedrun left the room with such a serious expression that he could not just sit still. Raedrun immediately scolds him, reminding him that he had been perfectly clear when he ordered him to stay in the room. But inwardly, he is actually grateful that Hyun-suk arrived when he did. Without wasting even a second, he tells Hyun-suk to listen carefully, because he has a new command for him. He explains that the intruders are after Abelson, and that Hyun-suk's task is now simple but urgent. He must reach her before they do, and then escape with her. Then Raedrun throws his necklace toward Hyun-seok. Hyun-seok catches it, but the confusion on his face is obvious, because he still does not understand what exactly he is supposed to do with that accessory. Sir Geffen lunges at Raedrun before he can even finish giving his orders, trying to cut him off right then and there. But even while blocking the strike and holding his ground, Raedrun still manages to get the rest of the message out, telling Hyun-suk that the necklace will act as proof, something any high-ranking officer will recognize immediately and use to understand what is happening. The instant he hears that, Choi Hyun-suk does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He spins around and takes off at full speed, following the command immediately without wasting a single second. Sir Geffen clicks his tongue in open irritation and sharply orders the man beside him to go after Hyun-suk and stop him before he can get any farther. At the same time, Raedrun finally stops holding anything back and makes his stance unmistakably clear. No matter what happens, Abelson will not be taken out of this castle by anyone unless Commander Hemis herself gives permission. With that said, Raedrun activates the 7th movement of his combat style and crashes into Sir Geffen with a punishing series of heavy strikes. He follows it up by unleashing a blow called Explosive Destruction Wave, his eyes burning red with fierce resolve as he pours everything he has into the attack. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk tears through the castle as fast as his legs can carry him, sprinting toward Abelson's room. and while he is running, a mission window suddenly appears right in front of him. This time, the mission message bluntly tells him that evil men are trying to kill Abelson and that his role is to protect her. It even adds in that strangely casual tone the system always uses that maybe romance might bloom afterward while offering a reward of 1,000 points. The moment Hyun-suk realizes that humans are truly trying to murder the saint, anxiety hits him hard, and his sprint only grows more desperate. At the same time, another part of the message throws him off balance. The reward is so huge that even in the middle of the emergency, he cannot help feeling confused by how many points are being offered. The instant he reaches Abelson's room, Hyun-suk urgently blurts out that they need to leave right now because humans are attacking the castle. Abelson is caught completely off guard and cannot make sense of what he is saying at first. So Hyun-suk quickly explains that the attackers are the same kind of people who assaulted them before. Meanwhile, out in the nearby corridors, Raedrun's troops are doing everything they can to slow the intruders down and buy precious time. Those allies urgently warn Hyun-suk not to stand there explaining any longer and tell him to escape immediately with the saint. Without stopping to ask permission, Hyun-suk grabs Abelson by the hand and then, in one swift motion, lifts her up onto his shoulder. There is no time left for manners or apology, so with Abelson slung over his shoulder like that, he immediately breaks into a run. The scene then shifts to a meeting room, where the third commander, Roiger, is presiding over a gathering. In a disappointed tone, he comments on the fact that Doris was defeated by a low-level human. As he sits there, he recalls the commander's earlier order, telling him to handle everything while she was away, and Roiger cannot help wondering why he was the one saddled with such an annoying responsibility. Pushing that thought aside, he brings his focus back to the meeting, decides there is nothing else worth discussing, and tells everyone to follow their orders as the gathering comes to an end. Then, all of a sudden, a goblin bursts into the room with an urgent report. The goblin hurriedly explains that Hyun-suk has arrived carrying Raedrun's necklace, and Roiger immediately starts trying to piece together what kind of situation could have led to that. Then the goblin adds the crucial detail. Other humans are attacking the castle, and they are searching for Abelson. Hearing that, Roiger accepts the report, though the irritation on his face makes it obvious how much he dislikes the sheer inconvenience and disorder of it all. A short while later, Roiger runs into Hyun-suk in a corridor with Abelson right there beside him, and Hyun-suk immediately starts trying to explain the situation in full. He lays it out as quickly as he can. Raedrun sensed divine power inside the castle, moved to intercept it, and discovered that the intruders were humans who had come specifically to kill Abelson. Even then, Roiger has trouble believing it. He tells Hyun-suk to calm down, thinking this has to be some kind of misunderstanding, because surely humans would not come all the way here just to assassinate the saint. But in the very next moment, Roiger senses something strange rushing toward them, and before he can properly react, with barely enough time to shout for everyone there to protect themselves, a devastating attack smashes through the corridor windows, violently announcing the arrival of yet another enemy. At that point, Roiger no longer has any room left for doubt. Faced with the reality exploding right in front of him, he is left stunned that the humans truly came here with Abelson as their target. Seeing the enemies closing in on the saint, Roiger immediately casts a restriction spell, trying to pin them down before they can get any closer to her. But the gap between them is too wide, and his magic is not enough to stop both attackers at the same time. The moment Hyun-suk realizes that, he makes his move and prepares to use the seventh movement of Raedrun's combat art himself. Before one of the attackers can reach Abelson, Hyun-suk drives a powerful punch into him from behind, knocking the man out cold with a single blow. As he throws that strike, Hyun-suk shouts at the top of his lungs that he is going to protect Abelson. Meanwhile, back in Raedrun's fight, one of the invaders has already been taken down, while Sir Geffen mocks his fallen companion without the slightest bit of pity, treating him like nothing more than a shield that has already served its purpose. Raedrun had already expected Sir Geffen to be dangerous, but even so, the extent of that power is startling. He is strong enough to rival a commander. On top of that, divine power and demonic chi are natural enemies to begin with. Put together, those are exactly the kinds of traits that make warriors like Sir Geffen into humanity's so-called heroes. Sir Geffen laughs and looks down on Raedrun, acting as if the fact that he struggled against only 2 intruders proves he is nothing special, just another ordinary demon after all. Raedrun, however, remains completely composed and calmly asks how someone with no real chance of victory can still act with such arrogance. Sir Geffen fires back by asking who is supposed to stop him now that the commander is absent and Red Nightmare has turned out to be less fearsome than the rumors claimed. In his mind, the plan is simple. He only has to keep Raedrun occupied while his comrades deal with the weaker forces elsewhere. Hearing that, Raedrun's stance sharpens into something even more serious. The enemy clearly knows far too much about the castle's defensive patterns, and that alone tells him this is no ordinary raid. Deciding there is no more time to waste on words, Raedrun declares that he has finished talking and will end the fight quickly. Sir Giffen only smiles at that and asks how Raedrun intends to finish things quickly when their powers are fundamentally incompatible. Raedrun answers with brutal simplicity. Overwhelming force can crush any incompatibility. Back in Hyunsuk's clash, after knocking one invader unconscious, he hears the remaining enemy speak in surprise, saying he had no idea there was another hero serving in the Demon King's army. The man sounds bitterly shocked, lamenting that there are apparently 3 corrupted humans now fighting on the Demon King's side. Hyunsuk does not care about that complaint in the slightest. He warns the enemy that the invasion has already failed, that reinforcements from all over the castle are on their way, and that no matter how strong a single person might be, there is no realistic way to fight an entire force alone. As far as Hyunsuk is concerned, the smartest thing left to do now is surrender. The man only scoffs at that warning and asks Hyunsuk whether he is really so sure the invasion has already failed. Nearby, Roiger finds himself wondering when exactly Hyunsuk managed to learn Raedrun's combat arts. At the same time, he feels genuine relief, because that technique is what allowed them to capture one of the invaders alive. Then the captured invader starts muttering something under his breath, too faint to make out at first. A moment later, the meaning becomes clear. It is an incantation, a spell that uses his own body as a sacrifice so flames can spread rapidly outward. Driven all the way into a corner, he makes his final choice. As a last resort, he forces sacred power into his own body and lets it consume him from the inside out, burning himself completely and turning his own flesh into fuel, just to summon fire one last time. That desperate act erupts in an instant. The flames surge upward into a massive wall, then keep spreading until the entire area is swallowed by what feels like a closed, inescapable circle of fire. The heat pouring off that blaze is so deadly that an ordinary person would die from the slightest touch. Standing behind the roaring barrier with his confidence restored, the man raises his sword and coldly states that even the highest-ranking demons would have trouble passing through it. Which means, as far as he is concerned, the hero has only one option left now: surrender Abelson Marriott. Choi is left completely shaken by what he is hearing. His thoughts spiral in confusion as he struggles to understand why these humans are so obsessed with killing the saint, and why they would go after someone who should have been on their own side. The man does not even spare him the courtesy of an answer. He ignores Choi's confusion entirely, and just as Choi tries to point out how absurd and contradictory this all sounds, Abelson Marriott quietly steps forward and answers in his place. In a calm, steady voice, she reveals the truth they have been hiding. The fractured empire abandoned God long ago. The words hit Choi so suddenly that he is left stunned, but Abelson Marriott does not stop there. She goes on to explain that the empire has no real need for a holy figure. What it truly wants is a puppet, someone it can control however it pleases. And for that purpose, it does not matter in the slightest whether the saint is real or fake. Man, clearly sick of all this talking, suddenly drives his sword down into the ground with force. His voice turns sharp with irritation as he declares that he has heard enough of this pathetic little drama. Then, almost mockingly, he gives the hero a 10-second head start before the killing begins. At once, Choi feels pressure tightening around him from every direction. He runs through every possibility he can think of, but no matter how quickly his mind moves, he cannot find a single safe plan that would let him survive a direct clash with this man for more than a few moments. And after all that desperate thinking, the only answer he arrives at is the worst one imaginable, the most reckless and dangerous option he could possibly choose. As the man begins counting down the 10 seconds, Choi braces himself, tightens every muscle in his body, and starts activating Promote. The instant the first stage takes hold, Abelson Marriott's expression shifts. She understands immediately what Choi is trying to do, and the realization sends a visible wave of dread through her. The saint reaches out in alarm and urgently tries to stop him, warning that his body will never be able to withstand it. She desperately calls out to make him listen, but the countdown is moving too fast, and the seconds are already slipping away. But by then, nothing she says can pull him back. In Choi's mind, doing nothing means everyone here dies, so the only path left is to throw every last thing he has into this fight. He keeps forcing the technique higher and higher until he reaches the end of stage 2, and even then, he still does not stop. Instead, he tries to push Promote even further beyond that point. As he strains against the limit, Raedrun's warning flashes through his mind. Raedrun had told him that Promote had 3 stages: bloom, full bloom, and falling flowers, and that each new step carried even greater risk for the user. He was supposed to master one stage completely before ever attempting the next, and Raedrun had made one thing especially clear: the 3rd stage was never to be touched. It was simply far too dangerous. But with certain death standing right in front of him, Choi cannot see any other road left to take. So in that moment, he makes up his mind. If he can reach that final stage at all, then this will be the one and only time he ever uses it. By the 7th second, he finally reaches the peak. His heart feels like it is about to burst inside his chest, and every inch of his body screams for him to stop before this madness tears him apart from the inside. Rahel can only watch in horror. She can hardly believe things have become this hopeless, to the point where even using Promote in such a suicidal way has become their only possible chance. Choi, however, shuts out all of it: the fear, the warnings, the doubt. His mind narrows to one single purpose. At this point, there is only one thing left for him to do, and that is move. Because Promote has already reached stage 3, his body is no longer the same. A dark aura wraps around him, his eyes glow crimson, and his appearance has become something that no longer feels fully human. In that transformed state, Choi turns toward Rahel and tells her to put every buff she has on him. Then the 10 seconds expire. The man stares at him in open surprise, clearly caught off guard by the sight of a human using Promote. And in that instant, he understands that Choi is no ordinary person. Choi does not waste even a breath on a reply. He cuts straight through the tension with a blunt declaration, making it clear that his attack is starting now. And in the very next moment, he explodes forward with terrifying speed. He closes the distance in a flash so suddenly that the enemy has no choice but to lift his sword and brace himself for the blows rushing in. The man recognizes immediately that Choi has reached the 3rd stage of the skill, and because of that, he chooses defense over offense. In his eyes, Choi is still only human, which means this power will chew through his stamina soon enough, and sooner or later, he will collapse on his own. But Choi pays no attention to a single word the man says. He keeps driving forward, throwing even more punches and hammering his fists into the blade again and again without slowing down for even a second. The enemy remains calm through it all, convinced that he does not need to force the issue. In his mind, victory will come naturally if he simply waits for Choi's body to fail. Then the rhythm suddenly changes. With nothing but his bare fists, Choi blasts the sword away. For a single instant, that strike leaves the enemy completely disarmed and wide open, his defense blown apart before he can react. Before the intruder can even recover from the shock of losing his guard, Choi steps in and drives a precise, devastating punch straight into the center of the man's chest. The force of the blow knocks the man off balance, and he reacts with bitter frustration, snarling about the sort of trick Choi must have used to create an opening like that. Even so, all he can really do is stare in disbelief as Choi sets himself again. The sight in front of him is almost absurd: a human who willingly allowed demon arts to corrupt his own body. Choi knows better than anyone that his body is already nearing the absolute edge of what it can survive under this technique. But he cannot allow himself to drop here, because at this very moment, he is the only thing standing between that assassin and Abelson Marriott. And even knowing that pushing Promote this far may leave him with damage that can never be repaired, Choi still manages to find the will to drive himself even further. Right there in front of him stands a beautiful woman with tears gathering in her eyes, and to Choi, that sight is something he simply cannot accept. If it takes giving up his life to make those tears stop, then in Choi's eyes, that is a price worth paying without hesitation. Now that his body has already stepped onto the road of destruction, there is only one direction left for him to go, forward beyond every limit he once believed he had. There is no room for retreat anymore. Choi commits himself completely, staking everything he has on protecting Abelson Marriott. As she watches that unwavering resolve in the way he throws himself at the danger, Abelson Marriott silently thinks about the risk of using holy power on him now, while his body is overflowing with demonic chi. If she did that, Choi's body would explode instantly. So in the end, the only thing Abelson Marriott can do for him now is pray. At the same time, Choi presses forward once again with absolute determination. As he advances on the enemy, he activates his combat arts without hesitation. The man quickly understands what Choi is doing, layering different kinds of attacks on top of each other, and he actually laughs at the sight, mocking it as nothing more than self-mutilation. Choi completely ignores the ridicule. He gathers power into a leap, launches himself up, and then comes crashing down with his instant obliteration strike. Even then, the enemy keeps trying to shake his resolve, with a sneer on his face. He tells Choi that when real death is staring him in the face, he is going to regret making this choice. Just as Choi brings that attack crashing down from above, the enemy reacts in the same heartbeat. He snaps his sword back into place and meets the blow head-on, stopping it before it can break through. There is not even a trace of tension on his face. Looking down on Choi with open contempt, he dismisses the attack immediately, sneering that something that weak was never going to matter. But Choi never pauses, not even for an instant. Even while that first strike is being blocked, his body is already flowing into the next motion, gathering an even heavier blow right behind it. Because this was never just one follow-up hit. What Choi had prepared was an entire chain, a full combo of attacks linked together so tightly that one strike would roll straight into the next. And this time, the invader does not even get the chance to open his mouth again. The whole exchange moves too fast, too violently, for him to spit out another taunt. The force of Choi's overlapping attacks slams into him all at once. It is so sudden and so overwhelming that the man is left completely stunned, caught in the middle of a barrage he cannot properly read. At that point, he has no room left to do anything else. All he can do is endure it, helplessly waiting as the storm of blows crashes down on him with enough force to wipe him out completely. The impact is so violent that even the castle cannot bear it. Part of the structure is blown apart on the spot, and a massive pillar of crimson energy tears upward into the sky above. Last, the enemy falls. Choi, with only a sliver of strength still left in him, manages to glance over the damage he dealt to the invader, and only after that does he finally release Promote. The instant the technique drops, Rahel realizes Choi has completely burned through everything he had. Abelson Marriott panics at once and rushes toward him without hesitation. Before Choi can slump all the way into unconsciousness, the saint catches him and lowers him into a seated position, supporting his body with her arms as she takes in the horrifying condition he is in. Abelson Marriott quickly notices that his breathing is barely there. She tries to speak to him, trying to keep him conscious and give him something to hold on to, but then a sudden scream freezes her where she is. The enemy they thought had already been finished rises back up in pure rage. Furious and unsteady, he shouts that Choi has now become a threat to the Empire. Even in that wrecked state, he somehow squeezes out one last bit of strength. It is only enough for one final attempt, but he still tries to use it to kill Choi before his own life runs out. But just before he can make that final move, a massive hand suddenly closes around his head and stops him dead. Raedrun has finally arrived. He apologizes for being late, and then, without any wasted motion, he finishes the invader off once and for all. While Abelson Marriott stays by Choi's side, the saint watches Raedrun casually wipe the enemy's blood and remains from his hand, as if he were cleaning off nothing more serious than spilled ketchup. Raedrun quickly pieces together what happened, and it does not take him long to realize that Choi used the technique again, breaking the promise they made during training. After that, he turns to the saint and asks whether she can take care of Choi. Abelson Marriott answers immediately, without even a moment of hesitation, that she will do everything she can for him once again. Seeing how far Choi pushed himself just to save her, Abelson Marriott can do nothing now except pray that he makes it through and does not die from what he has done to his body. The scene then pulls away from the battlefield and shifts to the waiting room inside the Demon King's castle. It is now the 5th day of the commander's meeting, and Hemis is busy grumbling about the food in front of her, when a woman sharply cuts her off, telling her to stop whining, eat what she was given, and quit being such a loudmouth. That woman is Park Ha-yun-ah, the 4th commander of the Demon King's army. Hemis fires back immediately, her voice dripping with mockery as she treats Park Ha-yun-ah like a complete joke and calls her disrespectful. She even says that if the commanders were not bound by a non-aggression pact, Park Ha-yun-ah would have already died by her hand countless times. That comment visibly gets under the 4th commander's skin. Before the exchange can escalate into something uglier, a humanoid hamster suddenly comes bursting into the room, shouting as he runs in. He says he has urgent news for Hemis and that it came from the Black Fortress. Hemis immediately asks what happened, and the hamster hurriedly reports that the Gartran Empire launched an attack on the fortress. 4 knights were involved in the assault, and one of them was at hero level. The attack left serious damage behind, with many dead and many more wounded. After hearing that report, Hemis slowly turns her gaze toward Park Ha-yun-ah with a smile full of sarcasm. She remarks on how interesting it is that the usual meeting schedule just happened to change at the exact same time the fortress was attacked. The moment she says it, Park Ha-yun-ah is put in an awkward position. Then, while finally starting to enjoy her meal, Hemis casually brings up that little coincidence again, turning it over in her mind as her thoughts drift toward the Demon King. Meanwhile, back in Choi's room, he wakes up once again after using Promote, and his very first reaction is pure surprise that he recovered at all. Rahel rushes over the moment she sees him awake, grabs him by the hair, and starts scolding him in irritation for being reckless enough to nearly get himself killed. All Choi can do is beg for mercy and remind her that he is supposed to be a patient right now. Even so, he still manages to joke that judging from how much pain Rahel just caused him, he really must still be alive. After all, he honestly thought that battle had killed him for good. Rahel then explains that technically speaking, he really did lose because even after stacking all those techniques together, and even after landing a direct hit on the enemy, the villain still somehow remained standing while Choi himself had already fallen unconscious. But before that enemy could follow up with a counterattack, Raedrun arrived and brought the entire fight to an end. That cowhead guy, as Choi thinks of him, saved everyone with a single blow, and Choi listens to that explanation with clear awe written all over his face. Rahel continues from there, calmly walking him through everything that happened after the battle was over. She tells him that once the fighting ended, Raedrun and Abelson Marriott both stayed by his side and gave him the treatment he needed to recover. She adds that she and Bobo helped take care of him too. And more importantly, both Raedrun and Abelson Marriott said it was basically a miracle that he survived at all. They warned him not to ever do something that reckless again and make everyone worry like that a second time. After hearing all of that, Choi slowly lifts a finger toward Rahel, and she immediately stiffens, already irritated because she assumes he is about to argue back. But instead of protesting, he gently reaches out, touches her face, and quietly apologizes for making her worry. Then he thanks her for taking such good care of him. That one soft gesture completely disarms Rahel, and just like that, the tension between them fades, leaving the two of them on good terms again. A few hours later, Raedrun and Commander Hemis come to visit Choi. While Hemis casually keeps herself busy playing with Bobo, Raedrun repeats over and over that the only reason Choi was able to use the technique the way he did was because of the demonic chi Hemis had placed inside him. Raedrun then asks him, clearly frustrated, whether he thinks he has 9 lives to keep pulling stunts like this. He reminds Choi yet again that he is still alive only because of Hemis, and Choi answers that yes, he understands that now. Meanwhile, Hemis grows visibly annoyed as she listens to the same lecture drag on and on while she is still trying to play with Bobo. Choi then asks how the meeting went, and Hemis bluntly says she does not care in the slightest about what happened there, because taking care of headquarters matters more. That is why she simply walked out of the meeting and came straight back to the fortress. Choi is left genuinely stunned by that answer, especially since this was a meeting involving the Demon King himself. Hemis just smiles at his reaction and casually remarks that the Demon King might have been a little upset about it. At the same time, both Choi and Raedrun feel a cold shiver crawl down their spines as their minds drift toward where all of this could eventually lead. They don't even need to see the outcome to feel disturbed by it. Just imagining the possible consequences is already more than enough to leave both of them deeply uneasy. Meanwhile, Hemis has her attention pulled somewhere else entirely. Back at the fortress, there is something waiting for her, something far more compelling in her eyes than the worries hanging over everyone else, and important enough to drag her focus away from everything around her. What fascinates Hemis more than anything is what happened after she injected her own demonic chi into Choi. The result wasn't what she would normally expect at all. That power didn't move through him like some outside force being rejected by a foreign body. Instead, it blended into him so naturally that it felt as though that demonic energy had always been his from the start. So while Choi and Raedrun are both quietly weighed down by the thought of the Demon King's anger, Hemis is standing in a completely different emotional space. She isn't frightened and she isn't troubled. If anything, she looks intrigued, almost pleased, by how strangely unique Choi keeps turning out to be. From there, the scene shifts away and brings us to a direct meeting, a moment where Hemis stands face to face with the Demon King himself. In that remembered exchange, Hemis speaks with total conviction. She reminds him that from the very first battle the Demon King ever entered to the very last one he fought, she was always there beside him. Through every war, every march, and every path stained with blood, she stayed loyal, following both him and the purpose he had chosen without ever turning away. And because she has stood beside him for so long, Hemis came to believe something firmly. In her eyes, everything the king had ever done was rooted in the end, in the desire to protect. Even his cruelest choices, the ones others might have feared or hated, still seemed to her like acts meant to guard something precious. But Demon King Tegrad clearly has no interest in letting the conversation stay wrapped in sentiment. Cutting straight through her words, he asks her bluntly what she is actually trying to say with all of this. Hemis doesn't avoid the issue anymore after that. She states her meaning plainly and without hesitation. If the direction of the Demon King's plans is truly going to clash with her own, then the two of them are going to have a serious conflict on their hands. Tegrad immediately pushes back against her words. His tone is cold, and he calls her attitude insolent. To him, her meaning is obvious. What she is really saying is that she no longer intends to obey his will. Then Tegrad presses even harder, asking if Hemis has simply grown bored after living for so long, as if this change in attitude is nothing more than her way of amusing herself. Hemis answers him without even a moment of hesitation, saying she expected exactly that kind of response from him. Then she makes her position unmistakably clear. She has no desire to fight him, and that is precisely why she chose to leave instead. But just before she fully departs, Hemis turns back and looks at Tegrad one last time. With a sharp question that carries more meaning than it first seems, she asks who the one truly growing bored over the years really is. Then she tells him to think carefully about it, calling those words her final warning as someone who has stood beside him for ages as an old and longtime companion. After that farewell, Hemis goes to see Choi, and the story returns to the present moment when Hemis and Raedrun are on their way out. As they walk away, Choi respectfully sees them off. Then, in the middle of that departure, Hemis suddenly glances toward Raedrun and offers him an unexpected congratulations. That remark catches Raedrun completely off guard. He looks back at her with clear confusion on his face, obviously wondering what exactly she could possibly be congratulating him for. Hemis explains herself right away. She tells him that he managed to handle a hero-class human through his own power. With that in mind, she wonders aloud whether the time has finally come for him to move upward and take a higher place in the hierarchy. Raedrun receives the praise with quiet gratitude, but his answer remains calm and grounded. He tells her that he does not think this is the proper time for that kind of promotion. When Hemis asks him why, Raedrun responds without delay. He says he still wants to continue his training, and more than that, he wants to keep watching Choi's growth from up close. At the same time, he also wishes to keep learning from Hemis's guidance. Because of that, he believes remaining where he is now will ultimately be better for his own growth in the long run. A faint smile touches Hemis's face for just a brief moment, softening her expression. But after letting that moment pass, she immediately shifts gears and brings up something else entirely, asking him to confirm whether the castle had really been split into 3 chunks because of the human invasion. Raedrun does not try to make excuses or soften the truth. He admits it directly. Yes, that is exactly what happened, and he openly says that he has no excuse for it. Hemis answers with a harsh assessment, saying that everyone has become complacent. In her view, the state of the front lines was such a mess that she did not even need to personally arrive there to understand how bad things were. And from that conclusion, she comes to a new decision. She will hold a tournament to determine who will become the commander of the Third Army. The scene cuts away again, this time returning to Choi, who is now looking through his shop interface inside the system. As Choi checks over everything he has, he notices that even after upgrading the hero shop to the intermediate level, he still has 950 points left. To him, letting that many points just sit there unused feels like a complete waste, so he starts wondering whether there might be something fun or useful worth buying. Off to the side, Rahel casually points out that after clearing yet another quest and earning another 1,000 points, it only makes sense that he would still have that much left over. Choi keeps scrolling through the shop, and the more he looks, the more excited he gets. Now that the shop has advanced to a higher level, the variety of things on display has exploded. The listings are packed with all kinds of items, and mixed in among them, he even notices cosmetic options too. When Rahel asks if he actually intends to buy something, Choi pauses to think it through and quickly comes to a disappointing conclusion. Even though the shop is overflowing with choices, most of them are painfully basic. Worse than that, they do not even come with bonus stats. To him, that only makes their already high prices feel even more absurd. Rahel agrees with that judgment and adds that equipment like that is so flimsy that Hydro could probably rip it apart as easily as tearing through paper. As Choi takes another closer look through the listings, he notices that some of the accessories seem to include extra options attached to them. The problem is that the descriptions are so vague and unclear that he can barely understand what any of those options are even supposed to mean. So rather than wasting any more time trying to make sense of that mess, Choi decides that the first thing he should focus on is upgrading his combat power gauge. But just before he actually commits to that plan, something else on the screen catches his attention. He stops, stares at it, and asks about an entry labeled Wrath and Magic Creation, wanting to know what exactly it is. Rahel explains that it is not an item at all. It is more like a unique skill-related function tied to the creation system. To make it simple, she tells him that he could take one of his own attacks, something as straightforward as a kick, convert it into a formal skill, and then keep leveling that skill up over time. Even if the movement itself never changes, the improved version would most likely hit much harder than it does now. After hearing that explanation, Choi quietly reflects on what she said. Once he decides to try it, Choi spends 500 hero points, and the system immediately begins the creation process. Right away, it starts analyzing both the flow of his mana and the movements of his body, and the length of that analysis is something Choi can control to a reasonable extent himself. At first, the flood of information pouring out from the system is so overwhelming that Choi is left completely baffled. But the moment he starts to grasp the way the system is actually recording physical movement, that confusion instantly turns into amazement. He becomes genuinely impressed by how advanced the process is and how absurdly precise the construction of a skill can be. With that realization sinking in, Choi gets up onto his feet and prepares himself to record the move he wants to turn into his new skill. As the system begins capturing his movements, Choi chooses to start with the technique he knows best. He goes with his kick, carefully performing the motion so the system can properly record every part of it. Once the recording is finished, the system is supposed to generate a modified version of that move, refining it by optimizing both his bodily balance and the way his mana is controlled through the action. Choi simply stands there and watches as the system goes to work. But then, completely out of nowhere, a warning message suddenly flashes in front of him and catches him totally off guard. In that ridiculous instant, Choi cannot help but think that his life is finally starting to resemble a real isekai story. The warning message immediately reveals what went wrong. The creation attempt has failed, and the system bluntly tells Choi that he needs to perform the movement correctly before trying again. That answer sets Choi off on the spot. Irritated, confused, and clearly fed up, he demands to know what the hell is going on. From his point of view, he followed the system's directions exactly the way he was supposed to. He honestly cannot understand why the stupid thing is refusing to work. Rahel offers her best guess. She says the system may not be recognizing Choi properly anymore because he is basically a bugged user now, all because of the demonic chi inside him. She goes on to explain that the hero system has the strongest and tightest security in that world, so if it rejected the process, then the issue probably is not really Choi's fault. It just means he can no longer use that skill function the normal way. That explanation only makes Choi even angrier. In a burst of frustration, he lunges forward, grabs Rahel with both hands, and starts shaking the poor fairy violently up and down until she is left completely panicked. Still ranting, Choi complains that he was already furious, and that somehow her explanation only managed to make everything even worse. But in the middle of that frustration, something suddenly catches his eye. A brand new hero quest has appeared. And before Choi even finishes reading what it says, his irritation spikes all over again at the sight of yet another mission. After having just wasted a huge amount of points for nothing, he angrily demands that the system return his points immediately. The mission text answers him in a blunt, almost mocking tone. It tells him that it is still too early for him to be despairing over the points he spent. He can always earn more later, so instead of whining about what is already gone, he should stop clinging to the past and move forward. Then the real objective is revealed. He now has to create an entirely new skill using his own strength. Sometime later, the story moves to Raedrun's training field. There, Choi drops down onto his knees in front of his master and once again begs for help. Raedrun repeats the request back to him to make sure he heard it correctly, asking if Choi wants his help in developing a personalized form of wrath. Choi immediately confirms that yes, that is exactly what he is asking for. Raedrun falls silent for a moment, taking the time to think the request through carefully and properly consider what Choi is asking of him. After that short pause, Raedrun finally gives his answer. He says that he will help Choi. The moment Choi hears that, he is so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly locks up on the spot. His eyes well with tears, and he can barely manage to speak. In his usual calm tone, Raedrun then adds that he had already planned to put Choi through more training anyway. Raedrun turns away and declares that the training begins right now. Choi does not hesitate for even a second and immediately follows after him. A short while later, the two of them are sitting in deep concentration, the air around them growing heavy with focus as the true training session finally begins in earnest. But that training session is nowhere near over yet. It keeps going, one round after another, with more strikes, more repeated motions, and even more physical drills stacked on top of everything else. All of it combining to push Choi Hyun-seok harder and harder the longer the session drags out. And out of everything he endures, it's those brutal body-breaking exercises that seem to wear him down the most. By the time it all comes to a stop, the exhaustion is written all over him, and his body looks completely drained. By the end of the day, Raedrun and the Saint are quietly seen checking on Choi once again as he lies resting in his room. He is wrapped in bandages, laid out in recovery, and even his feet are bent at such an unnatural angle that the painful aftermath of that training is impossible to miss. That brings day one to a close, and even though his whole body has been wrecked by the ordeal, Choi still manages to smile. There is clear relief in that expression, along with genuine gratitude that he somehow survived the full day of training. Then, after taking a brief moment to gather himself, he forces his battered body back up, trying to steady his breathing and pull himself together again. Once he manages that much, he looks toward the system window in front of him and sees a notice telling him that a mission has been completed. With that completion, Choi's combat power increases, and, as he looks over the result, he realizes that he truly did it. He actually succeeded in creating a personalized form of wrath. What he ended up creating is basically a modified form of Raedrun's martial arts, reworked and reshaped until it became something tailored specifically to Choi himself. And for that newly forged style, the name Choi gives it is Nobilis. Then the story shifts to the day of the tournament. Standing in front of the gathered crowd, the host welcomes everyone and introduces himself as Jark. With the audience assembled and the event underway, he explains that the tournament is being held to select one company commander and 13 battalion commanders. He goes on to emphasize just how enormous the event is, saying that the number of expected participants has already surpassed 1,000. As the narration turns its attention to Hemis and Park Hyuna together inside a room, the host continues laying out the rules of the event. This tournament, he explains, will consist of 3 matches in total. And unlike the tournaments held before, every one of those matches will use a very different battle format. He then announces that all participants have exactly 1 hour to prepare before the first match officially begins. And during that preparation time, several competitors can already be seen gathering around. Among them is one especially unsettling figure, a being with a goat's head and a warped, eerie smile stretched across his face. Right after that, the focus shifts to Choi, who is smiling to himself while the host jokingly says that a knife has been accidentally dropped, using that image as a dramatic metaphor while introducing the name of the first event. That first match is called the Killer Run, and the course for it will be set out along the outskirts of the highway. The scene then moves back to Choi, who is in the middle of warming up when the 4th commander suddenly arrives and walks straight toward him. She says she has been watching him for quite a while, then asks in a rhetorical tone whether he is human. Choi is visibly thrown off, since this woman is a complete stranger to him at this point, and on top of that surprise, he is left completely stunned by just how beautiful she is. Without really waiting for his answer, she starts analyzing him out loud right in front of him. She answers her own question first, saying that at a glance, his black hair and combat power gauge make him look like nothing more than an ordinary hero. Choi tries to respond and at least confirm that part, but she keeps talking, her eyes sharpening as she notices the presence of demonic chi inside him. The moment she senses that, she starts wondering if he might actually be some kind of spy. Before the conversation can continue any further, Raedrun suddenly steps in, asks for permission to approach, and firmly tells the woman to back away. Then, almost immediately after saying it, he recognizes exactly who she is and realizes that she is the 4th commander. Raedrun then states that he has a request from Hemis to deliver to the commander of the cooking squad. Hearing that, Park Hyuna looks clearly surprised that this man, of all people, is the one receiving a direct order from Hemis herself. Raedrun calmly confirms that it is true, and after hearing that, Park Hyuna chooses to step aside and comply with what he asked. As she turns to look back at them, she quietly reflects on the sight in front of her. Raedrun is not standing beside Choi the way someone would stand over prey, watching or guarding it. He is standing there like a commander positioned next to someone important. That realization excites her immediately, and under her breath she murmurs that what is about to unfold may become even more interesting than she first expected. After she leaves, Raedrun turns to Choi and explains that she has a tendency to act inappropriately at times. Even so, he makes sure Choi understands exactly who she is. She is a squad commander, and beyond that, she is also a hero just like Choi. Raedrun warns him that she came to observe the tournament under the Demon King's orders, although Hemis specifically used the word surveil. Because of that, he advises Choi to keep his distance from her as much as possible. Choi immediately senses that something about the relationship between those two commanders feels unusual. Even so, he quickly says he understands, and then asks what message Hemis wanted passed on to him. Raedrun explains that Hemis said Choi must place at least rank 8 in the tournament. If he fails, he will be reassigned to the 2nd Material Research Squad. Raidrun also adds something about cost protection, and hearing all of that in one breath leaves Choi badly shaken, as his mind starts spiraling toward what kind of awful future might be waiting for him. 2 hours later, the tournament is finally declared open, and the host begins explaining the rules for everyone gathered there to hear. The first event, he says, is exactly what it sounds like: a race. The participants' goal is simply to reach the final destination. Other than that, there are no additional rules. Then, in a chillingly casual tone, he adds one more condition. For today's event, if one competitor happens to kill another by accident, there will be no punishment whatsoever. The goat-headed competitor immediately turns toward Choi and asks if he heard that correctly. In a threatening voice, he tells him that if he accidentally kills Choi during the match, he will be forgiven for it, so Choi had better make sure not to come anywhere near him. Choi, completely unfazed by the threat, answers calmly and simply says that he understood perfectly. Right after that, the host gives the signal, and the first match officially begins. At once, the competitors explode forward into the race. Choi runs with a small group around him, but even inside that cluster, he is still far behind the racers already pushing ahead at the front. One of the participants who can fly looks down from the air and openly mocks all the runners below, who are forced to keep moving on foot. Then, almost immediately, that same flyer launches a magical attack straight down at the group Choi is running with, forcing Choi to call out to Rahel and ask her to put up a shield for protection. As he keeps running under Rahel's barrier, Choi asks her to check the condition of the runners ahead of him. Rahel does so and tells him that if he keeps moving at his current pace, he will only barely manage to stay around 100th place. Then, all of a sudden, the goat-headed competitor appears right beside Choi, clearly surprised that he managed to survive the attacks from above. Without wasting even a second, he gathers an energy sphere in his hand and throws it straight at Choi. But the moment the attack lands, Rahel's shield does exactly what it is supposed to do and blocks it cleanly. Choi immediately thanks her for saving him. The goat-headed fighter, visibly irritated that his first attack failed, gathers an even larger and more powerful mass of energy and hurls that one at Choi too. But just before that second attack can hit, the mass of energy suddenly starts breaking apart on its own into countless smaller fragments. Those fragments then scatter downward like a rain of attacks, striking several other competitors in the surrounding area instead. Choi stares at the sight in confusion, unable to understand why the attack suddenly lost strength like that, and wonders whether splitting it into several waves was really supposed to be an effective move. The answer becomes obvious in the very next moment, when the goat-headed runner starts acting as if Choi was the one who deliberately caused that scattered attack in order to hit all the other competitors around them. That blatant false accusation makes Choi furious on the spot. Because now, thanks to that lie, the competitors around them all start turning their anger toward Choi, their eyes filling with resentment as they begin wanting him dead. Meanwhile, the goat-headed competitor accelerates again and throws a mocking comment back at Choi while widening the distance between them. While running for his life from the enraged crowd behind him and keeping his eyes locked on the goat-headed runner still ahead, Choi grits his teeth and curses him out, swearing that the moment he catches him, he is going to kill him. Then he asks Rahel how many runners are still ahead. Rahel answers immediately, telling him that he has already passed 76 competitors and that only 24 remain in front of him. But the instant Rahel gives him that update, Choi is hit from behind by an attack powerful enough to completely shatter her barrier. As the force of the blow tears into him and his body begins to pitch forward toward the ground, Choi's mind suddenly flashes back to his training with Raidrun. And in that memory, he is struggling with a very specific confusion during training, unsure of what exactly he is supposed to do now that he is trying to deal with multiple combined styles all at once. Inside that flashback, the core problem finally comes into focus. Every one of those techniques had originally been created for demons and demons alone, built around bodies and instincts that simply did not match the structure of a human body at all. That applied to the promote ability as well. And to Raidrun's combat techniques too. None of them could just be copied over as they were. They had to be stripped down into raw material first, then rebuilt from the ground up into an entirely new skill, one that Choi Hyun-seok alone could actually use without his body rejecting it. And that exact moment was when Nobilis was born. The instant Choi activates that skill and the scene snaps back to the race, the system responds at once. A notice appears telling him that his magic power has evolved from rank D to rank C. And at the same time, his demonic chi has also surged upward, jumping from rank E all the way to rank C. Then the Nobilis skill window opens in front of him and explains what this new power really is. It was born from the fusion of those two separate forces, creating a unique combat style wrapped in a purple aura made from both magical power and demonic energy. and at the moment of its birth, its proficiency stands at only 0.06%. Even while he is still gathering power and dealing with attacks coming in from the runners around him, Choi suddenly explodes into a full sprint and shouts at everyone ahead of him to get out of his way. What happens next is so fast that the other competitors can barely process it. To them, it is not even a person anymore, just a streak of purple light tearing through the course at absurd speed as it blasts past runner after runner. He passes multiple competitors in an instant, but then fresh information appears in front of him saying that 95 runners have already crossed the finish line. That means only 5 qualifying spots are still left. The moment he hears that, Choi forces even more speed out of his body and accelerates again, moving so fast now that even Rahel can barely keep up with him. At that exact same moment, the goat-headed runner glances over his shoulder, spots Choi rapidly closing the gap, and looks honestly stunned that he has already gotten that close. As Choi bears down on him, he actually likes the timing of it. There is almost a sense of satisfaction in the moment, like he is grateful he managed to catch up to that goat-headed bastard right at the very end of the race. Then he activates Rahel's third combat form, begins charging up an attack, and closes what little distance remains between them even faster than before. The second he gets within striking range, Choi slams into the goat-headed runner from behind and coldly tells him to go ahead and accidentally die. That single hit sends the goat-headed fighter hurtling forward at unbelievable speed. A moment later, he crashes so violently that the wall in front of him is smashed apart on impact. Meanwhile, as the dust settles and both of them finally come into view, the host announces that the 99th and 100th qualifying positions have been claimed by Choi and Holgot. Choi drops right where he stands, breathing out in pure relief over the fact that he barely made it through and qualified, while behind him, Holgot is sprawled out unconscious after that savage finish. Choi offers his thanks, but almost immediately after that, Holgot jerks back upright in a rage, cursing Choi and threatening on the spot that he is going to kill him. Before that confrontation can go any further, the host cuts in and firmly declares that the race is over. He then explains that the 100 competitors who cleared this first stage will advance to the second round in 3 days, while everyone else is dismissed then and there. Later that same night, the story shifts to a forest near the Dark Fortress. There, in the middle of the trees, Hemis stands together with Park Hyuna, and the fourth commander directly asks her whether she truly intends to release that certain thing inside the tournament. Hemis does not answer right away. Instead, she keeps her gaze fixed ahead and calmly greets Modem, casually remarking that it has been quite a long time since they last saw each other. The creature standing before them gives off a thick, oppressive red aura, and answers that yes, it really has been a long time. 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days, to be exact. After saying that, it asks Hemis what she requires of it. This creature is Motem, someone Hemis clearly knows from long ago, and the strength displayed for him is a crushing 198,532. Hemis then gives him his orders. His task is to seize every participant's flag. Motem answers that he understands, and after that Hemis adds one more instruction, telling him not to behave recklessly. If he encounters any participant who seems decent, then he is supposed to go easy on them. Hearing that, Park Hyuna comments that the loudmouth is getting too soft. Hemis immediately questions why the fourth commander would see that as softness. And then she turns the conversation around by asking whether Park Hyuna knows the real reason demons keep losing to humans. But before Park Hyuna can even open her mouth to answer, Hemis answers the question herself and says the reason is simple. Demons fight much too fairly. They try to resolve everything through raw power alone, and even when they realize they are losing in strength, they still refuse to retreat. And because of that, they end up dying for no reason but pride. And among demons, that kind of ending is accepted far too easily. Humans are the exact opposite. When they realize they are at a disadvantage, they avoid the fight, withdraw, and then return later with tricks, traps, and schemes meant to tilt the battlefield in their favor. And that, Hemis says as she points a finger directly into Park Hyuna's face, is the exact reason the Demon King's army keeps losing to weak humans. Park Hyuna can only stare back at her, visibly rattled by how forcefully Hemis lays it all out. Then, as if to casually break the tension she just created, Hemis adds that the fourth commander needs to study a little more. That offhand remark only leaves Park Hyuna looking even more irritated than before. After that, the rules for the next phase of the tournament are explained. The participants will be split into random teams of 4, and each team will start out with 2 flags. Once 48 hours have passed, the teams holding the largest number of flags will advance to the next round, and only 10 teams will earn those spots. On top of that, any team that ends up with 0 flags at all will be disqualified immediately, no matter where they might otherwise rank. As those rules sink in and the team lineups are revealed, Holgot is thrilled with how his group has turned out. He is especially pleased because the plan is to use Choi as bait, lure other participants toward them, and then steal their flags. Choi outwardly admits that it actually is a clever strategy, but inside he cannot help wondering what kind of horrible luck put him on the same team as Holgot to begin with. Standing behind them are the other 2 members of the team, both wearing flat, unreadable expressions. One resembles a hawk, while the other looks like Arbok. Together, the 4 of them make up Team 9. Still full of confidence, Holgot proudly says that now all they have to do is wait, because with the number of flags they already have, qualifying is practically guaranteed. Choi watches him and silently thinks about how unbelievably irritating Holgot is. A moment later, it is revealed that Choi's team is currently in 4th place with 4 flags, even though that was not their ranking just a short while earlier. Then, without the team doing anything at all, their position suddenly jumps again, climbing even higher until they reach 3rd place. That abrupt change catches everyone off guard, and they all start wondering what in the world is happening. Then, completely out of nowhere, a steel foot steps into view near the group. Choi hears the hard metallic clang first. So, he turns around and sees Motem standing there, his overwhelming strength and oppressive presence making the atmosphere turn heavy in an instant. The moment Holgot notices the pile of flags strapped across Motem's back, he immediately realizes that this stranger is probably the reason the rankings have been thrown into chaos. Then, grinning to himself, Holgot starts wondering if this guy is basically some kind of golden goblin, and without thinking twice, he recklessly charges straight at the newcomer. Choi instantly tries to stop him, warning that he should not even attempt to fight someone like that. But Holgot ignores him completely, keeps charging ahead, and calls Choi a coward as he goes. As he gathers power for his attack, Holgot arrogantly declares that he is going to kill the tin monster and take every last one of his flags. But Motem puts him down with just one simple movement, knocking Holgot flat as if it took no effort at all. And with that one blow, Holgot is sent hurtling backward through the air, crashing straight into the hawk and the Arbok-like teammate. The impact tears through the entire group in one shot. And before they can recover, they lose their flag as well. While Motem calmly gathers up the newly stolen flags and stores them away without the slightest hint of urgency, it becomes obvious that someone is watching him the entire time from afar, the very ones who sent him into this tournament in the first place. As Park Hyuna watches that scene play out, she questions whether any of this was ever necessary to begin with. From where she stands, Choi's team never had any real chance the moment Motem entered the field. With the level of skill they currently possess, there is simply no way they could ever defeat someone like him. Hemis gives no answer at all. She stays completely silent, her eyes fixed on the field in front of her, doing nothing but watching as the remaining time in the test continues to tick down. When the standings are shown again, Choi's team has dropped all the way down to 25th place. Later, when there is only 1 minute left before the test ends, Choi finally reveals that he already has a plan. He quickly tells everyone to move only when he gives the signal, going out of his way to stress that even the goathead has to follow the timing perfectly. At that point, they run into Motem again. After his earlier attack, he had already moved on to gather more flags from other teams, and the second he notices Choi's group approaching, he immediately realizes they are about to try some new and rough-looking attack pattern against him. Choi gives the first command without hesitation, and tells the goat to attack. Holgot obeys, but not without obvious irritation. He glares as he begins channeling magical energy, clearly annoyed that he is being ordered around by a human of all people. The instant that energy crashes into the area where Motem is standing, flames and dust burst outward in every direction. But when the smoke clears, Motem is still there exactly where he was, completely unharmed and not even moved an inch from his spot. Choi immediately moves on to the next step of the plan and signals to the hawk, who is already waiting high above for the cue. At once, the hawk folds into a dive and drops toward Motem, building speed rapidly in a sharp, high-velocity descent. Motem notices the incoming charge immediately and understands at once that what he is seeing is a coordinated team attack. He even notes to himself that this is the first team so far that has relied on tricks like this, all while calmly preparing to block whatever is about to come next. As the hawk closes the final distance, Motem meets the attack head-on. The tin monster stops the charge cold with his defense, and in that same smooth motion, he restrains the attacker by the neck. The strike itself accomplishes nothing, leaving only the fierce wind from the hawk's dive to wash over Motem's body, and bizarrely enough, Modem casually remarks that the breeze actually feels refreshing. But almost right after that, his attention shifts again when he notices Choi advancing straight toward him. Looking at the approach, he comments that every member of this team attacks in an extremely simple and painfully slow way. Then, with open contempt in his voice, he mocks how pitifully weak the demonic chi inside Choi appears to be. At the same time, farther away from the front line, the Arbok-like teammate starts moving underground, while Choi is already drawing close to the edge of Motem's defensive range. Choi gives the order for the centipede-like attacker to strike, and in the middle of that distraction, he tries to slip past Motem's defense himself. And to bring the entire assault to its final step, Choi activates his unique skill with absolute determination. Wrapped in the power of Nobilis, with purple energy coating his body, he surges straight toward Motem and gets within mere centimeters of grabbing the flag. But right there, Motem stops him, and instead of just mocking them, he actually compliments the team's coordinated attack, admitting that for an improvised plan, it was not bad at all. Even so, that is as far as they get. Their effort still falls short because Motem has already immobilized both the Arbok-like fighter and Choi before either of them can finish the job. And now, with only 15 seconds left before the test comes to an end, 3 members of the team are fully pinned down by Motem. While holding them in place with ease, the tin monster suddenly asks Choi what exactly that strange purple energy he just used actually was. Choi could not care less about that question. His eyes are fixed only on the clock, locked entirely on the tiny amount of time still remaining before the test ends. Desperate and cornered, he snaps back that if Motem wants to know what that energy is, then he is about to learn the hard way. Then Choi grabs Motem's hand and activates his new skill, Chi Explosion. That purple energy rushes directly into the enemy, and in the very next instant, Choi himself is blown completely out of the fight. But even though he knocks himself out of the exchange in the process, the force of that attack is still enough to throw Motem off balance and shake his stability. As the two of them separate and fall away while the final seconds expire, Motem drops toward the ground as well. Then, in the last instant before it is truly over, he manages to stabilize himself just as the match ends. After regaining control, Motem quickly works out how the ability functioned and wonders aloud if it was basically some kind of self-detonation technique, though he calmly notes that it still was not powerful enough. Hearing that, Choi calls out to get Motem's attention, insults him by calling him a tin can, and tells him to turn around and look behind him. When Motem does, he sees Holgot clinging to his back with one of the flags in hand, and for the first time, a flicker of real confusion passes through his mind. Choi immediately mocks him, asking if he seriously thought Choi would blow himself up without having a plan ready. Then he explains that the entire sequence had been arranged so that, at the exact moment of the explosion, Holgot would already be in position to snatch one of the flags. Then Choi finishes it off by saying that meeting him was a real displeasure. And as the rankings appear on screen, Choi adds that he will never have to see that tin can again, and with that, he raises his hand and flips his enemy the middle finger. Right after that, the system displays Choi's newly obtained ability, Chi Explosion, with its proficiency listed at 0.11%. Sometime after the second round of the tournament comes to an end, the story shifts into a quieter but clearly important conversation between Hemis and Motem. Hemis asks him directly what he thinks of Choi, as calm as ever. Motem answers that Choi is a rare kind of human, someone carrying both demonic chi and mana at the same time, which makes him an abnormal and unprecedented existence. He says that across all his long years, he has never seen anything quite like that before. Hemis, however, does not look surprised in the slightest and simply replies that she already knew about that trait. Then she presses him further and asks if he has anything else to add. Motem continues by saying that Choi is more than just unusual. He is talented, and more importantly, he is quick-witted in the middle of battle. Motem points to Choi's sharp instinctive judgment and openly admits that the young human surpasses many demons he has known in the past, even among those who were once considered elite. Hearing that evaluation, Hemis falls quiet, clearly sinking into thought as she weighs what those words might really imply. From there, her thoughts begin turning towards something much larger, the possibility that the direction of the demon army itself may need to change. And as that idea develops in her mind, she reflects that if she chooses to walk her own path instead, then the future ahead may become far more unpredictable and far more interesting. The narrative then moves to the divine empire of Drasen, where the entire atmosphere feels heavy with grief and tension. The Pope laments the death of Sir Gefanoseldi, a hero-class figure who fell during a mission. A warrior with enormous promise was brought down in a disgraceful and vile manner, and the room is filled with a mood that blends mourning with cold political calculation. In that same chamber, a man seated nearby asks what is going to be done about Abelson Marriott. The Pope goes quiet for a brief moment before finally speaking in a cold, cutting voice, saying that no matter how beloved she may be, Abelson is still only the princess of a small and insignificant kingdom. Then, with absolute finality, he declares that she is to be stripped from consideration as a candidate for sainthood and orders that she be publicly denounced as a heretic, a woman aligned with the Demon King's forces. And once that matter is decided, the Pope immediately turns his attention to something else. He then asks whether Hemis is causing trouble again. The man answers that she has already started reorganizing the military chain of command. More specifically, she is planning to select new officers through a tournament based entirely on skill and performance. The moment he hears that, the Pope immediately asks whether there is any possible way to sabotage those plans. The man, now revealed to be Cardinal Elrond, explains that he already reached out to the Demon King in hopes of securing cooperation, but the answer he received was unmistakably hostile. In other words, if they make a move against Hemis's operation now, there is a very real chance they could provoke the Demon King himself, and that is not a danger they can afford to treat lightly. The Pope listens to that warning, then offers a colder, more direct solution. If quiet interference is no longer going to work, then they should send in a hero to disrupt the entire structure from the inside. And the name he puts forward for that role is Kinley Riverford. Elrond hesitates the moment that suggestion is spoken and reminds him of a serious complication they cannot ignore. Park Hyuna, now branded as a traitor, is currently stationed at the Black Fortress. And with someone like her already there, Kinley would stand almost no chance of dealing with both of those powerful women at the same time. The Pope, sharp as ever, immediately reads deeper into what that arrangement might mean. To him, the fact that Park Hyuna is present at the fortress suggests that the Demon King may not actually be moving in complete step with Hemis after all. For a brief moment, Elrond seems ready to consider dropping the sabotage plan altogether. But before he can say anything more, the Pope lifts a hand and cuts him off. With absolute confidence, he says that the empires of Gartram and Drazin have always prospered, not by avoiding conflict, but by embracing it. Their strength, he explains, has always been built through holy war, through repeated battle against the evil represented by demons. Then he goes even further, calmly stating that evil itself must continue to exist, because only then can the light of righteousness shine even brighter by comparison. And that light, in turn, strengthens the faith of the common people. That faith is what keeps the empire standing, and what gives it its true power. That is exactly why, in his eyes, the war must never be allowed to end, no matter how much the balance between the two sides begins to shift. The Pope then lays bare one of the strategies they have been relying on all along. They have been pretending to cooperate with the Demon King so they could quietly influence the course of the war from behind the scenes. But if demons continue evolving at this speed, then a real danger is emerging that they may soon grow beyond the Empire's ability to control them. After laying all of that out, he tells Elrond to confirm whether the spy they planted among the enemy has already reported the location of the next tournament. Elrond checks the information he has, unfolds a map, and reveals that the next match is scheduled to take place in Inamazit, a distant forest region notorious for its dangerous beasts and brutally harsh terrain. The two of them note just how far that region is from the Black Fortress, and they interpret that choice of location as something almost like divine providence landing directly in their hands. With that, the Pope gives his final order: summon the heroes and use this next opportunity to test the limits of their strength. And as those plans begin taking shape inside the Empire, the story shifts back to Choi, now alone in his quarters. Back in his room, Choi sits there calmly, almost amused as he looks over the chaotic mess his system has turned into after combining demonic chi with mana. The deeper he digs into it, the more complicated the control of those energies starts to look. Nearby, Rahel watches him with a mix of curiosity and amazement, quietly thinking about how not that long ago, he only had a single skill, one he managed to master through Raidrun's merciless training. As Choi studies the interface more carefully, he notices that the variations of Raidrun's combat style have now been properly registered inside his skill window, with both Nobilis and Chi Explosion listed there as separate official skills. That update brings the total number of unique skills in Choi's panel up to 5, marking a pretty major step forward for him. Watching those system changes happen, Rahel asks if his command ranking has risen too, pointing out that the new effects added to his abilities are incredibly useful. She sounds genuinely impressed by how quickly he is climbing along the executive path inside the Demon King's army. While continuing to scroll through the system, Choi wonders out loud whether there might be some item hidden somewhere that could push his stats even higher. Then suddenly a voice cuts through the room and bluntly tells him that nothing is going to help at his current level, and that he seriously needs to wake up from that dream. The voice is cold, sharp, and instantly recognizable the moment he turns around. It is Park Hyuna, appearing out of nowhere and startling him on the spot. Choi reacts on pure instinct, scrambling backward across the floor in alarm the second he realizes that his unexpected visitor is the fourth commander herself. Clearly annoyed by the way he is panicking, Park Hyun-ah immediately tells him to shut up and demands to know how many hero points he has earned so far. Choi quickly answers that he has built up 1,300 points. She follows that by asking what rank his shop has reached, and he tells her it is still only at the intermediate level. Park Hyuna reacts with open contempt, mocking that amount of progress as completely pathetic and flat-out calling it garbage. Seeing a rare chance to learn something useful, Choi timidly asks what she bought back when she was at the same stage, practically begging for advice from someone with far more experience than him. Park Hyuna laughs at that immediately, clearly aware that he is trying to squeeze helpful information out of her. Still amused, she says she will give him one tip, but only if he answers every single question she asks after that. Choi accepts the deal instantly, without even pausing to think. She then tells him that since he already has an aura, the smart next move is to upgrade his shop further and buy a dimensional pocket, an inventory-type item with tremendous utility for the price it costs. Choi thinks over how useful something like that could be, and wonders whether it will show up in the next batch of shop options. Park Hyun-ah confirms with a nod that it will, but then, without lingering on the topic, she tells him that now it is her turn to ask questions. Her first question is simple and direct. Is Choi really a hero? Choi gives her a vague answer, saying that somehow, yes, he is. Then comes the second question. Why in the world is he serving inside the demon army? Once again, Choi answers in the same slippery way, saying he somehow just ended up there. Her third question cuts even deeper. How can he possibly use demonic chi and mana at the same time? And yet again, Choi gives basically the same answer as before. It just sort of happened. At that point, Park Hyun-ah, visibly fed up, sarcastically summarizes his entire story for him. So he is somehow a hero who somehow joined the demon army and somehow can use both demonic chi and mana together. Choi, with absolutely no shame, just nods and agrees with every word. That carefree reaction is what finally sends her over the edge. Furious, Park Hyun-ah drives a savage kick straight into his face and sends him flying across the room. Dizzy and annoyed, Choi fires back that she herself is also part of the demon army. Sometime later, the scene shifts again, and now Choi is lying face down in total submission, pinned beneath Park Hyun-ah's legs, while she casually lounges on top of him like this is the most natural position in the world. When she calls out to him, he answers instantly without hesitation. Then she asks whether he wants to transfer to the Fourth Army and become her direct subordinate, even offering to train him personally if he agrees. Still aching from everything that just happened, Choi politely declines the offer, though he does sincerely thank her for making it. That answer sours her mood all over again, and she presses down harder on his back, making him groan from the pain. As he struggles under the added weight, she demands to know why he is so determined to stay where he is. Choi, barely managing to breathe under the pressure, says that his biggest reason is actually very simple. If he tries to leave, Hemis might genuinely kill him. Park Hyun-ah then asks what his next reason is, pushing him on whether he has any real goal beyond simply surviving long enough not to be killed by Hemis. Without even a second of hesitation, Choi proudly announces that his next great ambition is to marry a rich blonde noblewoman and become the father of 5 children. The sheer randomness and total sincerity of that answer hit Park Hyun-ah so hard that she is left completely stunned. She freezes for a moment, then abruptly gets off him, visibly shaken by what she just heard. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she mutters that it would be better for both of them to pretend this entire conversation never happened. After regaining a bit of composure, she tells Choi he can chase whatever bizarre dream he wants, and grudgingly admits that on one point he is probably right. Hemis would never let him leave that easily. With that said, she turns to leave, and as she walks away, she tosses one final remark over her shoulder, telling him to get some rest while he still can. As her footsteps slowly fade into the distance, Choi remains there in silence, staring up at the ceiling while his thoughts turn inward. He realizes that beyond his fear of Hemis, and beyond those ridiculous personal dreams of his, there is another reason he keeps choosing to stay here. His growth as a person, as a fighter, and maybe even as a hero, has become deeply tied to this chaotic and unpredictable life inside the Demon King's army. And strangely enough, that realization does not frighten him at all. If anything, it makes him genuinely happy. Sometime later, the long-awaited day of the tournament's third round finally arrives. The air is thick with tension and anticipation as Choi begins preparing with focused determination, checking over his equipment and gathering the few things he actually needs before heading out. Before leaving, he smiles and asks Bobo to watch the house while they are gone. Then, full of confidence, he promises that when he comes back, he will be carrying the first-place prize with him. Bobo answers with a bark and a wagging tail, almost as if he is giving his own rough little blessing. As Choi and Rahel get ready to head out, Rahel brings up the route to Inamazit and asks whether they plan to pass through Li-Dong-jin before reaching the arena. Choi answers with a nod while checking the map one last time to be certain. With everything finally settled, the two of them step out through the door, the atmosphere between them buzzing with nervous excitement. Both of them are completely locked in on victory now, with hearts burning and minds sharpened. Carrying that firm resolve with them, they move forward determined to claim first place and carve their names into the next chapter of the tournament. By the time the third day of the tournament finally gets underway, Choi Hyun-seok is already deep inside the demonic beast forest, cutting his way through monsters without stopping for a second. And the weirdest part of all is what happens every time he brings one down. Each kill is giving him an entire level by itself. He has already leveled up 4 separate times, and even Hyun-seok can hardly believe that kind of absurd growth is really happening. The enemies he is hunting are dryads, plant-type demonic beasts that normally appear as lone female monsters. They are not the kind of creatures built for head-on fighting in the first place. Usually their role is to support other monsters by carrying pollen and spreading it around, helping those species reproduce. With the limp body of one of the defeated dryads still hanging in his hand, Hyun-seok pauses for a moment and narrows his eyes. The experience gain is so ridiculously high that he cannot make any sense of it at all. And right then, as he stands there trying to figure it out, a purple sphere quietly floats above him, hovering in place as part of the setup for the current round. The trial for the third day sounds simple when it is first explained, but in reality it is merciless. Survive inside the demonic beast forest. The round will keep going until 10 out of the 24 participants have been eliminated. To keep the event under control, every contestant has been given a magical item for this stage, and Hyun-seok is already starting to suspect that the purple sphere drifting near him is that very tool. That floating sphere is actually a military tracking device created by Hemis herself, a tool formed out of demonic energy and built to detect living targets with frightening accuracy. Its job is to continuously report the location of every participant back to the tournament organizers, basically serving as a magical version of GPS. When Rahel leans in for a closer look, she looks honestly shocked. The spell is so sophisticated that she cannot help marveling at how advanced the Demon King's army must be if they are capable of making something like this. Seeing no reason to stay where he is, Hyun-seok decides to move right away. The last thing he wants is to linger there long enough for someone else to show up and steal away the monsters he worked so hard to kill. But the instant he starts to leave, something suddenly comes hurtling through the air and slams hard into his head. The blow hits with enough force to knock him flat on the spot, and the monsters he had been carrying slip from his hands and scatter across the ground. Whoever attacked him sounds almost delighted, like they are genuinely thrilled that they finally managed to track him down. Hyun-seok, meanwhile, winces in pain and struggles to gather himself after taking the hit. A moment later, the attacker finally comes into view, and it is Holgot. He is furious from the start. One look at his face makes it obvious that he did not come here by accident. He came here to settle things with Hyun-seok once and for all, and if possible, crush him outright. Elsewhere, the official in charge of overseeing the tournament watches everything with a completely bored expression, as though supervising this event is nothing more than an annoying, thankless job. He complains bitterly about the assignment, grumbling that he always ends up stuck with duties like this, the kind he compares to standing guard in front of a doghouse. In his mind, the really important positions are somewhere else entirely, like the guard stationed at the portal connected to Inamazit. One of the nearby guards immediately tries to correct him, telling him not to speak so carelessly. Guarding the portal is no small matter. It is the only one connected directly to the main gate, and if anything were to happen to it, the fallout would be catastrophic. The host admits that part is true, but he still just shrugs the warning off. As far as he is concerned, nobody in their right mind would come all the way out to a place this remote. Then, in the far distance, a new presence suddenly appears. The guardian stationed at the portal reacts immediately. his senses locking onto a group of unfamiliar beings the moment they enter his range. He sharpens his focus and scans them more carefully with his energy, and it does not take long for him to identify what they are. The group is made up of humans. From the impression they give off, they seem to be monster hunters. Even so, he does not treat them as an immediate danger. He cannot sense any especially overwhelming magic from them, so for the time being, he decides not to make a move. In the Guardian's view, acting first might only create a worse situation, especially if attacking them ends up drawing them straight toward the portal. Inimazid is vast, after all, so he convinces himself there is a good chance they will never run into the tournament participants anyway. Even though the group still leaves him with an uneasy feeling he cannot quite shake, he ultimately lets the matter rest and chooses to leave the strangers alone. Back in the forest, Holgot starts puffing himself up and throwing his weight around, trying to intimidate Hyun-suk with loud talk about his overwhelming strength. He demands that Hyun-suk drop to his knees and beg for mercy. But when he realizes Hyun-suk is barely reacting at all, he quickly switches to a different angle and tells him that if he will not beg, then he should at least run. According to Holgot, there is no shame in retreat, and for someone who fights with his fists, scars on the back are nothing to be embarrassed about. Hyun-suk, already fed up with the whole act, turns to Rahel with an irritated look and bluntly asks if it would not be simpler to just kill Holgot now. The second Holgot notices that change in Hyun-suk's tone, his whole body reacts. All the swagger vanishes in an instant. His posture collapses and he drops straight into desperate submission, begging Hyun-suk not to kill him. Then he hurriedly adds that if Hyun-suk does, he will regret it. That warning only leaves Hyun-suk even more confused, because he has no idea what Holgot is even trying to say. Trying frantically to save his own life, Holgot blurts out that he has information, and not just any information, but something extremely valuable. That gets Hyun-suk's attention just enough to make him stop and ask what, exactly, Holgot is talking about. Holgot finally reveals the real problem. At this very moment, according to him, every demon participating in the tournament has marked Hyun-suk as their #1 target. Hyun-suk does not buy it so easily. If that is supposed to be true, then why is everyone not already rushing him right now? If he really is their shared enemy, then they should have been hunting him together from the very beginning. Instead of answering him properly, Holgot suddenly starts counting down out loud, leaving Hyun-suk staring at him in complete confusion. And the second that countdown reaches its end, the explanation arrives on its own. The other tournament participants begin gathering in around a massive dominating chair, and the sight catches Hyun-suk completely off guard. Holgot, on the other hand, can do nothing but laugh as the situation unfolds right in front of him. At the same time, back inside the Black Fortress, the events of the third day are being transmitted through magic to Hemis and Park Hyuna, both of them watching everything from a distance as the scene in the forest plays out. Even Hemis admits that she did not expect all of them to gang up on Hyun-suk like this. With a laugh, she calls the whole display disgraceful. Park Hyuna immediately rebukes her, making it clear from her tone that this is absolutely not something to laugh about. Before that moment can go any further, the magical transmission is suddenly cut off by the portal guardian. He reports in with urgent news. Humans are attacking, and they are trying to destroy the gate. He quickly explains that the attacking force is made up of heavily armed humans equipped with stealth devices, and somehow, despite how unlikely it should be, they know the exact location of the gate. Then the transmission abruptly ends. The instant the connection cuts out, Hemis turns without hesitation and orders Raedrun to move. Raedrun understands at once how serious the situation is. Without missing a beat, he offers to act immediately. As Hemis processes the report, she points out just how carefully prepared the attackers must have been. To her, that level of precision can only mean one thing. Information is leaking from somewhere. The moment those words leave her mouth, Park Hyuna can only stare in stunned silence. Then Hemis raises her voice and demands to know where the leak is coming from, and Park Hyuna visibly flinches again, shaken both by the accusation itself and by the sudden spike of tension in the room. Back in the forest, Hyun-suk manages to break away from the others and hide himself, but he is badly shaken by everything that just happened. Keeping his voice low and strained, he questions why the other contestants are openly breaking the tournament rules and why the people running the stage are doing absolutely nothing to stop it. Rahel quickly cuts in and tells him to stay quiet, warning him that any noise right now could expose the exact place where he is hiding. Not far from where he is concealed, two other participants move through the area searching for him. They stop and scan their surroundings for a moment, but eventually decide he is not there after all. Rather than waste more time wandering around, they leave and say they will just wait for the next tracking update instead. Hyun-suk remains perfectly still for a little while longer just to be sure. Only after he is certain they are really gone does he finally let go. His body gives out beneath him, and he collapses onto the ground, overwhelmed by the terror that he might actually die in this place. Lying there on the ground, he can only think of one thing. How is he supposed to survive a situation like this? Trying to pull him back from spiraling panic, Rahel gently reminds him that his level growth has actually been going well up to this point. She suggests that they may still have a chance if he keeps defeating nearby monsters, and then she asks whether there might be anything in his shop inventory that could help him stay alive through this round. Hyun-suk admits that her reasoning makes sense, so he starts going through what he has. But even while he searches, there is still no real confidence in him. He cannot shake the fear that nothing in his inventory will actually be enough to save him. And just when it finally looks like he may have found something useful, his search is suddenly interrupted. Out of nowhere, a dark figure wrapped in a cloak appears and starts approaching him. The stranger fixes his gaze on Hyun-suk and asks if he is the hero everyone has been talking about, catching him completely by surprise. Then the cloaked figure lifts a hand and pulls back the hood, revealing red hair and a human face underneath. The sight hits Hyun-suk hard enough to leave him visibly stunned, revealing a red-haired human underneath, and the sight leaves Hyun-suk visibly stunned. A moment later, the rest of the group also begins revealing themselves one by one, pulling back their coverings and turning their eyes toward Hyun-suk with expressions that feel unnervingly strange. They are clearly human. There is no mistaking that. And yet, something about them feels deeply wrong. The longer Hyun-suk stares at them, the more unnatural their presence starts to seem. The one who seems to be leading the group finally steps forward at last, carrying himself with an oddly courteous air. Almost as if he is observing proper manners in the middle of a killing ground, he apologizes for not introducing himself sooner. Then he gives Choi Hyun-seok his name, Andrew Taylor, and calmly adds the one detail that instantly changes the weight of the encounter. He is a hero, too. At that exact moment, Hyun-suk's system window suddenly flashes open in front of his eyes and drops a brand new mission on him without warning. The objective is brutally direct: survive no matter what, and kill every villain in this place. If he manages to pull that off, the reward waiting for him will be 1,000 hero points. Realizing there is no time to hesitate and no room to show panic, Hyun-suk immediately tries to deceive the man standing in front of him. He puts on the act of a harmless, inexperienced rookie, forcing energy into his voice as he introduces himself simply as Choi, the newest hero around. Then, as casually as he can manage, he throws out a light question and asks what brought them all the way to a miserable place like this. Andrew does not dodge the question or play around with the answer. Without much hesitation, he tells Hyun-suk plainly that they came here to hunt demons. Hyun-suk instantly pretends to be on the same wavelength. He agrees that it is a righteous cause, saying that wiping out demons is justice. Then he pushes himself up to his feet as if nothing at all is wrong, acts like the situation is perfectly ordinary, and says he will go take care of some demons himself as well. With that, he even tosses them a light wish of good luck and tries to walk away. But the very moment he turns his back, Andrew's expression shifts. In one smooth, merciless motion, he suddenly draws his sword and slashes at Hyun-suk from behind, the blade cutting through the air and only barely missing him. The strike comes so suddenly and so cleanly that Hyun-suk is left visibly shaken where he stands, his whole body jolting from the shock of how close that attack came. Then Andrew makes their real purpose unmistakably clear. They are not just here to slaughter demons. They also came to kill the human traitor. And just as Andrew gets ready to attack again, the situation grows even worse. Another group crashes into the scene at the worst possible moment, because the tournament participants have finally arrived too, and they are also hunting for Hyun-suk. Olgot reacts first, instantly mocking Hyun-suk like there is no possible way out for him now. Behind him, some of the other participants spot the second human nearby and begin muttering in confusion, wondering if Hyun-suk somehow has the ability to duplicate himself. That bizarre claim throws Andrew off for a moment, clearly disrupting his read on the scene. Hyun-suk, however, reacts in the exact opposite way. His mind starts moving at full speed, rapidly connecting the pieces in front of him as he desperately tries to build some kind of emergency plan. Then, out of nowhere, he does something completely unexpected. Raising his voice, Hyun-suk boldly calls out to everyone around him and tells them to recite the chant connected to the Demon King's army's third command. The people around him can only stare back in blank confusion. They are completely caught off guard, unable to understand what he is doing or where this sudden outburst is supposed to be leading. Andrew is no different. He watches Hyun-suk's bizarre little performance with a puzzled look, having absolutely no idea what this man is trying to pull. But Hyun-suk does not stop there. He raises his voice even further and launches into a loud, forceful declaration, shouting that they are the mighty army of the Demon King. The instant those words leave his mouth, a blue aura begins to spill out from his body. It spreads around him in visible waves, making the entire declaration feel heavier, grander, and strangely convincing. With that odd blue energy building around him, Holgot and the other competitors still hesitate for a beat, glancing around as if unsure what they are supposed to do next. Then they ask if that means they are meant to devour the humans standing right in front of them. Hyun-suk answers immediately, without even a moment of pause. Yes, that is exactly what they should do. He presses harder, shouting that they must destroy the enemies of their father, the Demon King, and do it proudly as true warriors. Right on cue, the system announces that a hidden status, charisma, and leadership has been activated, and it notes that allied morale has risen. The second he sees that, Hyun-suk seizes the opening and shouts even louder, ordering them all to charge. Around him, the participants start murmuring to one another, and even Holgot is forced to admit that, technically, Hyun-suk is not wrong. Another participant quickly backs that up, saying that no matter how anyone looks at it, they are still an army in the end. Holgot, now completely swept up in the mood, takes Hyun-suk's cry and amplifies it, roaring for everyone to move forward and crush the humans. Driven on by Hyun-suk's blue aura, the entire group surges forward into battle in one violent wave. And right in the middle of that sudden charge, Hyun-suk is secretly overjoyed that his absurd gamble actually worked. Inwardly, he swears to himself that he will remember their bravery. But while the others all rush straight toward the fight, Hyun-suk does the complete opposite and bolts in the other direction. Even as he runs, he cheerfully calls out that they will all meet again in Valhalla, sending them off like honored warriors while shamelessly abandoning the battlefield. Even while fleeing at full speed, Hyun-suk knows exactly how this is likely to end. Those demons probably will not last very long at all. And in the end, he understands that running is the only real choice left to him if he wants to stay alive. Then, without warning, someone suddenly catches him by the scarf and yanks him back hard. The one who stops him is none other than the commander who had been guarding the gate. Hyun-suk recognizes him right away, and the surprise shows instantly on his face. Completely caught off guard, he blurts out a stunned question, asking what in the world is going on. The commander hurriedly explains that during the humans' ambush, the gate connected to the castle was destroyed. Hyun-suk immediately asks about the guards who had been stationed there, and the commander gives him the grim answer that they were most likely wiped out. Then, with the exhausted strain of someone who barely survived, he adds that he himself only escaped by the narrowest margin. Hyun-suk struggles to understand how that could even happen, especially when he remembers there were only about 40 enemies. The commander then makes it clear just how terrifying that force really was. Every single one of them was at least around battalion commander level. 3 of them were roughly regimental commander class, and one among them was nearly strong enough to rival a division commander. After hearing that, Hyun-suk cuts through everything else and asks the only question that matters now. If they want to survive, what exactly do they need to do? The commander's answer is grim and immediate. As things stand now, survival may not even be possible. Then he reveals something even worse. A tracking spell is currently attached to Hyun-suk, and because the commander himself also holds a high rank within the Demon King's army, the two of them have effectively become the enemy's top priority targets. Hyun-suk quickly asks if there is any way to remove the tracking spell, but the commander shuts that idea down at once, explaining that the removal process takes far too long and they simply do not have that much time left. Before they can think the problem through any further, the tracking spell reacts again. It alerts them to the presence of a nearby creature, one identified as an extremely high-level demonic beast. The moment Hyun-suk hears that, his eyes suddenly sharpen. In that instant, he realizes that this monster might somehow become useful to them. He turns toward the commander, and the commander, already reading the look on his face, watches him closely as if waiting for whatever reckless idea Hyun-suk is about to say out loud. Then Hyun-suk finally says it. He has a plan, and if it works, it may be the only path left that gets them out of this situation alive. Sometime later, the invading force has already finished massacring every last tournament participant. Only after that slaughter is over do they realize that the traitor hero they came for has managed to slip away. The second that fact becomes clear, it triggers an all-out pursuit. Guided by the tracking spell, they immediately begin chasing after him. As they follow the signal, Andrew notices that it is not only Hyun-suk's presence being detected, there is something else mixed in with it as well, and he begins to wonder whether that second presence might be flow-clad. He quickly explains what that means. Flowclad is a monster with combat power somewhere between 250,000 and 300,000, the apex predator of Inamazet itself. It is a gigantic plant-type creature, classified as high risk, and under normal circumstances bringing it down would require at least a fighter-class hero. Andrew admits that killing it is not impossible for them, but he makes the cost clear at the same time. Even if they win, the damage it could inflict before falling would be massive, and just as expected, it does not take long before contact with the monster throws everything into turmoil. The invading heroes collide with it, and the battlefield erupts into instant chaos. Watching that confusion explode around them, Andrew gives a quick, precise order to his team. They are to keep the monster occupied, while he personally continues hunting the traitor hero. At that moment, the system announces the use of an item called pheromone perfume. The item reproduces the scent of a demonic beast, allowing a human to imitate beast affinity, though using it costs 10 hero points. At the same time, the system warns that the wider the range of the effect becomes, the weaker that effect grows overall. Hyun-suk then works that item into his survival plan by combining it with promote, even if it means turning himself into something that looks like a bizarre female tree just to stay alive. Not long after that, Andrew finally catches sight of the pair in their ridiculous disguises. The sheer strangeness of what he sees is enough to make even him stop short for a moment in visible surprise. But that hesitation lasts for only a heartbeat. In the very next instant, he throws himself straight at them without wasting so much as a second. Hyun-suk sees the attack coming and instantly shouts for the commander to intercept him. The commander moves in time and meets Andrew's strike cleanly. After that clash, the two swordsmen separate and reposition themselves, each settling into stance as the real battle between them finally begins to take shape. Andrew then activates the advanced form of his sword and launches himself forward once more, pressing in with another attack. And with that, the confrontation explodes into a full-scale duel, a fierce and violent clash between two warriors whose mastery of the blade exists on an entirely different level. As the commander starts getting boxed in from several directions at once, the pressure on him rises fast. Attacks begin crashing in from every side, forcing him to deal with far more than just Andrew standing in front of him with a sword. The moment Choi Hyun-suk sees that happening, he moves in without the slightest hesitation. He starts cutting down the side threats one after another, cleanly taking out every attacker trying to slip in from the edges and interfere. As he moves, Hyun-suk quickly reassures the commander, telling him not to waste attention on the smaller enemies because he will handle those himself. Then he urges him to keep his mind on the original plan and endure for as long as he possibly can. Watching the way the two of them coordinate their movements, Andrew begins to read between the lines. His eyes narrow, and he sharply asks whether this entire strategy is nothing more than a desperate attempt to stall for time. But the question gets absolutely nothing in return. Neither of them answers him. Not a single word comes back. And the story jumps back to the moment when Hyun-suk first explained the plan to the commander. At the heart of that strategy was one crucial idea. They would turn the demonic beast itself into the main weapon aimed at their enemies. The commander's role in that plan sounded simple, but it was incredibly dangerous in practice. He needed to avoid Andrew as much as he could, wear him down little by little over time, and whenever those deadly attacks came at him, he was supposed to use the beast's enormous body as cover. At the same time, Hyun-suk would deal with the rest of the enemy group by exploiting the chaos caused by the demonic beast's presence. The most important rule of the entire operation was crystal clear. Under no circumstances could they allow themselves to get dragged into a direct frontal battle, and with absurd confidence, Hyun-suk even gives the plan a name, calling it, "You Come At Me." Back in the middle of the present fight, Andrew's patience finally starts wearing thin. Frustrated by the commander's non-stop evasion, he angrily demands to know how long he intends to keep dancing around and dodging every single blow. The commander gives no verbal reply at all. But inwardly, as he watches the way these humans fight, he judges it to be a cowardly style of combat. Even so, he cannot deny what is right in front of him. However ugly or distasteful this method feels, it is exactly what is letting them drag the fight out and steal the precious time they need. Then the focus pulls away from that clash and shifts over to Hyun-suk, who now finds himself standing face to face with a single cloaked enemy on his own. Though the man is already battered and weakened, he still forces himself back to his feet. The obsession burning inside him is obvious. He wants to kill the traitor no matter what. And then, with no hesitation left, the man bursts forward in a straight charge. Hyun-suk slips around the incoming attacks with surprising ease, avoiding every swing cleanly and wasting almost no movement as he does it. But even while he is dodging, he can feel how dangerous those attacks truly are. Every slash is sharp, Every strike carries serious weight, and any clean hit looks like it would be enough to cut him in half on the spot. The attacker's biggest problem is how readable he is. There is no rhythm to throw Hyun-sik off. No deception, no instinctive variation at all. He swings his blade with the cold, repetitive precision of a machine. Hyun-sik takes advantage of that immediately. He counters by snapping a quick strike into the man's leg first, wrecking his balance and knocking his footing out from under him. The instant the man crashes down and smashes his chin against the ground, Hyun-sik follows up without mercy, driving a brutal kick straight into his head and knocking him unconscious right there. The whole victory comes so quickly that even Hyun-sik looks caught off guard by it, especially when the result gives him several more level-ups. The fight was almost suspiciously easy, and that only makes him more uneasy. The way these enemies move feels so mechanical that he starts questioning whether they are really human at all. But while he is still thinking about that, and also worrying about how much longer he can keep Promote active before it drains too much of his stamina, something unexpected suddenly happens. A strange sensation starts building in his forehead, and at the very same time the system alerts him that his demonic chi has risen from rank C to rank B. Then the change becomes visible. A horn starts pushing out from his head, caught completely off guard. Hyun-sik realizes that his appearance is starting to turn demonic. The system then explains the cause. His body has temporarily synchronized with demonic chi, and that forced synchronization has triggered an immediate transformation. Elsewhere, the commander keeps his distance carefully, his body wrapped in armor made from tangled plants and twisting vines. His eyes stay locked on Andrew Taylor, who grips his sword with unwavering focus and shows no sign of letting up for even a second. By this point, the commander can already feel his strength running dry. He is nearing his limit, and the concern in his eyes only deepens as he stares at the hero standing before him. Even the demonic beast serving as his shield is close to collapse. The massive creature with pale alabaster skin and claws, sharp as blades, is covered in deep wounds carved all across its body. Its breathing has grown rough and ragged, its legs tremble under its own weight, and it is painfully obvious that neither the beast nor the commander can keep this up much longer. Andrew remains standing firm with his sword in hand, and he is the one who finally breaks the silence that has been hanging over the forest like a heavy fog. His voice is calm when he speaks, but the contempt in it is impossible to miss. He mocks the commander, saying there is nothing remarkable about him, except his talent for running away, and even that trick is about to stop working here. A dark, satisfied smile spreads across Andrew's face as he boasts that heroes like him grow stronger every time they kill a beast or a demon. Then he proudly reveals his current level 983, and declares that once he kills the beast protecting the commander, he will easily rise to level 1000, a height only a very small number of people have ever reached. Without giving the commander even another second to breathe, Andrew suddenly lunges forward and attacks with lethal precision. Commander barely manages to react in time. In one fast motion, he snaps up the long whip at his side and uses it to deflect the strike before it can cut him down. By now, the strain is written all over his face. He is very clearly fighting from a terrible disadvantage against an opponent whose raw force is overwhelming, and he knows that himself. If he does not come up with something concrete immediately, then this is where he will fall. So without wasting even a heartbeat, the commander starts pressing his hands against several critical points across the giant white beast's body. His fingers move with practiced precision, fast and deliberate, and every time they touch down, tiny red sparks burst out from his hand. Those sparks flicker like glowing embers, tracing strange, cryptic patterns over the beast's skin, as if some kind of seal is being carved into living flesh. Even while Andrew keeps hammering him with fierce, calculated attacks, the commander refuses to stop the sequence. The fight grows more violent by the second, but he stays focused, gambling everything on completing that seal before his time runs out. Consumed by the hunger to win, Andrew keeps driving forward. The commander blocks those redirected strikes while desperately clinging to another section of the beast's massive body, trying to stay attached any way he can. Blow after blow pushes him farther and farther back, and his defense begins to crack under the pressure. Then one especially vicious strike finally sends him tumbling across the forest floor. As the commander scrapes backward through the dirt, Andrew grips his sword with both hands and raises it high overhead. His eyes gleam with anticipation as he prepares to drive the blade down into the weakened demonic beast. With arrogant confidence dripping from every word, he warns the commander that once the beast is dead and his own attributes rise again, finishing off someone this weak and cornered will be nothing more than cleanup. But just before Andrew can bring that finishing strike down, the commander, still breathing hard, speaks in a firm voice. He says he was not running around without purpose. The words cut sharply through the tension hanging in the air. And in that exact instant, the marks his hands left across the beast's body begin to shine. The intricate patterns ignite with a radiant red glow, pulsing with power, and from those blazing symbols, several thick metal chains suddenly burst outward in every direction. Red sparks scatter all around the demonic beast, crackling through the air, like fireflies caught inside a violent storm. Now the technique is finally revealed, an advanced movement restriction skill. Ignoring the pain tearing through his battered body, the commander gathers himself, curls his fingers into a circle, and completes the final motion needed to activate the seal. The glowing red chains, blazing brighter than ever, lash out in an instant and wrap themselves around Andrew from behind, just as he is about to drive his sword into the beast again. Then the story slips into a memory, returning to a quieter moment before the battle, when the commander and Hyun-suk were discussing the second half of their plan together. Barely able to hide how excited he is, Hyun-suk eagerly proposes a name for the next phase of the strategy. He calls it Kill Steal. The commander answers with a skeptical look, lifting one brow as he folds his arms across his chest. He asks if that is supposed to be some kind of hero code phrase, but Hyun-suk just grins and keeps going, laying out the outline of the plan. First, he will eliminate the rest of the enemy group before the demonic beast finally goes down. Still cautious as ever, the commander asks what happens after that. Hyun-suk replies with a confident smirk, saying the commander only needs to keep buying time exactly the way he is doing now, and then, when the timing is right, Hyun-suk will come back and help finish off the beast. The look they exchange makes it clear that both of them understand just how dangerous that plan really is, even without either one saying those fears out loud. Commander lets out an awkward laugh and scratches at his head, accepting that they really do not have a better option anyway. Even so, he points out that Hyun-suk's plan has two very obvious problems. First, would Hyun-suk actually be able to make it back in time? Second, even if he did manage to return, would he really be capable of killing a monster like that after it had already leveled up? With that same blunt honesty he always falls back on, Choi Hyun-suk admits the truth without trying to soften it. From beginning to end, the odds of this plan actually working are terrible. If anything, he says, their chances are sitting somewhere below 1%. Then his eyes harden, and so does his voice. He says that if they give up now, that tiny chance does not stay small. It drops all the way to 0. Hyun-suk clenches his fist on the spot and forces his resolve into place. If those are the only choices left, then he is willing to throw everything he has behind that miserable 1%. At that point, there is no room left inside him for fear. There is only the decision to keep moving forward. Then the scene snaps back to the turning point of the battle. In an instant, several glowing chains lock Andrew down completely, wrapping hard around his legs, his wrists, and even the sword he had just raised overhead, freezing the blade in mid-swing. His face twists immediately with fury and frustration, and with anger blazing in his eyes, he snarls at the commander and demands to know what kind of cheap trick this is, using something so underhanded to pin his movements in place. His voice rips across the battlefield like a growl. The commander does not flinch in the slightest. He keeps calmly moving through his hand signs, controlling the chains with precise, measured motions, his expression steady from beginning to end. All he tells Andrew is to wait and see, because they have a hero on their side too, and that hero can level up as well. And then, all at once, Choi appears. But the figure arriving now is clearly no longer the same as before. He steps into view in an awakened demonic form, raw power pouring off him, dark horns jutting up from his head while tension coils through every muscle in his body. Even the air around him feels charged, as if the pressure alone could split it open. Andrew's face changes on the spot, his anger giving way to stunned disbelief as he struggles to process what he is seeing. Even his voice stumbles as he stares at the figure in front of him and asks what that thing is supposed to be, and whether Choi has actually become a demon. Hyun-seok does not give him a single word in response. Instead, Hyun-seok explodes forward and rushes straight at the demonic beast with his bare hands. Then he slams in a savage blow powerful enough to send a shockwave tearing across the battlefield. The impact is so overwhelming that the chains binding both the beast and Andrew shatter apart at the same time. And in that same instant, the hero system window flashes up, confirming that Hyun-seok has successfully leveled up yet again. Right after that, the demonic beast lets out its final breath and crashes down with a thunderous collapse. The commander drops to one knee, one fist braced against the ground as he breathes hard and lets out a tired laugh. He jokes that Hyun-suk could not have chosen a better time to show up, even if the timing was a little too close for comfort. Hyun-suk, with his fists still wet from the blood of the beast he just killed, gives him a small nod and thanks the commander for holding the line until he got there. His voice stays firm when he says it. But underneath that firmness, there is an unmistakable trace of genuine respect. Then, without wasting even a moment, Hyun-suk turns sharply and lifts one arm, pointing straight at Andrew. With absolute certainty in his voice, he declares that the one who is going to defeat this hero now is him. Andrew responds by raising his sword, and his expression darkens immediately. He scoffs at Hyun-suk's declaration, brushing it off as nothing more than arrogance. In his eyes, killing a weakened demonic beast does not suddenly put anyone above him. Tightening his grip around the hilt, he prepares to crush what he sees as Hyun-suk's foolish confidence with sheer force. In the next instant, even the atmosphere seems to tense as Andrew reveals a new skill. It is a high-level sword technique, Form 3, bearing the ominous name Dragon Slayer. Blue energy flares along the blade and spills outward in sharp arcs of light as Andrew steps forward, every movement heavy with the certainty of someone who has never once imagined defeat. Then he roars and brings the attack down. Hyun-suk does not retreat even a step. He plants himself firmly, raises both arms, and crosses his wrists above his head. The enormous blade crashes down with crushing force, but Hyun-suk stops it head-on with nothing but raw physical strength. The ground beneath him fractures from the impact, yet his body does not bend. Andrew's eyes narrow instantly. In that one moment, he understands something important. Hyun-suk is not just some reckless brute charging around at random. He is a close-range fighter with monstrous physical strength, and if Andrew lets him get in close again, having a sword may not be enough to save him. On the opposite side, Hyun-suk's eyes glow with a sharp white light, intense and yet perfectly steady. There is no panic in that stare, no hesitation, no awe at the sight of Andrew's glowing sword or his status as a hero. His gaze cuts straight through all of it. He is standing here for one reason only: to end this. Andrew immediately follows up with a relentless barrage of sword strikes, one after another, his skill releasing blue slashes that close in around Hyun-suk from every direction. But even under that pressure, Hyun-suk defends against every single attack with almost unsettling ease. Realizing that Form 3 may not be enough, Andrew pushes the technique all the way up to Form 7. He charges again to complete the next attack, but before he can fully unleash it, Hyun-suk counters with absurd power, releasing violet lightning that slams into Andrew and blasts him backward. Andrew is launched clean off the top of the demonic beast, and does not stop flying until he crashes into a rock wall hard enough to crack it on impact. Blood spills from Andrew's body and drips down onto the ground beneath him. His teeth grind together, his eyes widen, and a ragged scream tears out of him as he demands to know what the hell Hyun-suk even is, and whether he really has turned into a demon. Down on the forest floor, Hyun-suk stands there wrapped in a thick violet aura. Then he starts walking toward the place where Andrew fell, and in a calm voice he says that every opponent he has faced up to this point has always been stronger than him. As soon as he reaches him, Hyun-suk drives a brutal kick into Andrew's stomach, forcing the hero to gasp and fold in pain. Before Andrew can recover from that hit, Hyun-suk grabs him by the face and slams him straight down into the ground. Even while pinning him there, Hyun-suk keeps talking in a steady, unwavering voice, completely ignoring Andrew's desperate pleas for him to stop. As he presses the attack, Hyun-suk hammers him with blow after blow, each hit landing with savage precision. In the short gaps between strikes, he keeps murmuring the same words almost like a mantra, as if every punch is meant to drive that lesson deeper into Andrew's skull. And in the end, that lesson is simple. Level is just a number. With his fists carrying both power and conviction, Hyun-suk finishes those words with one final punch, a strike heavier than every hit that came before it. That last blow brings the fight to its true conclusion, leaving no room at all for doubt that Hyun-suk has proved exactly what he set out to prove. Once the battle is over, Hyun-suk gains several more levels, and with them, another hidden attribute unlocks. It is called Fighting Spirit, a trait that strengthens resistance against mental debilitation and sharpens focus in combat. The system grants him 10 points in this newly awakened attribute. A little later, Hyun-suk is sprawled out on the ground, groaning dramatically from the strain of using promote again. This time, the side effects are milder than before, but he still seizes the chance to put on a show, whining like he is on death's door, even though he is clearly not in quite that bad a condition. While Hyun-suk keeps up that exaggerated suffering, the commander walks over and asks whether the hero is still alive. Hyun-suk answers in a flat voice that, no, he is dead. Then, in the very next second, The commander suddenly pours a red liquid right over Hyun-suk's face, catching him completely off guard and orders him to drink it. Hyun-suk jerks upright immediately and starts complaining about how horrible the potion tastes, demanding to know where something this disgusting even came from. The commander casually tells him that Rahel is the one who brought a whole pile of those potions. Right after that, Rahel herself appears with another bottle in hand and explains that it is a high-level potion. As she offers him more, the system also notes that the potion does not only heal wounds, but restores a small amount of mana, too. Hyun-suk turns toward Rahel and asks where on earth she managed to get so many potions. Rahel matter-of-factly explains that she took them from defeated heroes because when heroes die, they drop everything they were carrying. That answer clearly catches Hyun-suk off guard. Hyun-suk then glances over toward Andrew and says that heroes in this world are far too strange. Rahel does not understand what he means, so he explains it. In his mind, heroes are supposed to be righteous people. They are meant to stand against evil and save the world. But in this world, there is no punishment at all for killing another hero. In fact, doing that gives you experience and lets you take their items as loot. As he thinks that through, Hyun-suk comes to a bitter realization. Even though he himself is a hero, he has been living more like a villain for a long time now. He does the kind of things a villain would do, and yet no divine punishment or moral consequence ever comes down on him for it. After hearing that, the commander gives his own answer. He says that from a human point of view, Hyun-suk's concerns make complete sense, but from the perspective of an ally, what Hyun-suk has done is not evil at all. In fact, it is no different from what a good hero would do because in the end, he saved him. Then the commander adds that clinging too tightly to human morality is pointless, because everything has two sides. Looking at the world only through the lens of right and wrong does not really work when those ideas are not absolute. Hyun-suk listens carefully, paying close attention to every single word the commander says. But out of everything he hears, one particular detail catches his attention more than anything else. Is the commander actually trying to comfort him? The moment Hyun-suk says that out loud, the commander answers him with kicks instead of words, telling him to shut up and go get some rest. Still aching from the side effects, Hyun-suk yelps and complains that the violence is too much and that his bones already hurt enough as it is. After that, the commander finally stops and explains the situation properly. Before the signal was cut off during the attack, he had already sent out a request for help, which means reinforcements are probably on the way. Hearing that, Hyun-suk smiles in relief, finally starting to feel like the worst may be over, though he still stays slightly guarded in case the commander decides to kick him again. Then the scene shifts to the moment Raidrun arrives. He is the one responsible for opening the portal everyone will use to return. The commander reaches out a hand to help Hyun-suk into the portal, and the transfer goes through without any trouble. One after another, they all pass through the portal and make it back to the Dark Fortress. The instant he arrives, Hyun-suk is so relieved that he loudly announces that he is back. But the second he fully opens his eyes, that relief disappears. Spread out in front of him is total devastation. Buildings have been smashed apart, the entire area has been reduced to ruins, and Hyun-suk reacts in shock as he realizes that the place he believed was his safe zone is no longer safe at all. Then the despair hits him even harder when he sees his own house swallowed by flames. Rage surges through him instantly, and he starts demanding to know who caused all of this destruction. The second Raidrun and the commander fully take in the devastation around them. The answer hits all three of them almost immediately. It does not take long at all for them to understand exactly where this chaos came from. Every last bit of the destruction was caused by Hemis herself. She is still standing right there in the middle of the ruin, wrapped in fury, her face disturbingly blank, even as her rage continues tearing the fortress apart. Park Hyuna is the one trapped directly under Hemis's wrath, and the desperation on her face is impossible to miss. She keeps trying to reason with Hemis, pleading with her to stop, and insisting that this destruction serves no purpose, especially now that the attack itself no longer even makes sense. By that point, the real problem has become painfully clear. Hemis has already decided that Park Hyun-ah is the traitor, and no matter how fiercely Park Hyun-ah denies it, Hemis refuses to let go of that conclusion. But Hemis has already gone even further than that. At this stage, whether Park Hyun-ah is actually a traitor or not does not matter to her anymore. She is angry, and that anger alone is enough to keep driving her forward. In Hemis's eyes, nobody tied to this betrayal deserves peace, and with a cruel smile slowly curling across her face, she prepares to launch another attack. With no other option left, Park Hyun-ah braces herself to defend against the next strike. She is horrified that Hemis is pushing things this far, even though everything pointing at the truth suggests she is not the traitor at all. Hemis's next attack comes in with brutal force, But just as it should have connected, something strange cuts across its path and throws off the trajectory. A huge curtain of smoke suddenly surges upward and swallows the scene whole for a moment. Then, from inside that churning cloud, a figure slowly starts to emerge. For a brief second, nobody can tell who it is. Then the shape becomes clear. A man whose appearance strongly resembles Raedrun steps forward and calls out to Hemis, his face set in a hard, serious expression that demands attention. He is Uzgez, another commander in the Demon King's army, and he has arrived carrying a direct order from the king himself. Hemis is to stop this disturbance immediately. That makes Hemis pause, not because she is afraid, but because she is curious. One detail bothers her more than anything else. How did Uzgez learn what was happening so quickly? Even if someone had warned him the very instant the attack began, there still should not have been enough time for him to appear right then. Which means the Demon King must have known before any of this started and sent Uzgez ahead of time. That realization leads Hemis straight to a new conclusion. Park Hyuna was never the real spy in the first place. She was only a decoy, while someone else had actually been placed nearby to keep watch on the commander. When Hemis turns that suspicion toward Uzgez and says it aloud, he answers by telling her she is simply being paranoid. He brushes the accusation aside as if it is nothing more than something exaggerated inside her own head. Hemis takes that answer as outright mockery. Her eyes sharpen at once, and in that cold, controlled state, she calmly decides that Uzgez has now earned her full attention, with the next attack directed squarely at him. Then, after a short pause of hesitation, Hemis lowers her guard just enough to descend to the ground and approach Uzgez face to face. As she walks toward him, she admits that maybe she is overreacting. But then she brings up the punishment she once suffered for saving Rotax from the humans, how she was unjustly confined in the Dark Fortress for 100 years because of it. That is how she takes Uzgez's words. She asks him directly whether he really sees her as arrogant and paranoid, and as she says it, she begins casting a spell that spreads outward across the ground beneath them. As that magic creeps farther and farther across the floor, Hemis coldly remarks that perhaps saving Rotax was a mistake after all. Uzgez senses the danger immediately, and for the first time he looks genuinely caught off guard by how openly aggressive her move has become. Dark energy closes in around Uzgez, and Hemis finishes her thought by asking whether he agrees with that conclusion. Uzgez, however, does not move. He stays standing there, almost as if he already knows that nothing truly terrible can happen to him. Then a voice suddenly tears through the scene. It is Raedrun, shouting loudly enough to pull Hemis's attention away and begging her not to continue the attack. Uzgez's reaction to Raedrun's arrival instantly makes one thing obvious. The two of them are not strangers. There is a clear sense of familiarity between them. Before anyone else can say another word, Hemis calmly steps forward and places a hand on Uzgez's shoulder. In an eerily controlled voice, she tells him he can relax now because there is no need for confusion anymore. According to her, she already got exactly what she wanted, and she tightens her grip on his shoulder and tells him he should thank his nephew for that. With those words, it becomes clear that Raedrun is Uzgez's nephew. Sometime later, Hyun-suk is lying in bed, still turning everything over in his head. Even he is surprised by how much internal disorder exists inside the Demon King's army. Abelson Marriott is once again by his side, helping him recover. And while she tends to him, she takes the opportunity to ask whether he really plans to keep serving in the Demon King's army, especially now that he is about to be promoted to battalion commander. Hyun-suk tells her that he probably will stay. In his view, there is already an official war underway between the Dark Fortress and the Drasen Empire. And beyond that, even if he wanted to leave, he knows there is no realistic path for him to return to human society anymore. Now that horns are growing from his head, and he can use demonic chi, Hyun-suk's condition only makes that truth harder to deny. Abelson ends up letting out a small laugh at the sheer absurdity of the hero's situation. Not long after that, Hyun-suk finds his thoughts drifting back to what happened during the trial, especially the heroes who appeared so suddenly. There was something deeply wrong about that group. Aside from Andrew Taylor, every one of the others had an unsettling look about them. They all seemed dazed, almost vacant, and no matter how badly they were hurt, or even when they died, their expressions never changed at all. When Hyun-suk asks whether she knows anything about heroes like that, Abelson tells him she cannot say for certain. She reminds him that she was expelled, so she is no longer familiar with the kingdom's inner workings. What she can say is that the Empire has a large number of powerful heroes, and that most wars against demons are not actually fought by priest-ranked heroes alone. Even so, one mystery still remains. How is such a divided empire able to gather that many powerful heroes so quickly whenever the need arises? Still, there are rumors, and they are ugly ones. According to those whispers, The Empire may be relying on inhumane methods to make that possible. The moment she finishes saying that, their conversation is cut off by someone arriving. It is Raedrun. He apologizes for barging in and ruining the atmosphere between the two of them, but says that Hemis wants to see them immediately. Then the scene shifts to a meeting in Hemis's office. There, the commander greets them with unusual warmth and, in a surprisingly cheerful tone, announces that she has a brand new mission for them. A spatial interference magic shield needs to be installed. Hyun-seok has no idea what that means, so Hemis explains it to him in simpler terms, telling him to think of it as a barrier that blocks unauthorized teleportation. She points out that it is the kind of thing that stops him from waking up one day with an assassin already standing inside his room. Hemis goes on to explain that only the second corps is capable of carrying out a task like that. At that point, Hyun-seok starts realizing exactly where this conversation is headed. Hemis continues, saying that the two of them will be sent out under the official cover of a work trip disguised as a messenger and that messenger's personal medic. According to Hemis, the entire assignment is basically meant to keep them safe from human interference, so finishing such a simple mission should not be especially difficult. On top of that, she says she will assign a trusted guide to lead them along the route, and that guide once again turns out to be Commander Roiger, who reads the travel order with fire practically burning in his eyes, clearly irritated that he has been dragged into yet another ridiculous job. The room they have all gathered in is broad and imposing, lit by the vivid blaze of a flaming structure burning at its center. That fire does more than brighten the chamber. It makes the whole place feel grander, heavier, and more authoritative. Along the walls, neatly arranged swords catch the shifting firelight and throw it back in gleaming flashes, turning the room into a display of both wealth and power. In front of the flames stretches a long, solid wooden table with 7 designated seats, though only 5 are occupied. At the head of that long table sits the most elaborate chair in the room, occupied by the one hosting the gathering, the unmistakable center of authority in that space. One seat, however, remains empty, and its emptiness stands out even if it is not exactly surprising. It is simply another one of Rotash's usual absences. The 5th commander, Ujgez, still draped in the head and hide of a bull, gives a small shrug as if none of this is worth reacting to. In his mind, Rotash never attends these meetings anyway. Derekagus, the 1st commander, clad in purple armor, is visibly irritated by Rotash's absence, even if the gathering itself is not technically mandatory. Park Hyuna, who has been lounging comfortably in her chair the entire time with one arm draped over her bent leg, casually remarks that even if Rotash had shown up, he probably would have just sat there talking nonsense the whole time. Right there in front of the 4th commander, Hemis could only stand still and watch everything play out. Even though the entire discussion revolved around her, she chose not to interrupt at first. She kept her lips closed, listened to the voices rising around her, and let the others speak over the matter in silence without offering a single reply. At the very front of the chamber sat Tegrad, the highest authority among the demon kings. The thick, curling horns rising from his forehead only made his already crushing presence feel even more imposing. With a heavy, unsmiling face, he slowly swept his gaze across the assembled commanders before declaring in a firm voice that the meeting would now begin. It did not take long at all for the reason behind the gathering to reveal itself. This entire meeting had been convened because of Hemis. She had taken it upon herself to carry out a major operation alone, and she had done it without reporting her actions beforehand. As Tegrad continued speaking, the story flashes back to the violent clash between Choi Hyun-seok in his demonic state and Andrew Taylor. In a cold, controlled tone, he explained that the border had been left vulnerable, and the humans had seized that chance to prepare an ambush there, a trap that ultimately led to devastating losses. Before the Demon King could go any further, Luzgaze suddenly stepped in to spell out just how severe the damage had been. In a flat, direct voice, he listed the numbers one by one, 97 dead, 100 injured, and even more still unaccounted for in the aftermath of the battle. Tegrad remained seated on his golden throne, his black claws pressing into the armrests while his expression stayed outwardly calm. But only outwardly. Without needing to raise his voice, he continued by stating that Hemis had launched an attack on the 4th commander without any clear justification, and according to their rules, any conflict between commanders required prior approval. That single statement made the tension in the room tighten even further. Wearing a stern expression that left no room for softness, Tegrad formally announced that the discussion over Hemis's punishment would now begin based on her conduct. But the moment he opened the floor for objections, Hemis immediately stepped forward, clearly unwilling to let a verdict fall on her before she had the chance to speak for herself. Keeping her composure, she raised her hand and asked for permission to speak. No one stopped her. With every eye in the room now turning toward her, Hemis began defending herself at once, directly rejecting the accusation that she had acted without any real reason. Hemis then calmly laid out the logic behind what she had done. According to her, the whole situation started because someone had been working against her from the shadows as a spy. She explained that she targeted the fourth commander because under the circumstances at the time, she had reason to believe he was the one responsible. Then she turned the argument back toward the room itself, pointing out that instead of rushing to punish her for protecting herself from something so underhanded, they should first be asking who had actually been trying to sabotage her. The instant those words left her mouth, Tegrad's expression changed. The irritation on his face was impossible to miss, and he treated her defense less like an explanation and more like an open challenge. His eyes hardened, and he sharply demanded to know whether what she had just said was meant as a provocation against his authority. Hemis answered him without even a moment of hesitation. She said it was merely a humble suggestion, but the slight curve of her lips and the fearless, steady look in her eyes told a very different story from the politeness in her voice. That response only pushed Tegrad even further. He looked genuinely stunned by how brazen she was being, and as his anger built, both of his hands tightened against the armrests of the throne until they curled into clenched fists. Sometime later, the story moves out into the corridor beyond the meeting room, where Park Hyuna, Uzgaze, and Derekagus have gathered together. As they discussed what had just unfolded inside, Uzgaze commented bitterly on the emotional explosion from both commanders, saying it had turned the entire meeting into a complete waste. Park Hyuna did not bother hiding her frustration. She looked clearly irritated at the thought that Hemis and the Demon King might never be able to mend things between them. Derekagus answered in a grim tone that, in his opinion, there was no way the two of them could ever return to the unity they once shared. Hearing that only made Park Hyuna more uneasy, and she admitted openly that she really did not like the direction everything was taking. In the end, the three of them decided to put the matter aside for the moment. As unpleasant as the whole situation was, they all understood that this kind of conflict was probably not going to stop here. If anything, it meant there was only one conclusion left to draw. Sooner or later, every last one of them would be forced to choose which side they were going to stand on. Meanwhile, far away from that tense political showdown, Choi Hyun-sik and the others continue on their way toward the magical tower of the Fourth Command. The moment the hero catches sight of it, he is completely mesmerized. His eyes lock onto the tower at once, visibly captivated by the sheer sight standing before him. Not long after they arrive, the group is approached by the bodyguards assigned to the fourth commander. The guards stop them on the spot, immediately demanding to know who they are and asking everyone present to identify themselves. Roiger steps forward to deal with the situation himself, introducing himself as the commander of the 3rd Regiment. He also makes sure to mention right away that 2 humans are traveling with him, making their unusual group impossible to overlook from the very beginning. One of the guards takes the letter of referral sent by Hemis, opens it up, and reads through it carefully. The mood shifts almost instantly after that. The guard suddenly becomes much more welcoming, properly greets the group, informs them that the commander has already been expecting them, and then personally leads them inside for the meeting. At the same time, Rotach is shown reclining in his office chair, looking perfectly relaxed as he thinks about the unusual human he has heard of. A human capable of using dark mana, and not only that, one whose body is already partway through the process of becoming a demon. Even though Hemis's reports had clearly caught his interest, Rotach ultimately reins himself in. No matter how strange or rare the case may be, in his eyes, that subject is still only a human at the end of the day. Before long, Choi Hyun-sok's group reaches the room and comes face to face with Commander Rotach, greeting him directly in person. But instead of welcoming them with any kind of formal courtesy, Rotach suddenly launches himself straight at Choi Hyun-sik, catching him completely off guard before he can even finish offering a proper greeting. As Rotach moves in close and begins examining Choi Hyun-sok's body, one thing immediately seems to surprise him. He cannot feel anything at all. Right after that, Rotach starts pouring energy directly into one of the hero's arms. Even while doing it, he casually warns him that it is going to hurt a little and tells Choi Hyun-suk that he will simply have to endure it. Choi Hyun-suk has no real idea what is happening to him. The entire situation is so abrupt and confusing that all he can do is grit his teeth and bear the intense discomfort as Rotach's energy rushes through his body, leaving him to suffer through it without any explanation. Choi Hyun-suk has absolutely no idea what is being done to him. Everything is happening so suddenly and so strangely that he cannot even begin to understand it. All he can do is grit his teeth, tense his body, and suffer through the sharp discomfort as Rotaj's energy surges through him without any explanation at all. The moment the process finally ends, Abelson Marriott reacts immediately. Seeing Choi Hyun-seok down on his knees and struggling just to steady himself again, she rushes to ask in clear alarm whether he is all right. The saint quickly moves toward him, ready to lift him up and support him if he falters, while behind her, Rotaj casually comments that he is impressed by how much Choi Hyun-seok has progressed. As the hero slowly raises his head, still dazed from what he just went through, Rotaj asks him whether he has any idea what kind of future is waiting ahead. And only then does he reveal the true shock. In a calm, almost matter-of-fact tone, he tells Choi Hyun-seok that if this continues, he will be dead in about 3 months. That statement hits Choi Hyun-seok like a crushing blow. He goes completely still, stunned into silence by the sheer shock of hearing such a grim fate laid out so bluntly in front of him. Rotak then explains what is actually happening inside Choi Hyun-seok's body. Because the hero is rapidly undergoing demonization, Rotak says he should almost count himself fortunate that, at present, only smaller sections of his body have been affected. But that fragile mercy will not last. Eventually, the dark mana will begin spreading deeper and start corrupting his internal organs as well. And the very instant that corruption reaches his heart or his lungs, Choi Hyun-seok will die immediately. Choi Hyun-seok instinctively refuses to accept that, arguing that he does not feel any symptoms at all. Rotak does not waste time debating him. He simply turns back toward his desk to pick something up, remarking that if Choi Hyun-seok doubts his words, then he only needs to wait and see it for himself. Rotak then lifts a single sheet from his desk and shows it to Choi Hyun-seok, explaining that it is a demon contract. He says its purpose is simple. It reveals the truth. That explanation alone is enough to catch Choi Hyun-seok off guard. Once the demon contract is activated, it confirms that everything Rotak has said is genuine. It verifies that he truly believes Choi Hyun-seok will die within 3 months. It also spells out Rotak's intentions in detail. He intends to take responsibility for Choi Hyun-seok's treatment, expects the hero to consent to being used in his experiments, promises that those methods will not directly kill him, and assumes that Choi Hyun-seok will not resist even if the treatment leaves his body physically deformed. And when the contract goes even further, openly, including the possibility that Choi Hyun-seok's intelligence or even his sense of self could gradually fade during the process, the hero finally realizes just how extreme Rotak's methods are prepared to become. Abelson Marriott is visibly shaken, seeing those terms laid out so openly in front of them. She immediately begs Choi Hyun-seok not to accept the contract, insisting instead that she will personally take responsibility for caring for him herself. Rotak cuts her off immediately, calling Abelson Marriott arrogant for even saying that. He reminds her that dark mana and divine power are natural opposites, and explains that the only reason her healing has worked up to this point is because Choi Hyun-seok is still mostly human. But once he fully becomes a demon, divine power will no longer have any effect on him at all. Both Abelson Marriott and Choi Hyun-seok are clearly shaken by that explanation. Picking up on the urgency in the room, Rotak presses them even harder, warning that 3 months is actually a generous estimate. With that grim possibility hanging in the air, he urges Choi Hyun-seok to make his decision quickly. After hearing all of that, the group steps away for a while to think things over. Rahel becomes deeply worried about what might happen to the hero, because from the way Rotak described it, Choi Hyun-seok is essentially dealing with a terminal illness, and the only doctor who seems capable of treating him is demanding permission to perform what sound like outright psychopathic experiments on his body. Choi Hyun-seok, meanwhile, says he is trying to buy himself a little time before he starts training the battalion, and he wonders out loud whether there might be some other way to treat his condition without having to surrender himself to those experiments. At that moment, Roger raises a simple but crucial question. Why not ask Hemis for help? The suggestion catches Choi Hyun-seok completely by surprise, and Roger goes on to explain exactly what he means. Among the commanders, there is an unofficial ranking, and Hemis stands at the very top while Rotak is positioned close to the bottom. In other words, she has more than enough authority and influence to pressure him and force him to loosen those conditions. With that idea in mind, the group heads back, returns to the door, and knocks once more, asking for permission to come in. Rotak answers without delay and grants them entry immediately. So Choi Hyun-seok steps forward again to present himself, this time with something hidden in his hands beneath a cloth as he politely asks permission and walks into the room. Rotak's gaze immediately drops to the item concealed under the cloth. and he asks Choi Hyun-suk exactly what he is carrying there. Roijer then places the object down on the table, and the moment the cloth is lifted away, a glowing purple orb is revealed underneath. The instant it comes into view, everyone in the room knows exactly what they are looking at. Without wasting even a second, Roijer immediately begins casting the spell needed to activate it and use the orb to contact Hemis. The second Rotoch realizes that they have brought out a communication orb for that purpose. His face visibly changes. A flicker of surprise crosses his features, and a thin trace of uneasiness starts creeping into his expression as he understands who they are about to call. The connection is established soon after. Hemis appears on the other end of the orb without delay, and in a calm, casual voice, she greets Rotoch and asks how he has been. Rotoch answers her in a voice that noticeably trembles, clearly thrown off by the sudden contact. As he returns the greeting, he awkwardly points out that it has been quite a long time since the last time the two of them saw each other. Hemis calmly recalls that their last meeting was at one of the gatherings held with the Demon King. Rotoch, looking even more tense now, hurriedly agrees and echoes her words, confirming that yes, that is exactly when it was. Then Hemis stops wasting time on formalities. Dropping any remaining small talk, she goes straight to the point and tells him she contacted him for one reason alone. She wants a favor from him. Her voice turns colder, sharper, and far more pressuring as she begins laying out what must be added to the contract. First, Rotoch is to use every ounce of his ability to treat Choi Hyun-seok. Second, under no circumstances is the hero to be harmed during that process. The moment Rotoch understands the direction this conversation is taking, his whole body goes stiff with shock, and for a moment he cannot even push back. Hemis does not leave him any space to recover. She continues immediately, adding a third condition: nothing in Choi Hyun-seok's body is to be altered without permission, and on top of that, the hero must not be allowed to die before the contract has been fulfilled. With each new demand, the weight bearing down on Rotoch grows heavier and heavier. By then, Rotoch can no longer keep his anger hidden. The frustration on his face breaks through plainly, and in an openly enraged voice he demands to know why Hemis cares this much, and why he is expected to go so far for the sake of a mere human. Hemis does not shout back at him. Keeping her face neutral and impossible to read, she simply calls Rotoch to attention, and the effect is instant. The very moment she reminds him that 350 years ago she took him in and fed him after his own people abandoned him, Rotoch straightens up at once, and the defiance he showed just a moment ago crumbles into submission. Hemis continues speaking in that same calm voice, reminding him that 200 years ago she helped him win the commander selection tournament, and that 100 years ago she also saved him from being killed by humans. Each memory drops onto him like another stone, and with every reminder, Rotoch's pride sinks lower and lower. Finally, Hemis adds one last thing. She tells him that in the end, she herself had to pay the price for stepping in on his behalf. Then she gives him a blunt, inescapable ultimatum. If he truly remembers all of that, then there is only one thing left for him to do: sign everything. By that point, Rotoch has no room left to resist, and all he can do is submit and obey. Sometime later, after the call has ended, Rotoch openly lets his frustrations spill out, boiling over with anger. He curses both the humans and Hemis without trying to hide his resentment. Then he calls one of his subordinates over and orders them to bring him a communication device. The humiliation he just suffered is clearly not something he intends to swallow in silence, and from the look on him, he already has some kind of retaliation in mind. Time passes, and by the following day, Rotoch receives Choi Hyun-seok again inside his laboratory, which also serves as his office. From the very beginning, his expression is grave, and he tells the hero that there is a great deal they need to talk about. Rather than circling around the issue, he decides to speak directly and get to the core of it right away. Choi Hyun-seok quietly studies the stern look in Rotoch's eyes. Then Rotoch, speaking in a surprisingly calm and measured tone, asks whether Choi understands why demonic chi is changing his body in the first place. The question catches Choi off guard, and the way it is asked makes something immediately clear to him. To Rotoch, this transformation is not some terrifying abnormality, but a phenomenon he sees as something almost natural. Sensing that the two of them are at least now moving toward the same goal of preparing him for what is coming, Choi Hyun-seok answers honestly. He says he thinks his body is changing because a human using demonic chi is fundamentally unnatural, almost like a violation of what should be possible. But Rotoch rejects that answer on the spot, and flatly tells him he is wrong. Rotoch then begins to explain the matter more clearly. Yes, as Choi said, humans are not capable of properly handling demonic chi. In fact, under normal circumstances, the moment demonic chi is forced into a human body, that human should explode and die instantly on the spot. And yet, through what Rotaksh describes as a strange blend of coincidence and fate, demonic chi somehow managed to take root inside Choi Hyun-suk instead of destroying him. Rather than rejecting that power outright, his body accepted it and allowed it to settle inside him as part of himself. That, according to Rotak, is exactly what caused the demonic chi within him to evolve further, to the point that it is now actively producing both visible and invisible changes all throughout Choi Hyun-suk's body. Rotak explains that the process is doing far more than simply changing Choi on the outside. It is remaking him as a whole existence, body and being alike, turning him into something more suitable for demonic chi and allowing that power to anchor itself even deeper inside him than before. Hearing that explanation, Choi Hyun-suk is visibly shaken. He quickly asks whether there is any way at all to stop the changes that are still progressing inside his body. Rotak answers with the same blunt honesty he has used from the beginning. No, the transformation itself cannot be stopped, but he does offer one possibility. Even if Choi cannot halt it completely, he may still be able to influence the direction it takes. And to make that happen, Rotak says he intends to transplant parts from a demon or a magical creature into Choi Hyun-suk's body. That suggestion hits the hero hard. Almost immediately, Choi Hyun-suk pictures himself turning into some grotesque blend of man and demonic beast, and the reaction on his face makes it painfully obvious that he does not take the proposal well at all. He then asks whether refusing is even an option, because every substitute Rotak is describing sounds disturbing and bizarre. Rotak gives him a brutally simple answer. If he does not accept it, then the only path left to him is to keep living like a terminal patient until the day he dies. Rotak goes on to explain that Choi Hyun-suk does not need to panic over the idea of becoming visibly monstrous. He intends to preserve the hero's outer appearance and keep his major organs intact, using only transplants that would not be noticeable from the outside. And after that matter is more or less settled, the scene later shifts to the training arena, where Rotak and Choi Hyun-suk meet again for a demonstration of noblesse. Standing there in the arena, Rotak tells him to show the ability. Choi Hyun-suk responds right away and begins concentrating. Before long, the power gathering around him starts releasing a purple aura, making it clear that the transformation is now beginning. Rotak watches the entire preparation with intense focus, keeping his eyes on every small detail. As he observes, he realizes that Choi Hyun-suk is producing an extremely efficient output by combining demonic chi together with mana. More importantly than that, Rotak notices that Choi has now developed enough physical strength and enough mental stability to actually endure the result of that process. That level of performance genuinely catches him off guard, and he cannot help but recognize just how gifted Choi Hyun-suk must be to achieve something like this. Then, once the preparation for noblesse is complete, Rotak quickly instructs him to activate promote as well, and almost immediately, the horns rise from the hero's head once again. After comparing the two transformed states, Rotak remarks that this appears to be the only major physical difference between Choi Hyun-suk's noblesse form and his promote form. Rotak then reflects that, in a certain sense, Choi may actually have been fortunate. He concludes that this transformation is so efficient precisely because it protects the hero's internal organs. Inside his own mind, however, Rotak is nearly spiraling into obsession. He desperately wants to study this phenomenon further and find a way to reproduce it in future test subjects. He bitterly thinks that if Hemis were not standing in his way, he could dissect Choi Hyun-suk and analyze these results in far greater detail. He even regrets that he cannot mass-produce these abilities in chimeras, because if he could, his enemies would have almost no way to touch him. But as things are now, the only possible route he can see toward making any of that happen lies in a scroll pact. Choi Hyun-suk notices that Rotak has completely drifted away into his own thoughts, so he pulls the commander's attention back to the present. Then, a moment later, he asks what he is supposed to do after using promote. Rotak snaps back to himself and says there is no need for any further demonstrations today. Inwardly, he reflects that he has already collected all the information he wanted. Then he tells Choi Hyun-suk that, starting tomorrow, he will begin dealing with the hero's body and abilities, one issue at a time, and he advises him to go and rest while he still has the chance. After that, Choi Hyun-suk continued going through more promote demonstrations, and on top of that, he was also put through harsh physical training sessions, pushing his body until he was driven all the way into total exhaustion. Whenever he reached that breaking point, Commander Rotak would subject him to even more physical interventions, forcing fresh changes onto his body and driving him to break through still more limits using that altered form. which naturally led to even more needs, even more adjustments, and even more modifications as the process kept going. Through all of it, however, he was never left on his own. Roger and Abelson Marriott stayed beside him the entire time, watching everything closely and keeping careful track of what was being done to him at every single stage. Later, the scene shifts back to another conversation between Choi Hyun-suk and Rotash, and this time Rahel is there as well, casually sitting in the room while happily munching on cookies. System then shows that the hero's status has improved in several different ways, but Choi Hyun-suk himself is so thoroughly worn down that he jokes that he wants to die, only to then realize he feels so awful that maybe he is already dead. Rotash watches the hero's dramatic complaint with very little sympathy and dryly points out that, unlike a real corpse, Choi Hyun-suk's aura and body are now far more stable than they used to be. With that remark, he effectively marks the end of yet another brutally exhausting day. Choi Hyun-suk thanks him before leaving the room, although the deep fatigue weighing down his body is obvious in the way he moves. And the very moment he steps out through the door, the scene cuts there. The moment Choi Hyun-suk leaves the room, Rotash reaches for the communication orb once again and activates it without hesitation, opening a new private line to someone waiting on the other side. As soon as the connection forms, he gets straight to it and asks whether this is a good time to talk. The tone in his voice makes it obvious he did not make this call for casual conversation. From the other end, the response comes back laced with confusion. The person sounds genuinely puzzled and asks what could possibly be so urgent for Rotash to suddenly contact them out of nowhere like this. Rotash does not waste a single moment. With impatience and urgency sharpened into his voice, he presses for an answer to the proposal he had made earlier. The other person briefly asks which proposal he is talking about, but almost immediately remembers the matter he means. That is when it is revealed that the person on the other side is Reuna. As she brings up the offer Rotash had mentioned before, the truth becomes clear. He had proposed an alliance between the two of them to destroy Hemis's third command. Reuna lets out a faint, amused smile at how things have unfolded, but there is still obvious doubt in her voice as she wonders whether Rotash truly understands what he is saying. Because even if she has her own problems with Hemis, she still cannot make sense of why Rotash would seriously want to move toward open war against her. After all, Hemis was the one who took him in when he was young, raised him, and supported his growth all the way until he became one of King Amun's commanders, carrying him forward on her back the entire way. Rotash answers in a way that makes all of that sound like a distant story from another life. The feeling in his words is clear. Those days are over now, and the road he walks has long since split away from Hemis's. His voice grows colder and sharper as the story briefly cuts back to an earlier exchange between Rotash and Hemis. In that memory, Rotash insists that he wants to continue advancing his chimera research, arguing that it is undeniably a powerful technique. Hemis responds with open scorn. In a cold voice, she asks him how long he intends to keep leaning on cheap tricks, then tells him that no matter how strong his chimeras become, none of it has any value if the one commanding them is still weak. Her words strike him exactly where it hurts, making it painfully clear how unimpressive Rotash is by himself, without those creations to stand behind him. Back in the present, Rotash cuts through the lingering silence and asks Reuna directly whether she is going to accept the alliance or not. Reuna does not answer right away. She pauses, visibly weighing the situation in her mind, and for a moment seems to consider whether Rotash might be better off simply continuing to ignore Hemis, just as Hemis has continued ignoring him, instead of obsessing over dragging her down. Rotash says he would have been fine leaving things like that. But now Hemis has someone in her grasp who changes the entire equation, someone far too valuable for him to overlook. If he can reproduce that individual's abilities in others, then this alliance would become far more than simple revenge. It would completely reshape what the two of them are capable of. Reuna quickly realizes that he is talking about Choi Hyun-suk, though she still asks if he could really mean anyone else, unable to fully accept that a single human could be worth bringing down Commander Hemis over. Rotash confirms it without even a hint of hesitation. Yes, Choi is exactly who he means. To convince her, Rotash lays out the logic in the bluntest possible way. No matter how powerful Hemis may be, she could never deal with two commanders attacking her at the same time. If the two of them truly join hands, then her fall would not just be possible, it would be unavoidable. Reuna goes quiet for a beat, thinking it through with an unreadable face. Then, at last, she accepts the proposal and tells him to contact her again as soon as he has a proper plan prepared. The call ends with Rotash calmly telling her that he will reach out again in a few days. Not far away, Rahel is still there with her cookies, and she ends up overhearing the entire conversation. The more of it she hears, the more stunned she becomes by what Rotach is secretly planning behind the scenes. Before long, the group uses the orb to contact Hemis and report the conspiracy taking shape against her. But to everyone's surprise, Hemis is not shocked at all. She had already suspected everything, thrown off by how calm she sounds. Choi Hyun-seok asks why she does not seem surprised in the slightest. Hemis answers him with a question of her own, asking why she would be surprised when the whole thing was practically already out in the open. Then, in the same casual tone, she asks whether that is the reason they use the communication orb to call her. Choi Hyun-seok tells her that it is not the only reason. He says there is something else he needs to report as well, and then asks what exactly he is supposed to do in a situation like this, when he is nothing more than a tiny shrimp trapped in the middle of a battle between massive whales. Hemis does not answer at once. She falls silent for a moment, her gaze drifting as if she is carefully turning over the next words in her mind. Then she looks back toward them and asks what they think about an idea she has just come up with. It is definitely a clever plan, but at the same time, it is one that would drive Rotach into an extremely dangerous corner. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the area outside Rotach's laboratory. There, Roiger and Choi Hyun-seok are shown taking down one of the guards, with Commander Roiger leading the move and locating the room that contains the real target of their mission. As Choi Hyun-seok stares at the long rows of containers lined up inside, he asks whether all of those vials are the treasure Hemis had mentioned before, the thing Commander Rotach had been guarding so carefully. Roiger tells him that they are. He explains that the vials contain demonic chi extracted from ancient beasts, creatures that have already vanished from the world and can no longer be obtained now no matter how hard anyone searches. He adds that some of those samples were collected over the span of centuries and hidden away under strict security for exactly that reason. Then he points out that one of them should, at least in theory, stand above all the others in terms of power. Holding up a vial filled with red liquid, Roiger tells Choi Hyun-seok to wait a moment before doing anything reckless, and warns him that if this goes badly, he will at least make sure the hero receives a proper funeral. Choi Hyun-seok reacts right away with obvious discomfort. Thick with sarcasm, he says he is deeply moved by that promise and offers the commander a very dry, very unamused thank you. Then, with barely any hesitation left, the hero snatches the vial right out of Roiger's hand and asks whether this is the right time to drink it, even as he is already tipping it back and starting to swallow the contents. A few moments earlier, back during the call between Choi Hyun-seok and Hemis, the details of the plan had begun falling into place. It was an unexpected strategy, one designed to let Choi make better use of his dealings with Commander Rotach. The instruction Hemis gave him was short, direct, and shocking enough to make anyone stop cold. Hemis told Choi Hyun-seok to injure himself. The order was so simple it almost sounded absurd, but what it meant hit far harder than the words themselves. Naturally, Choi Hyun-seok was left stunned, confused, and visibly hesitant. He could not understand why Hemis would tell him to do something like that, especially after she had previously forced Rotach to place strict protective terms into their pact, specifically to keep his body safe. The contradiction was impossible for him to ignore. Seeing the uncertainty and fear rising across Choi Hyun-seok's face, Hemis softens her tone just slightly. Even so, the firmness in her voice is unmistakable as she explains that this is not a joke and not some twisted form of training. It is a direct strategic order. According to information that reached her through her own channels, Rotach had been lazy and careless in Choi's treatment, doing only the bare minimum necessary to satisfy the terms of the pact. And the very moment that obligation expired, any effort on Rotach's part to keep Choi Hyun-seok alive would end with it. Still unable to see where she is going with this, Choi Hyun-seok asks what any of that has to do with deliberately hurting himself. From where he stands, the entire idea seems to clash directly with the protections that had supposedly been put in place for him. Hemis then explains further, telling him about the collection of rare and dangerous demon essences Rotach has gathered over the years. These are not ordinary samples. They are remnants of power left behind by ancient beings, and every single one carries immense and violent potential. Her strategy depends on those essences, and more specifically, on Choi Hyun-seok absorbing the single most powerful ex-demonic essence in Rotach's possession. Just hearing that is enough to make Choi Hyun-seok's stomach tighten. He immediately voices the most obvious fear, asking whether swallowing something that dangerous would not simply kill him on the spot. It is the most natural question he could possibly ask, and Hemis had clearly anticipated that reaction already. With the same calm authority, she reminds him of the binding force of the pact. Because of that contract, Rotach would be magically compelled to do absolutely everything in his power to keep Choi Hyun-seok alive no matter what happened. That, she explains, is the leverage she had been counting on from the very beginning when she forced those conditions onto him. In other words, no matter how dangerous that essence might be, Rotach would have no choice but to pour all of his knowledge, all of his skill, and all of his effort into preventing Choi Hyun-seok from dying because of it. Trying to steady the fear building inside him, Hemis offers one more reassurance, this time in a far more personal way. She tells Choi Hyun-seok that she knows Rotach abilities better than anyone else does. She does not just know him. She made him into what he is. His talent in medicine, his growth, the skill he possesses now, she was the one who nurtured all of it. If anyone is qualified to judge what Rotach can do, it is her, and she believes this plan will succeed. The story then snaps back to the present, where Choi Hyun-seok is reluctantly swallowing the so-called potion. As the bitter liquid slides down his throat, Roiger stands nearby with his arms crossed, watching closely with an expression that gives almost nothing away. Rahel stays near him too, visibly worried, and asks whether he is all right. With a grimace and a tired sigh, Choi Hyun-seok says that so far, nothing strange seems to be happening. Then he immediately complains about the one thing he definitely can feel, the awful taste still coating his mouth. For one brief second, it almost feels like maybe the plan will actually go smoothly. But then the situation flips in an instant. A savage wave of pain rips through Choi Hyun-seok's body so suddenly and so violently that his limbs lock up on the spot, and the vial slips from his hand before smashing onto the floor in shards. His vision blurs and his breath catches painfully in his chest. The agony is worse than anything he has ever gone through before. In the middle of that chaos, Rahel's voice cuts through as she cries out his name in alarm. Roiger, on the other hand, stays much cooler, narrowing his eyes and muttering that the side effects have started. And as those words settle in, the pain only grows even worse. Choi Hyun-seok twists and trembles in place, fighting desperately to stay conscious. Even while trapped in that level of agony, he still manages to force out a delirious bit of sarcasm, snapping at Roiger for conveniently leaving out just how horrific the side effects would be when he clearly knew what was in that potion. Roiger answers with dry indifference, saying it should have been obvious enough that it did not need to be explained. Choi Hyun-seok shoots him a glare and tries to fire something back. But before the words can leave his mouth, the pain overwhelms him completely, and he blacks out. Sometime later, Choi Hyun-seok slowly regains consciousness, groggy and disoriented, lying on a bed. Almost right away, he realizes he does not recognize the place at all. The room feels sterile, the lighting is cold, and as he slowly pushes himself upright, the soreness and weakness in his muscles make it painfully clear that his body is still in terrible condition. Just as he begins searching the room for any clue about where he is, Rahel appears wearing a gentle smile. She tells him that he is in Rotach's office. Then she explains that the commander personally treated him for 4 straight days, using all kinds of methods that may have been questionable, but were effective enough to keep him alive. Her words are meant to reassure him, yet the uneasiness on her face makes it obvious that the process was far from comforting. At last, Rahel softly asked Choi Hyun-seok how he was feeling, but before he could even part his lips to answer her, the door suddenly swung open without warning. Hemis strode into the room with her usual dramatic sense of timing, greeting him as though they had not seen each other in ages. Roiger and Rotach came in behind her much more quietly, but the second Hemis entered, her presence took over the entire room. With a satisfied smile playing on her face, Hemis walked straight up to Choi Hyun-seok and remarked that his strength had clearly increased. Just one glance was enough for her to tell that he had become noticeably stronger than before. She went on to say that he had grown even more than she expected. Choi Hyun-seok instinctively tried to brush the praise aside, modestly insisting that he really was not all that impressive, but Hemis ignored that denial completely. Then, without giving anyone even a second of warning, she placed a hand on his shoulder and immediately began chanting a spell. In the next instant, Choi Hyun-seok's right arm turned completely black. A vicious burst of pain tore through him, and it became horribly clear that whatever magic Hemis had just used was meant to destroy that arm outright. Once again, he was left reeling in shock and pain at the same time, with no idea why this was happening, or what was supposed to come after it. That is when Rotach steps in and explains what is happening. He says, the demonic essence of the beast Choi Hyun-seok consumed has been steadily taking hold throughout his body. That beast, he explains, was once feared even across the demon realm itself, a monster infamous for its near-perfect invulnerability and regarded by many as something practically impossible to destroy, And now, that same property is beginning to surface inside Choi Hyun-seok, giving his body the terrifying durability of that ancient creature. According to Rotak, the change is already spreading through everything, from Choi Hyun-seok's cells to his muscles to his entire internal structure. His whole body is starting to reflect the effects of that ex-demonic infusion. Even so, Rotak makes one thing absolutely clear. As astonishing as the result may be, the road to get there was merciless. The testing forced Choi Hyun-seok through pain that was almost unbearable. The transformation itself was violent, relentless, and dangerous enough to leave him hovering on the edge between survival and total collapse. It took all of Rotak's knowledge, along with the pact compelling him to intervene with everything he had, just to drag the hero through it alive. But after all that agony, the result speaks for itself. Standing nearby, Hemis listens to the explanation with a faint smile and one brow slightly raised, in a tone that sounds half teasing and half serious. She admits that she almost feels a little jealous. Then she wonders out loud whether this whole plan had been deliberately kept hidden from her, as if Rotak had tried to treat it like a private little project he did not want her meddling in. Rotak does not really rise to the bait. He slips past the jab with a cold, clipped answer, saying only that the hero's treatment is now complete. Then, without much emotion showing on his face, he asks whether it is time to destroy the pact. Hemis does not object. With calm certainty and no hesitation at all, Hemis begins the ritual to dissolve it, acknowledging that the pact has already served the purpose it was made for, to ensure that Choi Hyun-seok's treatment would be completed. As the final glyph of the contract fades and breaks apart into drifting particles of magical dust, the pact vanishes completely. In that instant, the invisible chain that had kept Rotak bound to those obligations disappears with it. The moment that restraint is gone, Rotak does not hesitate. He turns toward Hemis and with bitter hostility in his voice makes it plain that he has not forgotten her interference. There is far more threat than professionalism in the way he speaks as he promises that she will regret everything she has done. His cold, unblinking stare burns with quiet fury. Hemis does not flinch in the slightest. She simply smiles, almost as if she finds the whole thing amusing, and asks whether she really will be the one left regretting anything. The way she answers feels less like a rebuttal and more like a warning delivered as a joke. She goes on to suggest that no matter how this ends, the regret may fall on someone else entirely. And with that same effortless confidence, she says she will be waiting to see with interest exactly how Rotak's threat turns out. The story then shifts away from that tense exchange and moves to the training grounds, where Choi Hyun-seok and Raedrun stand in the dust and heat of yet another brutal day of drills. The sun hangs high overhead, and as their sparring grows more intense, the air between them feels thick with sweat, force, and pressure. From the very first exchange, Raedrun can tell that something about Choi Hyun-seok has changed. His posture is sharper, his timing is cleaner, and the power behind his attacks has clearly risen. At this point, there is no denying it anymore. The young hero has definitely become stronger. Choi Hyun-seok drives in with a fierce punch, sending it straight toward Raedrun, who stops it with an ease so casual it almost feels insulting. But Choi does not slow down after that first blocked strike. He immediately presses forward, chaining together a rapid succession of attacks, and continuing the assault with far more precision than he had before. Raedrun defends while watching everything with a trained eye. He tracks the line of each punch, the placement of Choi Hyun-seok's feet, the way he adjusts his breathing to manage his output, and the rhythm driving each movement. To someone that experienced, the progress is impossible to miss. And then, finally, it happens. Choi Hyun-seok lands a solid punch straight into Raedrun's abdomen. Raedrun does not even bother to block it. He simply lets the strike connect cleanly. The brief smile that flashes across Choi Hyun-seok's face says everything by itself. For the first time, he has managed to land a proper hit on his teacher. All the pain, all the exhaustion, and all the effort he has thrown into training are finally starting to show real results. But that tiny moment of victory does not last. In one sudden motion, Raedrun drives a massive elbow down onto Choi Hyun-seok's head and sends him crashing hard into the dirt below with a heavy thud. For a second, the whole world seems to spin. Choi Hyun-seok lies there dazed, his head throbbing, painfully reminded that no matter how much stronger he has gotten, there are still entirely different levels of strength above him, and he still has a long climb ahead. Lying flat on his back, he thinks about everything people have been saying to him lately, that he has grown, that he has improved, that he has become stronger. And yet here he is again, sprawled in the dirt after being crushed by Raedrun's overwhelming power. Letting out a slow sigh, he cannot help wondering whether simple progress is really enough. Raedrun, steady as ever, kneels beside him instead of mocking him. In a calm and reassuring voice, he tells Choi Hyun-suk that there is no reason to be discouraged. He says Choi is unlike anyone he has ever trained before. His rate of growth is absurd, almost unnaturally fast, and he does not seem to run into the usual walls or plateaus. He just keeps climbing. His body still has not fully settled into all of its changes yet. But once it does, the results will be extraordinary. Still not fully convinced, Choi Hyun-suk pushes himself back to his feet and mutters that he cannot believe it that easily. His thoughts drift back to the last real battle, where he barely survived, and even then only because other people stepped in and helped him. Raedrun does not answer right away. He simply smiles at his student's humility, as if he understands perfectly why Choi feels the way he does. When the training session finally ends, Raedrun reaches out a hand and helps Choi Hyun-suk back up. With a reassuring nod, he tells him not to rush and not to lose patience. The day when he will truly get to prove himself will come, and when it does, Choi will be ready. Those words clearly sink in. Encouraged by that quiet confidence placed in him, Choi Hyun-suk answers with firm resolve and promises that when the moment comes, he will prove his worth. Meanwhile, back in Rotach's territory, the atmosphere has changed completely. Soldiers are moving quickly now, and the urgency in their movements makes it obvious that something serious is being set in motion. Weapons are passed out one after another, while orders are shouted all across the area as the preparations continue without pause. In another room, cages are being sealed shut, each one containing a chimera prepared for deployment. The tension hanging in the air is heavy, and every part of the scene points toward imminent conflict. Back in his office, Rotach receives the final report confirming that all preparations have been completed. Without hesitating for even a moment, he rises from his seat. His objective has already been decided. They are going to reclaim the human from the Dark Fortress, the one Hemis stole away from him. Fury fills his voice as he swears that Hemis is going to pay for this. In his eyes, that human was never hers to take. Choi Hyun-suk is his experiment, and he fully intends to take him back. The story then returns to the moment immediately after Raedrun and Choi Hyun-suk finish their training, with Raedrun still offering calm encouragement and once again telling him not to be impatient, because his chance to prove himself has not come yet. Those words leave the hero with his confidence renewed. Then, without warning, a massive explosion erupts and tears through the training grounds, blasting apart the wooden structures around them and sending destruction ripping through the area. The sudden blast catches Choi Hyun-suk completely off guard, and both he and Raedrun snap to attention at once, bracing themselves for whatever is about to happen next. The Sentinel team wastes no time raising the alarm, shouting that the Skeben tribe has launched an attack. The instant Raedrun hears that, he realizes exactly whose forces they are facing. They belong to the second commander. That realization leaves both him and Choi Hyun-suk visibly stunned. As shown earlier, the Skeben tribe under Rotach's command are rat-like beings standing at roughly 1.5 meters tall. Their bodies are small and physically weak in direct combat, but they make up for that with extreme cunning and a dangerous talent for underhanded tactics. Outside the fortress, the Skeben commanders call for even more firepower, and cannon shells are launched toward the defensive fortifications protecting the stronghold. The focus then shifts to Ryan, who praises Rotach's firepower and admits that he did not expect the commander and his tribe to move with this much confidence, right before one of Rotach's subordinates suddenly rushes in to report. The subordinate arrives carrying urgent news, warning that the wall under attack has already collapsed. He explains that they managed to break through that quickly, because the earlier strike had delayed repairs on those defenses. Information Ryan himself had previously passed along to Rotach's forces. Hearing that, the second commander gives the next order immediately. The teams are to push forward with the Chimeras taking the front line, and Gaildao is specifically ordered to capture Choi Hyun-suk. Rotach then makes his own role in all of this unmistakably clear. He declares that he will move alongside Park Hyun-ah and personally face Hemis himself, using that battle as the moment to finally carry out the revenge he has been nursing for so long. The story cuts back to Raedrun and Choi Hyun-suk, who are already on the move as the fortress sinks deeper into chaos. Choi says he always had a feeling Rotach might try something like this someday, but even with that suspicion in mind, he never imagined it would happen this soon. Seeing how shaken up he is, Raedrun tells him to calm down and reminds him that in a moment like this, keeping his head clear matters more than anything. But Choi Hyun-suk is too rattled to steady himself that easily. Panic leaks into his voice as he nearly blurts out the question, asking what they are even supposed to do now, and more than that, what exactly he himself is supposed to do in the middle of this disaster. Raedrun's expression immediately hardens. With a serious look, he says he will gather the troops at once, and then he turns directly to Choi Hyun-suk and gives him a mission of his own. Choi listens closely as Raedrun starts laying out the instructions, and the very first order is enough to make the whole atmosphere around them shift. Raedrun tells him that his first task is to eliminate Commander Gaeldao, and those words hit Choi Hyun-suk so hard that he is left standing there in complete shock, because what that means is simple and brutal. He is being sent to fight a commander head-on. Raedrun immediately gives him more context, explaining that Gaeldao is one of Rotash's closest confidants. He adds that under normal circumstances, someone like Gaeldao would be his responsibility to deal with personally. But this time, Raedrun says he has complete faith in Choi Hyun-suk's strength. That open trust lands heavily in the hero's chest, yet instead of crushing him under the pressure, it steels his resolve even further and makes him feel ready to take the mission on. Then the second part of the assignment comes into view, and the story immediately cuts to Choi Hyun-suk sprinting through the corridors while pulling Abelson Marriott along by the arm. As they run, the Saint asks whether Raedrun really sent Choi Hyun-suk specifically to get her out of there, and Choi answers right away that yes, that is exactly what happened. The reason Abelson Marriott has to be protected is actually very simple, even if the scale of it is enormous. If she were allowed to move freely and release her divine power without restraint, she could become an immediate threat to the demon forces. Her mere presence, overflowing with sacred energy, would be enough to throw entire demon units into chaos. And if power like that were left to roam unchecked across an active battlefield, it could distort the entire flow of the fight in dangerous and unpredictable ways. Strangely enough, even hearing all of that, Abelson lets out a small, soft laugh, amused by how seriously everyone is taking the danger she represents. Standing beside her with a hard, focused look in his eyes, Choi Hyun-suk makes his next objective clear. He says that he needs to find Gaeldao, and the tension around him seems to tighten the moment those words leave his mouth. But before he can even decide where to go next, the man he is searching for steps out, almost as if he had been waiting for them. Gaeldao emerges from the shadows without warning and instantly takes control of the moment. Both Choi Hyun-suk and Abelson Marriott are caught off guard by how suddenly he appears. The imposing commander strides forward, introducing himself with confidence and a hint of arrogance. This is Gaeldao the opponent Choi has been sent to face. And the instant Choi Hyun-suk sees Gaeldao's stats, a staggering power level of 162,730, he freezes in disbelief. The sheer scale of the strength standing in front of him is far beyond what he expected. This is not just a strong enemy standing in his way. This is a true monster of a fighter. The realization instantly drags Choi Hyun-suk's thoughts back to Andrew Taylor, that earlier human opponent whose overwhelming raw power pushed both him and Roiger to their limits in a previous battle. That fight had already been brutal enough. Now, with Gaeldao in front of him and no one else to carry the burden, Choi cannot help wondering whether he really has what it takes to win on his own this time. Before he can properly read the room or put together any kind of strategy, Gaeldao moves first. With a sharp command, he unleashes his hellhounds, and the monstrous beasts immediately hurl themselves forward, charging straight at Choi Hyun-suk and Abelson Marriott. Choi reacts purely on instinct. He throws himself in front of the Saint, putting his own body between her and the incoming attack. Snarling, snapping hellhounds crash into him from every direction, their teeth sinking into him as the air fills with savage growls and violent noise. The pain is real, but he refuses to budge even a single step, keeping Abelson protected behind him. Watching that scene with ugly satisfaction, Gaeldao declares that he has successfully restrained the hero. Then, with the smug confidence of someone who thinks the fight is already decided, he begins charging up what looks like one of his deadliest attacks. He boasts that this strike will end everything in an instant and leave absolutely nothing of the hero behind. But just as Gaeldao is about to release it, Choi Hyun-suk cuts in. His voice rings out with complete certainty. He says the hound's bites are nothing special, and that their danger was clearly exaggerated. As their fangs pressed into his skin, he did not even feel a proper injury, not a single real scratch. And with that, he activates his transformation. A blinding burst of force erupts from his body, swallowing him in raw, violent energy. In the very next instant, his power surges straight up to level 3. The leap is so sudden and so overwhelming that everyone there is left stunned by it. The hellhounds sense the danger immediately and instinctively recoil. Even Gaeldao is visibly shaken now, his earlier confidence cracking the second he realizes the situation has changed. Choi Hyun-suk gives him no time at all to process it. He launches forward in the same instant, his speed exploding upward as his body turns into a blur, and charges straight at the commander with everything he has. A moment later, Choi's fist crashes into Galedao with a thunderous impact that shakes the air like a shockwave. Now the fight has truly begun, a direct collision of power against power. Snarling through the blow, Galedao shouts that he possesses the greatest technology on the entire continent and that there is no world, no possible reality where he could ever be defeated by a mere human. Driven by pride and panic at the same time, he screams for his entire army to converge on the battlefield. The ground itself seems to tremble as more enemies begin rushing in from all sides. From the rear, Abelson Marriott sees the danger escalating in an instant. Her eyes widen as the chimeras begin to arrive, grotesque war beasts made purely for destruction. In that moment, the threat level rises dramatically. Without hesitating any longer, she drops to her knees and begins chanting. She gathers all of her divine power into a single spell, pouring everything she has into one incantation in an attempt to stop the advance, or if possible, blast the monsters back altogether. Then within moments, the battlefield is swallowed by an enormous explosion of sacred energy. Her divine light surges outward like a tidal wave, flooding across the entire area in every direction. The brilliance of the spell is so immense that it can be seen from every corner of the Black Fortress. It is overwhelming, beautiful, and terrifying all at once. For one brief moment, Choi Hyun-suk can only stare in awe, but that feeling quickly turns to concern. He immediately understands how costly a spell like that must be. Breathing hard, Abelson Marriott confirms exactly what he feared. She says she cannot keep going. She poured absolutely everything she had into that one attack, burning through all her strength in a single sacred blast, like firing off one divine cannon shot. That one strike was all she could give, but that one strike is enough. Taking the opening with renewed intensity, Choi Hyun-seok fixes his attention completely on Galedao again and starts pressing him harder and harder, overwhelming the commander through sheer momentum. With a fierce shout, Choi rips one of the mechanical arms clean off Galedao's armored suit, wrenching it free in a burst of twisted metal and screeching machinery. At that point, Galedao's expression finally changes. The commander who stood there so proud and certain just moments ago is now visibly afraid. He cannot understand how a human could possibly be carrying this much strength. But Choi Hyun-seok gives him no time to make sense of it. Without the slightest hesitation, the hero surges forward again, gathering every ounce of his strength into one final crushing blow aimed directly at the shell protecting Galedao's head. Punch lands with devastating force. Metal splits, cracks, and then explodes apart completely. The protection around Galedao's head is shattered, and the full impact tears straight through into his body. It is the kind of strike that leaves no chance for recovery, a true finishing blow. And just like that, the enemy commander is finally defeated, crashing to the ground with a heavy impact that echoes through the battlefield. Yet, instead of feeling triumphant, Choi Hyun-seok finds himself strangely disappointed. He stares down at the fallen commander with his head tilted slightly, quietly wondering whether this man really carried the weight and presence a commander should have. In his mind, Galedao simply does not feel as impressive as the threat Choi had prepared himself for. But once the adrenaline begins to wear off, Choi Hyun-seok starts rethinking that reaction. Maybe Galedao was not weak at all. Maybe the real reason the fight felt so underwhelming is because Choi himself has already become much stronger than he realizes. His thoughts drift over everything he has endured, the merciless training, the monstrous opponents, the impossible standards set by the overwhelming figures around him. For so long, he has been measuring himself against people who felt like living legends. Maybe spending so much time beside giants made him forget just how much he himself had changed. That train of thought is cut off when Abelson Marriott, still shaken from the battle, speaks up and asks in a worried voice whether he is all right. Choi Hyun-seok turns toward her, and the hardness in his expression immediately softens. Still wrapped in the glowing aura of his transformed state, he calmly tells her that he is fine. But just as he starts to let his guard down, something about Abelson Marriott catches his attention. Maybe it is the way she is standing. Maybe it is something in the feel of her aura, but whatever it is, it puts him on edge. His brows draw together slightly in unease, and before he can dwell on that feeling any further, the scene cuts away to a completely different battlefield. Now the focus shifts to Hemis, standing firm and perfectly unshaken in her own confrontation. Her eyes remain fixed straight ahead as she faces not one enemy, but two. In front of her stand Rotash and Park Hyuna, both carrying themselves with open menace and confidence. Rotash, wearing a twisted little smirk, asks whether Hemis is finally ready to meet her end. His voice drips with mockery as it carries across the scorched battlefield. Hemis answers without even a hint of fear. Instead, she fires back with sharp sarcasm, mocking how much preparation they needed just to come after her. With theatrical disbelief, she points out that they even dragged the fourth commander into this, as though that alone proves how absurdly cautious they are being. To her, it is almost laughable. She openly scoffs at them for taking cowardice to a whole new level. Rotak, however, is not moved in the slightest. He coldly brushes aside everything she says and makes it clear that he does not care what Hemis calls him. Coward, weakling, dishonorable, none of that matters to him. The only thing he cares about is the final result. And in his mind, there is only one possible ending to this fight: Hemis's destruction. More than that, he fully intends to surpass her as a warrior and bury everything she stands for right here on this battlefield. With unwavering resolve, Rotak steps forward. The pressure around him swells and his presence grows heavier as he prepares for the clash that is about to begin. Then Rotak turns his eyes toward Park Hyuna and asks whether she is fully ready, whether she is truly prepared to begin the decisive battle that will finally bring Hemis's reign to an end. Park Hyuna answers with a sinister smile and a gaze so sharp and mocking that it almost makes Rotak look ridiculous. She tilts her head slightly, her eyes glittering with mischief, and then replies in dripping sarcasm that she will not be able to join him after all, because all of a sudden, she has been struck by an overwhelming and utterly uncontrollable hunger deep in her stomach. She keeps repeating that same excuse in a flat, almost mocking voice, leaning harder into how absurd it sounds every single time she says it. The more casually she delivers it, the less sense it makes to Rotak, until he is left completely lost. Instead of clarifying anything, her dry irony only knocks him further off balance, and he can do nothing but stare at her in total confusion, like his mind cannot even keep up with what he is hearing. That is the point where Rotak finally loses his temper. He explodes, demanding to know what kind of ridiculous nonsense Park Hyuna thinks she is saying at a moment like this. But unlike him, she looks completely at ease, with nothing more than a light, dismissive wave of her hand. She tells him that he and Hemis can enjoy all the excitement on their own. As for her, she says she would much rather go home, make herself a hot bowl of ramen and eat it quietly in peace, speaking as if there is not a major clash unfolding right in front of them. Then, just as she is about to turn and leave for real, Park Hyuna suddenly stops. She raises her hand, points directly at Hemis, and in a voice that sounds almost theatrical, announces that before she goes, there is still one last thing she wants to say. And that is when everything is laid bare. From the very first moment Rotak came to Park Hyuna and revealed his plan, she had already decided in secret that she would betray the Demon King's army's internal plot and take Hemis's side instead. Everything she did after that had been pure performance. She only pretended to cooperate with Rotak, pretending to follow along with the assault he had so carefully prepared from the shadows. In exchange for standing with Hemis, Park Hyuna had asked for only one thing. She wanted the endless hostility and constant friction between herself and Hemis to finally come to an end. Now that the promise has been fulfilled, she gives them a loose, carefree farewell, almost like she is shrugging off the whole matter, and simply walks away without looking back, leaving Hemis to handle Rotak alone. The instant Hemis turns her full attention toward him, she begins mocking Rotak without the slightest mercy. With cold, cutting sarcasm, she asks if his strongest and most trusted partner has really abandoned him and left him standing there all by himself. The words strike him right where it hurts, and the humiliation burns so deeply that the rage inside him swells even hotter. That is when Rotak finally puts the pieces together, realizing something that should have been obvious to him from the beginning. His expression hardens, and he demands a direct answer from Hemis, asking whether she and Park Hyuna had been working together behind his back, all this time just to fool him and guide him straight into betrayal. Hemis answers without the slightest agitation. Her voice stays soft, calm, and perfectly steady as she confirms that he is right. The moment Park Hyuna learned what his real objective was, she changed sides. Because of that single decision, Hemis had known every detail of Rotak's plan from the very beginning. Then Hemis looks at him with an expression that seems strangely peaceful after everything that has happened. In that quiet state, she asks him one final question. Even now, after every lie has been exposed and every layer has been stripped away, does he still intend to push forward with something so foolish? Even after being betrayed and thoroughly outplayed, Rotak is far too furious to retreat. More than anything else, what fuels his anger is the pity and quiet disdain he hears in Hemis's voice. With that emotion boiling over, he activates a strange hidden device buried deep inside his chest and declares through clenched teeth that none of this matters anymore. No matter what price he has to pay, he is going to see this through. The moment the device responds, a bizarre technological armor starts to form around him. It twists into place and locks itself tightly along his arm in layered segments, almost like a living thing crawling over him and fastening itself to his body. At the same time, a dark crimson energy begins pouring out of it, heavy and ominous. It spreads across his body in thick waves until it completely engulfs him, swallowing him whole as the transformation finishes. Now fully armored and overflowing with murderous intent, Rotash stands there ready for battle. Everything about him makes it clear that this is the moment he has been preparing for all along. He means to prove, in the cruelest way possible, everything he learned and everything he endured during the hundreds of years he spent beneath Hemis's shadow, chasing the day when he could finally rise above the woman he had never been able to surpass. Meanwhile, on Choi Han-sok's side of the battlefield, the approaching figure he had noticed turns out to be Park Han-ah. The moment he recognizes her, he visibly startles, clearly caught completely off guard to see her show up there, of all places. Park Hyuna explains herself in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. She says she was only passing by, and when she saw the chaos surrounding the area, she became worried that Choi Hyun-seok might get swept up in it and end up injured. But she quickly adds that she feels relieved now because he has obviously become much stronger than he used to be. In her own words, she says she worried for nothing and ended up overthinking the entire situation. That only makes Choi Hyun-seok even more confused because this is the same woman who had once stood against him as an enemy, yet now she is speaking to him with open concern. There she is, acting completely natural, casually checking on him and showing what seems to be genuine concern for how he is doing. Unable to just let that odd feeling pass, Choi Hyun-seok asks her directly whether she is not supposed to be out on the battlefield getting ready to fight. Park Hyuna answers immediately that Hemis sent her away with strict orders not to take part in any combat or direct confrontation, so she chose to remain back and observe everything from a safe distance instead. Once Choi Hyun-seok understands that she is simply obeying Hemis's instructions exactly, he asks the question that matters most to him now. In this critical battle, who does she think is going to win? Park Hyuna pauses for a moment before answering, as though weighing the fight carefully in her mind. She admits that she is honestly impressed by how thoroughly prepared Rotak is, and by the level of resolve he brought into this confrontation. Even so, she says with complete certainty that none of it will change the result, because Hemis stands so far above him that no power he gathered and no strategy he prepared could ever close that distance. As the battle truly begins, several blazing spheres of energy are launched straight at Hemis. They tear across the battlefield in bright streaks, lighting everything around them as they rush directly toward her. And yet Hemis does not move an inch. She simply stands there in total composure, calm and unmoved, waiting as every one of Rotach's attacks comes racing toward her. Seeing her remain so passive only pushes Rotach deeper into frustration. He shouts at her, demanding to know why she refuses to fight back, and why she will not even treat this as a real battle. He yells that he is also one of the Demon King's proud commanders, and more than that, the leader of an entire tribe that has placed all of its hopes on his shoulders. When he realizes that nothing he says will change Hemis's attitude, Rotax finally throws in everything he has left. He begins pouring every last ounce of his energy forward, pushing himself to the absolute limit and drawing on all the strength he forged through countless years of pain, struggle, and obsession, determined to strike her with everything remaining in him. Even then, Hemis remains completely unshaken, as calm as though none of this is worth the slightest concern. She wonders aloud why she should even bother launching a counterattack or treating this as a true battle in the first place. To her, it is all meaningless, because no matter what Rotash tries, she already knows with absolute certainty that the final outcome can only be her victory. Then, without saying another word and without showing even the faintest hesitation, Hemis releases a massive burst of blinding energy. It surges forward like a violent storm suddenly breaking loose and crashes straight toward Rotash with overwhelming force. As she attacks, her words hit him just as mercilessly as her power does. She reminds him that the one who betrayed him was Park Hyuna, the very ally he trusted most to stand beside him in this final clash. And even worse, the weapon he spent so many years creating, refining, and placing all his hopes in has already been rendered useless. Hemis's strike had targeted the most vital part of his equipment with perfect precision, destroying its core completely and leaving it beyond repair. With a voice that carries command and the faintest trace of pity, Hemis asks him once again whether he still intends to continue after suffering this much defeat and betrayal. Rotash, left with almost no choices and no real opening, can only admit that everything she said is true. He openly acknowledges both the betrayal he suffered and the fact that her words struck exactly where they should. But even after admitting all of that, the fire in his eyes still has not gone out. Rotact fiercely declares that he has no intention of backing down, no matter how impossible victory now looks. Driven by sheer stubborn will, he activates his promote ability, forcing what remains of his power even higher and gathering it all together for one last, desperate finishing blow. Using his cannon, he unleashes a barrage of enormous radiant energy spheres at Hemis, firing them one after another in what looks like a devastating attack meant to decide everything in a single final, all-or-nothing strike. But Hemis stops the entire assault with a single effortless shield. She brushes it aside so casually and with such overwhelming ease that it feels almost insulting, as if she were dismissing nothing more dangerous than an annoying insect. From Rotach's perspective, it looks as though the full wave of his power has simply been swallowed whole. Watching that happen leaves him staring ahead in stunned disbelief, unable to process what he is seeing. For one brief moment, a tiny flicker of hope rises inside him. He wonders if maybe even Hemis could not fully withstand an attack of that scale, and whether, just maybe, his power had finally managed to reach her. Hemis answers him in a tone that almost sounds amused. She tells him that it really was a good move, an attack worthy of being acknowledged. Then, without warning, a deep purple aura begins spreading across his energy blast like a dark mist rolling over the battlefield. It takes almost no time at all after that for Hemis's own power to completely overwhelm Rotach's attack. Her energy crushes through it, wipes it away, and erases every trace of his offense so thoroughly that it is as if his attack had never existed in the first place. A moment later, she is suddenly standing right in front of him, tall and completely in command of the battle. Looking straight at him, she says with unwavering certainty that he truly has changed from the weak and lost person he once was. She even admits openly, without any mockery in her voice, that he has genuinely grown stronger over the years. Even so, Hemis makes it clear that the next move belongs to her, and when she says it, there is no mercy left in the air at all. With an eerie, chilling grace, she slowly licks one finger while keeping her gaze locked on Rotach, then raises that same finger and points it straight at him as she activates her ability. In the very next instant, countless black claws materialize out of nowhere. They surge forward in a mass, rushing at him like a starving pack of beasts charging in for the kill. The second Rotach sees that conjured technique, he immediately understands just how dangerous it is. All of the fierce resolve he had been clinging to collapses in an instant, and in its place comes pure, numbing terror that freezes him to his core. He cannot move at all. He is left standing there rigid and helpless, doing nothing but waiting as that swarm of claws races closer and closer toward him. It takes almost no time for those relentless claws to reach him, wrap around him, and pin him down so completely that there is no chance for him to resist. From there, the attack only becomes crueler. Its violence intensifies with every passing second, growing more savage, more brutal, and more merciless as it continues tearing into him. Then, with horrifying force, Rotach's limbs are torn away from his body one by one until only his ruined, trembling torso is left behind. This is the same man who came there fully determined to wipe out Hemis and everyone who stood under her command. Realizing that his end has finally arrived, Rotach chooses to spend the last moments of his life asking one final question of the woman who had once been more than just his superior. She had also been the mentor he followed and loved. As Hemis slowly walks toward what remains of his broken body, she asks him whether what he is about to do is beg for mercy. Her voice is cold and distant, but buried underneath that chill, there is also the faintest trace of sadness. Gathering the last scraps of strength left in his fading body, Rotach asks whether she still sees him the way she once did, weak, useless, and pathetic. The question carries all the weight of the painful road he had taken to reach this final moment. In that instant, he vividly remembers the person he used to be, back when he openly declared that one day he would become as strong as Hemis and rise into the role of a true leader. A leader who would stand on equal ground with the greatest among them, or perhaps even rise higher than all of them. But that dream had been shattered long before this moment, broken to pieces by the pain of being scorned, dismissed, and rejected by Hemis. From that point onward, the only thing left driving him was a desperate obsession, to surpass her someday and make her pay for every bit of humiliation and pain he believed she had forced him to endure. After hearing that, Hemis falls silent. For one heavy, lingering moment, she says nothing at all, simply standing there and quietly reflecting on the meaning behind his words. Rather than answering his question directly, Hemis lets her gaze drift and quietly speaks about time itself. In a voice touched with something almost wistful, she says that time is cruel, cold, and mercilessly constant, never pausing for anyone. She laments how there are things in this world that feel like they should have lasted forever, things that seem as though they were never supposed to change at all. But no matter how strongly people cling to that wish, time keeps moving forward, and as it moves, people change along with it. They make choices, they act on those choices, and before they realize it, they end up carrying regrets they never imagined would become theirs. Even so, Hemis tells Rotax that she is truly grateful to him. In the end, after all those long and painful years, he still managed to find something real in the life he lived, something that genuinely mattered to him and gave his existence weight. And beyond that, whether he meant to or not, the road he walked became part of what shaped the fate that followed after him. Those final words reach him at last. A faint, peaceful smile slowly appears on Rotach's face, softer than anything he had shown until now, and then his strength finally leaves him. His body collapses, his eyes closing for the last time, while Hemis quietly offers him one final wish, hoping that he may at last rest in peace. Scene then moves away from Rotach's death and settles over the shattered remains of the Black Fortress. What was once a fearsome and imposing stronghold now looks like a shell that can barely keep standing. Huge cracks split across the towering walls. The stone is fractured and scarred everywhere, and with every faint tremor, dust trickles down from above, as if the fortress itself is slowly collapsing under the weight of its own ruin. The air inside feels dense and oppressive, thick with the stale smell of age, destruction, and a long, gradual decay that has already set too deeply into the place. Deep inside that damaged fortress, a tense conversation is taking place between Hemis, Choi Hyun-seok, and Raedrun. The subject hanging over the room is impossible to ignore. The Black Fortress can no longer function as a true base of operations. Then Hemis delivers the real decision without softening it, telling them plainly that preparations are already underway to leave this place behind and relocate elsewhere. The announcement crashes over the room like a sudden bolt of thunder. For a brief second, both Choi Hyun-seok and Raedrun are left completely stunned, and the chamber falls into a heavy silence. Still carrying herself with that same unshakable composure, Hemis calmly explains why she has decided this. She says with absolute certainty that no amount of repair work will ever truly save this fortress. No matter how much effort or labor they pour into rebuilding it, the place is already broken at its core. Its structure is compromised, and so is the meaning it once held. In her eyes, the Black Fortress has already passed the point where it can be saved. Raedrun and Choi Hyun-seok listen to her without cutting in. Neither of them openly argues with her reasoning, but the tension in their faces and the stiffness in the way they hold themselves make it obvious that accepting that reality is not easy for either of them. After the silence lingers for a moment, Raedrun is the one who finally breaks it. He asks where they are supposed to go next. What destination is waiting for the entire Third Command? On the surface, it sounds like a simple, practical question, but beneath it, his concern about their future and their safety comes through clearly. Hemis answers at once, without even the slightest pause. The Third Command will be transferred to the 8th Division, and their new base will be Gadrick Fort. Her words land with weight. Raedrun starts to respond, clearly ready to question it or object, but Hemis cuts him off before he can get far. Her voice turns sharp and decisive, leaving no room for discussion. She tells him to prepare a letter ordering the current commander of Gadrick Fort to evacuate immediately, making it perfectly clear that the fortress is to be turned over to them. With that, the matter is effectively decided, and Choi Hyun-seok leaves the chamber together with Raedrun. As they make their way through the worn, crumbling corridors of the Black Fortress, Raedrun becomes noticeably quiet. His thoughts are clearly unsettled. Out of all the divisions they could have joined, and all the strongholds they could have taken, why had Hemis chosen the 8th? What exactly was she planning? Seeing the unease written plainly across Raedrun's face, Choi Hyun-seok finally speaks up and asks what it is about the 8th Division that has him so troubled. After a short pause, Raedrun answers. He explains that Gadrick Fort is not just any fortress. It is the stronghold positioned closest to the forward outposts maintained by the human forces. In other words, it is effectively a frontline base, a place where danger is always near and the pressure of conflict never truly goes away. As that explanation sinks in, Choi Hyun-seok's expression immediately tightens. He understands at once what that means. Being stationed there is practically the same as stepping into a death sentence. Still, he reasons through it and says that if a fortress like that has managed to endure for so long under such relentless pressure, Then the person commanding it must be someone extraordinarily capable, but Raedrun shakes his head and dismisses that conclusion. Instead, he brings up Fort Hemern, making it clear that this is the example Choi Hyun-suk should really be thinking about. That remark only leaves Choi Hyun-suk looking puzzled, and Raedrun is visibly irritated by the reaction. Frustration slips into his voice as he reminds him that Fort Hemern was the very place where the two of them first met. He then brings up the brutal battle that had forced their command into retreat, recalling that bitter moment filled with pressure, loss, and the humiliation of being pushed back. Raedrun continues by reminding Choi Hyun-suk that at that time, Grat had been the commander responsible for that division. Hearing that, Choi Hyun-suk asks what happened after that defeat, specifically how Grat managed to deal with Hemis's wrath once everything had gone so badly. Raedrun answers soberly. In the middle of all that chaos, Grat somehow succeeded in keeping Gadrick Fort, his personal base, protected. Choi Hyun-suk gives a slight nod and remarks that Grat must be the type of person who knows very well how to defend what belongs to him. But Raedrun does not accept that idea so easily. In a careful, measured tone, he says that maybe Grat really did protect it through his own skill and ability, or maybe he relied on some completely different method to keep it safe. Either way, he says, there is no way to know for certain. From there, the scene cuts away and shifts directly to Gadrick Fort itself. Inside a dim office lit by a dull, heavy gloom, Grat sits reading the letter Raedrun sent him. The moment his eyes reach the end of it, the veins at his temple begin to twitch, and his hand curls tightly into a fist. Then, without warning, he slams that fist down onto the desk with a sharp crack and shouts Raedrun's name in open fury. The sheer arrogance written into that message infuriates him. The order itself is simple, direct, and humiliating. He is to vacate the fort so that Hemis's third command can take it over. The insult behind that demand hits him hard. Under his breath, Grat curses Hemis bitterly, calling her an old witch, and demands to know what she could possibly be plotting this time. Even in the middle of his anger, Grat understands the reality in front of him. There is no easy path for him to avoid following that order. Still, the look in his eyes makes it clear he has not abandoned the idea of making a move. After a short pause, he reaches toward a communication orb nearby. With practiced, familiar motions, he activates the orb and opens a magical line of communication. Once the connection stabilizes, he introduces himself in a clear, controlled voice as Grat, commander of the 8th Division of the Demon King's army. A voice comes back from the other side, carrying a dry sort of amusement. It comments on how long it has been since Grat last bothered to make contact, then asks what exactly he wants this time. Grat does not waste a second on pleasantries. He states plainly that he has a proposal to make, and not some minor matter either, but something urgent and important. The narrative then cuts away from the demon's side and shifts over to the holy capital, where another conversation is unfolding inside dark, shadow-filled halls. One of the Pope's subordinates speaks first, and he looks visibly discouraged as he does. In a low voice filled with regret, he laments the failures of Geffen and Andrew Taylor. He admits that he truly believed Andrew Taylor would win. Then, disturbed by the pattern that keeps repeating, he asks whether Choi Hyun-suk was involved again, wondering if he was the one who turned the tide once more. Monocled Man confirms it immediately, without even the slightest hesitation. He goes on to say that Choi Hyun-suk's growth rate is unlike anything they have ever seen before. His strength is rising far too quickly now, to a degree that can no longer be overlooked. That repeated pattern has now grown serious enough to alarm even the Pope himself. The advisor then cautiously suggests that it may be wiser to postpone any direct move against Choi Hyun-suk for the time being, and instead focus on solving the issue involving the Drasen Empire. After all, he says, no matter how troublesome Choi Hyun-suk may be, he is still only a single man. But the Pope dismisses that suggestion at once. He says that if Choi Hyun-suk were nothing more than an ordinary citizen, then perhaps that kind of thinking might be acceptable. He is not ordinary. He is a hero, and that changes the entire matter. The Pope then sharply rebukes the monocled man for trying to treat the issue so lightly. He continues, accusing him of failing to understand what a hero truly is, and more importantly, failing to grasp the terrifying potential of what a hero can become if allowed to grow unchecked. To make a decision like that, he says, would be dangerously irresponsible and impossible to justify, especially from someone entrusted with authority. The consequences of that kind of recklessness would never remain small. They could spread outward and affect entire kingdoms. With a solemn and commanding presence, the Pope stresses that this threat must be eliminated before it spreads any further, before it reaches even the Holy See itself and corrupts everything from within. Then he turns toward his aide and, in a low but weighty voice, asks whether any new word has come from the spy planted inside enemy territory. The man confirms that there has. He reports that a fresh message has just arrived, and according to the spy, an unexpected proposal has now been placed before them. Support has been offered for a single decisive strike, one that could wipe out all of the major enemy targets in one blow. When he hears that, the Pope falls silent for a moment. The proposal is so sudden and so shocking that it clearly catches him off guard, and the sheer boldness of it leaves him visibly stunned. His eyes narrow as he quietly wonders how the spy could possibly intend to carry out something that ambitious. The man then explains further. The Third Command is preparing to relocate, and their next destination will be Gadric Fort. The implication is clear. They plan to seize the fortress and make it their new base of operations. That report suggests that something far larger may already be taking shape there, some broader scheme moving in the background. As the air in the room grows even heavier, the Pope raises another question. If an offer like this was possible from the beginning, then why had it not been brought forward much sooner? The advisor answers directly, though the unease is visible even in the way he speaks. Grat attached conditions to the proposal, and those conditions had seemed far too extreme to satisfy. He demanded 10,000 sacrificial offerings, the strategic withdrawal of support posts spread across multiple fronts, and a 5-year non-aggression pact. Even the monocled man sounds doubtful as he lists them out, because the scale of those demands is enormous, almost absurd. The Pope considers that in silence for a brief moment before calmly asking the question beneath all the others. What is Grat really after? Why set such a massive price on this arrangement? After drawing a breath, the advisor explains what he has heard. Rumors say that the seat of the Second Command became vacant because of internal conflict, specifically after Hemis killed Rotach. With that position now empty, Grat may see a chance to rise and take it for himself. And to make that happen, he may be trying to use the unstable balance between Hemis and the Demon King to his own advantage. The Pope thinks through the implications aloud. 10,000 sacrifices, and perhaps not only lives. There may also be territory involved. If that is true, then this is not simply a transaction, but a political strategy built on bloodshed and expansion. The monocled advisor answers carefully that land is not the part that troubles him the most. What truly concerns him is the sheer scale of the sacrifice being demanded. A loss on that level could shake even the very foundation of the empire itself. Hearing that, the Pope wonders aloud why Grat, of all people, is now demanding so many resources and so much service from within the Empire's reach. Before anyone else can answer, the Pope rises slightly from his seat and delivers his decision. In a voice that leaves absolutely no room for doubt, he orders that the agreement be accepted. The advisor is visibly shaken by how firm the Pope sounds. There isn't even the slightest pause in his voice, not a flicker of doubt, and certainly no opening left for anyone to argue back. This isn't a proposal anymore. The choice has already been made, and the Pope's resolve is so absolute that it crushes any room for debate on the spot. Then, in an almost calm and measured way, the Pope begins explaining the reasoning behind it. From his point of view, this could be the only chance they will ever have to erase every threat closing in on them with a single, overwhelming blow. One campaign, one all-out strike, and they might be able to take down every opposing leader at once before any of them can regroup, recover, or strike back. And to him, the battlefield isn't even the only thing that makes this plan valuable. Hidden inside it is an even greater advantage. If events unfold the way he expects, their spy could be pushed into an extremely important position inside the Demon King's army, right near the center of its command. From there, the information that Agent could provide would become more precious than ever. To the Pope, that possibility alone is enough to justify protecting this operation no matter the cost. He states it plainly. They cannot let an opportunity like this slip through their fingers. It does not matter how many lives have to be thrown into the fire to secure it. 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000 dead. He is prepared to carry that weight himself. But the larger the plan becomes, the harsher its condition grows. Every single detail has to be arranged with exact precision. Every movement must happen flawlessly. There is no room left for mistakes now, and in a cold, final voice, he warns them that one more failure will never be tolerated. With that, the discussion comes to an end, and the Pope issues his final order. The legendary warriors from every region are to be called in immediately. The time for hesitation is over. Every blade is to be drawn, every spell prepared, every oath fulfilled, because the last great war is finally about to begin. Sometime later, far away from that meeting, the scene shifts to the dark and oppressive interior of Gadric Fort. Within its dim, heavy walls, Grat steps forward to greet the arriving members of the Third Command as they make their way inside. He welcomes them with a smile, but anyone looking at him can tell right away that it isn't real. The expression is stiff, forced, and stretched too thin. His loud, overly friendly manner feels almost exaggerated, like he is trying too hard to sell the idea that everything is fine. On the surface, Grat acts as though he fully accepts Hemis's order to abandon Gadrick Fort, doing his best to appear cooperative. But it only takes a moment for the pressure underneath that act to begin showing through. Just a few lines into the conversation, Grat's attitude starts to shift. The change is small at first, but obvious. Something is eating at him. His eyes narrow slightly, his expression tightens, and a clear thread of uneasiness begins slipping into his voice. Raedrun, blunt and sharp as ever, doesn't waste even a second pretending not to notice. He cuts straight to the point and presses Grat to say what the issue is. With no real way around it, Grat finally gives in and starts laying out the situation in detail. According to Grat, the nearest human army has been moving in a way that feels deeply wrong. Their troops have been shifting positions in odd, unnatural patterns, and on top of that, large quantities of supplies have been transported from one place to another in a way that clearly suggests preparation for something major. Based on those movements alone, Grat has already come to a grim conclusion. In his eyes, the humans are preparing to lay full siege to the fortress. He isn't tossing out a baseless fear or speaking from paranoia. This is a judgment he has reached by watching their behavior carefully, and he presents it as a serious warning. Raedrun stays locked in, and immediately asks what kind of response Grat has prepared. Grat's expression darkens as he answers. He says he intends to launch a divided wave assault, a preemptive strike meant to hit the enemy first, before they can completely seal the fortress in. Grat quickly adds that the strategy won't work unless he gets dependable support. He needs enough reinforcements to stop the line from breaking before Hemis's main army can arrive. Then he explains that the 8th Division has already been worn down by one problem after another. None of those setbacks were devastating on their own, but together they have drained the division badly and stretched it too thin to endure much more. In their current state, they simply cannot hold out alone. After hearing all of that, Raedrun gives him a direct answer, without hesitation. The Third Command will provide the support he needs. Once that matter is settled, Raedrun asks whether the rest of their group will be taking part in the counterattack too. At that, Grat pauses. He visibly weighs his answer for a moment, then slowly shakes his head. He says that involving them might only make the operation more difficult. In his view, their presence would slow things down and create more trouble than benefit, turning the attack into something harder to manage rather than easier. Then, with a sense of hurried urgency creeping into his voice, Grat says he will personally handle the assignment of roles. After that, he makes his next order unmistakably clear. Everyone is to rest while they still have the chance and prepare themselves for the battle that is coming. Later that evening, after the noise has died down and the tension still lingers in the air, Choi Hyun-suk sits down with Rahel in the relative quiet of their quarters. The mood is heavy. Clearly troubled, Hyun-suk circles back to the same question he asked her before, unable to let it leave his mind once again. He asks her what it really means to be a hero. Rahel realizes immediately what kind of conversation this is about to become. One look at his face tells her his thoughts have already fallen back into that same painful spiral. Hyun-seok starts speaking slowly, but as he continues, the emotion in his voice steadily rises. He says he is supposed to be a hero, and yet now he finds himself fighting against humans. That contradiction is tearing at him from the inside. Rahel responds in a calm, almost detached tone. She tells him there isn't much either of them can really do about it. Things have simply turned out this way, but that answer only makes Hyun-suk look at her more intensely. He can't accept how resigned she sounds. This is the same Rahel who used to talk endlessly about heroism, justice, duty, and protecting others. So when did she start sounding this indifferent? Rahel answers with only a faint, almost teasing smile. She asks him when exactly she ever said anything like that. Hyun-suk fires back immediately, reminding her that she once told him she would guide him so he could defeat the Demon King and protect humanity. But even as he says it, he admits that something inside him has started to change lately. In a quieter voice, Hyun-suk confesses that the way he sees everything now is no longer the same as it used to be. He says a hero should not exist only for the sake of humans alone. And beyond that, just because someone is called a hero does not automatically mean they are walking the right path. Sometimes even heroes choose wrong. At that moment, the silence hanging between them is finally broken when Abelson Marriott speaks up. In a thoughtful, measured voice, she says she once read that heroes exist to carry out the will of all beings. Hyun-suk blinks and turns toward her with a puzzled look. clearly caught off guard. He asks what that is even supposed to mean. Abelson explains a little more. In ancient records she has read, heroes were described as those born to secure the happiness of the absolute majority. According to those writings, that is the true purpose behind a hero's existence. The instant those words reach him, something deep in Hyun-suk's memory stirs. He remembers that someone once told him something very similar. His commander had looked at him and told him that, in his eyes, Hyun-suk was already a hero. That memory immediately leads him to another question. What exactly does the majority mean? Is it referring only to humans, or does that number include non-human races too? The Saintess gives a small nod and says it probably includes them as well. She explains that humans often like to believe their own happiness is the same thing as the happiness of the whole world. But that may not be true at all. Human happiness and genuine peace for the world are not necessarily the same thing. Hyun-suk's brows pull together as he thinks it through. Is a hero really meant to carry responsibility for the happiness of every intelligent life form, not just a single race? The Saintess answers without hesitation. She says that may very well be the truth, and perhaps that is exactly why Hyun-suk is different from other heroes, why he became a hybrid hero in the first place. That answer leaves him completely silent. He can only sit there saying nothing, while the full weight of what that role would mean begins to sink into him. The burden of protecting the happiness of the absolute majority. By dawn, the final assignments are handed out. Raedrun is ordered to move alone as an independent unit. Roijer, meanwhile, is placed in charge of the observation team. Using intelligence gathered by the analysis division, his mission is to make direct contact the moment the enemy is sighted, which means his team will be entering battle as soon as they confirm them visually. The 8th Division receives a different role. They are to step in only after Raedrun's clash is nearing its end, acting as support once the worst of that engagement is over. And as for Hyun-suk, Abelson Marriott, and Bobo, the three of them are assigned to the rear. Their role is to guard the fortress's stockpiled supplies and stored resources. Following those orders, the trio heads to a place that resembles a mess hall. It is a small, plain section inside the 8th Division's area, temporarily repurposed as a waiting room of sorts. With crates stacked around them, rough benches set out in the room, and the distant sounds of movement echoing from elsewhere in the fort, they remain there quietly, waiting for the real battle to begin. It doesn't take long for Hyun-suk to voice his dissatisfaction with the assignment. From the beginning, something about it feels off to him. At first he can't explain it clearly, but the entire setup rubs him the wrong way on instinct alone. The placement of the units, the structure of the plan, the way everyone has been arranged, it all sits badly in his stomach. Hearing the heaviness in his tone, Rahel leans a little closer and asks him what exactly he means by that uneasy feeling. Hyun-suk pauses, his gaze drifting across the room while his thoughts race. Then, all at once, the answer snaps into place. He finally sees what feels so wrong about the arrangement. When he compares the current deployment to the original formation approved by REMS, the difference becomes obvious. Everyone has been split apart and sent to positions completely opposite from where they were originally supposed to be. Rahel tilts her head, trying to keep up with his reasoning. Confusion is written plainly across her face, and for once the confidence she usually carries is nowhere to be found. Half murmuring to herself, she struggles to understand why being placed on opposite ends would matter that much. The look in her eyes makes one thing clear: she still cannot see what Hyun-suk is seeing. That is when Abelson steps in, her voice steady but carrying a heavy implication. She points out that Raedrun has been sent to a particularly dangerous area. Roijer's position is barely any safer, since leading the observation team places him close to the danger as well. And yet the three of them, Hyun-suk, Rahel, and Abelson, have been stationed somewhere completely secure, far from the real threat. Rahel frowns immediately, not ready to accept that conclusion so easily. She insists there must be some reason behind it. Since a Saintess is with them, maybe that explains it. Protecting a Saintess should be an honorable and important responsibility, something meaningful rather than suspicious. But even as the words leave her mouth, the logic starts collapsing under its own weight. Hyun-suk slowly rises to his feet, still sorting the pieces together in his mind. Then he points out the contradiction bothering him most. Raedrun and Roijer were both pushed toward the front, despite being told the enemy in that area was not especially strong. So if that is true, why are three capable members of the team being held back in the rear just to guard supplies? The moment the reasoning fully clicks, Rahel's eyes widen. It really doesn't make sense. Someone as strong as Hyun-suk should never have been left in the rear for no reason. And if the point was simply to keep Abelson safe, then any number of others could have stayed behind with her. There was no clear reason all three of them had to be removed from the front line. Hyun-suk gives a quiet nod. That is exactly what has been bothering him this entire time. Without another word, he turns and starts walking away. Rahel jolts to her feet in surprise and calls after him, demanding to know where he thinks he is going. Is he really planning to ignore the position he was assigned? But Hyun-seok doesn't stop. Still moving, he answers that Bobo is more than enough to hold this place on his own. As for him, he can't just sit there any longer and pretend that bad feeling means nothing. He needs to go to the front himself and see what is really going on. Abelson hesitates for only the briefest instant before speaking with sudden determination. If Hyun-suk is going, then she wants to go with him too, if he will allow it. Hyun-suk stops and turns back toward her, and his expression softens slightly. He tells her he has no intention of saying no, but even so, he asks whether she is truly sure. Staying behind with Bobo is still the safer and more sensible option. But the saintess does not hesitate or back down. In a firm voice, she tells him that she can help, and the seriousness in her expression makes it clear that she means it completely. Hyun-suk reminds her that once he transforms, he will be able to move much faster. He makes it clear that he has no intention of slowing down or holding himself back for anyone once that happens. But that isn't the only thing weighing on him. There is something else bothering him too. Something deeper and harder to explain. A thought he still can't put neatly into words. Abelson looks at him with visible confusion, clearly unable to understand what he means. But before she can press him any further, Hyun-suk simply shakes his head. He told her to forget what he had just said. If she truly felt well enough to keep up with him, then he would let her come along. With that, Hyun-suk made up his mind completely. He was heading straight for the battlefield. But before he could take even one more step, armed guards suddenly moved in and cut off his path. They planted themselves firmly right in front of him, leaving no opening at all, and their stance made the situation instantly clear. Without direct authorization, Choi Hyun-suk was not allowed to leave this area under any circumstances. Thinking on the spot, Hyun-suk forced a crooked little half-smile and tried to make it sound casual. He said he only needed to go to the bathroom, then dryly added that he did not even know where it was in the first place. He told them he would be right back, as if this were nothing serious. Guards did not budge. Not one of them reacted, and not a single body shifted aside. One of them simply repeated the order in a hard, flat voice that left no room for argument. Hyun-suk was not permitted to leave, no matter the reason. That answer sent a cold chill straight through him. The way they were restricting his movement, and the almost unnatural determination to keep him trapped here, felt far too deliberate to brush aside. His unease deepened into something darker and heavier. Something was seriously wrong, and with no way to confirm it yet, Hyun-suk could only clench down on that fear and silently pray that Raedrun was still safe, and not somewhere out there facing the worst of it alone. Meanwhile, far from the supposed safety of the fort, Raedrun was already in the middle of battle. He stood there, breathing hard, his body marked with the clear wear of combat, facing off against a gray-haired hero with a sword in hand. The clash had already begun some time ago, and judging from the state he was in, it had been anything but easy. Then another voice cut into the scene. A red-haired warrior stepped into view with a smug smile on his face, watching the fight as he addressed Raedrun by the fearsome name that had spread across the battlefield, the Red Nightmare. He even offered a mocking sort of praise for Raedrun's performance so far. Byron, the gray-haired swordsman, was still only a rookie, but even then the newcomer admitted he had not expected Raedrun to hold off two heroes by himself this well. Byron reacted immediately, his irritation flaring up in plain view. He snapped that if he had not let his guard slip, he could have defeated Raedrun on his own. But the red-haired hero shut that down just as quickly, telling him not to get carried away. He reminded Byron that he was still inexperienced, and this was no time to swell up with shallow confidence. Then the red-haired hero gave the order without hesitation. The Red Nightmare was to die here now, and the very next moment he called for the Holy Magic Unit to advance. At once, soldiers began flooding out from their hiding places like a dark tide being unleashed. They moved with disciplined precision, forming up in sharp, coordinated lines as if everything had already been arranged in advance. The instant Raedrun saw them, his eyes widened. This had been a trap from the start, and in that brutal flash of understanding, the truth hit him like a blade driven straight through his back. Grat was the traitor. Back at Gadrik Fort, Hyun-suk and Abelson finally made their move. They slipped past the guards and burst out into the night at full speed. Soldiers tried to intercept them, but neither of them slowed long enough to be stopped. They left Bobo behind, not because they feared for him, but because they knew nobody there would dare touch him. Everyone understood that beast belonged to Hemis. That knowledge gave them the opening they needed. And as Hyunsuk tore forward through the darkness, his breathing grew quicker and sharper, not from exhaustion, but from the dread tightening inside his chest. More than anything else, he just hoped they had not already arrived too late. Back on Raedrun's side of the battlefield, it did not take him long to realize just how excessive this ambush really was. It was not just the two heroes confronting him. The knights surrounding him were also equipped with magical gear, turning the whole trap into an overwhelming show of force against a single opponent fighting alone. The red-haired hero actually admitted that Raedrun had a point, but said it changed nothing. They simply could not allow Hemis's most trusted subordinate to escape alive. The moment Raedrun heard those words, a fresh sense of unease ran through him. That one remark made their real objective painfully clear. Hemis himself was the true target. That realization only made Raedrun more determined to keep fighting. Across from him, the red-haired hero noticed Byron's restless agitation and told him to stay focused. Their plan was to wear Raedrun down first, strip away his strength little by little, and only then take advantage of the better chance to finish him off. After saying that, he gave another order and told the 2nd Regiment of warriors to ready themselves for the assault. Seeing just how disciplined and prepared the enemy was, Raedrun's expression hardened in response. He steadied his breathing, planted himself, and prepared to give them a fight they would never forget. The instant he activated his combat state, his appearance changed so violently that he almost looked like a monster. His long hair wild, his presence swelling with terrifying power as the transformation overtook him. And the moment that transformation was complete, the red-haired hero immediately signaled for the 1st Regiment to begin their attack. Now fully transformed, Raedrun was met at once by a storm of arrows. The barrage rained down from every direction, filling the air around him, but he held his ground and braced himself in place, ready to endure and repel the crushing force being hurled at him. With a single punch, he defended himself, and did far more than merely stop the attack. The force behind that one strike blasted several of the incoming arrows right back toward the enemy lines. It was an absurd display of power, a blow so overwhelming that the pressure of the wind alone became both shield and counterattack, protecting Raedrun while sending the enemy's own volley back against them. Even after witnessing that, the red-haired hero shouted to the remaining soldiers not to falter. They still had the advantage in numbers, while Raedrun was standing there entirely alone. A formation of spear-wielding warriors surged forward next, charging straight toward him. Raedrun did not rush to meet them. Instead, he remained where he was, calm and still, waiting for them to close the distance. Then Raedrun prepared one of his signature techniques, the devastating move known as the destructive explosion wave. With one motion of his hand, he drove that power into the earth beneath him, and the ground answered with catastrophic destruction. At the same time, he leaped away, leaving the soldiers below to be swallowed by the craters erupting under their feet as the assault collapsed into chaos. The instant he landed from that jump, Raedrun pressed forward again. He advanced across the broken terrain and struck down the surviving warriors who had been left stranded among the shattered earth and blasted pits, cutting through them one after another. And when he finished the last of the spearmen by smashing him headfirst into the ground, the sheer brutality of the exchange became impossible for anyone watching to ignore. Forced to stand there and watch without stepping in, Byron grew visibly more irritated with every passing second. As Raedrun's chances of breaking free kept rising, Byron finally lost what little patience he had left. He tore himself loose from the red-haired hero's restraint and rushed in on his own, launching a direct attack at Raedrun. The attempt achieved nothing. The Red Nightmare slipped past Byron's strike with ease, avoiding it so cleanly that the attack looked almost embarrassingly simple to evade. Even so, Raedrun showed a flicker of mild surprise at how quickly Byron had recovered and thrown himself back into the fight. But that momentary reaction changed almost nothing. From there, Raedrun shifted his full attention onto Byron and prepared to launch his counterattack. But just before that blow could land, the red-haired hero leaped in, yanked Byron out of the danger zone, and struck back in the same motion. Raedrun caught the red-haired hero's sword with his bare hand and stopped the swing dead. Then, without taking his eyes off either opponent, he used that opening to unleash an attack intended to crush both of them at once. He slammed another destructive blast into the ground, and a fresh crater exploded violently outward beneath them. But by the time the dust and debris finally cleared, both heroes had already escaped the center of the blast. They had taken almost no damage, but the expressions on their faces had changed. They were clearly rattled by how powerful Raedrun really was, far stronger than the intelligence division had reported, and that miscalculation left them openly frustrated. Meanwhile, Raedrun remained in that transformed state, but the strain was beginning to show more clearly now. The cost of wielding that much power was starting to catch up to him. After drawing so heavily on his demonic chi, he found himself wondering how much longer he could continue fighting at this level. But he was given almost no time to think about it. The heroes abruptly gave the signal for the 2nd Regiment to advance. They had seized on the opening created by that brief moment when Raedrun's thoughts had turned toward his fading energy. And with the 2nd Regiment moving in, the heroes themselves surged forward alongside the other warriors, joining the assault directly this time instead of hanging back. Byron, however, was once again left behind, and the irritation on his face made it obvious how much he hated the way the red-haired hero kept taking control of the entire fight. Realizing how massive the next wave was about to be, Raedrun pulled himself together and prepared to unleash his destructive technique yet again. But before he could fully complete the build-up for that attack, the heroes rushed him. Their sudden advance dragged his attention away at the worst possible moment, disrupting him right when he needed focus most. Their sudden charge completely wrecked Raedrun's rhythm. Before he could properly recover control of the fight, he was forced into pure defense, absorbing a barrage from every direction at once as blades and heavy strikes crashed down on him in a chaotic storm. That single moment of disruption was all the rest of them needed. More warriors rushed in from both sides without hesitation, surging toward him with enchanted spears leveled straight at his body. And the instant those spears drove into him, Raedrun felt something was terribly wrong. His power began slipping away almost at once, like something deep inside him was being violently torn out and drained by force. These were not ordinary weapons at all. The spears had been specially designed to strip away demonic chi, dragging his energy out of him the very moment they pierced his flesh. As more and more of that strength was siphoned away, Raedrun's body finally started to fail under the sheer pressure of the ambush. In the end, even he was forced down, overwhelmed at last by the enemy's carefully prepared trap. Standing above the scene, the red-haired hero coldly explained exactly what those weapons were doing. He made it clear that their draining effect was so severe that even the mightiest demons would be reduced to helplessness, unable to move, unable to resist, and unable to launch any meaningful counterattack at all. Then he stepped forward until he was standing directly in front of the subdued Red Nightmare. Looking down at Raedrun with calm certainty, he declared that the battle was already finished, and to make absolutely sure there would be no sudden reversal, he ordered his men to drive in even more of the magical spears and keep Raedrun pinned in that powerless state. After that, they were to secure him completely and haul him away as a prisoner before anything could go wrong. The moment he heard that, Baron stepped up with obvious excitement. He snatched a spear out of a nearby warrior's hands and claimed the right to stab Raedrun himself, treating the whole thing like a personal grudge he had finally been given permission to settle. As Baron walked closer, he mocked Raedrun openly and without restraint. With a sneer on his face, he jeered that the feared Red Nightmare looked no different from any other demon once he was cornered, pinned down, and stripped of the power to fight back. And with that same arrogant grin still plastered across his face, he lifted the spear to strike. Raedrun, his head lowered and his eyes half hidden in shadow, still had not surrendered. Under his breath, he murmured something so quietly that the others could barely catch it, while forcing himself to gather together the last scraps of strength he still had left. Baron paused, more curious than cautious, and demanded that Raedrun repeat himself. What came back was not a plea, and not the voice of someone broken. In a grim, steady tone, Raedrun said it again. He was the Red Nightmare of the Demon King's army, and the instant those words left his mouth, he erupted into a horrifying counterattack. The blow came so fast and so violently that Baron was torn apart on the spot, wiped out in a single instant before he could even understand what had happened. The force of that strike did not stop with Baron. It tore straight through several nearby spear-bearing warriors as well, leaving only a small number of troops still on their feet alongside the red-haired hero. For the first time, even the red-haired hero looked genuinely stunned. In disbelief, he could only wonder how a fool like Baron had ever managed to become a hero, much less be trusted in a battle of this importance. His eyes swept over the ruined battlefield, and he realized just how badly their side had been butchered. Even so, he made one thing clear. There was nothing admirable about Baron's death, no matter how useless the man had proven himself to be. And yet, in his eyes, the situation was not a total loss. Baron's death had still served one purpose, because that reckless outburst had dragged Raedrun's final burst of power out into the open. It was obvious now that the Red Nightmare had burned through the last of his remaining energy. Without pausing for even a second, the red-haired hero shouted a fresh command. Every survivor still capable of fighting was to raise their magical weapons and close in tighter, forming a complete ring around Raedrun. But before the remaining troops could properly rebuild their formation, the red-haired hero was suddenly smashed in the face by a devastating punch. The one who landed that blow was Choi Hyun-seok. He had finally reached the battlefield, and the rage pouring off him was unmistakable the moment he arrived. He was already in his half-demon form, and one look at him made his intent painfully obvious. Hyun-seok had come here ready to wipe out every idiot responsible for trapping Raedrun like this. The hit was so brutal that the red-haired hero was sent skidding and rolling far across the battlefield, dragged away over the ground by the sheer force behind Hyun-seok's punch. Raedrun noticed Hyun-seok the moment he appeared, and at once a wave of relief passed through him at the sight of that unexpected reinforcement. Hyun-seok quickly told him that he had been haunted by a terrible feeling, and that instinctive dread was exactly what drove him to rush toward the area Raedrun had been assigned to. Then, after taking in Raedrun's condition, he asked him directly if he could still move on his own. Raedrun admitted honestly that he was no longer sure whether he could manage by himself. Even so, he still thanked Hyun-seok sincerely for coming. The red-haired hero slowly forced himself back to his feet, staring at Hyun-seok now with a different kind of recognition in his eyes. Almost immediately, he connected him to the rumors about a hero who had sided with the Demon King's forces. Meanwhile, Hyun-seok bent down and pulled Raedrun up, clearly trying to get him moving so they could escape that place as quickly as possible. Seeing that, the red-haired hero grimly reflected on how badly the soldiers around him had been wiped out. Hardly any were left, and there was no longer enough manpower remaining to execute the original plan properly. At that point, the reality of the situation became impossible to ignore. If things kept going like this, Raedrun would absolutely escape. That left him with only two options: abandon the mission and let them go, or throw away everything in one desperate final gamble. He chose the crueler path immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Sensing at once that the hero had no intention of retreating, Hyun-seok and Raedrun watched closely as he activated a suicidal combat mode. He offered up his soul to his god, and in the next instant a blazing aura burst out around him, burning so fiercely that it looked as if living fire had wrapped itself around his entire body. The moment Hyun-seok saw that transformation, he recognized what kind of power it was. He had seen something similar once before at the Black Fortress, when a hero used an untouchable flame that burned everything it touched while also devouring the life of the one wielding it. The red-haired hero continued to transform, and the power swelling out of him became so immense that it was visible even from a great distance, like a blinding streak of light cutting through the battlefield. Raedrun understood immediately that although this was the same kind of ability, what they were seeing now was on an entirely different level. The raw strength pouring off this hero made him vastly more dangerous than the ones Hyun-seok had fought before. Raedrun explained that the technique was called divine summoning. It was an advanced form of that all-consuming sacred fire, a power only elite holy warriors could invoke, because surviving its use demanded extraordinary strength. The red-haired hero heard Raedrun's explanation and openly confirmed it. Then, with clear contempt in his voice, he warned them not to compare him to the weaklings who had been sent before. Burning with confidence, he declared that he now possessed the true power of a god and boasted over the already weakened pair as though victory were already in his hands. Hearing that, Raedrun concluded that divine summoning was the holy warrior's equivalent of promote, a matching form of overwhelming escalation, but on their side. But power on that level came with a fatal cost. Anyone who invoked it was, in effect, sentencing themselves to death. The red-haired hero seemed almost impressed that Raedrun understood that much, and he confirmed every word. Once the power ran out, he too would die, because sacred strength of that magnitude could only be bought with the life of the one using it. But to him, that only made the decision easier. If his own death would also drag both Raedrun and Hyun-seok down with him, then the sacrifice was worth making. And the instant he finished saying it, he lunged at them and brought his sword straight down toward Hyun-seok. And yet Hyun-seok blocked the blow much more easily than anyone would have expected. Even as he caught it, part of him registered how strangely simple it had been to stop, though the impact still carried an odd effect he could not dismiss. The red-haired hero then explained the reason. Sacred power and demonic chi were total opposites, and from what he could sense, Hyun-seok was no longer truly human anymore, because he had already been nearly consumed by demonic chi. The battle continued, without even a moment to breathe, the hero pressing his assault relentlessly, while Hyun-seok and Raedrun did everything they could just to defend themselves and stay alive. Then came the moment when the red-haired hero pushed his attack even further, As he struck, he coldly declared that Hyun-suk was nothing more than a walking corpse now, a being who had nothing left with which to protect himself. What followed was a catastrophic blast that ripped across the battlefield and blasted out yet another enormous crater. The explosion hurled Raedron far away, sending his already battered body flying across the ground and leaving him in an even more critical condition than before. Hyun-suk, however, somehow endured the attack. Even after taking that explosion head-on, he was still standing there. With visible effort, he turned his head to the side and checked on Raedron. And the moment he saw him, he understood the truth immediately. Raedron had suffered far more damage from that blast than anyone should have expected, and his condition was now much worse than it should have been. He could see at a glance that Raedron was barely holding himself together. The demon was dragging in ragged breaths, and his whole body was shaking so violently that it looked like the damage from the battle was finally catching up to him all at once, pushing him right to the edge of collapse. Hyun-suk quickly weighed the difference between what the two of them were enduring. The backlash from his transformation and the enemy's attacks was savage on him too, but because he was only half human and half demon, the burden on his body was still lighter. Raedron was a full demon, which meant every effect struck him harder, dug deeper, and tore through him with far more unbearable pain. Even so, Hyun-suk forced himself to cling to one small piece of hope. He did not need some perfect victory here, he only had to stay alive. Once that sacred power finally burned itself dry, the red-haired warrior would fall on his own, and if the man kept throwing around reckless, oversized attacks like before, then that self-destruction would only come faster. Still, Hyun-suk had no real confidence in how much longer he could keep standing either. In his mind, he turned over two equally miserable options: keep enduring the damage as he was now, or deliberately provoke the enemy into spending even more power so the sacred energy would burn out sooner. In the end, it felt like everything had been handed over to blind luck, because no matter how much punishment Hyun-suk himself could survive, there was no telling how long Raedron could last in that state. Just as Hyun-suk finished running through that thought and lifted his eyes back toward the red-haired hero, something unexpected caught him off guard. The hero was trembling too now. His body had already started showing obvious signs of strain, as if the divine power he had overused was now tearing back through him from the inside. The side effects had started sooner than anyone should have expected. His vision was fading fast, and a sharp ringing had begun filling his ears. Even then, the hero refused to care. He told himself that he hardly needed those senses anymore, because as long as he could still feel demonic chi, that alone was enough for him to keep attacking. The moment Hyun-suk heard that, he deliberately spoke up and pulled the hero's attention back onto himself, like there was something he honestly wanted to ask. The red-haired hero answered him with open disdain, asking what a walking corpse like Hyun-suk could possibly still have to say. Hyun-suk looked straight at him and asked just one thing. Was he starting to lose his sight? The hero sounded almost amused by the question. He said he had expected something better than that, then admitted it without hesitation. Yes, he was going blind. But to him that changed nothing, because even with his eyes closed, he could still sense demonic chi and keep striking at them without stopping. At that, Hyun-suk traded a quick remark with the others and immediately realized that this condition could still be turned into a weakness. Even if the red-haired hero could keep attacking, the loss of his vision was still a disadvantage Hyun-suk could exploit. The way Hyun-suk suddenly acted made both Raedron and the red-haired hero look at him in confusion. Neither of them could figure out what exactly he was planning. Then, without any warning at all, another figure stepped onto the battlefield with a blood-stained club in hand. Hyun-suk seized that moment instantly. Wearing a flat expression that carried a hint of mockery, he declared that the red-haired hero was now nothing more than a blind man stumbling around. Then he gave Abelson the order to strike. She was already there behind the red-haired warrior, both hands gripping the club tightly as she stood close enough to hit him. Only a few minutes earlier, she had been watching the battle from up on the mountainside, her face tight with fear as the horrible possibility became clear to her. If things kept going like this, the two of them might really die here. Standing there with that fear pressing down on her, Abelson could only ask herself what she was supposed to do. Then, out of nowhere, something suddenly grabbed her by the ankle. The shock of that contact made her jolt violently. It was one of the heroes. He had been lying there the whole time, pretending to be dead. The soldier explained that he had been waiting for Hyun-suk to move farther away. Only after that did he intend to crawl toward the saintess and seize the chance to take her with him. Abelson froze for a brief moment, completely unsure what she was even supposed to do. There was no one nearby she could hide behind, and no one she could rely on to shield her body for her this time. But cornered like that, she finally understood something with painful clarity. She could not keep living by depending on other people to protect her forever. Her thoughts went straight to Hyun-suk, to every single time he had stepped in front of danger for her and dragged her away from some cruel death. Again and again, he had thrown everything on the line for her sake, pushing himself all the way to the point where he was willing to die just to keep her safe. And what had she done in return? She had simply remained sheltered, day after day, quietly living under the same roof and accepting that protection as though it were only natural. She had never truly given anything back to the person who was always the one standing in front of her. By continuing to act weak and fragile, all she had really done was give Hyun-suk even more to worry about. Then Abelson noticed a club lying nearby, and in that instant, her hesitation finally ended. From this point on, she decided she would protect herself. Gathering every bit of courage she could force out of herself, she struck the soldier down and killed him. The story then snaps back to the present, to the exact moment she brings that same club crashing down onto the red-haired hero's head. And that blow gave her more than just a chance at victory. It brought with it an overwhelming sense of relief, because for the first time, she was no longer just a burden to the man she believed was the hope of the world. The scene then shifts to a tense standoff between Grat and the soldiers of the Drasen Empire. He stands trapped in the middle of them, boxed in from every side by drawn weapons and hostile stares. The air feels so heavy it is almost suffocating, and with every passing second, Grat's confusion only deepens. He genuinely cannot understand why they are treating him like an enemy. In his own mind, he had carried out their arrangement perfectly. He had helped contain Rage Run and kept that dangerous demon pinned down. By his reasoning, that should have made him useful, valuable, even not someone who deserved to be threatened at spear point. Then one of the Divine Army's hard-faced leaders steps forward, his voice slicing across the field like an order meant to crush any resistance before it can begin. He tells Grat to shut his mouth, and the contempt in his tone is unmistakable as he spits out the words "filthy demon." The insult hangs in the air for a beat, sharp and hateful, before the accusation grows worse. The leader blames Grat for weaving a deceitful scheme that ended in complete disaster. In his eyes, the demon's betrayal directly led to the defeat of both heroes sent to the front, a loss he describes as catastrophic for the Drasen Empire. Grat stares back at him in disbelief, because until that very moment he had known absolutely nothing about any of it. His thoughts begin racing wildly as he tries to force the pieces together. How could things possibly have spiraled that far? How could Rage Run, acting alone, have crushed not just two heroes, but an entire army on top of that? Before Grat can sort out an answer, or even try to defend himself, the ground beneath them suddenly begins to tremble with unnatural force. The sky seems to twist, and then a burst of overwhelming energy comes crashing down from above like divine punishment itself. A blinding light slams into the battlefield with terrifying force, smashing into the earth and blasting open a massive crater as dust, fire, and heat erupt in every direction. And when that blinding glow finally starts to fade, the source of that overwhelming arrival is revealed. It is Hemis. Her presence seizes control of the battlefield the moment she appears. She looks over the lines of Drasen Empire soldiers, then over at the lone figure of Grat, and after a brief pause, she coolly asks what exactly is going on. The soldiers react at once, and their minds immediately jump to the worst possible conclusion. The sight of Hemis appearing right where Grat stands sends whispers racing through the ranks, and those whispers harden into suspicion almost immediately. To them, this now looks like a carefully arranged trap orchestrated by Grat himself, with every soldier here treated as nothing more than an expendable sacrifice. Grat, shameless as ever, grabs hold of that misunderstanding the instant he sees it. A sly smile spreads across his face as he steps forward and addresses Hemis directly. With theatrical confidence, he boldly claims that yes, he gathered all of these humans here specifically for her, presenting them as a grand offering. And he doesn't stop there. He pushes the lie even further by declaring that these soldiers are the strongest and finest force anywhere in the surrounding human lands. Hemis says nothing right away. She simply looks at him, her expression unreadable and her gaze impossible to interpret. After that long pause, she finally answers, almost as if she is reluctantly granting him the tiniest scrap of approval. In one way or another, she says, he may actually have managed to do something useful for once in his life. Without wasting another moment, Hemis begins activating a skill, her voice ringing out with cold authority. As their superior, she declares that she has no reason to refuse such a feast, especially one so generously prepared by Grat. At once, the atmosphere changes. The air grows heavy, The ground trembles underfoot, and darkness starts spreading across the battlefield, creeping outward bit by bit as it devours the light and drains the color from everything around it. One of the soldiers glances upward, spots movement in the sky, and shouts a warning, but the danger is already too close, and the time to react is already gone. Then a gigantic sphere of roaring fire comes crashing down from above, plunging straight toward them. The heat reaches them before the fire ever touches the ground. It scorches through the air with such overwhelming intensity that it feels as though the battlefield itself is already being burned out of existence in the seconds before impact. Then the blazing mass slams down with apocalyptic force. Everything caught beneath it is erased instantly. Every soldier in its path is swallowed by the inferno, and not a single one is left alive. When the flames finally pass, that once proud army is simply gone. All that remains is a stretch of blackened earth, scattered pieces of ruined armor, and blood running through the wreckage where living men had been standing only moments earlier. The very moment the fire begins to settle, Grat does not hesitate even a little. He rushes straight toward Hemis, his voice spilling over with exaggerated admiration and shameless, opportunistic praise. Flatters her without restraint, calling the attack unbelievable, a strike so monstrously powerful that it annihilated an entire army by itself. And then he goes even further, praising her as an unmatched legend, a being so overwhelming that no one alive could ever hope to stand beside her. But Hemis has no patience for that kind of groveling. The fake sweetness in his tone and the oily praise dripping from every word wear thin on her almost immediately. Without the slightest warning, she moves. Her body blurs forward faster than the eye can follow, and in one smooth, effortless motion, Grat's head is cut cleanly from his body. His corpse hits the ground with a heavy drop before the sound of her strike has even fully faded from the air. Only then does Hemis finally speak, her voice cold, flat, and absolute. She reveals that she had already known for quite a long time that Grat was the spy, and she had even suspected he was not working alone. She watched him stir up trouble again and again like a fool who believed he could keep getting away with it forever. But in the end, she saw him for exactly what he was, a habitual liar, reckless to the bone. Fearless in all the worst ways, and driven only by whatever selfish gain he could squeeze out of the chaos. The one thing she says she truly regrets is not killing him sooner. With that done, Hemis simply turns her back on the battlefield and leaves. The scene shifts once again, this time returning to Gadrick Fort. Inside the stone fortress, a formal meeting is already in progress. The topic now is troop reorganization after the recent upheaval. Hemis stands at the center of the room, speaking with crisp, unquestioned authority, while Choi, Hyun-seok, Raedrun, and Roijer remain silent and listen. She begins by declaring that Raedrun will now take command of the remaining soldiers Grat left behind, a responsibility that clearly will demand a great deal of his time and attention from this point forward. And to keep that work running smoothly, Roijer will serve directly beneath him as adjutant, stepping in wherever his support becomes necessary. Then Hemis turns her attention to Hyun-seok, and this time she has something unexpected waiting for him. In a calm but decisive tone, she informs him that he is being appointed regiment commander, a rank that places him directly under her personal command. For a brief moment, Hyun-seok is completely caught off guard by the announcement. Then that shock gives way to excitement he cannot fully hide. Even so, curiosity quickly overtakes it, and he asks why she skipped over the lower ranks entirely, instead of making him something more ordinary first, like a battalion commander. Hemis answers right away, as if the logic should have been obvious from the beginning. In her view, putting someone with his talent into a mere battalion position would be wasteful. His abilities are far too valuable to be boxed into something that small. She explains that this promotion is both recognition and reward for what he has accomplished, for surviving situations that should have killed him, and even for the strange way he has managed to amuse her along the way. There is one condition attached to that promotion, and the moment she says it, the mood in the room changes. As regiment commander, Hyun-seok will move forward without a single troop under his command. The statement lands heavily, and puzzled looks spread around the room at once. No one can immediately understand what such an unusual arrangement is supposed to mean. Raedrun, observant as ever, is the one who finally voices what everyone else is silently wondering. He asks Hemis to explain her intention, because appointing a regiment commander with no soldiers to lead makes almost no sense at first glance. Hemis answers without even a hint of hesitation. She says there is a chance, however small it may be, that Hyun-seok might not need subordinates at all. She wants to see for herself what happens if he is allowed to operate entirely on his own. Before anyone can press her further on that answer, a firm knock suddenly echoes against the heavy door. A voice from outside announces that a visitor has arrived, and the timing feels almost unnaturally perfect. It comes just as Hemis mentions that Motem will serve as proxy commander. Then the door opens, and Motem himself steps into the room. With a small but clearly deliberate smile, Hemis finishes by telling the two men to get along well. That gives Motem the perfect opening to greet Hyun-seok warmly, looking honestly pleased to see him again. Hyun-seok, however, immediately remembers the much less pleasant history between them, especially the trouble Motem caused him during one of the earlier tournaments. With the main business of the meeting finished, Hemis excuses herself, saying there are still other urgent matters that need her attention. From there, the scene shifts again, this time into the quiet interior of Abelson Marriott's room. The atmosphere there is completely different, less formal, more private, but still carrying a quiet tension underneath it all. Hyun-seok speaks honestly, admitting that Abelson's recent actions had truly surprised him. Then he asks what gave her the courage to bring that club down on the hero's head at such a critical moment without hesitating. Abelson answers first with a gentle smile and then with careful, sincere words. She explains that something in her changed after she realized how complacent she had become while constantly being protected by Hyun-seok. In her own eyes, she had grown passive, almost lazy, and that realization had started weighing on her more and more heavily. Hyun-seok notices that change in her right away. The old passivity he was used to seeing in her has been replaced by something much more active and determined. So he asks if that means Abelson intends to fight beside him from now on. She answers without any visible hesitation. If he needs her, then she will fight. She reminds him that as a saintess, she carries holy power and can call upon strength similar to divine summoning. The real problem, she admits, is her body. She does not have the stamina for prolonged combat, so she would burn out far more quickly than a true frontline fighter. Even with that limitation, Hyun-seok is clearly pleased by the determination she shows. Half joking and half serious, he remarks that one day she might even surpass him. There is a faint trace of jealousy in the comment too, because as a saintess, she now possesses the highest class of divine power a human can attain. But Abelson answers with quiet humility. She says she is not convinced that sheer power alone is what really matters, especially not in an actual fight. And there is real weight behind those words, because they are coming from someone who has seen battles won through strange, unconventional methods rather than simple brute force. At that point, Rahel joins in with a teasing edge in her voice. She jokes that the way Abelson is talking makes it sound like Hyun-seok wins all his battles through dirty tricks and shameless tactics. Then her tone shifts and grows more matter-of-fact, and she adds something that genuinely catches Hyun-seok by surprise. She explains that the rank of battalion commander is considered equivalent to the rank of hero on the human side. Across the entire continent, there are probably only around 1,000 humans who stand above the level of hero. By that standard, Hyun-seok has already entered the upper slice of the strongest people in all of human society. That revelation leaves Hyun-seok visibly stunned. He already knew he had grown much stronger, but hearing that he now stands among the 1,000 most powerful humans in the world is something else entirely. From there, the story turns away from that personal moment and moves somewhere new. The next scene opens in one of the holy cities, Benedict, and the sight is utterly grim. The streets are drowned in destruction. Buildings have collapsed, defensive lines lie shattered, and the bodies of countless soldiers are strewn all across the ruined city. Thick trails of blood snake through the main roads and lead the eye toward the massive shape of a great church in the distance. And before its huge doors, only two figures remain standing. Hemis, and a lone survivor trembling under the sheer weight of her presence. Hemis takes in the devastation without showing much of anything on her face. She silently surveys the ruined city before her, her expression unreadable from start to finish. Then she finally speaks, and when she does, her voice is calm, steady, and commanding. She tells the man that she is going to spare his life, but not out of mercy. He will live so he can carry her words beyond this place, spreading her message across the land until every ear in the human world has heard it. The survivor starts trembling even harder as Hemis continues. From this day forward, she says, she will wipe out every single village belonging to the Drasen Empire one by one, leaving none standing and none of their people alive. At that point, the man can do nothing except collapse to his knees and beg for mercy he already knows he will never receive. 500 years earlier, the entire continent had been sinking beneath chaos and endless war. The great Drasen Empire was aggressively expanding its territory, swallowing smaller kingdoms one after another whenever they resisted. The conflict only intensified as the days passed until one day, something impossible happened. In the middle of nowhere, a new land suddenly appeared accompanied by a colossal pillar of light. Naturally, speculation spread across the continent almost immediately. Would this newly emerged region be the legendary super-civilization of Valington? The civilization said to have sunk beneath the sea 1,000 years before the Great War, once celebrated as the highest peak of magical achievement? Rumors followed at once. If these truly were the remains of Valington, then perhaps the place contained the secret to reviving ancient magic, the very power that had nearly vanished from the world when that civilization disappeared. And before long, every kingdom arrived at the same conclusion. Whoever succeeded in restoring that lost magic would gain unmatched supremacy over all the others. So even while war still raged across the continent, every realm began dispatching expeditions into that mysterious land, hoping it would lead them into a new golden age of power. But what humanity found there was nothing like the ruins of Valington they had imagined. Nor did they discover the lost people of that ancient civilization. Instead, what they found were beings from an entirely different world. Demons, creatures hostile to humankind, hungry for conquest, and utterly alien to the human realm. A terrifying new enemy had risen up and begun threatening everyone equally, and in the face of that danger, humanity finally did what it had refused to do for so long. People stopped pointing their swords at one another. Old rivalries were set aside, nation after nation abandoning their internal wars and choosing survival over pride. And once those long-standing conflicts were brought to a halt, all of that bloodshed and military force was turned toward a single target instead: the demons. That moment lit the fuse for a new war, one so vast and so brutal that it would leave scars on the world for centuries to come. At the very start, though, it honestly looked like the demons already had victory within reach. They were creatures born with violent instincts and overwhelming physical might, carrying a level of raw, brutal strength that ordinary human soldiers simply could not match once the fighting began. And that terrifying advantage did not stop with their bodies alone. The demons also commanded demonic chi, a dark and sinister power filled with both savagery and intelligence, and with that force in their hands, the balance of the war tilted even more heavily in their favor. Just when it began to feel as though humanity had finally run out of hope, a new light emerged from the very people no one had expected. The clerics, the healers, and the priests who had always remained behind the front lines as non-combatants suddenly stepped forward and declared that they would no longer stay out of the fight. They too would enter the battlefield. And they did not step onto that battlefield empty-handed. They brought divine power with them, a sacred force capable of resisting the demons themselves, and from the moment that holy strength entered the war, everything began to change. That power did more than simply keep the collapsing front from breaking apart. It also carried the reach of religion into every corner of the continent, spreading faith from place to place wherever armies marched and battles were fought. And from that swelling tide of belief, the divine empire of Gartran came into being, a mighty union of faithful nations gathered together under one shared sacred conviction. As the next 200 years passed, that power of faith continued to deepen and expand, and the number of clerics capable of fighting in war grew at an astonishing pace. Humanity, which had once been the weaker side in nearly every way that mattered, eventually reversed the entire balance of the conflict and rose above the demons with total military superiority. It was during that age that one extraordinary man rose above all others, a single figure remembered as the greatest contributor in humanity's war against demonkind. In time, his name became legend, and people came to know him simply as the Pope. His martial ability stood on a level no one else could even dream of matching. And with his own hands, he trained countless knights and soldiers one after another. But he did not stop there. He went even further, summoning heroes from entirely different worlds and bringing them into the war to fight for humanity. Under his leadership, the demons were forced farther and farther back, pushed relentlessly until they were driven all the way to the outer edges of the continent. At long last, it seemed as though a new era of peace had finally begun. But in the end, peace carried dangers of its own. During a grand council where leaders from every region had gathered together, the Pope raised a troubling question before the entire assembly. He asked them whether they truly understood why humanity had once again been placed in mortal danger after so many years had already passed. And before anyone else in the room could answer, he gave the answer himself. Humanity had been brought back to this point because the demons had not been exterminated when there was still a chance to finish them. Instead of pursuing the demons to the very last one, humanity had turned its attention toward rebuilding the cities that the war had left shattered and in ruins. That decision was not made without reason, because the lives and well-being of the people had to come first. Even so, the consequences never disappeared. By allowing the demons to remain alive, every nation across the continent continued to live beneath the shadow of that threat, and every society had been shaped by it, burdened by it, and in many ways damaged by that unfinished choice. Before the worst possible future could finally come to pass, the Pope called on every nation to unite its strength once again and launch a new holy war against the growing threat. The divine empire of Gartram, he declared, would stand at the very front of that campaign, holding nothing back at all, withholding neither wealth nor soldiers nor sacrifice. Everything would be poured into this one final objective: to create an age in which humankind would reign completely, with no rival left to challenge its rule. The scene then shifts into a solemn religious assembly, a heavy and sacred gathering where a message is being delivered before a crowd of faithful listeners. Standing before them, the speaker warns in grave terms that the demons have once again become a threat to the lives of all humankind. He tells the crowd that in only a matter of days, 3 entire cities have already been erased, wiped away so completely that now no one can say which city will be the next to disappear. Then his warning grows even darker. Perhaps, he says, even at this very moment while he is speaking, he himself and every person listening to him could be next. The demons show mercy to no one, not to women, not to children, not to anyone at all. As the weight of those words settles over the gathering, the man lifts a hand and gestures toward Father Levi, introducing him to the crowd as the one and only survivor from Benedict. Speaking in a voice that sounds utterly drained of life, the priest confirms the nightmare for everyone present. He says that everyone in the city was slaughtered in a single instant, killed while doing nothing more than living out their ordinary everyday lives. He goes on to say that he alone was left behind for one reason only: to deliver this message. But even as he stands there, he confesses that his soul never truly escaped with him. In his heart, it died back in Benedict alongside all the people he once knew, loved, and cared for. Then, with nothing left in him but emptiness, he admits that he no longer has any reason to keep living. The room sinks beneath the crushing weight of that confession, and at that moment the speaker steps in once more, seizing the silence to drive the point home. He warns them that the demon's cruelty knows no limit, and that they are growing stronger with every passing day. Then he declares that the Pope has already proclaimed a holy war, and he makes it clear that he has no intention of sitting still while such a threat hangs over them. He also announces that Asael Bald, the legendary figure of Gatling, has at last come out of his long seclusion and will personally take part in the war. And beyond that, he tells them that other nations have also pledged to send forth their own heroes and legendary figures to fight on behalf of the people. A massive offensive is already underway, he says. But even that alone will not be enough if humanity truly intends to wipe the demons out once and for all. If they want to protect the future of the continent, then every man and every woman still capable of fighting must offer up their strength and stand together as one. Now more than ever, he says, this is the moment to answer that call. His plea is sent to every soul in the gathering: join the holy war, follow the will of God, and walk the path that will lead humanity toward peace. The speech rises to its peak, with a thunderous cry that echoes through the entire gathering, as everyone there is swept up by one single united desire to erase the demons completely and forever. The scene shifts once again, this time away from the public spectacle and into a private conversation. Out of the public eye, the Pope speaks quietly with one of his subordinates and reveals that Cardinal Elrond, though talented by nature and fully capable in ability, has committed disastrous failures over the past few days. He explains that those mistakes directly led to the deaths of 2 heroes and also caused the failed attempt to capture Raedrun, a catastrophe that achieved absolutely nothing while costing tens of thousands of lives. Because of that, the Pope issues a cold and immediate order. Within 3 days, all of Cardinal Elrond's duties are to be stripped from him and reassigned. After that, every possession in his name is to be confiscated, and then he, together with his entire family, is to be executed. The scene changes once more, now shifting to Raedrun. She suddenly bursts into a room without the slightest warning, and the excitement on her face is impossible to miss the moment she arrives, all because she has just learned that Hemis is here. Hemis greets her with mild surprise, looking almost amused as she casually remarks that she never thought she would live long enough to see the day Raedrun entered a room without knocking first. Then, in a teasing tone, she adds that behavior like that must be what longing looks like. Raedrun does not react to the jab at all. She ignores the teasing completely and immediately presses forward with the real issue on her mind, asking Hemis straight out why she attacked an entire city by herself. Hemis answers with perfect calm, without a hint of panic or regret. Yes, she says, she truly did act alone. But what she did was not some reckless outburst. It was part of a much larger plan. Plan that, according to Hemis, would ultimately benefit demonkind as a whole. By making a move that extreme, she had forced the humans to reveal and deploy their legendary champions, because there was no ordinary fighter among them who could possibly stop her. Hemis then explains that the legendary figures of each human nation stand at the absolute peak of their military power, and that if those figures could be eliminated, the demons would gain something precious in return. More time. Raedrun, now visibly unsettled and just as confused, immediately asks what Hemis means when she talks about buying time. Hemis calmly rises before giving her answer. The time she wants to win, she says, is enough time for the hope born from these new victories to continue growing. Standing quietly by the window, Hemis kept her eyes fixed on the view outside as she spoke to Motem in a low voice. In that still hushed moment, a thought lingered in her mind. She wondered whether Raedrun had really accepted the explanation she gave him, or whether suspicion was still quietly taking root inside him. Motem answered that Raedrun was probably not convinced at all, because being suspicious was simply part of who he was. Then his expression grew more serious, and he shifted to the question that was really weighing on him. He asked Hemis whether she truly had no intention of ever standing beside the Demon King again. The concern in his voice was impossible to miss, because no matter how strong she was, the path she had chosen was so reckless that it threatened to put everything in danger. Hemis replied without the slightest pause. As far as she was concerned, there was no longer any chance that the two of them would ever walk side by side again. Even if that broken bond could somehow be repaired, she said, it would require a price she had absolutely no desire to pay. Even so, she made one thing clear. She did not hate him for it, because she understood perfectly well why the Demon King wanted to avoid another war with humanity. But then Hemis moved on, trying to sweep away Motem's doubts by explaining what she truly believed. Recently, the Demon King had begun making foolish decisions, letting himself be moved by useless emotions. He had started dwelling on things like the deaths of subordinates, comrades, and even family, allowing those feelings to shape his judgment. To Hemis, thoughts like that had no value whatsoever. If someone died, then it only meant they were weak. And if they were weak, then that outcome was only natural. That was the hierarchy she believed in without question. In the order of the world as she saw it, those who stood at the top, the strongest of all, were meant to crush the defeated without hesitation and claim victory as something rightfully theirs. That, Hemis said, was the belief she held to without compromise, and more than that, it was the same truth the Demon King himself had once accepted as the natural law of the world. That was exactly why his sudden compassion made no sense to her. She had gone to confront what she viewed as cowardly weakness, but in the end, she lost patience with him completely. After giving him one final warning, she turned her back on him and told him to regain his composure and return to the colder, harsher, truer self he used to be. And yet, even after saying all of that, Hemis quietly admitted to herself that a trace of regret still remained in her heart. The choice she was about to make now was not one she ever would have made in the past. Motem did not respond right away. He simply stayed silent, watching her carefully as he sensed the conflict buried beneath his commander's calm exterior. Then Hemis let out a quiet regret of her own. Maybe, she said, if she had understood sooner what it truly meant to want to protect someone, then she might have understood the Demon King far earlier, and far more deeply than she ever did. That realization left her thinking that perhaps there had once been room for better choices. After that, Hemis turned her gaze toward Frisch and apologized to him for dragging him into all of this trouble, along with her. Frisch stepped forward wearing the same calm, easy smile he always seemed to carry, the kind of expression that did not crack even in tense moments. He told her it was no trouble at all. Carrying out her orders was an honor, he said, without the slightest complaint or hesitation. And in that moment, it is revealed that he is the Pope's right hand. Hemis noticed that Frisch was still wearing priestly robes, and the sight of him dressed that way drew a faint, almost amused smile to her face. As Frisch began removing the disguise piece by piece, he explained in an almost casual tone that after spending so many years living as a cardinal, he had simply grown used to wearing those robes. Hemis then handed a letter over to him, and from the look on her face, it was obvious that she was genuinely happy to see him again after being separated for so long. She asked him to deliver that letter to Raedrun and Motem when the time was right. She admitted that she could have given it to them herself, but if she did, she feared some lingering regret might remain afterward. Frisch accepted the letter immediately, clearly understanding what his commander intended. After that, Hemis brought up Choi. She told Frisch that no matter what happened, he had to make absolutely sure that Choi did not die. Hearing those words, Frisch could not hide the surprise on his face. Hemis noticed that reaction right away and lightly teased him. Maybe, she said. She really was getting old. Or maybe she was simply worried about leaving Frisch behind with no one at his side to support him once she was gone. The next day, at Gadrick Fort, the doors were suddenly flung wide open with force. The violent noise jolted Choi awake on the spot, dragging him out of a deep sleep without warning. Still groggy and only half awake, he sprang to his feet on instinct and shouted arrogantly, demanding to know who dared interrupt a commander's sleep. But the second he realized that the one standing there was Raedron, all of that swagger vanished almost immediately. His tone dropped at once as he asked what was happening. Raedron did not waste a single moment. He immediately ordered Choi to leave, to run as far away from the fortress as he possibly could. Completely caught off guard, Choi demanded to know why such a sudden order was being forced on him. Raedron then explained that by the very next day, the human army would launch an attack on the fortress, and this would be no ordinary battle. It would be a massive clash, one involving the highest-ranking humans of all, the legends themselves. Choi immediately pushed back, asking whether it would not make far more sense for him to stay and help instead. Raedron shook his head and told him plainly that the enemy had only one real objective in this battle, the death of Hemis. He made it clear that he had no doubt Hemis would win, but if something happened during the middle of that fight, then he would not be able to protect Choi by himself. The scene then shifts to a quieter moment, when a letter is slipped beneath the door of the room where Raedron is staying. He notices it, bends down to pick it up, and starts reading. As his eyes move across the page, the contents slowly begin to reveal a part of Hemis's past, along with the hidden truth behind the recent chain of events. In the letter, Hemis writes that the demons had suffered countless deaths and were ultimately driven into exile at the far edge of the continent. And yet, even after forcing them back that far, humanity still never carried out a complete extermination. There were several reasons for that decision, but the greatest and most important of them all was the Holy Empire. For that empire to preserve its meaning and maintain its authority, the demons needed to continue existing. The Demon King took advantage of that convenience and used it to form a secret pact with Gartram. The terms of that agreement were simple. The front lines would remain exactly as they were, and each side would be allowed to hold on to its own territory. Because of that arrangement, the survival of the demons became tied directly to humanity's continued belief that a war was still ongoing, even if that illusion had to be preserved through nothing more than scattered skirmishes and minor threats. And that delicate balance became one of the central pillars holding together not only Gartram itself, but also the unity of the surrounding human nations. Hemis writes that she alone was entrusted with Gartram's proposal, but the moment she learned what it was, she rejected it outright. To her, a proud death was infinitely better than surviving in submission. But that defiance came with a price, and that price was exile. Using Rotach's actions as the excuse they needed, they banished her to the Black Fortress. Then Hemis makes something very clear in the letter. Everything she has explained up to this point is only the introduction. The part that truly matters comes after this. According to Frisch, the humans are preparing a massive assault, a battle on a scale unlike anything seen before, one that will gather together the legends and heroes of every human nation. While she goes out to face that overwhelming force herself, Raedron is to remain behind, defend the fortress, and assume her place as its commander. Hemis openly admits that she knows this burden will not be an easy one for him to bear at his current level of strength. Even so, when the vote is held to choose the next commander, Park Hyuna and Ashes will both cast their support in his favor. That support had already been arranged beforehand, and in Ash's case especially, there had never been any need to persuade her at all. His affection for his nephew was simply too deep for him to cast aside a request like that, no matter how strongly logic or reason might have told him to refuse it. Hemis then continues in the letter, saying that for now, this is the furthest she can go for him. From this point forward, everything that follows will be entrusted to Raedron's hands. She tells him that she believes he will handle whatever comes next in the best way he can. And with that faith spoken plainly at last, Hemis quietly thanks Raedron as well, admitting that during her confinement inside that suffocating, airless fortress, his presence alone had made those unbearable days feel at least a little easier to endure. Then, almost like a final postscript added at the end, Hemis brings up Choi. She tells Raedron not to waste his concern on him, because Choi's path from here has already been prepared. Choi will be leaving the Demon King's army, and if events unfold according to plan, then one day he and Raedron will meet again. But for now, Choi must depart together with the Saint. And once that is decided, preparations for the journey begin in earnest. Raedron reassures Choi that once everything has been resolved and he has secured the place that should rightfully be his, he will contact him through the communicator. Choi is visibly unsettled, unable to accept how suddenly all of this has been forced upon him, but even with that unease written all over his face, he reluctantly agrees to go along with the plan. Then, all at once, a voice calls out to Choi and pulls his attention away. Abelson Marriott and Frisch appear before him. Hemis's aide steps forward first, introduces himself, and explains that by Hemis's direct order, he has been assigned to accompany them from here on. After that, he lays out their next objective. From this point onward, they will need to slip quietly into human society and watch how events unfold without drawing attention to themselves. During that time, Abelson Marriott will assume the role of a priestess in training. Frisch then distributes false identities to every member of the group. He explains that both he and Choi will be traveling under the identities of mercenaries. And once that part is finished, he adds that if nobody has any further questions, then they should get on the carriage immediately. Abelson Marriott climbs into the carriage first. Choi follows after her, but the reluctance in his movements is obvious. He is still shaken, still trapped in denial, clinging to nothing but the thin, fragile hope that somehow everything will turn out all right in the end. Once they are all inside and the carriage is ready to leave, Choi turns toward Frisch and asks where exactly they are going. Frisch lets out a small sigh, regretting that he failed to explain that part sooner. He tells Choi that the territories ruled by the Holy Empire are extremely dangerous, and that among them, the Drasen Empire is especially infamous for rejecting heroes. That is precisely why their destination will be the Kingdom of Marriott. The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to rise, Raedrun found himself alone in his new chamber. He remained seated there in silence, lost in thought over what he needed to do next, with his gaze resting on the desk that had once belonged to Hemis. As he sat there, his thoughts drifted to all the demons who had already lost their lives up to this point. He understood far too well that if things kept moving down this same path, the number of dead would only continue to grow. And now that Raedrun knew the hidden truth behind the war between demons and humans, one painful realization settled heavily inside him. All of those deaths, all of that suffering, had meant nothing at all. Just then, a knock at the door cut through his thoughts and pulled him back into the present. On the other side stood Roiger, firm and ready, announcing that it was already time to depart. Raedrun drew in one final breath, as if gathering his resolve into his chest, and then declared that from this moment onward, demons would no longer remain the same as they had been before. He swore that he would throw everything he had into making sure that his own will would be the one to prevail. The scene then shifts to Raedrun standing before the army assembled under his command. Facing them directly, he orders every one of them to listen carefully to what he is about to say. He begins by reminding them of exactly who they are, stirring their spirits as he declares that demons are a warrior race, beings born for battle itself, and that no other race in this world could ever hope to tame them. Because of that, he tells them, they must face the coming battle without the slightest trace of hesitation, and if that battle demands it, then they must be ready to die for freedom, to die as the warriors they were born to be, and to lay down their lives for the future of their entire race. As his speech reaches its fiercest point, Raedrun raises his voice and declares the way he himself chooses to fight. Then, driving his words home with burning conviction, he ends by proclaiming that demons are warriors of pride. The focus then shifts back to Hemis, who realizes almost at once that Raedrun has already begun making his move. And the moment she understands that, she knows that she, too, must now begin acting on her own side. High atop a mountain, Hemis casts her gaze downward for a brief moment, then gracefully leaps toward the lower ground below. The instant she lands, she finds a man already waiting there, leaning calmly against a tree, as though he had known from the beginning that she would come. The man speaks first, saying that he knew she was coming, and had been looking forward to meeting her here. Hemis recognizes him immediately, and remarks that it has been 150 years since they last saw each other, adding with slight surprise that he somehow looks younger now than he did back then. That man is Basil Scott, the legend of the Drasen Empire. In response to her remark, he explains that his youthful appearance is simply what comes from reaching the realm of legends. Hemis, however, tells him that she had expected someone else to be waiting here instead. The one she truly came to find, it seems, chose to hide like a coward and suppress his magic rather than face her himself. Scott remains completely unfazed and calmly tells her that Gartram's command post lies on the exact opposite side from where the two of them are standing now. Then, having said that, he draws his sword and declares that their battle will happen here and now, far away from anyone who might interfere. Hemis immediately understands what he is trying to do, but she shows not even the slightest concern over the fight about to begin. In a cold voice, she warns him to choose his words more carefully before daring to stand against her. She reminds him that in the past, while lesser soldiers were the ones dying to block her path, Scott himself ran away in cowardice, simply to preserve his own life. Then she adds that the courage he is showing now is obviously driven by his desire to wash that stain from his name. And with those words, she activates her magic and unfolds her personal domain, the boundary of lamentation. Scott does not flinch. He declares that back then, he was defeated by a technique he had never seen before, but this time, things will not end the same way. The very moment those words leave his mouth, he hurls himself straight at Hemis with full force. Hemis instantly prepares her own technique, the Stars of Loss, and unleashes it. But to her surprise, the attack has no effect at all. Scott swats aside every strike and keeps charging forward without losing even a step of momentum. Again and again he closes the distance until he is nearly right in front of her, his sword now carrying a blow packed with overwhelming force. In that brief instant, Hemis reflects on the words he just spoke. Maybe this time he truly is different. As the attack comes crashing down, the hero strikes, but Hemis reacts in the same instant and blocks the blow with ease. And even while holding his blade head-on, she mocks him, saying that she still has not noticed anything about his strength that feels different. With a contemptuous sneer, she ridicules how little he seems to have changed. Their weapons slam into each other over and over, each clash ringing across the battlefield. And in the middle of that violent exchange, the hero realizes that her power and his now seem to be perfectly matched. The moment the hero understood that, he reached a quick conclusion. As long as he stayed alert to the magical barrages raining down from above, there was still a way for him to keep fighting. Those attacks were the commander's ability. The tears of lament, summoned in an instant. But this time they were no longer falling only from the sky overhead. Now they also erupted upward from the ground beneath him, turning the entire battlefield into a deadly killing zone with no safe direction left at all. Caught completely off guard by that sudden shift, the hero was forced into frantic movement, dodging desperately for his life while at the same time trying to evade Hemis's relentless close-range assaults. At one point, Hemis suddenly kicked off the ground and leaped high into the air, setting up a vicious combined attack that came crashing down together and nearly split the hero's head open on the spot. He escaped that killing blow by the narrowest margin imaginable. Even that was enough to draw a measure of admiration from Hemis. To her, it proved that he truly had grown stronger, because he was now slipping past attacks that, in the past, would have crushed him without question. Irritated by the way she kept speaking down to him, the hero snapped at her and told her to shut up. Then he pulled his energy in tight, planted his feet, and prepared himself to rush forward once more. Their clash reignited with even more violence than before. But Hemis was no longer aiming only at his body now. She also started pressing down on his mind, trying to break his concentration through raw psychological pressure. With a cold smile edged by amusement, she asked him where he thought the next tears would come from, the heavens above him or the earth below his feet. It was obvious that watching him struggle to track so many threats at once entertained her, and she calmly warned him that the moment his focus wavered, she would kill him in a single strike. Almost at once, her threat became reality. Before the hero even had a chance to think about dodging, the ground beneath him exploded upward, and countless magical stakes tore into his chest, pinning him in place where he stood. Stunned and left completely exposed, he could do nothing except grit his teeth and endure the pain. Hemis looked down at him with sharp, merciless eyes and remarked that the very fact he had managed to avoid her so many times before now was already proof of how much he had improved. The difference between the man before her now and the one she had faced long ago was impossible to miss. But before she could continue, the hero's body suddenly began to blur and fade, as if it were being transferred away somewhere else. For a brief instant, Hemis wondered whether she had struck only a clone, but she dismissed that idea almost immediately. She was certain that the one she hit had been the real Basil Scott. At that same moment, Basil Scott burst out through a portal and came rushing back at her with a new technique already activated, catching even Hemis by surprise. The first time since the battle began, she was genuinely impressed by just how far he had come. Pressing forward without the slightest hesitation, the hero declared that this was the hidden technique he had saved for this exact moment. He unleashed the attack with everything he had. But Hemis met it with a single raised hand and blocked it effortlessly, as if the full force of his power meant absolutely nothing to her. In that instant, she made the difference between them brutally clear. The gap in power, she said, was not something he could overcome, because she stood 2,000 years ahead of him. Then, with chilling calm and perfect precision, the commander lifted 2 fingers and aimed them straight at his chest. A devastating blast of energy erupted from her hand, struck him head-on, and knocked him unconscious in a single instant. His body collapsed right there, his strength spent, leaving him with no power left to resist. Driven into a corner and with no remaining skill he could depend on, the hero began to wonder if this really was the end. The humiliation cut deep. He had failed to land even one decisive blow on her, and while he was still trapped in that bitter realization, Hemis called out to him and demanded to know whether he was truly the legendary figure of the Drasan Empire. Before he had even recovered from the shock of that question, she made a request so unexpected that he never could have imagined hearing it from the lips of a demon. Hemis explained that certain personal matters were now in motion, and because of that she needed his cooperation. She asked him that if someday in the future he were to meet Choi and cross blades with him, then he should spare Choi's life at least once. Basil Scott was left completely stunned, unable to understand why a commander like Hemis would lower herself to ask for something like that. But before Hemis could continue any further, the sky above them suddenly split open, and an immense torrent of golden energy came crashing down. The force struck with such overwhelming power that Basil Scott, the legend of the Drasan Empire, was annihilated completely. His body disappeared so thoroughly that not even dust was left behind. Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, Hemis immediately analyzed what had just happened. She was sure now that Basil Scott was dead. At once, frustration rose inside her, because she had deliberately allowed him time to speak, only for their encounter to be interrupted in such an arrogantly rude way. Lifting her eyes toward the sky, she identified the only person who could have unleashed that kind of power. Asael Bald was descending from above, with his subordinate Morgan beside him. Originally, he had planned to reveal himself only after the others finished off Basil Scott, but once he realized that defeating him was beyond their ability, he decided he had no choice but to show himself earlier than planned. In that moment, Hemis stood there with her scythe gripped tightly in her hand. A flicker of doubt passed through her eyes as she silently questioned whether acting this way among humans was too cruel, and whether this was truly the right path to take. But the answer came to her just as clearly. It did not matter. The one before her had been the legend of the Drasan Empire. Even if temporary cooperation had existed between them, the truth remained the same. Drasan had always been the Holy Empire's rival. Striking first and erasing him had been the most rational choice. After all, the death of a legend was nothing less than a national calamity. From atop a cliff, Asael looked down at Hemis below. He understood now that the destruction of the city had been nothing more than bait, a trap set specifically to lure him here. And Hemis's reaction only confirmed that suspicion, because she recognized him immediately as the very legend of Gartram. Calm and unwavering, Asael revealed that nothing taking place here was accidental. This entire day had been arranged through a long, meticulous plan crafted for this exact moment. Behind him stood Morgan, wrapped in radiant light, and beyond her was a vast army already lined up at her side. Morgan brought her hands together before her lips in a gesture that looked almost like a solemn prayer. In her heart, her conviction never faltered. The second battle was about to begin. Hemis immediately sensed that something in the atmosphere around her was wrong. The pillar before her was not acting like some ordinary defensive wall. Instead of merely containing the power she tried to spread outward, it was actively repelling her field itself, as though even the very space around her was rejecting her influence. That pillar had been filled over time with accumulated sacred power, and now a golden aura poured outward from it in every direction, spreading across the area and neutralizing her presence. Above, Asael raised his sword before the assembled army, and the strategy became immediately clear. The saint would maintain the pillar, while the duty of the knights was to protect her at all costs. The soldiers moved into position in perfect order. One after another, they placed their hands atop the swords planted in the ground and bowed their heads with reverence. And from the exact earth beneath each of them, golden flowers began to bloom as if sacred power itself had taken visible shape. At Asael's command, they erected a barrier designed to leave Hemis with absolutely no route of escape. The golden sphere, wrapped in crackling energy like living lightning, blazed with blinding brilliance and cast its dazzling radiance across the entire battlefield. Hemis lifted one hand to shield her eyes, struggling against the fierce light pouring from both the pillar and the sphere. As she stared ahead through the glare, she realized that this was a barrier unlike anything she had ever seen before. In her grasp, her scythe dissolved into black smoke, while faint sparks scattered through the air around her. The repelling force was undeniably immense, and under that sacred pressure, even her domain had begun to come apart. Worse still, the shield she was barely able to keep standing in that moment was only a pale remnant of its former strength and offered her no real protection at all. And when her face emerged from that flood of golden light once more, something about her had already changed. With one sharp and deliberate motion, Hemis reached up and tore apart the stitched seals running from both corners of her mouth toward the edges of her face, ripping them open without even a trace of hesitation. As those split openings peeled apart, Rows of jagged fangs were revealed inside, and a grotesque, macabre smile slowly spread across her face. Hemis mocked the enemies in front of her, making it painfully obvious that if she had not bound herself with such a severe handicap, none of them would ever have found the nerve to stand against her at all. Then she lowered herself into position, gripping the cord made from the torn stitches of her mouth like a weapon, and fixed a hard, predatory stare on the enemies waiting above the cliff. In the very next instant, she exploded forward with terrifying speed, snapping her whip straight toward Asael Bald, who instantly leaped down from above to intercept her, his sword already raised in defense. Hemis lashed from one side, then the other, her whip cracking through the air with frightening speed and deadly precision, while Asael met every strike head-on with his blade. One lash cut so close to his face that it tore through the air right beside him, missing by no more than a single breath. The moment Asael saw even the smallest opening, he lunged in and tried to seize the momentum with a counterattack. Shouting as he moved, he thrust his sword forward with lethal force, delivering a blow meant to kill in one strike. But the attack never landed. At the exact instant it should have connected, Hemis had already vanished. Asael's eyes widened in shock. Right in front of him, Hemis had completely dispersed, and Morgan's voice rang out from above, urgently telling him to look up. When Asael lifted his head, he saw Hemis suspended high overhead, chanting as power began gathering around her. A blazing red light wrapped around her entire body, burning with such intensity that it seemed almost alive. It was Hellflash, the evolved form of Hellflare. Below her, on the ground, Asael bent forward in frustration, already feeling the crushing pressure of that descending power bearing down on him. High in the sky, Hemis brought her hands together and unleashed the gathered force in full, firing a direct blast down onto Asael as though judgment itself had come crashing from heaven. But even that attack was stopped. Asael planted his feet, gripped his sword with both hands before him, and completely blocked the massive torrent of energy. The collision gouged a deep, V-shaped trench into the earth where that crushing force smashed against his defense. Floating above, Hemis clenched her fists as she watched the result. She knew Asael wielded defensive authority, but even so, she had not expected him to emerge from that attack without a single visible wound. Far below her, Asael remained standing with sweat pouring off his body, his sword still raised as if every muscle in him and every breath he drew were being spent just to hold that monstrous attack back. Hemis immediately understood what was happening. The sacred barrier was absorbing the demonic power packed into her attacks, weakening their effect and denying them the damage they should have caused. A high-level user of defensive authority, a saint, and an enormous shield sustained by the sacred strength of hundreds of warriors, all of it had been assembled into one perfect defensive formation. Morgan remained bowed in place with her eyes closed and her hands clasped tightly together, concentrating completely as she poured all the surrounding energy into maintaining that barrier. To Hemis, the sight was infuriating. This battlefield had been prepared flawlessly for a long, grinding war of attrition. Violet sparks began crackling in her right hand, flashing brighter and brighter as her irritation continued to rise. For a brief moment, she measured the situation and weighed her next move against that seemingly unbreakable defense. The strain of battle was already pressing heavily on her. The demonic power she had spent against Basil Scott had been greater than expected, and now every movement came with more burden. At only half her strength, breaking that shield head-on was impossible. As she stared at the white-haired man standing before her, she realized that she had now been pushed into Basil Scott's position, forced to endure the same kind of trial he had faced. Then, all at once, a memory flashed through her mind, and in the very next moment, the battle exploded back into motion at full intensity. After several more savage exchanges, Asael pressed in with unwavering resolve, gripping his sword tightly as he declared that this battle would end here and now. Pouring all of his strength into a single move, he drove his blade into the ground and unleashed an overwhelming technique. Power of divinity, sword of revelation. The instant the sword struck, golden light burst outward with such violence that chunks of stone were ripped from the earth and hurled into the air, while thick waves of dust surged up around the battlefield. In front of Hemis, a crimson sphere began to form, pulsing ominously with tightly compressed energy. She recognized the technique the moment it appeared, yet even then, her face showed nothing but defiance. There was not the slightest trace of fear in her expression. The move was familiar to her, but she was nowhere near ready to accept that the battle had already been decided. The crimson sphere drifted slowly toward her, moving with an eerie, unnatural motion, almost as though it possessed a will of its own. Her golden claws gleamed with a dangerous shine, but then, without warning, blood suddenly burst from the upper half of her body, forcing her torso to arch backward. The kneeling soldiers, still holding their swords planted in the earth, stared at the sight in total disbelief. Morgan's eyes flew wide as she cried out in shock, declaring that he had brought down the glutton. Even Asiel himself stood there, stunned by what he was seeing. His sword was still buried in the ground, and before him lay Hemis, bloodied, collapsed, and seemingly unable to move. With his body trembling, Asiel slowly returned the sword to his waist, unable to fully believe that the battle had really ended like this. A bead of sweat slid down his face as he muttered under his breath, asking himself if it had truly happened. His eyes lowered to Hemis's hand, where those golden claws now rested motionless against the ground. And then, before Asiel could even realize that she was still alive, he was suddenly caught between Hemis's fangs. She lunged with a monstrous maw that burst open from the very wound Asiel had inflicted moments earlier, turning that injury itself into the source of her attack. In a single motion, the legendary hero was reduced to nothing more than a bite-sized meal for the glutton. Only a fragment of him remained behind, leaving a scene so grotesque and so unreal that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Unable to accept what she had just seen, the saint cried out desperately for Asiel, her voice shaking with utter disbelief. Brimming with confidence, Hemis returned to her original form and openly mocked the entire scene, ridiculing the shock and horror she had just inflicted on everyone there. Then, with dry irony, she reflected on just how desperate her situation had become, that she had been forced to fake her own death and rely on a trick once used by Baal. Even so, she ended with a sardonic joke, asking everyone around her what they thought of her little magic trick. The calm expression on her face only held for a fleeting moment. Then, almost all at once, that fragile composure gave way, and blood slipped from the corner of her lips. In that painful instant, Hemis could no longer deny what was right in front of her. The Empire's power was far beyond anything she had originally measured it to be. The saint noticed the blood immediately, and the sight sharpened her thoughts at once. Her mind raced through the possible cause. Was this because Hemis had already taken too much damage before now, or had swallowing a paladin placed a burden on her body that even she couldn't endure? She gave herself no time to linger on the question. Her voice cut through the battlefield in a cold, commanding tone as she ordered every warrior there to stack multiple enchantments without delay, while she alone would take full control of sustaining every barrier in place. The warriors reacted the very instant the order left her mouth. They broke away into their designated positions with practiced precision, each unit beginning its own incantation as the air around them grew heavier and tighter with the pressure of rising sacred power. Meanwhile, Hemis did not move at all. She stayed exactly where she was, utterly still, because her strength had been drained so completely that she no longer had enough left in her to gather even the faintest resistance. As her consciousness dimmed, her thoughts returned to the strange delay she had been feeling. Digestion should have been finished long ago. The more she thought about it, the more one answer stood out above all others. The sacred barrier pressing down on her must have been interfering, suppressing the process and slowing everything far more than it should have. When Hemis slowly lifted her eyes again, the truth was waiting for her. She saw at once that the attack was nearly complete, and in that same moment, with nowhere left to look away, she understood with perfect certainty that her end had finally arrived. When she spoke, there was no trace of panic in her voice, no trembling, no desperation, only quiet acceptance. In that calm, measured tone, the commander stated simply that she had fulfilled the duty she had been meant to carry out. And with those words, she placed everything that would come after her into the hands of the ones she had chosen to trust. She understood that there were matters she could never resolve with her own hands. So now, with nothing left she herself could do, her final hope rested entirely on her allies accomplishing what she no longer could. And the saint released the attack. A brilliant beam of sacred light erupted forward in a blazing line and crashed straight into the commander, striking her dead on without the slightest wavering or deviation. Hemis did not resist it. She remained where she was, seated and motionless, her posture almost peaceful. And in that last instant, the one thing that seemed to satisfy her more than anything else was this: no matter how it ended, she had never once lowered her head and accepted a life of slavery. At last, the battle had finally come to an end. When the violence at last subsided, nothing remained except devastation. The land itself had been ripped apart and split open, as though the clash had gouged a wound so deep it would never fully heal. At the center of that destruction lay an enormous crater, silent and empty, and inside it there was not even the slightest trace of Hemis left behind. The saint stood there, drawing heavy breaths, finally allowing herself the smallest bit of relief, and as her breathing gradually slowed, her thoughts drifted toward Asiel, the man who had charged ahead like a reckless idiot, intoxicated by the brief illusion that victory was already his. That arrogance had created an opening, and in the end it had cost him everything. His death had been a cruel one. More than that, she could not ignore how dangerous it was to lose him so early, especially now that everything had already been set into motion. That loss left behind a knot of unease she could not easily dismiss. And behind even that was another certainty weighing on her mind. Once the Pope learned how this entire battle had truly unfolded, his displeasure would be severe. Then, breaking the silence at last, one of the warriors stepped forward and asked what they were supposed to do next. The saint slowly turned to face the assembled army, her expression hardening as her gaze settled over them. Then, in a steady voice that left no room for doubt or debate, she ordered them to return to the capital for the time being. After that, she gave them a warning. She told them to listen carefully and remember her next words exactly, because what she was about to say was the version of events that would remain from this point onward. She declared that from this moment forward, only one story would be told. Sir Azael and Sir Basil Scott of Drassen had fought with unmatched valor, and for the sake of the Empire of Gartram, both men had perished together alongside the gluttonous enemy. She continued, saying that the two of them had met the sort of death reserved for the highest honor, a death worthy of legends. And once that grave and polished account had been spoken aloud, she made her order absolute. No other version of what happened here was ever to pass their lips. The scene shifted to another area of the battlefield, where Raedrun now stood alone. Every soldier who had confronted him had already been cut down, yet even after all that bloodshed, he still stood upright and steady, without the slightest sign of being shaken. That was when Modem arrived, his presence carrying a quiet but unmistakable authority with every step he took. Without hesitation, he praised Raedrun's performance and stated plainly that none of the dead soldiers scattered around them had ever been worthy opponents for Raedrun's strength. Raedrun, however, dismissed the praise at once, telling him that compared to Modem, he still had a long road ahead and far more room left to grow. Modem did not retreat from his words. He made it clear that this was not an empty compliment, nor some exaggeration spoken in the heat of the moment. In his eyes, the truth was obvious. Within just a few years, or perhaps even before the current year was over, Raedrun would surpass him completely. Those words struck Raedrun with real force, and for a moment all he could do was stare back at him. The weight behind Modem's certainty was so great that it left him visibly shaken. Then, with solemn purpose, Modem lowered his sword and drove it straight down into the earth before him. Only then did he reveal the truth. The connection he had once shared with Hemis had now vanished completely. Raedrun's eyes widened the instant he heard that. As the signs fell into place in his mind, he gave voice to the fear already forming there, that the worst-case outcome had truly come to pass. Modem confirmed it directly, without trying to soften the truth or avoid it. Raedrun then pressed him further, asking what path Modem intended to follow from here on out. The knight answered, without even a moment of hesitation. He declared that Hemis had been his one and only lord, and that even now he intended to keep carrying out the final orders she had left to him. His loyalty, he said with unwavering conviction, would not change whether she was still alive somewhere in this world, or had already passed beyond it. After hearing that answer, Raedrun asked him what those final instructions had actually been. Modem explained it carefully and without omission. Hemis had ordered him to protect Raedrun and keep him safe until the day he rose to the rank of commander. From there, Modem was to remain at his side personally, helping him, training him, and guiding him until Raedrun possessed both the strength and the judgment necessary to rise above every other commander. He was meant to become powerful enough to overturn the rotten and corrupted state of demonkind itself. Then, standing directly in front of him, Modem extended his hand and sealed that resolve with a promise. From this day onward, he would remain Raedrun's ally forever. The scene shifted once again, this time to a magnificent place of worship, where the Pope himself stood before a vast gathering of the faithful. His voice rolled through the sacred hall as he delivered grim news to everyone present. One of the greatest pillars supporting the Holy Empire had fallen. He announced that Asael had become a martyr, a man who had devoted more than 200 years of his life to service. Heavy sorrow could be heard in his voice as he mourned the passing of a longtime comrade who had stood beside him for many years, and beside the legendary Kinley Riverford as well. Then the Pope elevated Asael even further in death. He declared that Asael had lived a life of devotion to God greater than any other man could ever hope to equal. Until the very last breath left his body, the Pope said, Asael had thought only of the people of the Holy Empire and their safety. He even revealed that at the moment of death, Asael's final prayer had been for the sacred people to live out the rest of their days in peace and under divine protection. And after proclaiming all of that before the faithful, he called on everyone gathered there to offer their prayers in remembrance of Asael's deeds, so that his sacrifice would never fade from memory. But the Pope's message was not made of mourning alone. Beneath the grief, his words also carried a warning that the day would surely come when divine punishment descended upon all those who dared stand against God. At last, with grief still plainly etched across his face, the Pope reflected on how many times he had warned others not to grow careless when they believed they held the advantage. And so, once again, he lamented the tragic fall of the legendary hero Asael, whose death would remain a lasting burden on the hearts of the faithful. Then the Pope was interrupted. A messenger arrived and reported that Drazen had sent a representative to Marriott, asking for permission to investigate the battlefield where Hemis had been fought. The Pope understood the reason immediately. He remarked that they were almost certainly trying to uncover the truth behind Basil Scott's death, but he also pointed out that the cleanup had already been finished and that nothing useful remained at the site anymore. Even so, he ordered the messenger to make secret contact with Marriott and ensure that Drazen's request would be rejected. The messenger bowed, prepared to take his leave now that he understood the order, but the Pope stopped him and told him to wait. There was still one more matter he wanted answered before the man left. He then asked about the whereabouts of Abelson Marriott and Choi Hyun-suk. The man reported that neither of them had been seen anywhere, not even during the recent battles. He said Choi Hyun-suk's absence was especially strange, since there had been no clear reason for him to stay away from the front lines. Because of that, he suspected that Hemis had removed him from the Demon King's army entirely. The Pope grimly accepted that even now, in these final stages, Choi Hyun-suk continued to remain a thorn in his side. Since Choi Hyun-suk had failed to appear even when Hemis herself was in danger, the Pope ordered the man to search for both of them across the entire continent if necessary, but to find them no matter what. And then he added one final warning of his own. If anyone dared to hide them or give them shelter, that person would face divine consequences. The scene shifted again, this time to the group's carriage, or more precisely, the carriage carrying all four of them. Inside, Choi Hyun-suk and Rahel were in the middle of muttering their complaints when someone suddenly cut across them and interrupted. Rahel was then asked to check whether the disguises were ready. Rahel gave the preparations a careful look, and even she couldn't quite hide the surprise on her face. Everything had been arranged much faster than she had expected, and for a brief moment, she seemed genuinely impressed by how quickly the disguises had been finished. Then her gaze shifted over to Choi Hyun-suk. She looked him up and down, paying special attention to his freshly dyed hair, that cold red color standing out so sharply from his usual appearance, as if she were silently judging whether the disguise would really be convincing enough to work. After giving him that long once-over, she bluntly warned him not to ruin everything by messing things up. Just then, Abelson Marriott stepped in and announced that she had finished preparing her own disguise as well. With that, she properly revealed herself and asked the others what they thought of how she looked. Choi Hyun-suk responded exactly the way Choi Hyun-suk always would. His eyes widened so much they nearly looked ready to pop out as he shamelessly blurted out that Abelson Marriott looked unbelievably beautiful, like a princess who had stepped straight out of some fairy tale. Abelson Marriott let out a soft laugh, clearly entertained by his reaction, and thanked him for the compliment. Then, wearing a small playful smile, she answered that maybe she wasn't from a fairy tale after all, but she really was a princess of Marriott. The instant those words reached him, Choi Hyun-suk snapped right back down to reality. Frisch stared at him in open disbelief, stunned that Choi Hyun-suk had never once linked Abelson Marriott's surname to the very kingdom they were heading toward. Even Rahel admitted that for once she would have liked to defend him, but this time he had just been far too dense for even that. The moment he realized he had missed something that obvious, Choi Hyun-suk immediately bent toward Abelson Marriott and apologized, saying he hadn't realized until now that she was actually a princess. Abelson Marriott told him it really wasn't a big deal, and asked him to keep treating her exactly the same as he always had. Off to the side, Choi Hyun-suk muttered under his breath that he was Korean. And apparently that came with something dangerously close to a slave mentality whenever titled people were involved. Then a new thought suddenly struck him. If Abelson Marriott was really a princess, then that meant she ought to have genuine influence within Marriott itself. But Abelson Marriott answered honestly that she wasn't even sure that was true. She explained that she had already spoken about it with Frisch, and if possible, she would rather not reveal her identity at all, or even go back there in the first place. That answer caught Choi Hyun-suk completely off guard, and he immediately asked why. The question earned him an instant smack on the head from Frisch, who called him an idiot on the spot, with Rahel echoing the insult right behind him. Frisch then spelled it out for him plainly. One of the greatest empires on the continent was hunting Choi Hyun-sok, and Abelson Marriott had no intention of dragging even more people into danger because of her situation. Abelson Marriott added that it wasn't as though she planned to stay away forever. If things ever became truly desperate, then she would have no choice but to find some way to ask for help, because no matter what had happened between them, they were still her family in the end. The scene then shifted back to the battlefield, returning to the very place where Hemis and the heroes had just collided in that violent final clash. From somewhere deep inside the shattered rubble, a sharp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Then, from within the broken stones themselves, a dark aura began to seep upward and slowly rise. Whether that sign pointed toward hope or toward something much worse was still impossible to know. Far from that battlefield, already well inside human territory, the trio kept moving forward through the forest, pressing deeper onward as their journey continued. As they walked, Choi Hyun-suk checked his system once again, still clearly troubled by the fact that it refused to function at all. Rahel noticed the uneasy look on the hero's face and turned toward him, asking what exactly had been going on with him. Choi Hyun-suk explained that ever since they crossed into human territory, something had gone badly wrong. The hero system had completely stopped functioning. Instead of anything normal, all he could see now was a screen full of glitches, scrambled symbols, and broken text that made no sense whatsoever. Rahel found that hard to accept. In her eyes, the system was far too advanced and far too sophisticated to simply break down that easily. But Choi Hyun-suk said he had already been feeling that something was off for a while now. To him, it felt as if someone were watching every single move he made and throwing new obstacles in his path in real time. Rahel immediately pushed back against that idea, sounding almost like she was defending herself from the implication. She said that since she couldn't see the system directly, she couldn't speak with certainty. Maybe the bug was happening because they were walking a path that no previous hero had ever taken. Choi Hyun-suk was such an irregular being that the system simply couldn't keep up with him anymore. In other words, he was a depraved user of demonic energy who had chosen to turn against humanity. Out of everything she said, Choi Hyun-suk latched on to just one word, depraved, and couldn't help noticing that Rahel truly had no habit of softening her insults. Rahel then finished her point by adding that, even so, one thing still stood out. She still hadn't received any order telling her to abandon Choi Hyun-suk in exchange for returning, and that might mean he was handling things better than expected. Frisch, who had been listening to the two of them bicker back and forth, finally cut in and told the pair of chatterboxes to give it a rest. He warned them that they were nearly at the village closest to the borderlands, Kaitan Village, located in the Kingdom of Marriott under Viscount Andef. Abelson Marriott grew curious and asked Choi Hyun-suk whether this would be his first time entering a human village. He said that it would. Ever since his journey began in that bizarre place because of someone, this would really be his first proper chance to step into human land as a hero. After hearing that, Abelson Marriott told him he would probably end up disappointed. His first experience in human territory was not going to be somewhere beautiful, and right at that moment, guards approached the group and demanded identification. Frisch smoothly answered without hesitation, introducing them as 3 mercenaries who had come looking for paid work. Choi Hyun-suk was visibly taken aback by that explanation, especially because they were standing in a region so close to the demon border. Frisch ignored the surprise entirely and simply told him the reason would become obvious the moment he saw the kind of place they were about to enter. And before long, the sight in front of them made everything clear. Ruin spread out across the area, misery hanging over every corner, while wreckage filled the scene as far as the eye could reach. Rahel stepped a little farther ahead and noticed a string of posters hanging from nearby notice boards. What was written on those notices was utterly grim. They laid bare the truth of the region in the bleakest possible terms: taxes, forced labor, more taxes, and then still more taxes piled on top of that. Abelson Marriott took in that information with visible pain on her face, and the weight of it hit even harder because this was land that belonged to her own family. Frisch noticed the look on her face immediately, and with dry irony in his voice, asked why she looked so embarrassed, telling her to be honest. When Abelson Marriott hesitated to answer, Frisch answered for her instead. He explained that the imperial family was squeezing the people dry, taking everything it could while using the threat of coming war as an excuse. He went on to say that this was not some issue unique to the Empire of Marriott. During the years when he served as a cardinal, he had seen enough and learned enough to know that the same thing happened in other empires as well. It was common, he said, for the rulers of Garden to exploit ordinary people by weaponizing fear of war, stirring up anxiety, burdening the weak, and quietly filling their own coffers all the while. Abelson Marriott listened to every word in stunned silence, unable to believe that the kingdoms had truly chosen to walk down a path like that. Later on, Abelson Marriott sat quietly by herself, still lost in thought over the harsh reality the people of that place were being forced to endure. Beneath the looming figure of a knight statue, her troubled thoughts were suddenly cut off when someone approached and called out to her, catching her off guard. It was Choi Hyun-suk. His sudden appearance startled Abelson Marriott for a moment, and she immediately asked where Frisch and Rahel had gone. Choi Hyun-suk sat down beside the saint and gently asked how she was feeling. Abelson Marriott answered him honestly. Her mood hadn't improved in the slightest. If anything, she said, she felt angry now. Trying to ease the tension a little, Choi Hyun-suk joked that after hearing about that many atrocities, she had more than enough reason to be angry. But Abelson Marriott clarified that her anger wasn't directed at Frisch. It was aimed at herself. She said she could have at least tried to think of something, anything at all that might defend the empire, but she couldn't. There was nothing she could honestly say that would justify what Garden had been doing to its own people. Hearing Abelson Marriott speak like that visibly shook Choi Hyun-suk. His thoughts started scrambling in every direction at once, desperately trying to come up with something, anything that might help pull her out of that heavy, painful state. But every idea that came to mind felt awkward, mistimed, and completely wrong for a moment like this. And before he could settle on even one of them, Abelson suddenly called out to him. That alone made Choi Hyun-suk jolt in place. He tensed up immediately, already convinced he must have said something wrong somehow. So in a flustered rush, he answered her with an apology before he had even done anything, which only made Abelson Marriott stare at him in baffled confusion. That was the moment Choi Hyun-suk finally realized she hadn't been about to scold him at all. For a brief second, Abelson Marriott herself looked just as frozen by the misunderstanding, clearly caught off guard by how strangely and suddenly he had reacted. Then a small smile gently softened her expression, and the saint explained that an old story had just come back to her mind, one she felt might be worth sharing with Choi Hyun-suk. So Abelson Marriott began telling him about a hero whose name had once been inseparable from Khitan itself. A place that now looked like little more than a worn, exhausted village, but one that had once belonged to a far more glorious chapter of history. That hero's name was Lofar Dozer, a legendary figure whose story reached back centuries into the past, to the age when those who fought bravely against the demons in war first began to be honored as heroes, champions, and living legends among the people. In his era, Lofar Dozer stood above the rest. His fame did not remain confined to Marriott alone, it spread across the entire continent. Among all the warriors remembered from that distant age, he was one of the rare few who truly deserved every scrap of glory attached to his name, not only because of what he accomplished, but because of the kind of person he was. People remembered him as a spotless warrior, a man who loved his homeland deeply, respected the weak, and treated others with genuine compassion. But like every story, his too eventually reached its end. And for the people of Khitan, that ending came far too early. When Lofar Dozer died at the young age of only 37, Choi Hyun-suk listened carefully to every word, then asked whether there had been a specific reason Lofar Dozer died so young, and why that end had come in Khitan of all places. Abelson Marriott continued. She explained that 1 year before the war finally came to an end, the demons suddenly intensified their offensive, most likely in one last desperate surge. At that point, the imperial family of Marriott ordered Lofar Dozer to abandon Khitan and retreat, but that was an order he refused to accept. So, for the first time in his life, that hero openly defied an imperial command. He clung firmly to one belief above all others. A nation existed to protect its people, and because of that, he would never allow Khitan to be cast aside. After making that declaration, Lofar Dozer went out to face the battlefield and personally drove back the demon's assault. And the most astonishing part was that he accomplished it alone, without a single other warrior standing beside him. That one act burned his name permanently into the memory of the people of Marriott. Choi Hyun-suk felt the full weight of that story settle over him, and without saying much, he carefully fixed the name Lofar Dozer deep into his memory. Abelson Marriott then continued, quietly wondering what kind of expression Lofar Dozer would wear if he were still alive today, and forced to look upon the condition the people had fallen into in the present age. Sometime later, night finally settled over the village. The two of them walked together through the dim streets, and Abelson Marriott thanked Choi Hyun-suk for staying with her, admitting that simply having him nearby had helped ease her heart. Choi Hyun-suk brushed the thanks aside and said there was really nothing to be grateful for, since all he had done was sit there and listen to her story. But Abelson Marriott gently told him that his presence alone had already been enough. Little by little, the air between them had begun to soften into something warmer and more delicate. Then, without warning, that quiet moment shattered as a scream tore through the street and snapped both of their heads toward the source of the noise. Two men came bursting out of an alley in complete panic, shouting that there was a body back there, a dead person, and frantically calling for someone to bring the authorities right away. The instant Choi Hyun-suk heard that, he quickened his pace and moved to check the scene for himself, all while telling Abelson Marriott to stay alert behind him. It took only a single glance for him to understand that this was not some ordinary incident. What lay there was more than just a normal corpse. The blood around the body had been arranged in a strange, unnatural pattern, and that detail alone made the entire scene feel deeply wrong. Concerned, Abelson Marriott stepped closer, but Choi Hyun-suk tried to reassure her, saying that the officials would probably arrive soon, and that whatever immediate danger had existed seemed to have already passed. Even so, he admitted that something about the scene felt off, and he asked Abelson Marriott to examine it properly herself, so she could confirm what he was beginning to suspect. She moved nearer and asked him exactly what part of the scene he wanted her to focus on. Choi Hyun-suk pointed out that the smell was far too strong for a body that had supposedly only just died, and on top of that, there was a suspicious magical circle surrounding the corpse. Since magic was not his area of expertise, he told her she would be much better suited to judge what they were really looking at. But the moment the saint got close enough, a warning suddenly exploded through the air in a shout. "Choi Hyun-suk, watch out behind you." Right behind him, a zombified creature had already risen into place, poised to launch a surprise attack at his back. Choi Hyun-suk reacted on instinct. He tore himself free from the creature's grasp and hurled himself backward to open up some distance, all while trying to understand what in the world was happening. Abelson Marriott moved just as fast. She rushed straight at the creature and put herself between it and Choi Hyun-suk, making sure it could do no further harm. Without the slightest hesitation, the saint struck the monster in the head and dropped it at once, disabling it on the spot. Still visibly rattled, Choi Hyun-suk stared at the thing and asked what had just happened, struggling to understand whether that creature had actually been something that was supposed to be dead. Abelson Marriott explained that it was an undead, a being created through necromancy, an occult form of magic the demons use to exploit the dead. As far as anyone knew, some demons had used that kind of magic during the war long ago, but even for Abelson Marriott, this was the first time she had ever seen an undead with her own eyes. Trying to make sense of the whole thing, Choi Hyun-suk compared it to something straight out of an American movie or TV show, then immediately jumped to the practical question: if one of those things bit somebody, was there a chance of infection? Abelson Marriott answered honestly that she did not know, because there were no records describing anything like that. Still, she made one thing absolutely clear: being bitten by an undead was obviously not something anyone should take lightly, so they needed to stay on guard. Before either of them could say anything more, their conversation was cut short by the arrival of soldiers responding to the disturbance. As soon as the soldiers spotted Choi Hyun-suk and Abelson Marriott standing there, they could tell at a glance that the two of them were not villagers, and demanded to know what they were doing at the scene. Abelson Marriott started to answer, but Choi Hyun-suk stepped forward ahead of her and calmly explained that they were mercenaries who had come to the village in search of work. The guards exchanged looks and muttered among themselves for a moment, with one of them remarking that the pair really did carry themselves like mercenaries. After that, the guard asked Choi Hyun-suk to show his mercenary insignia, and he handed it over immediately without the slightest hesitation. Once the man checked it, he confirmed that they had been telling the truth, said he understood why they were there, and instructed the pair to come with him. Not long afterward, once the immediate situation had been dealt with, Choi Hyun-suk explained everything to Frisch, including the part about how he had already started accepting requests as a mercenary. Frisch was immediately irritated by the way the two of them had been handling themselves in the village streets, openly spreading the story that they were mercenaries and even taking on random jobs. With clear displeasure in his voice, he remarked that if Choi Hyun-suk kept this up, he might genuinely end up becoming a real mercenary before long. Soon after that, Edmar arrived searching for the mercenaries the guild had described to him as extraordinary. That description alone left both Choi Hyun-suk and Abelson Marriott wearing slightly bewildered looks. That reaction alone made the man pause. As he looked back and forth between the two of them, hesitation crept into his face. He couldn't help wondering whether these two really deserved the kind of extravagant praise the guild had attached to their names. Not willing to lose face for even a second, Choi Hyun-suk immediately straightened his posture and answered with absolute confidence that they were, in fact, legendary mercenaries. He even shamelessly added that people ought to consider themselves fortunate just for being born in the same era as them. After putting on that performance, Choi Hyun-suk quietly apologized to Abelson Marriott in his heart, convincing himself that this was the best possible way to keep their real identities from slipping out. Then he carried on with the introduction, saying that the guild had told them to resolve the matter as quickly as possible, though he couldn't help grumbling that this now meant they actually had to take care of it. Standing beside him, Abelson Marriott felt a deep kind of embarrassment before God, and in silent prayer, she asked forgiveness on behalf of the shameless falsehoods her companion was pouring out so effortlessly. The man accepted the explanation, and now that he believed the mercenaries' identities had been properly confirmed, he said he would stop dancing around the issue and speak plainly. Choi Hyun-suk then laid out everything he had heard. According to the village chief, people had been disappearing from the village one after another for several months now. And what made the whole thing especially strange was that these were not the usual disappearances caused by desperate villagers running away from unbearable conditions. Because after each disappearance, it was only a matter of time before bodies began turning up somewhere around the outer edges of the village. Some of those corpses had been found placed on top of family graves. Others had been impaled with bizarre staffs, and others still were discovered with unknown letters and crude, unnatural patterns carved directly into their flesh. At that point, Abelson Marriott added her own observation, emphasizing that even she had never seen anything like this before. Choi Hyun-suk continued by explaining that the villagers had recently sent a letter to the local lord, asking him to deal with the matter. But the only response they got back was an order telling them to relocate to a neighboring settlement instead. Most likely, the lord had no interest in wasting effort on poor villages that could not even properly meet their tax demands. So in the end, the residents scraped together whatever money they could and sent a request to the mercenary guild instead. Once Choi Hyun-suk finished laying that out, Frisch immediately saw the picture and asked whether that was why Choi had insisted so strongly on them being treated like real mercenaries. Rahel, meanwhile, called every last one of them liars and complained that she had practically been abandoned, saying this was exactly why they were being punished now. Frisch then turned toward Abelson Marriott and remarked that Choi Hyun-seok lying was one thing, but having a saint participate in the deception felt like going much too far. Even so, both of them understood the group's situation well enough. From here onward, the safest course was to avoid attracting any unnecessary attention. If undead were involved, there was always the possibility of drawing the Demon King's army into the area, and carelessly meddling in something like that would be dangerous. Abelson Marriott then asked whether Frisch could permit them to do something, even if it was only for a single day. She explained that before they left, she wanted to help the villagers as much as she possibly could. Choi Hyun-suk noticed the sincerity in her compassion right away and said at once that he felt the same. He also wanted to do what he could to help the people living there. Frisch finally gave them a condition. Their stay would be limited to 1 week, and if they did everything they could during that time and the matter still remained unresolved, then they would leave without pushing any farther. Choi Hyun-suk accepted the condition immediately, clearly pleased by it, and Abelson Marriott reacted the same way, letting out a quiet breath of relief now that she knew they would at least be allowed to do something for the villagers. After that, the group worked out a plan. They divided the village into 2 separate sections. Rahel and the Saint would patrol one side, while Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch would take responsibility for the other. Choi Hyun-suk then asked what Frisch himself intended to do in the meantime, and Frisch answered that he would stay near the village entrance in case any outside mercenaries showed up. 4 days passed, and when Abelson Marriott returned to the room where the others were gathered, Choi Hyun-suk greeted her by pointing out that she was late. She replied that there was something she needed to check first before coming back, and then told him that she had something important she needed to say. That immediately caught Choi Hyun-suk's attention, and he quickly asked what it was. Abelson Marriott explained that it had started earlier that day during her patrol with Rahel, and that after what she observed, she was now certain of one thing. The village was saturated with an abnormally high concentration of demonic energy in the air. She went on to explain that every land naturally contained traces of human energy, demonic energy, and divine power, and depending on the place, it was normal for one of those forces to be somewhat stronger, while another remained faint. But even in a place whose guardian was human, demonic energy should only exist in very small amounts. And yet that was not what they had here. In this village, the amount present was obviously unnatural. The moment she said that, both Frisch and Choi Hyun-seok responded that they had felt this kind of energy somewhere before. Abelson Marriott added that regardless, this abnormal demonic energy was most likely the root cause behind everything happening in the village. So during the days they had left, they would investigate why that energy was gathering there, and once they found the answer, they would report it to the village chief. Choi Hyun-suk pointed out the obvious problem right away. Even if they went that far, it still would not amount to a complete solution, and he asked Abelson Marriott whether she was truly satisfied with stopping there. She answered honestly that she knew she had already taken up too much of the group's time as it was, and she did not feel she had the right to ask them to become even more deeply involved than this. With that, Frisch and Choi Hyun-seok brought the discussion to a close, deciding that they would continue the effort for 2 more days. Now that they finally had a clear direction, the best thing they could do was regroup and move forward according to the plan. As darkness settled across the village, the group made their preparations and got ready to begin their work. While they were moving, Choi Hyun-seok casually remarked that Frisch used necromancy too. Frisch immediately shot that down and replied that necromancy was not something commonly practiced by members of the 3rd Legion. The sudden mention of the 3rd Legion caught Choi Hyun-seok off guard on the spot. Frisch then explained that Hemis hated necromancy just as much as she hated chimeras, and to be honest, necromancy itself was an extremely twisted kind of magic to use in the first place. Choi Hyun-seok asked him what exactly he meant by that. Instead of answering immediately, Frisch turned his gaze toward Abelson Marriott and asked whether she had ever properly explained necromancy to Choi Hyun-seok. Abelson Marriott simply answered no, because she herself did not know many details about how the practice truly worked. So Frisch took over the explanation. He said that only a small number of demons had ever used that type of magic, and even then, it had never produced especially satisfying results. Because of that, very few records about necromancy had survived among humans. From there, he began laying out how the magic actually worked in practice. Necromancy was the ability to turn corpses into undead and then command them. During the war, when dead bodies were scattered all across the battlefield, those remains were often used for exactly that purpose. At first glance, it sounded like a remarkably useful kind of magic, something that could dramatically increase the size of an army. But the reality was much less impressive. Low-level undead were simply too stupid, which meant the caster had to control each one individually. And trying to direct undead in the middle of a chaotic battlefield left the caster full of openings and dangerously exposed. In the end, even when someone managed to create high-level undead, a completely different problem emerged. If the undead's abilities surpassed those of the one controlling it, it could break free from the caster's control altogether. There had even been cases where the undead turned on the very summoner who raised them. Once control was lost, those creatures attacked anything living nearby without making any distinction between ally and enemy. After hearing all of that, Choi Hyun-seok nodded and admitted that it really was a bizarre kind of magic to bring into the world. Frisch added that during the war, necromancy had caused plenty of friendly fire for exactly those reasons. Before the discussion could go any farther, all of their attention was suddenly dragged away by the presence of a strange energy. Abelson Marriott reacted first and immediately pointed out that there was another demon somewhere near the group. Frisch looked genuinely surprised by just how sharply the saint could sense demonic energy, and he quickly asked where the demon was. Choi Hyun-seok asked the same thing, wanting to know which direction the presence was coming from, and Abelson Marriott answered that the energy was radiating from the statue plaza. The group rushed there without delay, and when they reached the plaza, they found someone crouched over the ground in the middle of casting a spell. They came to a stop at once, and Choi Hyun-seok asked whether that person was the source of the demonic energy. Abelson Marriott confirmed that it was, but immediately told the others to wait. They could not kill that individual yet, because what mattered most right now was finding out what that creature was doing there in the first place. Frisch immediately asked Abelson Marriott what she intended to do next, but before she could even open her mouth to answer, Choi Hyun-seok cut in. He said he wanted to try handling the situation himself and asked them to let him approach it alone first. Before anything else could unfold, the person in the middle of casting the spell noticed them, without even fully turning around at first. He remarked in a calm voice that, for a human, Choi Hyun-seok carried a rather strange aura about him. That one remark was enough to make Choi Hyun-seok realize just how sharp the man's senses truly were. Then the caster slowly rose to his feet and announced that since they did not seem willing to come any closer, he would simply come to them instead. The man's composed reaction clearly threw Choi Hyun-seok off for a moment. But before anyone else could take action, Choi Hyun-seok suddenly put his own plan into motion and shouted for nobody to attack. Raising his voice so there would be no misunderstanding, he declared that the man standing before them was an ally. That left the others completely stunned, because only a moment earlier, it had looked as though Choi Hyun-seok was about to start a fight on the spot. Even the hooded man seemed visibly taken aback, and demanded to know what the hell was going on. Without slowing down for even a second, Choi Hyun-seok loudly introduced himself as Ryan Sak. regimental commander of the Demon King's army, 3rd Legion, and then demanded that the other man immediately state his own name and rank as well. The instant that order was directed at him, the hooded man hesitated. The command itself had clearly unsettled him. He turned it over in his mind, disturbed by the absurdity of a human demanding identification from him. And not just any human, but one who had been recruited into the demon army and had already become infamous through rumor after rumor. Doubt immediately began to creep in. The last time this man had any contact with his own regiment, Choi Hyun-seok had still been nothing more than a company commander. Obeying him now did not come naturally at all. Abelson Marriott sensed that tension right away, and inwardly she questioned whether Choi Hyun-seok's attempt to deceive the man was really the right move. Frisch, however, chose to respond in a completely different way. Without the slightest pause, Frisch stepped in and played along perfectly. In a calm, authoritative tone, he introduced himself as a regiment leader of the 3rd Legion. Then he pointed out that the man standing before them did not appear to belong to the 3rd Legion at all, and firmly repeated the demand that he properly identify himself and declare his affiliation. From Abelson Marriott's perspective, the entire exchange was deeply unnerving. As far as she could see, both of her companions were lying straight to the man's face without even a trace of shame. Frisch, though, had only one thing in mind. He wanted the matter settled quietly before the village ended up suffering any collateral damage. So in a calm voice, he advised that if the situation worsened, the saint should withdraw immediately and contact the village chief so the civilians could be evacuated as a precaution. At that point, the hooded man slowly revealed his face. Suspicion still lingered plainly in his expression, and he admitted that he found it strange how casually Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch were moving around among humans as though it were nothing unusual. Frisch answered without missing a beat. He said they were in the middle of carrying out a secret mission ordered directly by Hemis herself, and that anything beyond that was classified information that could not be shared. The moment Hemis's name was spoken, it clearly carried weight. The hooded man reacted to that authority at once, and Frisch immediately used the opening to demand his identification one more time. Reluctantly, the man finally admitted that he belonged to the 4th Legion. The moment he said that, Choi Hyun-seok understood who he was dealing with. This man was one of Park Hyun-ah's subordinates. But the hooded man's composure suddenly cracked under a surge of anger. He snapped that Park Hyun-ah was not the true commander of the 4th Battalion at all. In his mind, that seat rightfully belonged to Lord Onyx. Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch exchanged a quick whisper between themselves. Frisch explained that Onyx had once served as 4th commander, but after suffering a devastating defeat, he had been stripped of that position and demoted to vice commander. He also pointed out that the hooded man's resentment was hardly unusual. Plenty of demons could not stand the idea of a human hero being placed above them, and even inside the Demon King's army, the chain of command was full of bitterness and internal friction. The hooded man noticed the whispering immediately and sharply demanded to know what the two of them had been discussing. Choi Hyun-seok brushed the question aside, as though it were nothing at all, telling him not to worry about it because it was not important. Then Choi Hyun-seok deliberately changed the direction of the conversation. He brought up the man's earlier remark that when he had last left his unit, Choi had still only been a commander. That alone strongly suggested that the man had been separated from his homeland for a very long time. Seeing the opening, Choi Hyun-seok softened his tone and spoke with surprising sympathy. He suggested that a great deal of time must have passed, and that the man had probably been forced to endure all kinds of hardship during that long stretch away. Frisch followed up in the same spirit, acknowledging how difficult solitary assignments could be, and saying that he understood what it meant to bear that kind of burden alone for so long. Little by little, the hooded man's resistance began to weaken. The unexpected sympathy coming from the two of them seemed to reach him, and his posture visibly relaxed. Before long, the three of them had formed a loose circle, their guard lowered just enough for the conversation to turn more honest. From there, they slowly began to unravel the reasons that had brought the hooded man into the town in the first place. Even then, the hooded man still hesitated, carefully weighing each word as though he were balancing the danger of speaking against the strange comfort of finally being understood. Sensing that hesitation, Choi Hyun-seok pressed a little more, gently but directly. He pointed out the obvious. The man clearly had no affection at all for the current Legion commander. And if what he needed most right now was simply a chance to vent and curse Park Hyun-ah for a while, then Choi Hyun-seok assured him that both he and Frisch were more than willing to listen. Choi Hyun-seok pushed even further, saying that Park Hyun-ah's personality really was awful, something he could personally attest to after a recent encounter with her. Frisch added that the relationship between Hemis and Park Hyun-ah was already severely strained, then casually asked whether the hooded man had known that, and before the man had much time to react, Frisch smoothly added that they themselves were also in the city on a mission. Since that was the case, it would be wiser for both sides to exchange information now so that neither operation ended up interfering with the other. As the hooded man paused to think it over, the two of them remarked that he seemed badly out of touch with recent developments in the lands ruled by the King of Ammon. Frisch explained that this kind of disconnect was common among demons sent on solitary missions, where long stretches of time passed without any contact or news from the main force. That observation seemed to lower the last remaining barrier in the man's mind. After a brief silence, he finally began to speak, revealing that his mission revolved around testing a magical device designed to convert mana into demonic energy. The moment those words left his mouth, Choi Hyun-suk's surprise was impossible to hide. The hooded man then went on to explain it in more detail. When demonic energy was fed into the device, it triggered a reaction that converted the surrounding mana into even more demonic energy for a fixed period of time. The result was an area dense with demonic energy and yin, exactly the kind of environment where necromancy could thrive. He went on to reveal that the device itself had been developed through a joint effort between Onyx and Rotach. Over the course of several months, they had buried nearly 100 bodies while constructing an enormous magic circle centered on the village. Recently, that plan had finally started producing visible results, with zombies beginning to appear on their own even without being directly summoned. The hooded man explained that he had been sent there to observe the outcome, gather data, and oversee the progress of the experiment, right up until the moment he ran into Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch. After hearing all of that, Choi Hyun-suk asked the most obvious next question. Once the preparations for the magic circle were finally complete, what exactly was supposed to happen next? The hooded man answered that old rumors surrounded the village, stories tied to a legendary hero from its distant past. And the final objective, he said, was to resurrect that hero as an undead. Frisch's thoughts immediately went to Lofar Dozer, and he questioned whether necromancy had really advanced that far enough to bring back someone who had died so long ago. The man replied that summoning a figure like that was certainly possible. The real issue was control. He admitted openly that the entire operation was still experimental, and there were absolutely no guarantees it would work the way they intended. Then, noticing the hostility Choi Hyun-suk seemed to carry toward Park Hyun-ah, the hooded man decided to reveal even more. He said that if this experiment succeeded, the next target would be Park Hyun-ah herself, turned into an undead. That statement hit Choi Hyun-suk so hard that he shot to his feet on instinct, shock written plainly across his face. The hooded man, meanwhile, continued speaking as calmly as before, explaining that a plan like that would require a massive number of those magical devices. But if it succeeded, there would no longer be any need to hand over the position of commander to members of other races. In that future, his master, Lord Onyx, would finally be free to reclaim what he believed was his rightful seat as commander of the 4th Legion. And with that, the hooded man brought the conversation to a close, saying that he hoped the paths of their two groups would not cross again. At that point, Choi Hyun-suk turned his eyes toward Frisch, and Frisch returned the look without the slightest hesitation. Not a single word is exchanged between them. Neither man even bothers to glance at the other for agreement, and yet somehow, in that breathless instant, the choice is made anyway. Their timing locks together with eerie perfection, like they had rehearsed it in advance. Without the slightest hesitation, both of them move at once and deliver their attacks in the exact same moment, swift, precise, and merciless. The hooded man is beheaded, and almost at the same time, his heart is run through before the rest of his body even has the chance to buckle and collapse onto the ground. As the last scraps of consciousness slip away from him, the feeling that fills him is not fear, and it is not fury either. What rises instead is something far more humiliating. It is disappointment, heavy and bitter enough to crush him from the inside. In the final moment of his life, he understands the truth all too clearly. He had been completely outplayed by the very people he thought he had been controlling from the very beginning. The very instant his life is cut off, the magical device begins to fall apart with him. Its core starts throbbing in a wild, broken rhythm, no longer stable, no longer contained, as violent bursts of energy spill out in every direction. The whole thing scrapes across the plaza, grinding harshly over the stone, sending showers of bright sparks flying as it skips, bounces, and ricochets out of control. Then, after careening across the square in a frenzy, it crashes headfirst into the statue standing at the very center with brutal force. The device jerks one last time, trembling violently where it landed. It gives a final shudder, quivers in place as if fighting to hold itself together, and then all movement stops. It goes completely, unnervingly still. It is Frisch who finally breaks the silence. There is a faint note of amusement in his voice as he remarks on how strange the whole thing is. Neither of them said a single word, yet both of them still chose the exact same target and arrived at the exact same conclusion. Choi Hyun-seok lets out a small, almost disbelieving reaction, and admits that even he had not expected their instincts to line up that perfectly. Frisch does not dance around his stance for even a moment. He says plainly that, to him, the interests of the Legion barely matter when weighed against the interests of Lord Hemis. If he has to choose between the two, he would much rather leave Park Hyuna as the kind of quiet, passive commander who keeps to herself than allow the entire situation to spiral into chaos because of a struggle for power inside their own ranks. Those words, Choi Hyun-seok lets out a slow breath, and for the first time in a while, the tension in his body begins to ease. His shoulders loosen, the tightness finally draining out of them. From his point of view, the ugliest part of the matter is over now, both legally and morally. The summoner is dead, the device has been neutralized, and that means they can leave the city without dragging along that heavy, ugly sense of guilt. If they can finish destroying the magic circles that still remain, then the undead should vanish completely. And once that is done, the demonic energy that has seeped into the village should slowly calm down as well, fading little by little until the area returns to a normal state. Convinced that the worst has finally passed, neither of them notices the subtle change forming behind them. As they begin walking away from the plaza, the air at their backs shifts so faintly it is almost impossible to detect, and a strange mist starts creeping along the ground in complete silence, growing thicker as it spreads after them. Oblivious to all of it, Choi Hyun-seok casually comments that, after everything that just happened, his relationship with Park Hyuna will probably improve at least a little. He never gets the chance to finish that thought. Behind them, a gigantic pillar of green light suddenly erupts upward with a deafening blast, as though the sky itself has been split apart. The surge of energy is so violent that the very air around them seems to shudder. Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch both freeze in place and then spin around toward the plaza, shock written clearly across their faces, far away from the heart of that chaos. Abelson Marriott stands before the village chief and the gathered residents, addressing them in a calm, measured voice as she gives out instructions. Then, without any warning at all, the atmosphere changes. An unnatural silence falls over the crowd so abruptly that it feels deeply wrong. Abelson Marriott stops in the middle of her words, her expression tightening as she senses that something is off. For one brief moment, she even wonders whether she should continue speaking at all. That hesitation vanishes the instant a beam of green light rips upward into the sky. The moment she sees where it is coming from the direction of the hero's statue, she understands immediately that something has gone terribly wrong. Without pausing for even a second, she decides she must return to Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch at once. Before leaving, she turns back just long enough to give the villagers a firm warning, telling them that under absolutely no circumstances are they to enter the town. She then orders the village chief to contact the nearest temple immediately, making it unmistakably clear that there is no time to spare. Back at the center of the village, Choi Hyun-seok can barely make sense of what he is seeing. The summoner is dead. On that point, he has no doubt whatsoever. And yet, despite that certainty, the ritual is somehow still continuing right in front of his eyes. As the thick mist begins to thin and slowly peel away, Frisch narrows his eyes and stares into its center, noticing that something inside it is starting to take shape. Now there is no room for doubt. Something is standing within that haze, solid and upright, unmistakably real. Then, from behind the last drifting curtain of fog, the summoned undead finally speaks. Its voice is deep and weighty, carrying the burden of long years along with the natural authority of someone who had once been feared and respected by everyone around him. Its first question is simple on the surface, but heavy with meaning. It asks whether its homeland is still a safe place. For a moment, both Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch can only stare in stunned silence as they come face to face with the legendary hero himself. The pressure radiating from Lofar Dozer is immediate, overwhelming, and impossible to ignore. Even in that shocking instant, Frisch's eyes flick briefly toward Choi Hyun-seok instead of staying fixed on the hero, as if he is trying to anticipate what kind of reaction this revelation will pull out of him. Choi Hyun-seok is the first one to recover enough to speak. Forcing a smile onto his face, he answers with an energy that feels surprisingly bright for a moment like this, telling the hero that they are in Marriott. Then he adds a more specific explanation, saying that this place is Kaitan. Lofar reacts with open confusion. His gaze moves around the area, and he questions why monsters are roaming so freely inside the territory of the Kingdom of Marriott, especially when Choi Hyun-suk is standing among them so openly. That question corners Choi Hyun-suk immediately. His mind starts racing as he scrambles for an explanation that will sound coherent and not collapse into contradictions the moment he says it out loud. Before he can piece together a proper answer, Abelson Marriott rushes onto the scene and calls out to him and Frisch with clear urgency in her voice. But the instant she arrives and catches sight of the unfamiliar figure standing beside them, she stops short. Surprise flashes sharply across her face for a brief moment, unmistakable and sudden, and then recognition follows right behind it. The second she realizes who he is, the Saintess wastes no time at all. Abelson Marriott steps forward and formally introduces herself to the hero. Presenting herself as the successor to Marriott's throne, she respectfully asks for permission to speak with Lofar. Then, to prove that her claim carries royal authority, she takes out Marriott's royal medallion and holds it before him. The medallion releases a faint magical glow, subtle but unmistakable to anyone who knows what it is. Lofar recognizes it at once as a relic entrusted only to members of the royal family. Without even a heartbeat of hesitation, he drops to one knee before her. In proper formal manner, he introduces himself as Lofar of the Lightning, royal warrior of Marriott, and offers her his respect exactly as royal protocol demands. Standing a little off to the side, Choi Hyun-suk looks openly relieved, and there is even a trace of pleasant surprise in his voice when he quietly tells Frisch that this situation is turning out far better than he ever imagined. He points out that Lofar appears completely sane and physically intact, showing none of the madness, decay, or instability they would normally expect from an undead being. Frisch, just as taken aback, admits that necromancy is still poorly understood and suggests that Lofar's status as a legendary hero may have caused an outcome far beyond anything ordinary. Meanwhile, Lofar calmly asks what exactly happened in the years following his death, and more importantly, why the Princess of Marriott is now traveling together with demons. Frisch studies the hero in silence for a moment, taking in his posture, his expression, and the steady, unwavering way he carries himself. Quietly, he cannot help wondering how Lofar is absorbing revelations this absurd with such deeply unsettling composure. Abelson Marriott gives only a brief answer, saying that the full story is far too long to explain all at once. She then tells Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch to return to the hotel and begin preparing to leave the village. As she starts walking with Lofar, she assures him that she will explain everything properly while they move. Sometime later, as the group continues their conversation, Lofar reflects in a low, thoughtful voice that the world seems to have changed far too quickly since the day he died. Choi Hyun-suk asks him directly whether he is truly certain he wants to continue accompanying them. Lofar answers without any hesitation at all. He says that he once swore loyalty to the royal family, and because he believes Abelson Marriott is acting for the good of Marriott, he intends to follow her. Choi Hyun-suk presses him further, pointing out that the oath Lofar made belongs to a distant age now. Everyone from that era is long gone, and there is no one still alive who needs his protection simply because of an ancient obligation. Lofar listens to every word without showing the slightest sign of being shaken. Then he gives his answer calmly, saying that above all else, the reason he fights is so that Marriott can remain a good place for people to live. As he speaks, old memories begin rising quietly to the surface, and among all of them, the one that stands out most clearly is the memory of his family, especially his daughter. He remembers her as a spirited little girl, with fierce determination shining in her eyes, the kind of child who already carried the same stubborn resolve he himself would later come to embody so completely. He remembers her running proudly through the kingdom, loudly telling anyone who would listen that her father was the greatest warrior in all the land. And beyond that childish pride, he remembers her dream too. More than anything else, she wanted to become the finest tailor in all of Marriott. But when he sets those memories beside the age they stand in now, he knows there is only one conclusion that makes sense. She must have left this world a very long time ago. Even so, one conviction remains unshaken in Lofar's heart. He believes his daughter must have grown into someone deeply loved and cherished by the people around her. That belief is what shapes his determination now. He no longer seeks glory, honor, or recognition for himself. What drives him instead is the desire to become the one who protects everything his daughter once loved, even if the world before him has already moved far beyond the era to which he belonged. Abelson Marriott is visibly startled when she learns that Lofar had a daughter at all, and when he tells her that the girl's name was Rosa Tozer, She listens even more closely. Lofar's voice softens as he adds that, after his death, Rosa most likely would have taken the surname Crossell instead, since she would have been raised by her mother's side of the family. Hearing that, Abelson Marriott points out that the current royal commander bears the surname Crossell. Lofar responds with a quiet shake of his head, brushing the idea aside as simple coincidence. Crossell may not be a common name, but too much time has passed. To him, the possibility that one of his own grandchildren could still be alive feels impossible. Abelson Marriott gently challenges that conclusion. She recalls hearing back when she was still a child that the commander's mother had been a tailor. She also mentions that the commander himself is known to be skilled at knitting. On top of that, he is regarded as Marriott's second legend. And as she reminds Lofar, legends do not age the way ordinary people do. Taking all of that together, she suggests that the possibility of a surviving descendant may not be impossible after all. Lofar takes a moment to consider her words before finally answering. If that man truly is his grandson, then he must have grown into someone worthy, someone capable of carrying the lineage of a hero with pride, discipline, and strength. The thought stirs a quiet curiosity in him, and he admits that someday he would like to meet such a man face to face. Nearby, Choi Hyun-suk quietly tells Rahel that he is honestly relieved Lofar did not return as some mindless undead creature driven only by destruction. Rahel agrees, sharing that same sense of relief. She is grateful they were spared the cruel sight of Marriott's own protector, rising again only to turn against the very people he once existed to defend. Lofar Dozer himself says it next, and the certainty in his voice leaves absolutely no room for doubt. The idea that he would ever become the one to bring ruin to Marriott is, to him, beyond ridiculous. It is so completely unthinkable that even putting it into words feels absurd. For a brief moment, his thoughts seem to drift far away, back to a quieter time untouched by the nightmare unfolding around them. He remembers how his wife used to love the candy shop in the 4th block, the one along the street facing the palace. Then his thoughts turn to his daughter, and he recalls how she had always been fond of the little yarn shop just 2 blocks farther down. But even as those warm, ordinary memories leave his mouth, something else begins creeping into the moment around him. A strange presence starts closing in, subtle enough at first that no one reacts to it immediately. Yet once it draws near, it becomes impossible to ignore. An unfamiliar force begins pressing against him little by little. At first it feels faint, almost like a cold, unwelcome brush against the skin, but with every passing second it grows heavier, darker, and far more suffocating. And with every word Lofar Dozer continues to speak, that invisible pressure pushes closer. It does not stay gradual for long. Once it begins building, it suddenly picks up speed, closing in with frightening intensity. Then his voice falters. It catches in his throat, twists out of shape, and finally breaks apart completely, replaced by something warped and unnatural, a sound that no longer feels human at all. His body suddenly pitches forward, as though some enormous unseen weight has been dropped across his shoulders. He bends under it in plain view, visibly crushed by a force so overwhelming that none of them can clearly identify what it even is. Choi Hyun-suk notices the shift immediately, and frustration hits him at once. Deep down, he had already known this was coming. There was no way luck alone was ever going to carry them safely through the whole situation. Frisch reacts instantly. Without wasting so much as a heartbeat, he takes control of the situation and orders everyone to get away from Lofar Dozer immediately, putting distance between themselves and the hero so they can figure out what exactly is happening. At the center of it all, the hero begins thrashing violently as he fights against the curse overtaking him. His whole body convulses in agony, racked with pain, as though he is using every last bit of strength he has just to keep hold of himself. Choi Hyun-suk asks Frisch what he thinks is happening, and Frisch answers with grim certainty. If this continues, Lofar Dozer will most likely attack every living thing still breathing in the village and the surrounding area. Worse than that, if no one stops him, raw instinct could drive him straight toward the capital, where civilians are gathered in massive numbers. At that point, Frisch makes the situation brutally clear. There is only one option left now. They have to fight. None of them truly has the power needed to completely suppress a legend of Lofar Dozer's level, but that fact no longer changes anything. At this point, running is no longer an option. Driven by nothing but raw determination, Abelson Marriott steps forward and tells the others to run. Her voice is steady and firm as she declares that she will handle this herself. Frisch answers her with cold, level logic. He tells her plainly that this is not something she can carry alone, and that a disaster like this is the kind of burden that should properly fall to the temple or the royal family to resolve. Even so, he also admits that there is still one important possibility. Undead beings are fundamentally vulnerable to sacred power by their very nature. And if Lofar Dozer is unable to fight at his full strength, then Abelson Marriott may still have a chance to confront him directly. Choi Hyun-suk notices the tremor in her hands. The slight shake in her fingers tells him everything he needs to know. She understands, just as clearly as he does, that there is a very real possibility she may not be able to stop Lofar Dozer at all. Even with that fear plain in the way her body trembles, Abelson Marriott forces herself to steady. Then she declares that, as the Princess of Marriott, the thing that matters most to her is protecting her homeland. The instant she says that, Choi Hyun-seok answers without even a second of hesitation. He tells her right away that he will stand with her and join the fight. Frisch makes one final attempt to stop them, but Choi Hyun-suk pushes back hard. He argues that letting Lofar Dozer destroy the homeland he once protected would be even crueler than killing him. If they stand aside and do nothing, then this village will turn into a slaughterhouse. Once Frisch realizes that neither of them is going to back down, he stops trying to persuade them. Instead, he accepts their decision and fully commits himself to the battle as well. With the practiced ease of someone long accustomed to combat, Frisch moves into position immediately. He vaults onto a nearby building to secure the high ground, while Choi Hyun-seok and Abelson Marriott push forward from the front to face Lofar Dozer directly. From above, Frisch keeps his gaze locked on Lofar Dozer without blinking, tense, and ready to move the instant the situation shifts. And then right at that moment, the possession fully takes hold. Whatever restraint Lofar Dozer still had left is torn away completely, and his body is overtaken in full. His entire presence changes in an instant, turning sharp, violent, and murderous as the air around him twists under that sudden surge. Reason is crushed out, leaving only raw killing instinct behind. Almost immediately, his eyes snap upward toward Frisch's position on the rooftop. Frisch understands the danger the very second that gaze lands on him. The hero's instincts are obvious. Eliminate the backline first, realizing that he steadies himself where he stands and prepares to receive a direct attack. Lofar Dozer explodes forward with terrifying speed, launching himself toward his target so fast it is almost impossible to follow with the eye. But before that attack can reach Frisch, Abelson Marriott cuts in and meets it head-on. She plants her feet, braces her entire body behind her shield, and blocks the charge as the impact booms through the street. She does not hesitate for even an instant. Sacred power surges from her, bright and forceful, and spectral chains materialize in the air before snapping around Lofar Dozer's limbs in an effort to hold him down. At the same time, she signals Choi Hyun-seok to move in. Choi Hyun-suk bursts into motion immediately. In a heartbeat, he closes the distance between them, fully capitalizing on the opening Abelson Marriott created with those restraints. Then, in one fast and decisive sequence, he grabs hold of Lofar Dozer, throws off his balance, and drives him hard into the ground with a crushing slam. The force of the impact blasts cracks through the stone beneath them. But even as he drives Lofar Dozer down, Choi Hyun-suk already knows better than to believe that was enough. A legend is not the kind of enemy who goes down from a single hit, and he understands right away that this is only the beginning of the exchange. So without wasting the momentum, he wraps his legs around Lofar Dozer's body, and drawing out every last bit of strength he can force from himself, violently hurls him into the ground a second time. The second impact is even more brutal, gouging a deep crater into the earth. For one brief moment, Lofar Dozer lies motionless at its center. Choi Hyun-seok immediately kicks himself backward, leaping away to create distance. Just behind him, Abelson Marriott stands ready with shield and spear in hand, staring into the crater with tense, watchful eyes as she tries to judge whether the fight could somehow already be over. But Choi Hyun-seok, still breathing hard from the effort, realizes something deeply disturbing. Even after hitting with his strongest attack, he did not leave so much as a single scratch on Lofar Dozer. Then the scene settles on Lofar Dozer's body lying there, his torso twisted backward and his chin bent at an unnatural angle toward the sky. The ground around him has been utterly shattered, yet his body itself remains completely untouched. Around him, red smoke begins to spread in a slow, ominous haze, while tiny sparks flicker through the air. Nearby, Frisch keeps his weapon aimed at Lofar Dozer the entire time. He knows exactly what kind of monster they are facing. Creatures like this do not stay down unless a priest performs a purification ritual on them or unless their heads are severed cleanly. Abelson Marriott quickly reassesses the battlefield, searching for another answer. She knows exorcism magic is still an option, but if she wants any chance of making it work, she would need enough uninterrupted time to focus fully and complete the invocation. And with the battle moving this quickly, she realizes something with painful clarity. She is still too inexperienced to hold the front line and cast that kind of spell at the same time. High above them, the sky begins to twist into a storm. Dark clouds spiral together into a heavy vortex thick with lightning. The danger is obvious the moment it forms, and Abelson Marriott lifts her face toward the sky and raises her shield in front of herself, instinctively bracing for what is about to come. Rahel, floating nearby with her blonde hair and yellow wings, gasps when the first drops of rain start to fall. The sudden downpour clearly catches her off guard, and the confusion shows on her face immediately. Rain runs down Abelson Marriott's skin, and her brows pull tight the moment she feels it. This is not ordinary rain, and as that realization sinks in, her eyes are drawn back toward Lofar Dozer. One of his hands is raised now, fingers clenched tightly, while countless brilliant bolts of lightning gather and crackle violently around it. In that instant, everything clicks into place. The title Lofar Dozer bears was never just an empty honorific. The name Lord of the Heavenly Thunder is an exact reflection of the power now unfolding before them. Lofar Dozer has summoned a storm from the sky itself, and savage lightning answers his will, striking down from the heavens directly to where he stands. The thunder crashing around him is so overwhelming that every impact sends dust and broken stone blasting into the air, as if the atmosphere itself is being torn open by raw electricity. There is no room for doubt anymore. He truly is the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder. Then the image fully settles on him. Lofar Dozer stands motionless at the center of the storm, rooted in place while his scarlet-red cloak lashes wildly behind him in the screaming wind. In his hands, he holds two swords with absolute certainty, one a solid silver blade, the other marked by a blue hilt and formed from lightning itself, alive with pulsing electrical force. And with that, the scene reveals the activation of a unique transcendental authority, the Thundersword style, known as Lightning Haste. With eyes burning like fire, Lofar Dozer suddenly bursts forward at overwhelming speed. In less than the blink of an eye, he tears across the space between them, leaving nothing behind except lingering trails of electricity in the air, as he charges straight toward the hero standing there with clenched fists. Lofar Dozer swings both swords at once. Choi Hyun-suk reacts on pure instinct, jerking his arms up and crossing them in front of his body to block, stunned by how impossibly fast the attack is. Even with his eyes wide open and fully focused, he can barely follow what he is seeing. Lofar Dozer is simply moving too fast for his gaze to keep up with properly. And before Choi Hyun-suk is given even a split second to recover, Lofar Dozer is already on him again. This time he comes from above, bringing the lightning-forged sword down in a brutal strike. Choi Hyun-suk raises his right fist beneath his face like a makeshift shield and forces himself to take the blow head-on. From the rooftop of a nearby house, Frisch keeps his weapon trained on Lofar Dozer, holding the back line steady while Choi Hyun-suk endures the pressure below. Under that overwhelming assault, there is no room to retreat, and all the while, the heavy rain keeps pouring down. Down on the street, a fissure shaped like a bolt of lightning tears across the ground, carving out the path Lofar Dozer's power has just taken. And even through the darkness and the rain, the red glow pouring off his body remains clearly visible, fierce, ominous, and impossible to ignore. Now Lofar Dozer's eyes are burning with a deep savage hatred. Thick veins bulge across his face, and he drives himself forward toward Choi Hyun-suk again, each step heavy with raw killing intent, like the urge to slaughter is all that remains in him. But this time, Abelson Marriott moves before he can close the gap. She steps directly into Lofar Dozer's path, tightening her grip on her spear while lifting her shield in front of Choi Hyun-suk to cover him. Behind her, Choi Hyun-suk instantly senses the next attack coming and shouts a warning that the strike is coming straight from the front. Abelson Marriott answers without even a flicker of hesitation. She is fully prepared to take it head-on. In that same instant, her shield responds to her will, and a second barrier erupts from it, enormous and golden, spreading outward in front of her like a wall of sacred light. But Lofar Dozer is not charging blindly. There is calculation in every movement he makes. Just before colliding with that defense, he suddenly uses the shield itself as a foothold. With perfect timing, he plants against it and kicks upward in one clean, controlled leap, using the barrier like a stepping stone and slipping past it instead of trying to break through. In midair, he twists through a smooth somersault, passing right over Frisch, who is still positioned with his crossbow and does not even realize that Lofar Dozer has already crossed above his head. Abelson Marriott stares for a split second in disbelief at that maneuver, but she recovers immediately. She breaks into a run at once, shouting a warning to Frisch while preparing another layer of defense, fully aware that the attack is still in motion. Lofar Dozer lifts one arm, and in the next instant a bolt of lightning tears down through the purple sky in a perfectly straight line before crashing directly into Frisch. The strike is vicious. It blasts him off the rooftop and sends him hurtling downward, where he slams into the ground hard enough to tear open a crater in the rubble. Rahel flies straight to the edge of that crater and looks down in horror. At the bottom lies Frisch, his body bent at a grotesque angle, like a fly swatted straight out of the air. And even so, he is still breathing. Through the pain, he manages the faintest movement, just enough to show that he somehow barely survived. If his guard had slipped for even one more second, he would have died right there. Just behind Abelson Marriott, Choi Hyun-suk keeps his eyes locked on Lofar Dozer, who is now standing on top of the very house Frisch had occupied only moments earlier. Above him, the sky is still choked by the storm, lightning flashing again and again and throwing harsh bursts of light across his figure while electricity coils around his body. Then the next sign appears, revealing another power. Lofar Dozer is about to unleash. It is a second unique transcendental authority, the Thundersword style called Bolt from the blue. He lunges forward in a powerful leap, pulling both swords back before violently hurling them toward Choi Hyun-suk. Once again, Abelson Marriott throws herself in front of him without hesitation. At the exact instant those blades crash in, the golden force of her shield flares out to meet them. What follows is a devastating collision. She grits her teeth and absorbs the full force of the blow with everything she has. The impact is so heavy that the ground beneath her boots gives slightly under the pressure as she fights with all her strength just to hold her position. Right behind her, Choi Hyun-suk catches sight of the opening the very moment it appears and calls out that this is their chance to move. Abelson Marriott reacts instantly, dropping to one knee to give him a foothold. Choi Hyun-suk charges in, plants off her support, launches himself into the air, and drives every bit of strength he has into a flying kick. The blow lands squarely in Lofar Dozer's stomach and sends him hurtling backward with crushing force. As he is thrown away, Lofar Dozer grits his teeth, and rage flares openly across his face at being struck like that. Without wasting even a second, Choi Hyun-suk turns toward Frisch, who has already begun hauling himself back together after that earlier lightning strike dropped him. To Choi Hyun-suk, the fight is nowhere near over, and this is exactly the moment for a dangerous move they have practiced before. He grabs Frisch by the arm. Frisch is scratched up, battered, and still reeling, with his glasses sitting crooked across his face. He hesitates for the briefest instant, fully aware of how reckless it is to use that technique against an opponent who already survived what should have ended the fight. Even so, once he understands what Choi Hyun-suk intends to do, he answers by tightening his grip. Then, with precise timing, Frisch twists Choi Hyun-suk's body through the air and hurls him forward with every bit of strength he can still produce, sending him straight at Lofar Dozer, who is already recovering, arching his body back into a fighting stance with both swords in hand and fully ready for the next exchange. Suspended in the air, Choi Hyun-suk gathers his strength and activates the skill called dropkick. He rockets forward with one leg fully extended toward Lofar Dozer, utterly determined to land this strike with everything he has left. Right before impact, the strain is written plainly across his eyes. In his mind, one thing is simple. It does not matter whether the enemy is undead or not. If he can wreck the body badly enough, that alone should be enough to stop it from moving. Then the clash hits, and it is enormous. Lightning and dust explode outward from the point of impact in a violent burst, spreading through the street like a detonation. The shockwave is so intense that everyone nearby has to brace themselves just to avoid being blown backward. Clinging tightly to Frisch's cloak, Rahel watches anxiously as the dust cloud rolls outward. She strains her eyes desperately, trying to catch the very first glimpse of what happened inside it. Little by little, the dust begins to thin, and the truth of that collision finally starts to reveal itself. Lofar Dozer is completely unharmed. With a merciless expression on his face, he is standing there holding Choi Hyun-suk by the leg, as casually as if the man weighed no more than a sack of potatoes. Choi Hyun-suk's body jerks helplessly in the air, but it does absolutely nothing to loosen that grip. Lofar Dozer's fingers clamp even tighter around the hero's ankle. Then red lightning begins radiating from his body, pulsing with a dark and threatening intensity. It is the activation of his technique, lightning flash. That crackling power surges mercilessly through Choi Hyun-suk's entire body, electrocuting him from head to toe. A scream tears out of him as violent spasms seize his muscles and rip through him in unbearable pain. The moment she sees that, Abelson Marriott cries out Choi Hyun-suk's name. Her eyes fill with tears almost immediately as desperation begins swallowing her whole. At that exact moment, Frisch attacks from behind Lofar Dozer with crossbow in hand. Even while Lofar Dozer is still holding Choi Hyun-suk in that crushing grip, and the hero is still roaring in pain, Frisch strikes with full force from the rear and forces the enemy to let go. The impact sends Choi Hyun-suk flying backward toward Frisch, and a moment later the two of them crash to the ground not far from Abelson Marriott. Frisch pins Choi Hyun-suk down just long enough to check his condition and confirms that he is still breathing. He attributes that narrow survival to the body Motum had painstakingly modified for him. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk does not move. His eyes are empty, almost catatonic, while red sparks continue leaking from his body in uneven, irregular bursts. Frisch watches him with open concern, resting the crossbow against his shoulder as the realization hits him. No matter how much Motum reinforced that body, Choi Hyun-suk is not going to live through this without immediate treatment. Before Frisch can do anything else, something invisible slams into him with brutal force and sends him flying. He crashes into the ground and goes completely limp, losing consciousness the moment he hits. Rahel panics instantly. She shakes Frisch over and over and pleads with him to open his eyes and wake up. Faced with all of that, Abelson Marriott calls upon the most sacred power she has. Divine magic gathers around her as the declaration of the sanctuary is invoked. Golden wings unfurl from her back, and every trace of energy surrounding her begins to blaze with an intense, almost blinding golden light, and she knows exactly what using that power will cost her. Sanctuary devours an enormous amount of divine energy, and as long as it remains active, she cannot leave the place where she stands. Even so, it is an extraordinarily durable technique, one created specifically to hold a position no matter the price. Out of everything available to her in that moment, this is her absolute ultimate defense. A golden sphere spreads outward from Abelson Marriott's body, expanding until it encloses everyone behind her and shields them inside. Her eyes flick toward her spear, and doubt starts creeping into her mind. Even after pouring out this much power, it still may not be enough. The gap in strength between her and Lofar Dozer feels crushingly wide, and for the first time, she begins to question whether she is truly capable of protecting anyone at all. Lofar Dozer advances without the slightest pause and starts hammering the barrier with savage force. Every blow makes the sanctuary shudder, and cracks begin spreading across the golden surface almost immediately. As the barrier trembles under the assault, Abelson Marriott thinks of Choi Hyun-suk lying behind her, paralyzed and completely helpless in his current state. If she breaks here, if she falls now, then he will have no chance at all. Tears stream freely down her face as she begs Lofar Dozer to come back to himself. She reminds him who he is. She reminds him of the village he devoted his life to protecting. She reminds him of the vow he made when he first awakened, that he wanted to live again for Marriott. But even then, Lofar Dozer does not stop. He keeps striking again and again, and with every fresh blow, the cracks in the barrier spread wider. Watching him drive the field of force to the edge of collapse, and no longer knowing what else she can possibly say, Abelson Marriott cries out through her sobs in complete desperation. She reminds him of the dream he once spoke aloud himself, that he wanted to become a father his daughter could be proud of. Then, in one brutal motion, Lofar Dozer's hand suddenly shoots forward and closes around Abelson Marriott's neck. And the next instant, he hurls her violently down into the ground. Lofar Dozer stood over Abelson Marriott like a nightmare made real, his hand crushing down against her throat with merciless force. He pinned her so completely that she could not even shift beneath him, and with every passing second, each breath became harder to steal than the one before. Even while she was choking under that pressure, Abelson Marriott forced herself to keep talking with the scraps of air she still had left. She reminded Lofar Dozer of the countless people in that land he had once cherished, of the place he had devoted his life to protecting. She reached for the dream he had once carried so earnestly, that sincere wish to make that land into something better for everyone who called it home. In silent, agonizing desperation, she begged him to wake up, to see clearly again, because it still was not too late. And at that very moment, something inside Lofar Dozer began to shift. Fragments of memory came rushing back into his mind all at once. Old celebrations rose up one after another, shared laughter, people reaching toward him with gratitude in their eyes. Moments when he had been praised not as some monster, but as a savior, as someone who stood for hope itself. But even as those memories resurfaced, the pressure around Abelson Marriott's neck only kept tightening, and the edges of her vision began to darken. Right on the edge of blacking out, with tears running down her face and her body close to giving out, Abelson Marriott still managed to force out one last feeling. To them, Lofar Dozer was a hero. Then droplets started falling onto her. Her eyes widened in surprise, and for one brief second, she almost mistook them for raindrops. A heartbeat later, she realized it was not rain at all. With painful effort, she lifted one hand to Lofar Dozer's face and felt the wetness on her fingers. The truth settled over her in stunned silence. He was crying, and just as Lofar Dozer reached the point of thinking that this girl was unbearably irritating, he suddenly let out a harsh shout and ordered her to be quiet. Red lightning coiled around his body while tears kept spilling from his eyes, the two mingling together in a sight that felt terrifying and heartbreaking at the same time. Then, without the slightest pause, he lunged forward and drove the silver sword straight toward Abelson Marriott's chest. Watching Lofar Dozer thrust that sword toward Abelson Marriott's chest, Frisch was seized by pure horror. The shock slammed into him so hard that he reacted before he could even think, desperately trying to call out to her. Then the narration cuts sharply away into a memory from the past. Frisch is standing inside Lady Hemis's office, holding a long sheet of paper as he raises the possibility of reopening research into necromancy. Hemis sits behind a broad wooden desk buried under papers and documents. She rejects the idea immediately, making it absolutely clear that necromancy is forbidden within the Third Legion, and that she herself had gone out of her way to keep the other legions away from that kind of practice as well. Frisch notices how rigid she always becomes whenever the subject of the undead is brought up, and he quietly finds himself wondering what could possibly lie behind that level of severity. Without even looking up from the document she is still writing on, Lady Hemis asks him a simple question. She wants to know whether there are still faces he carries in his memory. Frisch silently admits to himself that there are. He still remembers the faces of the companions he trained beside, all of them dead on the battlefield while he alone remained alive. That Hemis stops writing and places her pen down on the desk. She tells him that she too carries faces she once longed desperately to see again. People who died far too young simply because they had been too weak. Back then, she had thought how wonderful it would be to have them return to her, and driven by that longing, she had personally thrown herself into the study of necromancy. She had even succeeded in bringing some of them back. In that moment, she had felt genuine happiness, convinced that she had restored the bonds death had stolen away. The memory shows Hemis reaching out a hand toward one of the kneeling figures she had revived. She had promised herself that this time would be different, that this time she would treat them better and protect them in the ways she could not before. But then the memory moves forward to the moment that reanimated figure refused her hand. Instead, it seized her wrist in a grip that was openly threatening. That was the moment the illusion shattered. Everything before it had been false. The instant that thing tried to kill her, driven by nothing but pure resentment, Hemis understood the truth. She realized that the impulse ruling the undead was like a primordial hunger, absolute and all-consuming, something capable of erasing every old bond and every value that had once mattered. It was not something anyone could simply resist. With her head slightly lowered, Lady Hemis goes on to explain that yes, the undead could swell an army's numbers almost instantly, but she immediately raises the deeper problem. There is no guarantee that the blade placed in a corpse's hand will not one day turn against the very person commanding it. The memory then shows Hemis walking toward the bloodied corpse of one of the demons reanimated through her own research. The entire scene feels suffocatingly heavy. She reflects on what always comes in the end, that those creatures eventually turn on the ones who drag them back, moving forward with nothing but hatred and cursing the person who tore them out of death and forced them into miserable existence again. Her conclusion is painful, but absolute. It is something she never wants to witness again. Then the scene snaps back to the present at the exact moment Abelson Marriott opens her eyes, still paralyzed after Lofar Dozer's attack. Almost immediately, she realizes the strike never pierced her chest at all. Lofar Dozer's silver sword is buried in the ground, wedged into the narrow gap between her arm and her torso, trembling there while her body remains completely untouched. Seeing that, Frisch freezes in place, his face filled with disbelief. The thought hits him immediately that at that distance, a miss like that should have been impossible. And from there, an even harsher realization follows. Maybe Lofar Dozer had actually overcome the undead impulse controlling him. At the same time, Lofar Dozer struggles to contain his tears. He bites down on his own lips so hard that blood begins to spill, inwardly begging for it all to stop, for the pain raging inside him to finally end. His body trembles as he pulls the sword back out of the ground, and the only thing echoing inside him now is a desperate plea not to hurt anyone else. Even then, he still looms above Abelson Marriott, one hand locked around her neck while the other lifts the sword again for another strike. But before he can bring it down, something interrupts him. In the very next instant, Choi Hyun-seok appears out of nowhere and drives a brutal kick straight into Lofar Dozer's neck. The force is so overwhelming that Lofar Dozer's head is severed cleanly from his body and launched far away. At once, his body starts crumbling away into dust, while countless glowing motes of light begin blooming around him. The same thing happens to the severed head as well, which also starts breaking apart and scattering away into dust. And even so, he still has enough strength left to speak his gratitude. From the bottom of his heart, Lofar Dozer offers a sincere thank you. A real peaceful smile rests on his lips, even as tears continue streaming down his face. In those final feelings, what comes through most clearly is relief. Relief that he was stopped before he could harm the princess. Little by little, Lofar Dozer closes his eyes, and the points of light around his head grow brighter and larger. And in the very last thought he holds on to, only gratitude remains. Gratitude for being allowed to leave this world as a father his daughter could still be proud of. Abelson Marriott watches in silence as Lofar Dozer disappears completely into the beam of light. Her hand presses tightly against her chest, and her eyes shimmer with tears. Pain, respect, and gratitude all mix together inside her as she speaks his name in his final moments. After forcing out every last scrap of strength he still had to deliver that final strike, Choi Hyun-seok collapses face first onto the ground. A low groan escapes him, and that small sound immediately pulls Abelson Marriott's attention toward him. She moves to his side at once and sits down beside him. Frisch comes over to check Choi Hyun-seok's condition and quickly realizes that the hero has already lost consciousness. In silence, he acknowledges just how absurd Choi Hyun-seok's willpower truly is, convinced that this level of endurance is far beyond anything remotely normal. Not long after that, movement appears in the distance, revealing that other people are approaching. Abelson Marriott recognizes them as villagers, and at the same time, she finds it strange that they still have not gone to the temple. Without hesitation, Frisch slips away from the scene and takes Rahel with him. At the front comes a line of guards carrying spears, with several villagers following behind them. They stop in front of Abelson Marriott, who is still seated on the ground with Choi Hyun-seok's unconscious head resting in her lap. The guards announce that they were sent from the temple by the diocese, and they demand an explanation for the profane energy still lingering over the area. Then they order her to identify herself and state both her name and her affiliations. As Abelson Marriott tightens her hold around Choi Hyun-seok, her eyes catch details in their insignias that immediately expose them as false. From that alone, she concludes that real priests would never be wearing identification like that. A rapid conflict rises in her mind. Fighting is nearly impossible now because she has almost no divine power left. But if she tells them the truth, then Choi Hyun-seok will be placed in immediate danger. Trapped between those two choices, she stays still, unable to decide what to do next. Up above, hidden behind a chimney on top of a house, Frisch and Rahel watch everything unfold. Rahel hovers beside him and whispers anxiously, asking how the situation could possibly have turned into such a complete disaster. Frisch immediately hushes her and warns that if they keep acting like that, they are going to be spotted. The focus returns to Abelson Marriott as she asks everyone to step back for just a moment. And right then, another figure of authority arrives on the scene. It is Bishop Tranio of the South Marriott Diocese. As he looks at them more closely, he seems to recognize exactly who they are. His appearance leaves Abelson Marriott stunned. She cannot understand why a bishop would be here, this far away from the place where his authority is supposed to be centered. Sensing her reaction, Bishop Tranio discreetly gives her a signal to stay silent, subtle enough that only she notices it. Then he personally assures the guards that the two of them are safe and requests that, for the time being, they be allowed to accompany him. He makes it clear that he will take full responsibility for the matter himself. The scene then shifts to an elegant room decorated with white and blue lace-patterned wallpaper. White Victorian wooden furniture fills the space, giving the entire room a refined, calm atmosphere. At the table in the center of the room, Bishop Tranio holds one hand suspended over a purple sphere. He explains that they found the communication device among the saintess's belongings, and that it had already been classified as a forbidden item, one powered by demonic energy. Sitting across from him on a sofa, Abelson Marriott keeps her hands tense between her thighs as she asks what is going to happen to them now. In her mind, she fears they may be bound and sent all the way back to the capital of the Holy See. Bishop Tranio answers with a gentle smile. But instead of responding to that fear directly, He begins by recalling the pilgrimage they once traveled together across the continent several years earlier. Bishop Tranio spoke with complete honesty about the past, admitting plainly that when he first met Abelson Marriott, he had not thought very much of her at all. As he spoke, brief memories flickered through his mind. Back then, all he had seen was a sheltered princess, a girl who had never truly tasted hardship, suddenly insisting on joining a brutal pilgrimage. To him, it had looked like nothing more than the shallow stubbornness of a pampered child, and he had honestly believed she would be fortunate to endure even a single week. But he had been wrong. Over the course of that journey, which stretched on for an entire year, the young saint never once let a complaint pass her lips. The memory showed Abelson Marriott standing beneath the open sky, hanging freshly washed clothes onto a line, while children laughed and ran circles around her, playing happily at her sides. Another scene followed immediately after. This time, she was inside a simple classroom, standing before rows of desks and patiently teaching the children seated there. No matter who stood in front of her, whether young or old, man or woman, noble or commoner, Abelson Marriott had shown the same kindness, the same patience, and the same wholehearted devotion to anyone in need. Bishop Tranio remembered that, back then, he had been blunt enough to ask her directly why she was willing to go so far for other people. Her answer had been simple, clear, and unwavering. She said she was only doing what she believed was right. Then the scene returned to the present, with Bishop Tranio still wearing that gentle smile as he looked at Abelson Marriott. In his eyes, the young saint he had known back then was still exactly the same sort of person now, someone who would never betray her own principles or join hands with demons for selfish greed. And because he believed that, he asked her to tell him everything, to explain what had truly happened. Hearing those words, Abelson Marriott struggled to keep back the tears already beginning to gather in her eyes. Then, with her gaze lowered quietly toward the floor, she finally began telling him everything that had happened to her. The scene shifted once again. Inside a dungeon, Choi Hun-Yun-suk lay unconscious on the freezing stone floor. Sensing that someone was nearby, he slowly fought his way back toward awareness and managed to catch sight of long, shining strands of hair. As he forced his eyes open a little wider, the blurry figure above him slowly sharpened into what seemed, in that dazed moment, to be the face of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Leaning over him like that, she looked almost like an angel. Completely convinced of what he was seeing, he called her Abelson Marriott. But of course, it was not Abelson Marriott standing over him at all. It was Frisch. The instant he realized Choi Hyun-sok had mistaken him for her, Frisch visibly lost his composure and awkwardly muttered to Rahel, who was standing beside him, that the hero must have hit his head harder than they thought. Then Frisch turned his attention back to Choi Hyun-seok and asked, with genuine concern, whether he was all right. But the second Choi Hyun-seok properly recognized who was actually there, he recoiled so violently that he slammed himself back against the stone wall and immediately started complaining that Frisch had suddenly begun acting weird. Still irritated, dazed, and thoroughly disoriented, he grumbled that the whole thing was annoying and demanded that all the demonic energy used to heal him be returned. Still kneeling there in front of him, Frisch shot back that to save an ungrateful brat like him, he had gone so far as to sneak into a temple. Then, farther down the dungeon corridor, another figure appeared. Bishop Tranio stood there in his white cassock, his hands calmly clasped behind his back and a soft smile resting on his face. And just behind him, smiling even more brightly, stood Abelson Marriott. The instant Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch realized it was really her, both of them reacted with open surprise. Abelson Marriott walked up to the dungeon door with a key in her hand. Choi Hyun-seok, still confused and struggling to make sense of the situation, quietly asked what exactly was going on. Abelson Marriott explained that she had known the bishop for a very long time and that he was going to help them escape. Even so, Choi Hyun-seok still looked uneasy. Gripping the iron bars of the cell, he admitted that he was grateful for the help, but he was worried that the bishop might end up in serious trouble because of it. When he heard that, Bishop Tranio remained completely calm. He answered that he had already lived long enough, and that an aging body like his, one merely waiting for God's call, had nothing left to fear. Abelson Marriott finally turned the key and opened the cell so Choi Hyun-seok could step out. After that, she suggested that the bishop come with them as well. But Bishop Tranio refused. He said that the number of people trembling in fear because of the undead had only continued to grow, and that if a bishop abandoned his own diocese in a time like this, then no believer would be able to place their trust in God anymore. Then he slipped one hand into the long sleeve of his cassock and said that he was also returning her belongings. From inside, he drew out the purple sphere and placed it into Abelson Marriott's hands. Then he told her to go, to leave without looking back. He urged her not to worry about anything behind her, and instead to keep walking the path she believed was right. At those words, Abelson Marriott's eyes filled completely with tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. Bishop Tranio kept speaking to Abelson Marriott, but as he did, he also cast a meaningful glance toward Frisch. At that moment, Frisch was awkwardly trying to disguise himself by putting on bits of armor, and it quickly became obvious that the bishop's words were not meant for Abelson Marriott alone, but also for the nameless demon and the elf standing beside her. Rahel, small and hovering near Frisch, looked stunned the moment she realized that Bishop Tranio had known from the very beginning what Choi Hyun-seok and Frisch truly were. Frisch, on the other hand, reacted with a mixture of disbelief and irritation, muttering that if the bishop had already known everything from the start, he could have said so before Frisch went through all the trouble of putting that armor on. At last, just before Bishop Tranio turned to leave, he admitted that he was making a shameless request to a hero he had only just met. Even so, he still asked them, sincerely and without hesitation, to please take good care of the young saint. Bishop Tranio sat quietly behind his desk, settled deep into his chair with an almost unnatural calm, as though the stillness of the office gave his thoughts room to breathe. But even in that silence, his mind kept returning to the undead that had appeared. The more he turned it over, the more certain he became that this was no longer something he could afford to postpone. If he hesitated even a little longer, the damage would only continue to spread. And just as that grim decision settled inside him, a woman's voice suddenly broke through the quiet and called out to him. The door swung open, and a woman with purple hair stepped into the office, flanked by several guards whose presence immediately tightened the air in the room. She carried an official document in her hand, and the message written inside it left no room for mercy. By order of His Holiness, Bishop Tranio was to be removed from his position for conspiring with the traitor Abelson Marriott. The decree also demanded that he disclose anything he knew about Abelson Marriott's current location, and only after that heavy declaration did her identity become clear. This woman was Kinley Riverford, the one famed throughout Gartron as the legend known as the Wanderer. Tranio showed no sign of panic. Rather than flinching or scrambling for words, he slowly straightened himself in his chair, adjusting his posture with the composed air of a man who had already prepared for this moment. In a calm, even voice, he greeted Kinley, and noted that it had been a long time since they had stood face to face, not since her last birthday. Then his eyes shifted to the empty space beside her, and in a quieter tone, he observed that the little saint had not come with her today. Kinley's face tightened at once, her expression hardening as she demanded that Tranio reveal where the traitor had fled. There was no warmth left in her voice, only the sharp pressure of duty. She reminded him that he, more than anyone, should understand what would happen if he continued down this path. If he kept stirring Orban Savoy's anger, she warned, then the consequences would only become harsher, and even the situation as it stood now could still fall into something far worse. Tranio responded with a faint, almost weightless laugh, the kind of laugh that sounded less amused than resigned. It was as if Kinley's warning had touched a fate he had already accepted in his heart. Then he spoke of the interrogation chamber, that dreadful place reserved only for those branded as heretics. He let the words linger between them, quiet but heavy, with a bitterness that did not need to be raised to be felt. Tranio turned away from the people gathered in his office, leaving them to look only at his back as he continued speaking. If his cooperation was truly what they needed, then he said he had no choice but to give it. But before that, he asked for a short amount of time. He wanted to prepare himself properly, to change his clothes and put on his ceremonial robes, as if even at the edge of disgrace he still wished to meet what came next with formality. One of the armored guards rejected the request almost immediately, his voice coming out sharp and rigid from beneath his helmet. There was no room for sympathy in his answer. He declared that such permission could not be granted because they had absolutely no intention of leaving a major criminal unattended, not even for the briefest moment. Tranio still did not turn back to face them. In that same quiet, controlled voice, he reminded them that long ago he had carried Kinley on his back and helped raise her as she grew. For the sake of that old bond, for the memories they once shared before duty turned them into opposing sides, he asked for only one final chance. He wanted everyone present to preserve what dignity they still could before the situation went any further. For a moment, no one spoke. The room seemed to hold its breath as Kinley stared at Tranio's back, caught between the command she had been given and the memories he had deliberately brought back to the surface. Duty pressed down on her, but the past was standing right in front of her. At last, she gave him permission, making it clear that if anything happened afterward, she would bear the responsibility herself. Tranio walked to the door and opened it, but before stepping out, he paused as though there was one final matter he could not leave unsaid. He asked that the documents remaining on his desk be delivered to His Holiness. Then, with a calm farewell addressed to Lady Kinley, he passed through the doorway and quietly left the office behind. Kinley did not move from where she stood. She simply watched Tranio's figure leave the room, her body still and her eyes fixed on his departing back. The stern mask she had been wearing slowly began to loosen, and the sadness she had tried so hard to bury finally rose into her expression. In a soft, almost pained voice, she called his name. The scene then shifted to a smaller and quieter part of the room, where a modest table sat tucked beneath a spread of books. Papers and volumes crowded the surface, making the space feel less like a formal bishop's office and more like a private corner shaped by years of thought, prayer, study, and old memories that had never fully faded. Bishop Tranio approached the table with slow, deliberate steps and pulled open one of the drawers. His hands moved carefully as he searched through what was inside, not hurried, but purposeful. Under his breath, he murmured to himself, wondering where he had placed the object he was looking for. Inside the drawer were several belongings that had been kept with surprising care, small pieces of a life filled with attachments that time had not erased. Among them sat a tiny doll made to resemble Lady Kinley, a quiet reminder of the child she must once have been. Beside it rested a short sword with a golden hilt. When Tranio's gaze finally found the blade, his voice lowered as he said that he had found it at last. He lifted the short sword with both care and solemn gravity, handling it as though the simple act of touching the weapon marked the beginning of a final choice. The weight in his expression deepened, and his voice carried a sorrow that had already settled into acceptance. He admitted that he was grateful, at the very least, that he had been able to see Lady Kinley one last time. Then Tranio raised the blade and placed the tip beneath his own chin. His eyes closed, and for a moment the entire room seemed to fall into a silence so deep that even the air felt frozen. In a faint murmur, he added that his thoughts were also with the little saint, and from the bottom of his heart, he hoped she would remain safe. The scene cut sharply to the open road, where two demons and the saint were riding at full speed on horseback. The horses thundered over the ground, their bodies driving forward with urgent force while the wind tore through hair and clothing. Riding close behind Abelson Marriott, Choi Hyun-suk raised his voice over the pounding hooves and asked whether there was still any chance they could turn back for the bishop. Abelson Marriott refused without hesitation, her answer firm even though grief was written plainly across her face. She told him that they could not turn back now, no matter how painful that truth was to accept. With sorrow weighing down her expression, she added that Bishop Tranio himself would have wanted them to keep moving forward. Ahead of them, Frisch glanced back while keeping his horse moving, his attention shifting toward the others behind him. Cutting through the rush of wind and the relentless rhythm of hooves, he asked where they were supposed to go from here. His question forced them to face the next step of their escape instead of the people they had left behind. Abelson Marriott answered with no uncertainty in her voice. Their destination was Natasha, the capital of Marriott. More than that, they were now heading directly toward the royal palace of Natasha itself, the very center of the Marriott royal family, and the place most closely tied to Abelson's own bloodline. The scene changed once again, this time to the Grand Cathedral of Gartron. Beneath the towering sacred architecture, the Pope stood before the altar in absolute stillness, his figure cold and unmoving in the vast holy space. There, he announced that Bishop Tranio was dead, and from that fact alone, he calmly concluded that Choi Hyun-suk and Abelson Marriott had successfully escaped. As the view widened, Lady Kinley could be seen standing behind him. She explained that even if they tried to track the fugitives from this point onward, every sign suggested that Choi Hyun-seok's group had made use of an exceptionally skilled rogue. Nearly all traces of their path had been erased, leaving so little behind that locating them at that moment would be extremely difficult. Kinley held several documents firmly against her chest as she continued presenting her assessment. Even though the trail had been almost completely wiped away, she said their ultimate destination could still be narrowed down. In her view, there were only 3 likely possibilities for where they might be headed. The first possibility was Drasen, a territory that was openly hostile toward Gartron and might offer them asylum. As Kinley spoke, the image of a crest appeared behind the explanation, marked with a crown, a lion, and a knight, visually pointing toward that rival land and the protection it might represent. The second possible destination was Ultimum Fes, the gathering place known for sheltering deserter heroes who had broken away from their original sides. And the third was the royal family of Marriott itself, since Abelson Marriott's blood ties naturally connected her to that kingdom and gave her a reason to seek protection there. The Pope then turned the discussion toward another matter, bringing up the reports that Choi Hyun-suk's group had defeated Lofar Dozer. He noted that Choi Hyun-suk's growth rate had already exceeded their original expectations by a considerable margin. That unexpected speed, he made clear, was no longer something they could treat as a minor issue. Kinley, still gripping the documents with both hands, confirmed that the information they had verified so far did appear to support those reports. Then she added that there was one more important matter to address, something Bishop Tranio had specifically asked her to deliver to the Pope. She stepped forward and handed the documents to the Pope. As she did, she explained that considering the circumstances surrounding Tranio's actions, she wished to personally take charge of his funeral. Her words were restrained, but there was a quiet plea beneath them, as though she was asking that at least this final measure of dignity be allowed. Before Kinley could continue, the Pope cut her off with an order so cold it seemed to drain the warmth from the cathedral itself. He commanded that Tranio's corpse be beheaded, and that his head be displayed in the marketplace. Kinley froze in place, visibly shaken and horrified, as if she could not believe such a punishment would truly be directed at Tranio. But the Pope only turned away and stated that there could be no exceptions when it came to treason. A public example had to be made, he said, so everyone would understand exactly what awaited those foolish enough to aid Choi Hyun-seok's group. Kinley's distress became impossible to hide. Her voice tightened as she reminded him that Tranio had been the disciple Asael Bald treasured most, even after Asael's death. She also pointed to the Pope's own connection to Tranio, recalling that he himself had guided Tranio onto the path of priesthood and had shaped the achievements Tranio built throughout southern Marriott. The Pope interrupted her again, and this time his voice came down far harsher as he called Kinley by name. His gaze sharpened with such severity that the air between them seemed to grow heavy. He told her that lately she seemed to forget something far too often, and then, in a tone that left no space for argument, he declared that he was the Pope, not her. Those words struck Kinley hard enough to leave her speechless. She stood there with her eyes widened, clearly shaken not only by the force of his rebuke, but by the brutal distance he had drawn between his authority and her judgment. Whatever she had hoped to say next died before it could leave her mouth. A short while later, the Pope sat alone on one of the benches inside the great cathedral, carefully reading through the papers Kinley had given him. His eyes moved over the contents in silence before he murmured that demonic energy and necromancy were both involved. From the evidence before him, it seemed the Demon King had finally chosen to oppose him openly, and yet, despite the gravity of what he had just read, the Pope's expression remained disturbingly calm. After a brief pause, he added that this situation might still be something he could use to his advantage. Park Hyuna lay sprawled across a large bed, looking comfortable at first glance with both hands tucked behind her head. But the tension in her clenched teeth betrayed how irritated she really was. She grumbled that the whole situation had become an absolute pain. The man who had begged her for help had suddenly died, and now she had no idea what she was supposed to do next. As she looked back on her decisions, she admitted to herself that she should have tested the relationship between the Demon King and Hemis more carefully before choosing a side. But by then, she had already openly aligned herself with Hemis, and because of that, she was certain the Demon King must be preparing something behind the scenes. All at once, Hyuna shot upright in the bed, the lazy posture she had been holding vanishing in an instant. A deep, crawling unease moved through her as the thing bothering her finally became clear. The room, the surroundings, everything around her was far too quiet. With her teeth clenched, Hyuna began reasoning through the situation piece by piece. Now that Hemis was gone, there should have been some kind of retaliation aimed in her direction as well. The fact that nothing had happened yet did not reassure her at all. If anything, that unnatural silence made the danger feel even more unsettling, like something was waiting just out of sight. Beside her head, an imaginary little angel version of herself appeared, hovering in the air like the cautious voice of reason. It suggested that maybe she should ask Gartron to take her back and return her to the starting point of this other world. Hyuna lowered her head, but her response was full of bitter mockery. Going back would mean becoming a second version of Hyuna, someone with no real will of her own, practically nothing more than a puppet. To her, an ending like that was so unbearable that she would rather die than accept it. Then, on her other side, another tiny version of herself appeared, this one dressed like a little demon and presenting a completely different idea. It suggested that she could simply change sides and offer herself to another major power, the Drasen Empire. After all, even Lu Bu had 3 fathers, so why should Hyuna not serve 3 different masters? But Hyuna rejected that option just as quickly. She had already gone to Drasen with Sullivan Campbell Illerner, and they had made their stance painfully clear. They did not accept refugees from another world. Trembling with frustration, Hyuna pressed both hands against her face as the reality of her situation closed in from every direction. Only one path seemed to remain now, and that was the Demon King's army. Bitterly, she thought that if she had known from the very beginning that the Demon King and the Holy Empire were only staging their confrontation, then she might have chosen a completely different route. Park Hyun-ah suddenly lost control of her composure entirely. She grabbed her head with both hands and shouted in fury, demanding to know whether anyone seriously thought she would still be sitting there if she had known the truth from the start. If she had discovered it back then, She would have simply taken Sullivan Campbell Illerner's advice and gone with him to Ultimum Fez instead. As Hyun-ah tried to calm herself again, thoughts began crowding into her mind one after another. By the time she had finally realized what was really going on, she had already become a Legion commander. Until now, she had been forcing down the unease inside her by telling herself that no one would be crazy enough to sacrifice someone of her rank. But now, with the situation turning so strange, that fragile confidence started to fall apart. She stood there wide-eyed, seriously wondering whether she should start pulling herself out of this place while she still had the chance. At that exact moment, a series of knocks sounded from the door, cutting sharply through the tense silence that had filled the room. A voice outside announced that it was Onyx, the vice commander. When he entered the room, he was holding a glowing purple sphere carefully in both hands. He explained that Raedrun from the 3rd Legion had contacted them with an urgent matter he needed to discuss with her. Hyun-ah stared at the glowing sphere with obvious suspicion, her eyes narrowing as she questioned what kind of message could possibly show up at a moment like this. Almost as soon as she voiced that doubt, the sphere began releasing the message sealed inside it. A voice came out from within the sphere, stating that the matter was important, and asking whether there was anyone else currently inside the chamber with her. Hyun-ah answered directly, telling the voice that Vice Commander Onyx was present in the room. The voice immediately instructed her to make everyone leave. Hyun-ah did not waste time arguing, and she did not stop to question the reason. She turned at once and ordered Onyx and the others to step outside, clearing the chamber without delay. Once the door had closed, and Hyun-ah was finally alone, the message continued. The voice revealed that this was a message from Choi Hyun-sik. According to him, Hyun-ah must not trust anyone around her. The only person she could truly rely on was herself. Hyun-ah raised an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard by the sudden mention of Choi Hyun-sik's name. She questioned why he was being brought up so abruptly in a situation like this, and what exactly that warning was supposed to mean. Then the sphere in her hand began to crack, thin fractures spreading across its glowing purple surface. The voice rushed to explain that it did not know the details either, only that the information was urgent and had to reach her. But before the message could finish, the bedroom door was suddenly thrown open. Several demons rushed into the room all at once, their swords already drawn and aimed directly at Hyun-ah. At the front of the group stood a hooded figure who announced that they had been forced to move the operation ahead of the date originally reported to the Demon King, but that they had no other choice. And in the very next instant, the demons raised their weapons together and shouted the order in unison, "Kill the human traitor." Caught in the middle of that sudden ambush, Park Hyun-ah could do nothing but let out a tense, shaky laugh, the sound barely hiding the panic rising in her chest. Cold sweat slipped down the side of her face as she stood rooted in place, staring at the sharp blades now aimed directly at her. In a low, bitter voice, she muttered that bad feelings really did have a nasty habit of turning into reality. The scene then shifted far away from that dangerous room, all the way to Natasha, the capital city of Marriott. Beneath a wide, dazzling blue sky, an enormous palace towered above the cityscape, its sheer size impossible to ignore. Every part of its grand structure looked refined and extravagant, making it instantly clear that this was the seat of a royal family with immense wealth, power, and authority. Down in the busy streets of the capital, Choi Hyun-sik walked through the crowd with his hood pulled low over his face, trying to disappear among the constant movement of passing citizens. As he moved forward, he quietly remarked that they had finally made it there. Beside him, Rahel could hardly hide her excitement, her eyes darting from shop signs to crowded roads to the endless stream of people. Natasha truly felt like a great metropolis, packed with lively voices, bustling storefronts, and people flowing in every direction. As the group made their way along the broad main avenue, a luxurious carriage drawn by several horses rolled past them, elegant enough to stand out even in the middle of the capital's lively traffic. A little farther ahead, Frisch glanced back over his shoulder and asked what they were supposed to do next, walking behind him. Abelson Marriott answered that they would go meet her father immediately. Still, now that they had finally reached a proper city, she added that it might be nice to stop by one of Natasha's famous restaurants while they still had the chance. While Abelson Marriott continued speaking, that refined carriage that had just passed them kept gliding down the street. Its wheels turned smoothly over the road, slipping farther into the moving crowd, yet it remained close enough for one last brief glimpse as it drifted away from them. And in that fleeting instant, the person seated inside the carriage became visible through the window. Behind the glass, sitting with a calm and composed air as if nothing in the world could shake her, was Lady Hemis. The moment that carriage passed beside Choi Hyun-suk, a strange sensation stirred somewhere deep inside him. It was vague, uncertain, and gone almost as quickly as it appeared, but for some reason he suddenly felt as though he had recognized someone sitting inside that passing carriage. Choi Hyun-suk came to a sudden stop right in the middle of the road, turning his head back to stare after the carriage as it continued disappearing into the capital. His abrupt halt made the others pause as well. Rahel looked at him with confusion on her face and asked what was wrong with the hero. Still watching the street ahead, Choi Hyun-suk asked whether she had seen it too. Rahel only grew more puzzled and asked what exactly he meant. For a few more seconds, Choi Hyun-seok remained where he was, his gaze fixed on the direction where the carriage had vanished into the crowd. Then, as though convincing himself there was no reason to chase after such an uncertain feeling, he quietly murmured that it was nothing. The three of them continued deeper into the capital until they finally stopped before the massive gates of the Marriott Royal Palace. Standing there at the grand main entrance, they faced the gateway that led straight into the very center of Natasha's royal power. The towering walls and monumental gate made it obvious at a glance that this was no ordinary place anyone could casually enter. The palace guards stationed at the entrance reacted the moment the group approached. One guard raised his voice in a firm challenge, declaring that this was the royal palace, and that entry without permission was strictly forbidden. He then demanded that they state their purpose and identify themselves at once. In response to the guard's command, Abelson Marriott quietly raised one hand toward the edge of her hood. With a smooth, controlled motion, she pulled the fabric back, allowing her face to come fully into view before the soldiers. Standing there with a calm, dignified posture, Abelson Marriott introduced herself as the second in line to the throne of the Kingdom of Marriott. Then, speaking with the weight of her full name and royal authority behind her, she requested that they take her before His Majesty, the King. Before long, Abelson Marriott, Choi Hyun-seok, and Frisch were escorted into the royal audience hall. Inside that grand chamber, they stood before the king himself, who remained seated upon the throne, and listened as they delivered their account. After hearing their full report, the monarch responded with steady, composed understanding. He appeared to absorb each detail carefully, letting the entire situation settle before him, and from his calm reaction, it was clear that he now understood how all of these events had unfolded. Abelson Marriott looked slightly tense as she spoke to the king, who was also her father. Keeping her voice careful and restrained, she asked whether she would be allowed to remain there for a while. The king accepted her request without even a moment of hesitation. His answer was warm and certain, making it clear that Abelson Marriott was, of course, welcome there, and that the palace was still a place she had every right to return to. Then, unexpectedly, the king rose from his throne and stepped toward her, closing the distance between them before pulling her into a warm embrace. He reassured her that she did not need to fear the Holy Empire because her father would handle it. When he finally let her go, he looked at her with genuine concern and said she must have been exhausted after such a long journey. Overcome by the tenderness of that moment, Abelson Marriott's expression softened completely. She looked up at him and called him simply her father. That single word carrying the relief, emotion, and exhaustion she had been holding back until now. The king then declared that everyone should rest for the time being, and that they would continue their discussion the following day. As the view shifted slightly beside the throne, Kriari Marriott, the first prince of Marriott, watched the scene unfold with a faint smile that was difficult to read. Elsewhere in the hall, Race Marriott, the fourth prince of Marriott, stood near one of the side thrones. He did not draw much attention to himself, but his quiet presence in the background made it clear that he too was watching everything closely. Sometime later, the setting moved to a richly decorated chamber inside the palace. The room was spacious and elegant, with several vases filled with flowers arranged carefully around the space, giving the chamber a refined and luxurious atmosphere. Inside that chamber, Frisch had already stretched himself across the massive bed, lying there with his legs crossed as though he had completely settled in. Watching him, Choi Hyun-seok placed one hand on his waist and commented that the hospitality was definitely impressive, though the room was much too far from Abelson Marriott's chamber. Standing beside him, Rahel replied that this was not really the time to be worrying about appearances, and that being given a room like this was already something they should be grateful for. Behind them, Abelson Marriott explained that she had tried to arrange for them to stay in the room next to hers, but the request had been rejected because of palace procedures. Inwardly, she could only hope that they would wait just a little longer. Still lying across the bed in complete comfort, Frisch allowed a small grin to form on his face. He remarked that the gaze watching them had grown far too intense, so sharp and persistent that if it continued for much longer, it might actually bore a hole straight through the wall. Abelson Marriott looked confused, clearly not understanding what Frisch was hinting at right away. In response, Frisch slowly sat up from the bed, still showing no sign of alarm, and calmly told Rahel to cast a sound-isolating spell over the entire room. Once Rahel raised the sound isolation spell and sealed off their voices, Frisch spoke plainly about what he had detected around them. According to him, one person was hiding in the tree outside the window. Two others were positioned in the palace tower, and an especially powerful presence was waiting in the room 2 doors away. The moment Abelson Marriott heard that, she reacted without hesitation. She threw the door open and stepped out into the corridor, her voice rising with anger as she demanded to know who had ordered her companions to be placed under surveillance. One of the 2 men standing in the hallway answered her directly. He explained that they were simply carrying out the 4th prince's command, and that the surveillance had been arranged to prevent any possible scandal involving unidentified individuals staying inside the palace. Abelson Marriott's outrage flared immediately. She ordered all of them to leave at once, her voice carrying the unmistakable authority of her royal status. Then she reminded them in a firm, cutting tone that she was Abelson Marriott, second in line to the throne, and demanded to know whether they had somehow forgotten that fact. Right behind her, Choi Hyun-suk appeared at the doorway, drawn out by the commotion in the hall. Looking at Abelson Marriott with visible concern, he quietly asked whether she was all right. Abelson Marriott neatly clasped her hands in front of herself and returned to a calm tone so quickly that it almost seemed as if she had not just raised her voice moments earlier. She answered that she should be the one asking him that. Then, with sincere regret in her expression, she apologized for the treatment he and his companions had received. Choi Hyun-suk responded with an awkward smile and a slight shrug, saying that in a way what the guards had said was not completely wrong. He made it clear that he understood the circumstances and told her not to worry about it. Hearing his response, Abelson Marriott lowered her gaze and thanked him softly. She repeated that she truly regretted what had happened, respectfully addressing him as Mr. Hyun-suk. But even as she spoke, a heavy thought settled over her heart. Even after finally returning home, the palace did not feel nearly as comforting as she had expected. Faced with that uncomfortable reality, she quietly wondered what they were supposed to do next. The following morning, during breakfast, everyone gathered around a large table with 10 seats. 8 of those seats were filled, making the meal feel formal and crowded, with a tense atmosphere hidden beneath the polished calm of the royal dining room. Seated across from Abelson Marriott, one of the princes said that he understood the situation. If the matter truly involved the undead, then Marriott also had some idea of what might be happening. He explained that undead had suddenly appeared in a small mining village at the far northern edge of the kingdom. Because of that emergency, half of the Royal Knight's Order had been dispatched there in haste. Abelson Marriott maintained a gentle smile as he spoke, and he added that the situation was probably similar to what had happened in K-10. According to his explanation, there was likely a disc buried somewhere beneath the ground in that area. If they could locate that disc and destroy it, then the density of demonic energy in the village should return to normal. While chewing his food, Choi Hyun-suk casually pointed out that if half of the Royal Knight's Order had been sent away, then someone still had to be left behind to protect the royal family. The king answered in a calm, steady voice that soldiers were still stationed throughout the palace. More importantly, he added that Sir Valder Ranskrone, the core of the order, was still there with them. Hearing that unfamiliar name, Choi Hyun-suk looked up and asked who Sir Valder Ranskrone was. The king explained that Valder Ranskrone was a legendary warrior and one of Marriott's great sources of pride. He then gestured toward Valder Ranskrone, who was seated at the very same table. The king added that he had heard Choi Hyun-suk and his companions were the ones who had granted rest to Sir Valder Ranskrone's grandfather. Because of that, Valder Ranskrone felt deep gratitude toward them and had personally wished to join breakfast that morning. Choi Hyun-suk leaned slightly toward Abelson Marriott and whispered that this man was supposed to be Sir Lofar Dozer's grandson, yet he looked far too young for that to make sense. Abelson Marriott gave him a somewhat awkward smile and replied quietly that the explanation was a little complicated. But before she could properly finish, Valder Ranskrone himself spoke up. Valder Ranskrone asked whether his name was Hyun-sik, then remarked that Choi Hyun-sik still did not seem very familiar with legends. He said he would explain the matter properly later and invited him to come to the training grounds after the meal. There they could talk while also exchanging a few blows. Choi Hyun-suk's face immediately lit up at the invitation. The thought of testing himself against someone like Valder Ranskrone sparked his excitement at once, and without the slightest hesitation, he answered that he would definitely go. At that moment, a knock sounded from the hall door, cutting neatly through the conversation at the breakfast table. The king turned his gaze toward the butler who had just entered and asked what was happening during breakfast. The butler stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and informed him that a delegation from Gartron had arrived. Crayer Marriott struck the table with both hands and rose partway from his seat, anger flashing clearly across his face. He declared that the kingdom had already given its answer to Gartron's demands, then questioned what right Gartron had to interfere in Marriott's internal affairs. The king raised one hand, signaling for Criare Marriott to calm himself. He said that he agreed with him, but for the moment, it was better to remain composed, especially with Abelson Marriott sitting there at the table. Race Marriott then spoke up, remarking that if his sister truly had nothing to hide, perhaps there would be no problem with her going to Gartron in person and explaining the situation herself. The king turned his eyes toward Race Marriott with a serious warning look. In a firm voice that left little room for argument, he told him not to ruin the atmosphere. After all, Abelson Marriott was still part of the family. Choi Hyun-suk looked toward her with concern as the mood at the table suddenly shifted. The air that had seemed controlled only moments before now felt tight and strained, and he quietly wondered what was going on and whether she was truly all right. Abelson Marriott, however, gave no answer at all. She simply remained silent in her seat, her gaze lowered and her expression carefully restrained, hiding whatever thoughts were passing through her mind. Later, in an open area of the castle, Choi Hyun-suk hurried forward at a run, heading toward the training grounds with clear anticipation in every step. The very moment Valder caught sight of Choi Hyun-seok stepping into the area, his eyes settled on him with quiet interest. In a faint, almost amused tone, he remarked that Hyun-seok had made it there sooner than he had expected. Hyun-seok answered without showing any stiffness, speaking with respectful confidence as he said that if someone famous enough to be called a living legend personally summoned him, there was no way he could possibly turn down that invitation. Valder looked at Hyun-suk's face for a short while, studying him as if the questions in his head were already written plainly across his expression. Then, without making him dance around the subject, Valder told him to ask whatever he wanted. At the same time, Valder had not forgotten one important fact. Choi Hyun-suk was among the people who had once helped his grandfather. That memory lingered quietly in the back of his mind, softening the way he regarded him. Hyun-seok hesitated for a moment, looking slightly unsure of how to open the conversation. Then, choosing his words carefully, he asked if it would be all right to begin by asking about Abelson. The instant he said her name, the atmosphere from breakfast rose back into his memory. The uneasy silence, the uncomfortable heaviness at the table, and that unmistakable feeling that something serious had gone wrong behind the scenes. Valder did not answer immediately. Instead, he started loosening himself up, stretching his body as naturally as though this difficult conversation was simply another part of his training routine. As he moved, he admitted that he had not expected Hyun-suk's first question to be about the princess, but since he had already said he would answer honestly, he did not dodge the matter. In a steady voice, he acknowledged that Abelson's current situation was not good at all. Valder began by laying out the larger picture. The continent, he explained, was practically divided between two massive powers, Gartrun on one side and the Drasan Empire on the other. Caught between those giants, the kingdom of Marriott had survived for a long time by carefully leaning toward diplomacy with Gartrun, maintaining that relationship as a way to protect its own stability and position. But once Princess Abelson was officially selected as a saint, Marriott's direction became even harder to hide. From that moment forward, the kingdom's attitude toward Gartrun was no longer something subtle or quietly implied. Its pro-Gartrun stance became clear enough that anyone watching the political situation could see exactly where Marriott appeared to stand. Hyun-suk listened to the explanation and quietly pointed out that, based on Abelson's recent behavior, the royal family must have been pushed into an extremely difficult position. Valder did not fully deny that. However, he made it clear that the king was not the kind of man who would casually discard his own child. He added that Abelson strongly resembled the late queen, and because of that resemblance, the crown prince, the first prince, had always cherished his younger sister more than most. As for the third and fourth princes, Valder described them as timid and weak-willed, which meant their decisions were much harder to read. Valder continued, explaining that as long as the king and the crown prince openly showed affection for Abelson, the third and fourth princes would have a hard time forcing their own opinions through the royal court. Hearing that, Hyun-suk shifted the focus back toward Valder himself and asked where he stood in the middle of all this. Valder's response came without hesitation. Calmly, he said he was nothing more than the royal family's sword, and a sword only moved according to the will of the hand that held it. Even as he spoke, Valder kept stretching, placing both hands behind his back and slowly rolling his shoulders to loosen the stiffness from them. In the same composed tone, he explained that his master had always been His Majesty, the King of Marriott, and that he had sworn that oath many decades ago, back when he first became a knight. The word decades struck Hyun-suk so hard that his thoughts nearly stopped. He repeated it silently in his head, unable to process what he had just heard. Then, after a visible pause, he carefully asked how old Valder actually was this year. Valder answered as casually as if he were giving the weather, saying he was 97. Hyun-suk could only stare at him, completely stunned, realizing that this was not just a matter of looking young. It felt far beyond anything that should have been possible. Valder shifted his stance and began stretching his legs next, answering as if Hyun-suk's reaction was the strange part. Of course, he looked the way he did. In Valder's mind, the explanation was obvious. He was not some ordinary knight bound by common sense. He was a legend, and legends did not follow the same rules as everyone else. Then Valder turned the question back on Hyun-suk and asked how much he actually knew about heroes and legends. Hyun-suk scratched the side of his head, his expression turning a little sheepish as he tried to answer with the small amount of knowledge he had. As far as he understood, Valder looked young, used lightning, and being struck by that lightning hurt like absolute hell. After hearing that brutally simple explanation, Valder let out a weary sigh and remarked that Hyun-suk truly knew almost nothing. Valder finally began explaining it properly. He said that the lightning power Hyun-suk had mentioned was actually an ability that belonged specifically to his grandfather. From the beginning, the word hero referred to people who possessed strength far beyond the reach of ordinary humans. But at the same time, it also referred to those who had not yet crossed the final threshold required to become a legend. After making that distinction clear, Valder asked Hyun-suk what he thought separated a hero from a legend. Hyun-suk froze for a brief moment, eyes widening as he searched for anything that sounded right, before cautiously suggesting that maybe it had something to do with youth. Valder replied that Hyun-suk seemed oddly fixated on that one point, though he admitted that the answer was not completely wrong. He explained that when a hero finally reached the realm of legends, the body itself underwent a change. It returned to its most ideal condition, regaining the youth of the person's physical prime. That, Valder said, was why his appearance looked so far removed from the fact that he was already 97 years old. But youth was only one part of it. Valder explained that there was another essential element, and that element was called authority. The word sounded heavy, almost noble and intimidating, but when broken down more simply, it meant a unique personal trait, a special ability that ordinary people did not have and could not simply imitate through effort alone. According to Valder, once someone crossed that boundary and became a legend, this special trait naturally emerged within them. However, the shape it took was never exactly the same from one person to another. In his grandfather's case, that authority had manifested as lightning connected to one of the 5 elements. In another case, like Gartrun's Great Barrier, the power appeared in a more defensive form, almost like telekinesis designed for protection rather than destruction. Valder went on to add that most authorities tended to develop in directions closely tied to raw strength, battle sense, or direct destructive force. Put simply, for the majority of legends, their special trait was something that strengthened the way they fought head-on, sharpening their combat ability and making them even more dangerous in battle. Even so, Valder made it clear that not every authority followed such a straightforward pattern. In rare cases, powers appeared that were far stranger and harder to classify. As an example, he mentioned Basil Scott of the Drassen Empire, whose authority could completely erase the effect of a specific moment. Valder emphasized that an ability like that was not normal at all, even among legends, and belonged to the realm of the truly exceptional. After listening carefully to the explanation, Hyun-suk asked whether becoming a legend was basically the same thing as becoming a mage. Valder lifted both arms above his head and stretched them slowly, answering while his body continued to move. From the outside, he admitted, the two might look somewhat similar. But in truth, authority and ordinary magic were fundamentally different things. Valder explained that mages usually had to spend long years building their power through incantations, meditation, and disciplined study. Through that process, they learned how to control a specific magical attribute and shape it through techniques they had practiced again and again until it became usable in battle. Authority, however, worked according to an entirely different logic. At its core, it did not require incantations, nor did it rely on meditation or endless repetitive training just to be activated. Valder explained that once the trait awakened, the user only had to apply their own imagination to it, then handle that power as naturally as they would move an arm, take a step, or breathe. Hyun-suk quietly repeated the word legend under his breath, letting it sink in as his thoughts drifted toward Park Hyuna. The more he considered what Valder had just explained, the more one question began to bother him. If all of that was true, then just how old was that person, really? Valder continued speaking without letting the explanation lose momentum, making sure Hyun-suk did not get the wrong idea. Reaching the level of a legend did not mean becoming invincible. It also did not mean gaining endless power or being able to do whatever one wanted without limits. To make that point clearer, Valder brought up Asael Bald as an example. Asael, he said, possessed a defense so powerful it could almost be called absurd. But even that overwhelming protection was not free. Every time it was used, It consumed an enormous amount of physical stamina, forcing the user to pay a heavy price. Then Valder folded his arms and added another example, explaining that his grandfather's power had been strongly affected by the weather on any given day. Hyun-suk's eyes widened at once, and he repeated the word weather in obvious disbelief. Valder clarified it in simple terms. His grandfather could not simply create a raging storm beneath a perfectly clear sky when there was no moisture in the air for him to use. Even after hearing about those limitations, Hyun-suk still looked deeply impressed by everything Valder had told him. Naturally, another question rose in his mind. Looking straight at Valder, he asked what kind of authority Sir Valder himself possessed. Valder placed one hand on the golden section of the sword hanging at his waist, almost as though he had known that question would arrive sooner or later. His expression remained calm as he remarked that he had already expected Hyun-suk to ask. That, he said, was precisely why he had finished warming up in advance. In the next instant, Valder drew the sword smoothly from its sheath and closed his hand firmly around the hilt. With the weapon now in his grasp, he declared that it was time for them to prepare for a training duel. Since Hyun-seok had come all this way, Valder said he would allow him to experience his authority directly. And according to Valder, simply going through that one experience would be enough to make Hyun-seok far stronger than he was at that moment. For a brief second, Hyun-suk stood perfectly still. A tense, uneasy smile crept across his face, showing that he understood exactly how dangerous this offer might be. But even with that pressure hanging over him, he did not step back. He accepted Valder's words and made it clear that he understood what was being asked of him. By then, night had completely fallen over the castle. High above the rooftops, a round full moon glowed in the dark sky, spreading its pale light across the quiet grounds and wrapping the entire place in a still, almost lonely atmosphere. Beneath that calm moonlight, Abelson moved quietly through the castle corridors. Her footsteps were soft and careful as she passed deeper inside, making her way forward without drawing attention to herself. Last, she stopped in front of her father's room. Raising one hand, she knocked gently against the door and began to announce herself, saying that it was her. But before the words could fully leave her mouth, her voice caught, and she suddenly stopped speaking. From the other side of the closed door, voices were already echoing inside the room. They were not calm or restrained. The tone was sharp, heated, and tense, carrying the unmistakable sound of an argument already underway. One furious voice demanded whether someone still dared to call himself the king of a nation. The moment Abelson recognized that voice, her body stiffened in shock. It belonged to her brother, Race Marriott. Inside the room, the king remained seated while Race stood before him, speaking loudly and without any restraint. Race insisted that in the end, Gartrun would become the power that ruled the entire continent. In his eyes, even the Drasan Empire, the only force considered strong enough to compete with Gartrun, and all the allied kingdoms caught between those two giants, would eventually have no choice but to bow before Gartrun's strength. The scene centered on Race as he continued pressing his argument, his agitation clear in every word. He insisted that Gartrun already possessed more than enough power to make that future come true. Because of that, he argued it was ridiculous for a small kingdom like Marriott to even consider standing against Gartrun, as if their resistance could change anything. The king did not respond immediately. He stayed silent, his head lowered and his eyes closed, taking in Race's words without showing any outward reaction. Race, however, did not stop. He continued pushing his point, declaring that a true ruler had to be willing to sacrifice a small number of people if that sacrifice was necessary to protect the majority. The third prince, who was also present in the room, quietly admitted that Race's argument was not completely wrong. A ruler, he said, did need the resolve to sacrifice the few for the sake of the many. At those words, the king's hand slowly tightened into a clenched fist. But the third prince did not leave it there. He pointed out the flaw that could not be ignored. Abelson was not simply one of the few. She was their older sister, someone tied to them by blood. Race immediately turned toward his brother and snapped back, his anger flaring again. He demanded to know whether that meant Marriott should actually go to war against Gartrun. How, he asked, could a small kingdom like theirs even think about making such a reckless decision purely because of personal feelings? That was when the king finally broke his silence. After listening for so long without answering, he opened his mouth and declared that even now, he was considering the possibility of beginning negotiations with the Drasan Empire. The king explained his reasoning. Marriott was the largest buffer zone positioned between the two great powers, and because of that strategic importance, he believed the Drasan Empire would likely not reject a diplomatic approach outright if Marriott sought friendship. However, he also warned that any such move had to be handled with extreme caution so they would not needlessly provoke Gartrun. Outside the room, Abelson had lowered herself onto the corridor floor, sitting silently near the wall as she listened through the closed door. From inside, Race's voice rang out once more, now bursting with frustration, as he declared that the king's idea was far too dangerous of a gamble. Tears began to spill down Abelson's cheeks as she sat alone in the dim corridor. Overwhelmed by sorrow, helplessness, and the weight of everything she had just heard, she softly murmured Bishop Tranio's name. Her shoulders started to tremble as her quiet crying grew heavier, the pain she had been holding inside finally breaking through. Lost in that wounded, shaken state, Abelson whispered the question that had been pressing against her heart. What was she supposed to do now? Later, Abelson asked Hyun-suk how his training with Sir Valder was going. Hyun-suk answered that things were moving along fairly smoothly. Then he added that his progress was even faster than when he had trained under Raidrun, making it clear that the growth he was experiencing now had already begun to surpass what he had achieved during that earlier period. Abelson then asked whether Hyun-suk had already experienced Sir Valder's authority for himself. Her gaze remained fixed on him as she waited for his answer, her curiosity showing plainly in the way she watched his reaction. Hyun-suk repeated the phrase, Sir Valder's authority, as if he were turning the words over in his mind and matching them against what he had witnessed. After a moment of thought, he connected it to the ability Valder had called hyperfocus and asked if that was the power Abelson meant. The scene then shifted back to the training ground, where Hyun-suk stood facing Valder directly. There, Sir Valder confirmed it himself, without ambiguity, explaining that his authority was indeed the ability known as hyperfocus. Hyperfocus was then explained in full. It was not ordinary concentration or simply paying close attention. It was an extreme state of awareness that allowed Valder to immerse himself completely in his opponent before the battle had even truly begun. In that state, he observed every tiny signal, the rhythm of their breathing, the tension in their muscles, the angle of their posture, and the smallest changes in movement, analyzing all of it with frightening precision so he could predict the immediate future of the fight. Valder broke it down in a simpler way. No matter what trick an opponent tried to use, he could read their next move just a fraction of a moment before it happened. With that tiny but decisive edge in perception, he could identify the action before it fully unfolded and choose the most effective response before the enemy had even finished moving. As Valder watched Hyun-suk with sharp focus, he began predicting the flow of the attack in real time. He saw Hyun-suk's rapid approach, anticipated the strike aimed toward the center, and then, without the slightest hesitation, read even further ahead. From the motion already forming, Valder concluded that the next follow-up attack would come from above. Hyun-suk charged forward, trying to execute the exact attack sequence he had already planned in his head. But before he could fully carry the motion through, Sir Valder had already responded. He moved as though he had known from the very beginning what Hyun-suk was about to do, reacting before the attack could properly land. Valder's counter landed at the exact moment it needed to, slicing cleanly through Hyun-suk's offense before he could pull back, adjust, or redirect his attack. The impact knocked Hyun-suk away with such force that he had no chance to fix his posture in mid-air. While Hyun-suk struggled to understand how he had been read so completely, Sir Valder calmly explained that every movement, no matter how fast, always began with some kind of preparatory motion. Even a feint, he said, could never perfectly hide the attacker's real intention, because those tiny signs always surfaced just before the strike itself. After hearing that explanation, Hyun-suk could not stop himself from thinking that the ability was ridiculously unfair. In his head, he wondered how something like this could possibly be considered balanced in a fight. But Sir Valder remained completely composed and made it clear that his authority was not some flawless power that could dominate every situation. No matter how terrifying it looked from the outside, it still had boundaries, weaknesses, and situations where it could not work perfectly. Valder then began speaking about the weakness built into his own authority. Hyun-suk, still shaken from being thrown back moments earlier, looked genuinely startled that Valder would reveal something so important so easily. Suspicion quickly sharpened in his gaze. He could not understand why Sir Valder would casually expose critical information like that, especially when they had only just met, and there was no solid reason for Valder to trust him so openly. Sir Valder answered without any sign of hesitation, saying there were two reasons. The first reason was painfully simple. Even if he explained exactly how his authority could be countered, Hyun-suk, at his current level, still would not be capable of defeating him in a straight fight. Knowing the weakness and actually exploiting it were two completely different matters. Then Valder moved on to the second reason, his tone becoming a little more deliberate. In his view, Choi Hyun-suk was, for all practical purposes, Abelson's knight. That belief alone gave Valder a certain confidence in where Hyun-suk stood and what kind of person he was. Valder explained that he had already witnessed just how deeply Princess Abelson trusted Hyun-suk during the journey they had taken so far. She had not needed to announce it in words or formally declare anything. To Valder, it was clear from the way she acted around him, the way she let him stay close, and the way she instinctively relied on him when things became difficult. Because of that, Valder had reached his own conclusion. Hyun-suk was standing beside someone of extremely high status, serving close enough to the princess that his role was not merely to accompany her, but to protect and support her when danger closed in. In Valder's eyes, that made Hyun-suk someone who carried a knight's responsibility, whether the title was official or not. For that reason, Valder said he had no intention of interfering too deeply in internal royal matters by showing off the full force of his authority without purpose. To make his meaning unmistakable, he gave Hyun-suk a brutal example. If an extreme situation ever came where only one person could be saved, either the prince or the princess, then the person responsible would have to choose instantly, without hesitation or emotional confusion. Valder stated his own choice with cold clarity. If he were ever forced into that kind of situation, he would save the prince. With those words, Valder made the division of responsibility perfectly clear. If such a crisis truly unfolded, then Hyun-suk's role would be to protect Princess Abelson. Valder himself would move according to the duty he had already accepted, which meant the princess would need someone else standing firmly at her side. Hyun-suk slowly gathered himself after being blown back, forcing his body to steady even as the weight of Valder's words sank deeper into his mind. The pain from the impact was still there, but the meaning behind the lesson pressed on him even more heavily. Once Hyun-suk had regained enough composure to listen properly, Sir Valder turned the conversation back to the main point. He began explaining the actual method for dealing with his authority, shifting from the reason he trusted Hyun-suk into the practical weakness of hyperfocus itself. Valder revealed that because his power depended so heavily on concentration, fighting several opponents at the same time was extremely difficult for him. His authority was strongest when his attention could be fixed on one enemy, but that advantage became harder to maintain when threats multiplied. Hyperfocus required Valder to pour his full awareness into a single target, reading that person's movements with terrifying precision. Because of that, tracking multiple attackers at once became far less practical, especially when those enemies surrounded him or struck from different directions. The more scattered the threats became, the more difficult it was for him to analyze every movement perfectly. Valder continued by explaining another weakness. If he fought someone whose authority directly strengthened their physical abilities, then in terms of raw power, he would naturally be at a disadvantage. His own authority allowed him to predict, analyze, and respond, but it did not give him overwhelming strength in a direct clash. That was why, against multiple enemies, the best strategy was to choose a battlefield that limited their numbers, such as a narrow corridor where they could only approach one at a time. Beyond that, Valder advised using every possible advantage available. Terrain, traps, timing, and even the support of allies could all become tools in battle. His point was simple, but sharp. If a fighter lacked raw power, then they had to gather every other advantage they could find and stack those advantages until the gap became small enough to overcome. Hyun-suk then asked whether Sir Valder could activate his authority whenever he wanted, as if hyperfocus was something he could simply switch on at will during a fight. The question came naturally after hearing how precise and demanding the ability was. Sir Valder confirmed that he could activate it at will, but immediately added that reaching that level of control had required an enormous amount of training. He explained that he had endured brutal preparation, building resistance against intense cold, scorching heat, pain, and even poison, all so his concentration would not collapse under extreme conditions. Then he added that those very same methods could also be used against Hyun-suk if the situation demanded it. Hyun-suk looked confused, clearly failing to understand what Valder meant, so Valder corrected the misunderstanding right away. He was not teaching Hyun-suk all of this just so Hyun-suk could defeat him here and now. That explanation only made Hyun-suk even more puzzled. He stared at Valder, trying to read the real purpose behind the lesson. The more Valder revealed, the stranger it felt, because this was information that should have been carefully hidden from any potential opponent. Sir Valder then explained the true reason. If Hyun-suk continued serving as Princess Abelson's knight, there would likely come a day when the two of them had to fight on the same side. When that time came, knowing an ally's weaknesses would matter just as much as knowing their strengths. In battle, trust could not be built on vague confidence alone, it had to come from real understanding. As Hyun-suk looked back on everything he had experienced, the true terror of Valder's authority became even clearer to him. It felt as if he could be struck again and again before he ever managed to land even a single proper hit. Abelson, meanwhile, responded with quiet restraint, while Hyun-suk was still trying to wrap his head around just how overwhelming Sir Valder's power truly was. At some point, Hyun-suk remarked that it was actually nice to see things remain calm for once. After everything they had been dragged through, the peaceful atmosphere around them almost felt unfamiliar, as if a quiet day itself had become something strange. Abelson, however, did not look fully reassured by the calm. A trace of uncertainty passed across her expression, And in a low, careful voice, she admitted that she did not know how long that peace would really continue. Even so, Abelson acknowledged that it had been a long time since they had been able to train in such a quiet and undisturbed way. For once, there were no enemies charging at them, no immediate danger forcing them to flee, and no desperate battle demanding every ounce of their strength. Hyun-seok agreed with her, recognizing the same thing compared to the chaos they had grown used to. This moment really did feel strangely still, almost gentle in a way that made it stand out even more. Then Abelson added something that made the calm feel heavier. To her, the silence around them did not feel like true peace. It felt more like the quiet that settled over everything right before a storm arrived. Hyun-seok found her words strange and tried to figure out whether she meant that something was actually about to happen, but almost immediately, he reacted in an exaggeratedly confident way, insisting that there was no reason to worry as long as Sir Valder and another trusted ally were close by. Seeing how Hyun-seok reacted, Abelson decided not to press the subject any further. Her tone softened, and she said that she had probably spoken unnecessarily. Rather than letting the uneasy thought linger between them, she told him it would be better to simply forget what she had said. Then Abelson seemed to reassure herself as much as she was reassuring him. She quietly said that nothing would happen and that everything would be all right, as though repeating those words aloud might help push away the fear gathering in her chest. After that, Abelson looked toward Hyun-seok for confirmation, calling his name while holding his hand. Hyun-seok, still carrying a hint of hesitation, agreed with her, and in that moment the two remained side by side, accepting her fragile reassurance together. 10 days passed after that. During that time, Hyun-seok continued challenging Sir Valder over and over, throwing himself into sparring matches and suffering one overwhelming defeat after another as he struggled to keep up with hyper-focus. In another training bout, when the score was brought up, the gap between them was still almost laughably wide. Hyun-seok had been beaten countless times, and across all those attempts, he had only managed to graze Valder once. Even so, Sir Valder did not dismiss Hyun-seok's effort. He acknowledged that Hyun-seok was improving, pointing out that the fact he could already touch him at all, even if only barely, was impressive in itself. Against an authority like hyperfocus, even a slight graze carried meaning. Hyun-seok then tried to put a name to the technique he had been using. Thinking back on the feeling of that sudden burst of force, he wondered aloud whether it was some kind of method based on a mana explosion. Sir Valder confirmed that the technique worked by forcing mana and demonic energy to collide, creating a brief but powerful burst in that instant. He also commented that the purple energy produced during the process, together with the elastic force behind the impact, was genuinely impressive to witness. Even for someone like Valder, the technique was fascinating enough that he felt tempted to learn it himself. However, he also made one thing clear. Unless someone possessed an abnormal body like Choi Hyun-seok's, born from extremely rare circumstances, reproducing that technique would be almost impossible. Then, without warning, an explosion roared through the area. The sharp blast echoed across the palace, cutting through the calm and instantly pulling everyone's attention toward the source of the disturbance. The moment Sir Valder identified the direction the explosion had come from, his expression sharpened at once. He recognized that it had erupted from the prince's room, and without wasting another second, he prepared to move. Understanding how serious the situation was, Valder said he had to reach that room as quickly as possible. Hyun-seok, sensing the urgency in his voice, immediately moved to follow, unwilling to stay behind while danger was unfolding inside the palace. But before he could go any farther, Sir Valder stopped him and reminded him of the conversation they had already had. Valder made his decision clear. He would handle the immediate crisis near the prince himself. In return, he was entrusting Princess Abelson's safety to Hyun-seok, leaving her protection in his hands without hesitation. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the palace, an urgent shout rang through the halls, warning that something had appeared up ahead. Hyun-seok and Abelson hurried toward the commotion, and before long they encountered someone in a panic, desperately warning them that there was a presence just beyond their position. The air around them grew tenser with every word. When Hyun-seok first arrived and saw the shape lying ahead, his immediate instinct was to think that he was looking at an ordinary corpse. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than a body left behind in the chaos. But that assumption shattered almost immediately. As Hyun-seok looked more carefully, he realized it was not simply a lifeless human body. The figure possessed abnormal features that made the truth impossible to ignore. What lay before them was a demon. The situation turned even worse when it became clear that this was not just a single isolated case. More similar bodies could be seen further ahead, suggesting that the danger inside the palace was far larger than one enemy. Tensing at the sight, Hyun-seok immediately demanded answers, asking if anyone could explain what exactly they were facing. Frisch admitted honestly that he had no idea what was happening. He questioned why the Demon King's army would launch such a reckless attack in a place like this, especially when it was so far from the areas where such movements would normally make sense. With no clear explanation available, he decided that their only option was to investigate the surroundings more carefully and search for clues. After that, Frisch suggested that they head toward the chambers and regroup with Sir Valder. Abelson agreed with the plan, and once the decision was made, she took the lead. With caution growing heavier around them, the group moved deeper through the palace corridors. As they advanced through the halls, the group suddenly came face to face with Race Marriott. He appeared in front of them looking visibly shaken, his expression carrying the shock of someone who had already seen danger up close. The instant Race saw Abelson, relief spread across his face. His first reaction was to confirm that she was safe, as if that one fact mattered more to him than anything else in that moment. Hyun-suk quickly questioned Race, trying to understand what exactly was happening inside the palace. Race explained that the palace had been attacked by figures that appeared to be demons. He revealed that he had already been attacked earlier and had managed to drive the enemies back by himself. Even so, he warned them that more enemies might still be hiding somewhere within the building. Race emphasized that the danger had not necessarily passed. If enemies were still scattered through the palace, then moving alone would be far too risky. Because of that, he decided he would personally accompany Abelson. Since he knew the palace layout well, he could guide her through the corridors more safely than anyone unfamiliar with the place. Abelson accepted Race's decision, then immediately began to say that Hyun-suk should come with them as well. Her words made it clear that she did not intend to leave him behind while the palace remained this dangerous. But before Abelson could finish speaking, a sudden movement cut sharply through the moment. The conversation was interrupted in an instant, and the atmosphere changed as everyone realized that something unexpected was about to happen. Choi Hyun-suk caught on to the one part of the story that felt wrong almost immediately. Abelson was sensitive enough to notice the thickness of demonic energy lingering in the air around her. So if a presence that dangerous had truly slipped into the castle, it should have been nearly impossible for her to miss. Keeping his eyes fixed on the others, he questioned whether demons could really have infiltrated the palace without Abelson sensing even the slightest warning sign. Abelson's eyes narrowed as soon as she heard him, her expression sharpening with suspicion as she asked what he was getting at. Hyun-suk quietly went back over the fourth prince's earlier claim in his head, remembering how confidently the whole incident had been blamed on a demonic attack. But the more he turned that explanation over, the less solid it felt, until he finally voiced the troubling thought that the ones behind the attack might not have been demons at all. The instant Race Marriott heard Hyun-suk challenge that explanation, irritation flashed across his face. His patience was already stretched thin, and his expression hardened as he snapped at Hyun-suk to explain what he meant. From the bite in his voice, it was obvious that Race had no interest in wasting precious time standing there, while everyone debated uncertain theories. Before the atmosphere could grow any more dangerous, Abelson moved to calm the situation down, stepping in before Race and Hyun-suk's tension could erupt into something worse. She reminded them that Race was still part of the family, then tried to make sense of the contradiction in a more practical way. Maybe the intruders had used some kind of magical tool to hide their presence, or maybe she herself had been distracted and failed to sense them at the critical moment. With the situation changing so quickly around them, Abelson chose to accept Race's explanation for now and keep everyone's attention on the immediate danger. Just then, Abelson's expression changed. Her eyes sharpened, and the air around her seemed to grow heavier as she picked up on something spreading nearby. After a brief, tense pause, she confirmed in a low voice that there was a faint trace of demonic energy moving through the area, meaning enemies were already closing in on their position. The man reacted instantly, without even a heartbeat of hesitation, demanding to know exactly where the enemies were coming from. Abelson raised her gaze and pointed toward the direction where she sensed the presence approaching. But almost the moment she did, uncertainty flickered across her face, as though what she was feeling did not line up with what she had expected to find. Abelson explained that the enemies were definitely moving closer, but there was something strange about the way they were approaching. They were not concealing themselves at all, which already made the situation feel unnatural. And when she focused more carefully on the energy itself, she realized the problem went deeper than that. The presence did not feel like the demonic power normally emitted by ordinary demons. She tried to focus more deeply on that unsettling sensation, tracing the movement of the power as if she were searching for the right words to describe it. Something about it felt warped, distorted in a way that refused to fit neatly into what she understood about either demons or humans. It was abnormal, and that alone made the approaching presence even more disturbing. Before Abelson could fully put together what she was sensing, the man suddenly noticed something rushing toward them at high speed. He immediately warned the prince, and, in the same breath, ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The entire group was forced into fighting positions as the unknown presence closed in, and only then did Abelson finally grasp the truth. the energy coming toward them, did not belong to any normal demon. The aura felt like a violent mixture of two different existences, almost like someone trapped between human and demon, not unlike Choi Hyun-sik himself. Then the figure emerged before them at last. Its body was twisted into a grotesque, distorted shape. Its eyes burned with an unnatural glow, and the crushing pressure rolling off its presence made one thing clear at a glance. Whatever stood in front of them was no ordinary enemy. As Abelson stared at the figure more closely, one detail struck her with enough force to drain the color from her face. Shock spread across her expression as recognition sank in, and she immediately connected that horrifying presence to Sir Valder. It was as if she had recognized someone who should never, under any circumstances, have appeared before her in such a monstrous state. Hyun-seok caught Abelson's reaction right away, and the fear in her face made his own body tense. He shifted his full attention to the distorted figure standing before them, trying to understand what had happened to Sir Valder, who could have done this to him, and why someone of his standing had been reduced to such a terrifying condition. The twisted figure trembled under the violent force tearing through his body, struggling just to force out a few words from within the chaos consuming him. His voice came out broken, strained, and barely controlled, but the meaning behind it was impossible to mistake. Danger was near, and the princess had to run. For a moment, Abelson could not move at all. She stood frozen in place, her mind unable to properly accept the sight in front of her. The horror of what had happened to that familiar presence hit her all at once, leaving her trapped between disbelief, shock, and the terrible realization that this nightmare was truly happening. Race Marriott, however, did not react with the same shaken horror. Even while the situation unraveled around them, his expression showed little more than irritation. It was as if he were trying to suppress the chaos through sheer force of will, holding on to control even as everything around him became more unstable. The scene then shifted backward in time, returning to the moments before this terrifying encounter took place. In front of the king's chamber, the chain of events that would lead Sir Valder into that monstrous condition had already begun to unfold. Messengers rushed in with urgent reports, their voices tense as they announced that Sir Valder was already on his way. At the same time, reinforcements from the guard were also moving toward the area. With every passing second, the window to act was growing smaller, and the pressure around the king's chamber tightened. The moment Race Marriott heard the report, he wasted no time giving orders. His voice cut through the tension as he commanded everyone to reorganize their formation at once. The message behind his sharp command was clear. They had to finish what they came to do before Sir Valder and the outside forces arrived and destroyed the plan. Not long after that, Sir Valder appeared with sudden, precise force. He cut into the scene with an attack that interrupted the enemy's advance before they could continue. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped directly into the confrontation, and his arrival alone was enough to shift the pressure on the battlefield. The instant Sir Valder landed, his stance made it obvious that he understood the situation around him completely. There was no panic in his posture, no wasted movement, and no hesitation in his eyes. He carried himself with the steady authority of someone who had commanded battlefields before and knew exactly how to take control in the middle of danger. Before turning his attention fully to the attackers, Sir Valder first looked toward Race Marriott. His priority was to confirm the prince's condition and make sure he was still safe. Only after checking on Race could Sir Valder focus completely on handling the enemies surrounding them. Race Marriott responded by saying he had already confirmed the situation inside the chambers. His words sounded heavy with responsibility, as though he were accepting the weight of everything that had happened there and placing that burden squarely on his own shoulders. Sir Valder answered by telling Race to remain where he was and wait. His voice stayed calm and steady, carrying the confidence of someone who believed the situation could still be brought under control as long as everyone followed his command. He then assured Race that he would bring the matter to an end quickly. Sir Valder did not intend to simply cut down the attackers and be done with it. He meant to capture the culprits alive, because they needed answers: who had planned this attack, why it had happened, and what purpose was hiding behind it. Race Marriott showed clear trust in Sir Valder's abilities, acknowledging both his strength and his loyalty before stepping back as he had been told. Sir Valder, in turn, made it clear that he needed space to focus. Any unnecessary interference, even from allies, could obstruct his movements and make the already dangerous situation far harder to control. But as Sir Valder moved closer, the truth behind Race Marriott's behavior began to reveal itself. The obedient, composed attitude he had shown only moments earlier had been nothing more than a carefully worn mask hiding his real intentions. Without offering Sir Valder even the smallest warning, Race suddenly applied a strange substance directly onto him. The action came so abruptly, and from such an unexpected direction that even a veteran as experienced as Sir Valder was caught completely off guard. For a brief instant, the betrayal seemed almost impossible to process. Sir Valder had been prepared for danger from the enemy standing before him, not from the prince behind him, the very person he had turned his back to in trust. Sir Valder immediately tried to understand what had just happened. His eyes shifted. His body reacted on instinct, and confusion flickered across his face as he searched for any explanation that could make sense of Race's sudden, unthinkable action. But almost at once, one fact became painfully clear to him. Whatever Race had placed on him was not harmless. Something deeply abnormal had already begun spreading through his body, and every instinct he had warned him that this was far more dangerous than a simple trick. Sudden force of the impact threw Sir Valder backward, knocking his body off balance before he could fully brace himself. Even as he was driven away, the substance Race had used continued to take effect, spreading through him faster than he could stop it. Sir Valder forced himself to regain his footing and control his body, but the strange sensation crawling through him could not be ignored. His gaze snapped toward Race Marriott, and he questioned the third prince's actions with anger, disbelief, and a growing suspicion that something far more sinister was unfolding. Before Sir Valder could make another move, a different presence entered the scene. This new figure stepped forward and openly thanked Race Marriott for what he had done, speaking with calm confidence, as though the betrayal had been planned in advance and everything was proceeding exactly as expected. In that moment, the truth became impossible to deny. This was not an accident, not a misunderstanding, and not some impulsive mistake made in the middle of chaos. Everything had been prepared beforehand, and Race Marriott had knowingly taken part in it. Faced with that realization, Sir Valder began connecting the pieces one by one. If Race Marriott had been working with outsiders, then the prince may have joined hands with the very group behind the attack. The more Sir Valder thought through the details, the more every inconsistency began to line up. There had never been an unknown presence inside the palace that somehow slipped past his senses. That meant there was only one possible answer. The assassins had not simply broken in from the outside. They had been inside the palace from the very beginning, and if that was true, then the meaning was devastating. Someone within the palace had opened the way for the attack on the royal family. Even while his body weakened, Sir Valder understood that this could not be an ordinary poison. With his level of resistance, nearly any normal toxin should have been suppressed and neutralized by his body long before it could cause serious harm. And yet, the pain spreading through him completely contradicted that certainty. Whatever Race had used was moving through his body in a way that no ordinary poison should have been capable of, ignoring the defenses Sir Valder had relied on for so long. As the force inside him continued to tear through his body, Sir Valder struggled to identify its nature. He searched for some explanation, trying to determine what kind of substance could bypass his trusted resistance and attack him from within so violently. Race Marriott then gave him the answer with chilling confidence. He revealed that he had prepared carefully for someone exactly like Sir Valder, a man known far and wide as someone immune to poisons and almost impossible to defeat through ordinary methods. The method Race had chosen was not poison at all. It was something far more dangerous under these circumstances, demonic energy that had been forced directly into Sir Valder's body. Race explained that when demonic energy collides with human mana inside a person's body, the two powers do not blend together peacefully. They violently reject each other, and that reaction does far more than weaken the victim. It can rip the body apart from the inside. Because of that, Sir Valder's famous immunity was useless here. His resistance might have protected him from conventional poisons, but it offered no protection against demonic energy, turning his own body into a battlefield where two opposing forces were tearing him apart. As Sir Valder's body began breaking down under the violent reaction, the hooded allies watched with unsettling calm. They stated that they would help restrain him, but the final blow had to be delivered by Race Marriott himself. That way, there would be no dispute later, no confusion over responsibility, and no conflict of interest once everything was finished. At that moment, a soldier arrived with fresh information, reporting that Hyunsik's group had been located. Race Marriott did not spend long weighing his options. He decided that Sir Valder had to be dealt with first before he moved on to the next target, making it clear that every stage of this chaos was part of a much larger plan. Even as demonic energy devoured him from the inside, Sir Valder still managed to draw out one final burst of strength. For a brief moment, he broke free from their control and disappeared from sight before they could finish him off. Race Marriott watched Sir Valder escape, and briefly considered whether pursuing him was necessary for a moment. His gaze followed the direction of Valder's disappearance. But then his expression settled, and he quickly dismissed the thought. In Race Marriott's mind, Sir Valder was already as good as dead. Even if he had managed to flee for the moment, the demonic energy inside his body would keep destroying him from within. His collapse was no longer a question of if, but when. The hooded figures agreed with that judgment and reinforced Race's certainty. They explained that even a warrior with legendary strength still possessed human organs, and no human body could endure the violent rejection caused by demonic energy for very long. With Sir Valder's fate seemingly decided, Race Marriott turned his attention to the next objective. Before the guards could arrive and interfere, he resolved to deal with his own sister first. Meanwhile, Abelson was left completely shaken as the truth began rising to the surface. She tried to reject the possibility with everything in her, refusing to believe that Race Marriott could truly be the one behind all of this. Desperate for another explanation, she searched for any possible misunderstanding, clinging to the hope that there had to be some other reason for what was happening. Race Marriott did not respond immediately. For a few heavy seconds, he only looked straight at Abelson, his gaze cold enough to make the silence feel sharper than any accusation. Then, without softening his voice or showing even the smallest trace of pity, he told her directly that every disaster unfolding around them had begun because of her. Abelson was still reeling too badly to accept what he had just said. Her eyes widened, and for a moment she looked as if she could not even understand how Race could possibly place the blame on her. But Race Marriott only pressed deeper into his warped logic. To him, the real mistake had been opposing Gartram at all, because he believed their kingdom was never strong enough to stand against such a power. In Race Marriott's eyes, Abelson did not need to have committed some obvious crime for all of this to be her fault. The simple fact that she had stepped into the matter, involved herself, and stood in the way was already enough. To him, that alone had invited consequences so massive that no one caught in them could hope to escape. Choi Hyun-suk could not let that twisted reasoning pass without reacting. He tried to step forward and cut into Race Marriott's words, wanting to tear through the logic before it could take hold. But by then, the air around them had become unbearably tense, so heavy that even one reckless movement felt like it could set the whole place ablaze. Race Marriott continued speaking, as if he had already seized control of the room, and with every sentence that left his mouth, his real goal became clearer. This was not only about surviving the crisis or eliminating the people standing in his way, he was also trying to take command of the story itself, deciding how this tragedy would be remembered before the truth could ever reach anyone. Inside Race Marriott's mind, the ending had already been decided. Whether the truth matched his words no longer mattered to him. He had already chosen the version of events the world would be allowed to hear, and he intended to force everyone else to live beneath that lie. According to the tale he planned to spread, the royal family would be remembered as victims of a demon attack carried out in secret cooperation with Abelson Marriott. The king, his brother, and even the kingdom's legendary protector would all be written into history as casualties of that conspiracy. Then Race Marriott would appear as the lone surviving prince, the one who uncovered the plot too late, yet still managed to stop the enemy's scheme before it swallowed the entire nation. And Race Marriott had already prepared a way to make that lie nearly impossible to challenge. He added that the Gartram delegation present at the scene would support the exact same version of events. Their testimony would give his fabricated story the weight of official truth, turning deception into something the kingdom would be forced to accept. At that point, it was clear this was far more than a simple attempt to seize the throne. Race Marriott meant to wipe away every rival, rewrite the kingdom's history, and bury all resistance beneath a carefully built false narrative. He kept laying out the rest of his plan, explaining that after the kingdom had been thrown into chaos, Gartram would approach under the excuse of concern for the nation's weakness. From there, the two sides would form a blood alliance. In exchange, the kingdom would surrender military rights, provide land for Gartram's troops, and allow their forces to pass freely through its territory, leaving the country's gates wide open. And to Race Marriott, that was not betrayal. In his mind, it was the only practical path for a small nation to survive. Choi Hyun-suk could not keep silent after hearing something like that. Disbelief sharpened his voice as he cut into Race Marriott's explanation, asking whether he could honestly call a decision like that acceptable. The words came out with anger behind them, because what Race described sounded less like survival and more like surrender. As Hyun-suk spoke, the memories from his journey to the capital began rising in his mind one after another. They were not vague impressions anymore, but clear, painful scenes that pressed down on him with a weight he could not ignore. He remembered ruined cities, streets drained of life, and people with hollow faces struggling just to endure hunger. He remembered taxes so merciless that ordinary citizens were already being pushed to the brink. With those images fresh in his mind, Hyun-suk pointed out that demanding even more sacrifices from people like that would not save them. It would only crush them further until common citizens were left with no strength, no hope, and no way to survive. Abelson Marriott supported Hyun-suk's concern, her expression tightening as she turned the argument toward the danger beyond their own borders. She reminded Race Marriott that Gartram's relationship with the surrounding nations was already dangerously unstable, and that the tension became even more serious when the Dracan Empire was involved. She warned him that allowing Gartram's military forces into their territory would not remain an isolated decision. It could easily ignite conflict with other nations and drag the kingdom into a wider disaster. Then Abelson pressed him with the question he could not simply brush past. Once those nations reacted, how did Race Marriott plan to handle the consequences? Race Marriott dismissed every objection as though he were listening to children who did not understand the real world. He said that only someone ignorant of Gartram's true strength would even ask such questions. To him, Gartram's power was overwhelming, almost absolute, and resisting it was nothing more than a meaningless path toward ruin. In his eyes, fighting back would only bring destruction faster, while bowing early was the only rational choice left. Even under the pressure of Race Marriott's words, Abelson Marriott refused to retreat. She stayed exactly where she was, her posture firm in the middle of the rising tension. The look in her eyes made it clear that his reasoning had not shaken her resolve or forced her heart to bend. At that moment, the capital's guards finally stormed into the area. Their sudden arrival filled the hall with hurried footsteps, clattering armor, and startled voices as they rushed in and tried to take in the terrifying scene spread out before them. Race Marriott reacted immediately. Putting his prepared lie into motion the instant new witnesses arrived. Standing before the guards, he twisted the entire scene into the shape he wanted and declared that demons had assassinated the king. Then he drove the accusation straight toward Abelson Marriott, claiming she had conspired with them and trying to lock his false story in place before anyone had time to question it. With that accusation thrown into the open, Abelson was forced to choose what she would do next. Choi Hyun-seok understood exactly how dangerous that moment had become. He told Abelson that if the decision were his alone, he would take her and escape from the palace immediately. But he also knew this was not only a battlefield problem, it was a matter tied to her blood, her family, and her kingdom. So he made it clear that whatever choice she made, he would respect it. Instead of answering right away, Abelson Marriott brought up a memory that cut through the chaos surrounding them. She turned to Hyun-seok and asked if he remembered the poor people of Kaitan, her voice carrying the weight of something far deeper than simple nostalgia. She recalled the moment when they had been captured by the temple guards. Those villagers had possessed almost nothing themselves, and yet they had still begged for mercy on Abelson and Hyun-seok's behalf. Even though the two were practically strangers to them, those people had put their own safety aside and pleaded for lives that were not their own. That memory made the decision before Abelson feel even heavier. She continued, thinking back to how the village chief had already realized they were not ordinary city mercenaries, yet still chose to protect them anyway. Even with the danger of being accused, even knowing the risk that kindness could bring down on the village, those people did not hesitate to help the ones their own kingdom had already abandoned. It was because of those villagers' desperate pleas, and because the bishop intervened at the critical moment, that Abelson and the others had survived long enough to reach this place. As that truth settled in her heart, Abelson looked past the present moment and quietly wondered what kind of life those people would be forced to endure if Race Marriott's vision became the future of the kingdom. Hyun-seok heard the weight behind her words and understood what they meant. Abelson was no longer searching for an answer. She had already found one. So he looked at her and told her that if her choice was made, then she could leave everything else to him. But Abelson refused to let him take her place. Her voice steadied as she made it clear that this confrontation was between siblings, and she would not continue hiding behind someone else while others fought her battles for her. This time, she intended to stand in front of the truth with her own feet. In that moment, Abelson thought back on everything she had experienced beside Choi Hyun-seok. The dangers they had survived, the suffering they had witnessed, and the people they had met along the way had all carved something new into her heart. Those experiences had changed her, giving her a strength and conviction she never would have found inside the palace alone. That resolve now burning clearly inside her, Abelson Marriott made her decision. She would face this situation herself, without running and without turning her eyes away. The truth standing before her was painful, but she would no longer avoid it. Then, without a trace of hesitation, Abelson stepped forward. Her movements carried purpose as she advanced directly toward Race Marriott, closing the distance between herself and the brother who had chosen betrayal over family. In that instant, Abelson fully accepted the confrontation waiting for her. This was no longer something she could delay, escape, or hope someone else would resolve. The clash ahead of her would decide everything, and she knew there was no path around it. Suddenly, a burst of divine light erupted through the hall. The radiance gathered around Abelson Marriott like a brilliant storm, wrapping her entire body in sacred power until a shining barrier formed around her as a shield of holy protection. That holy energy spread outward like a living wall, pushing against the air with fierce, burning intensity. Abelson stood at the very center of it without taking a single step back, her shield raised and her eyes fixed firmly on Race Marriott as she prepared to meet him head-on. She told Race Marriott that if he had truly wanted something from her, He should have come to her directly, instead of dragging Gartram into the kingdom's fate. If he had done that, Abelson said, she would have accepted whatever ending he demanded of her. Even if his wish had been for her to disappear, she would have faced that fate rather than watch him sacrifice the nation. Race Marriott stared at her in disbelief, as though the person standing before him no longer matched the sister he remembered. In his mind, Abelson had once been a girl who could not even fight properly. Seeing her now, surrounded by divine power and standing against him without fear, was something he could not easily accept. But that helpless version of Abelson was no longer here. She tightened her grip around the handle of her weapon, the small motion showing just how much she had changed. With conviction steady in her voice, she explained that after leaving the palace and seeing the world with her own eyes, she had finally begun to understand truths she had once been blind to. When she was young, the world around her had been painfully narrow. Everything she needed had been placed in front of her as though comfort were simply the natural order of life. Because of that sheltered existence, she had believed safety, warmth, and privilege were things people could simply expect from the world. But after becoming a saint and stepping beyond the palace walls, that fragile belief shattered. The reality waiting outside those protected halls was nothing like the life she had known. What she saw out there overturned her old understanding and changed her from the inside out. Abelson continued speaking, letting the truth of her journey show through her words. Every experience she had lived through beyond the palace had awakened a new purpose inside her. The world she saw forced her to face what she truly wanted to do with the power and position she had been given. She was not chasing some grand miracle that would transform the entire world overnight. She was not pretending she could reach out and save everyone all at once. Her wish was far smaller, but far more sincere. She wanted to help, even if only a little, and make life better for the people struggling right in front of her. More than anything, Abelson wanted suffering people to keep holding on to hope, even when life treated them cruelly. Even when tomorrow looked no kinder than today, she wanted them to keep fighting, keep enduring, and keep doing their best with the lives they had been given. For just a brief moment, a faint smile appeared on Abelson's face. It was small, fragile, and tinged with sorrow, carrying both warmth and pain at once. It looked like the memories she held were comforting her and breaking her heart at the same time. Abelson knew that kind of hope was terribly fragile. War could arrive suddenly, without warning or mercy, and tear apart everything ordinary people had struggled so desperately to build with their own hands. War trampled over the efforts of common people as if their lives had never held any weight at all. As Abelson spoke, the image of that destruction seemed to press down over her words, making the cruelty of conflict impossible to ignore. Burning homes, terrified screams, and lives reduced to ashes filled the scene her words evoked. People who tried to resist were not celebrated, protected, or even heard. They were simply erased by violence, swallowed before their voices could ever reach anyone with the power to save them. With that truth burning in her chest, Abelson faced Race Marriott directly. She asked whether he had ever truly thought about the people living beyond the castle walls, the citizens whose homes, families, and futures would be shattered by the choices he was making. The answer that followed was cold, painful, and almost impossible to deny. Probably not. Abelson admitted that she herself had once failed to understand those people too. She had only begun to truly see them after stepping into their reality and witnessing their lives with her own eyes. But now ignorance could no longer be used as an excuse. What remained was choice. Abelson lifted her gaze, her expression firm and unwavering, and told Race Marriott to draw his sword. In that moment, she declared that she would never acknowledge him as king, sealing her decision in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-seok swept his eyes across the area, quickly taking stock of the enemies still surrounding them. He understood that while Abelson confronted Race Marriott, someone had to make sure the remaining threats did not interfere with that fight. Even with enemies gathered around them, Hyun-seok planted his feet and refused to show the slightest sign of backing down. No matter how many of them tried to break through, he declared that he would hold them all back himself. Then Hyun-seok's attention shifted toward Valder Ranskrone, body. For a brief moment, the chaos around him seemed to narrow around that one grim sight, as if everything else faded behind the condition of the fallen warrior. Even after everything that had been done to him, Valder Ranskrone was still breathing. That fact alone was almost unnatural, given the horrifying state of his body. Perhaps because of the brutal training he had endured, and the strength he had built over an entire lifetime, there was still the faintest possibility that he could survive. But Choi Hyun-seok did not have the luxury of standing there, weighing every possible outcome in his head. The moment the tension reached its breaking point, he stepped forward with a hard, unwavering look in his eyes, planting himself directly between the two opposing sides like a living barrier. His stance alone made it clear that anyone who tried to interfere would have to go through him first, This was no longer a simple confrontation or a political argument that outsiders could manipulate. It had become the final judgment between brothers, and when Hyun Seok's voice rang out across the hall, it carried the weight of an absolute command. No one, no matter who they were, was allowed to disturb that sacred duel. On the far side of the hall, the hooded figures kept their bodies still and forced themselves not to act. Beneath those shadowed hoods, their decision was not emotional at all. It was cold, calculated, and deeply political. Race Marriott had not yet been formally crowned, and with palace guards now rushing into the scene, any move made by them could be twisted into something dangerous. If they stepped forward openly, especially now, it could easily be judged as outside interference in Marriott's internal power struggle. So rather than pushing into the conflict and exposing themselves, the hooded figures remained where they were, silent and watchful. For the time being, their safest choice was to hold back, observe every movement, and let the chaotic situation reveal which direction it would take next. It did not take long before more reinforcements began flooding into the hall, boots pounding against the floor as one group after another arrived. But the instant they saw the scene before them, they froze in complete bewilderment. Confused voices broke out from every corner, demanding to know what had happened to the prince, where the princess was, and why words like demons and murder were suddenly being thrown into the same horrifying situation. Yet there was no one with enough time, or enough calm, to explain everything properly. By that point, the entire incident had already passed a threshold that could never be undone. Choi Hyun-suk then stepped forward again, drawing the eyes of every person in the hall toward him. Without the slightest tremor in his voice, he declared that he was standing on the princess's side. Then, piece by piece, he began dismantling the version of events that Race Marriott had tried to build. He did not deny that a murder had occurred. That part was real. Someone had truly lost their life. But the one responsible was not a demon, and that single statement struck directly at the foundation of Race's story. The moment Hyun-suk said it, uneasiness spread through the crowd like a wave. People exchanged startled glances, and the official explanation they had accepted only moments ago began to fracture right in front of their eyes. Hyun-suk did not let the confusion fade. Instead, he pushed everyone to slow down and think through the situation with clear heads. If demons had truly been responsible for everything that happened in that hall, then the question was painfully obvious. Where were those demons now? Why was there not even one demon left behind in the palace hall? Not a corpse, not a survivor, not a single visible enemy. It made no sense for every supposed attacker to vanish without leaving a trace, especially when the only outsider still standing at the scene was Choi Hyun-seok himself. Some people tried to force an explanation, murmuring that perhaps the demons had already been defeated before the guards managed to arrive. But the more that excuse was spoken aloud, the more ridiculous it sounded. To defeat someone like Valder Ranskron would require an overwhelming level of power, the kind of monstrous strength expected from a commander in the Demon King's army. And an enemy of that caliber would not simply come alone, carry out a silent assault in the heart of the palace, and then disappear cleanly, without leaving undeniable signs of battle behind. Choi Hyun-suk let that question settle over the hall like a heavy weight. If demons were not the true culprits, then what had really taken place here? The pressure in the room tightened even more when his gaze slowly shifted, guiding everyone else's attention toward the hooded figures standing off to the side. All at once, that quiet group no longer looked like harmless bystanders. The guards turned sharply toward them, eyes narrowing with suspicion, and began demanding answers. They ordered the hooded figures to identify themselves, reveal where they had come from, and state which organization they served. On the side of the hooded figures, the tension finally began to show, and the unease under their silence was impossible to hide. If they confessed that they were holy knights tied to the delegation, then their position would become incredibly difficult. Without undeniable proof that a powerful demon had been involved, they had no solid reason to justify their presence or their intervention. The situation they had intended to steer from the shadows was now slipping out of their hands right in front of everyone. Then, right before Abelson Marriott, Race Marriott collapsed. The arrogance and royal pride he had carried earlier were nowhere to be found. Now he was on the floor, trembling and begging, his voice cracking as he pleaded for her forgiveness. He swore that he would surrender the throne, give up everything he had chased, and abandon every last ambition if only she would spare his life. But there was no true repentance in the way he begged. What spilled out of Race Marriott in that moment was not remorse, not guilt, and not a late awakening of conscience. It was only the raw terror of defeat. His pride had shattered, his dignity had crumbled, and the only thing he still desperately clung to was his own survival. He promised public support, complete obedience, and anything else Abelson Marriott might demand from him. His ambition was gone. His schemes had fallen apart. Even shame seemed to have vanished. All that remained was a broken, pitiful man begging not to die. But when Abelson Marriott looked down at him, she did not see a brother who had finally understood his sins. She did not see redemption, regret, or even the faintest trace of honor left in his face. What she saw was emptiness. Her voice dropped cold and heavy as she asked him if that was truly all he had to offer. Was that really the full measure of his resolve? No cause to stand behind, no belief worth defending, no conviction strong enough to carry him through the end, only the pathetic instinct to keep breathing, no matter what he had to throw away. And then came the harshest part of her judgment. What disgusted her most was not simply that he had lost, it was how easily he discarded everything the moment his own life was threatened. Family, honor, loyalty, and every bond he had ever claimed to value became disposable in an instant. Race Marriott tried to answer her with trembling words that barely held together. He said he was afraid. He said he did not want to die. Then, in desperation, he reached for the one bond he thought might still shield him from the consequences of his actions. He tried to hide behind the fact that he was her younger brother, as if blood alone could still protect him. But that bond no longer had the strength to save him. Abelson Marriott did not glare at him with explosive hatred, nor did she scream at him in grief. What she showed him instead was something even colder and far more devastating than anger. It was contempt. She ordered him to get to his feet, straighten his shoulders, and at least hold himself properly until the end. Even if he had already been defeated, he still needed to bear the weight of the choices he had made. Denying everything now would not undo a single action or wash away a single sin. It would only make him look even more wretched. If he was going to bring this bloody struggle to its conclusion, then at the very least he could pretend that he had acted with some kind of conviction. He could at least preserve the lie that all of this bloodshed, all of these betrayals, had been done for some grander purpose. Otherwise, the deaths of their father and their brother would be reduced to nothing more than meaningless sacrifices. Her words landed with a force sharper than any blade, cutting deeper than a physical wound ever could. And in the very next moment there was no more hesitation, no more bargaining, and no more room for mercy. The decision had already been made. The blade began to descend. Race Marriott finally broke all the way down, still on his knees, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He tried one last time to reject the reality closing in on him. He clung to denial like it might somehow stop what was coming, but it was far too late for that. Abelson Marriott's resolve remained perfectly still, without even the faintest sign of wavering. Then the blade fell completely. There was no hesitation in the motion, no mercy in the strike, only a swift, clean, final judgment. A dry and brutal sound cut through the hall, and for one terrible moment, it seemed to swallow every other noise in the room. After that, silence settled over everything like a heavy curtain. For Race Marriott, the struggle ended right there. From the side, Choi Hyun-sik watched the scene unfold and slowly let out the breath he had been holding in his chest. The tension had not truly disappeared. It had only changed form. For a brief instant, it almost felt as if the matter had been settled, but Hyun-sik's mind was already moving forward, trying to anticipate what would come next. Meanwhile, hidden deeper in the shadows, the hooded figures were nowhere near satisfied with how things had ended. Low voices passed between them as they muttered that Race Marriott had been a fool. Someone so useless that he had failed at even the most basic part of the task. In their eyes, nothing about this situation was over. Too many witnesses were still alive, and far too many unstable variables had escaped the control they thought they had over the hall. Their conclusion was as simple as it was merciless. Kill every person inside the hall, wipe away the problem completely, and deal with the political consequences afterward. But just as they were about to turn that ruthless decision into action, the sky itself seemed to collapse. With a deafening roar, a violent explosion tore straight through the palace ceiling, smashing downward with overwhelming force. Broken stone, splintered fragments, fire, and scorching debris rained from above all at once, transforming the hall in an instant into a blazing, chaotic inferno. The impact was vicious. Bodies were thrown across the room like they weighed nothing, scattered in every direction by the blast. This was high-level magic, launched without warning and with devastating precision. Choi Hyun-sik moved purely on instinct, grabbing someone nearby and hurling himself out of the center of the explosion. The floor cracked open beneath them, burning air scraped against his skin, and the entire hall was swallowed by chaos. Screams erupted from every side as confusion and panic took complete control. When the dust and smoke finally began to thin, Choi Hyun-sik was still standing. He had taken damage, and his body was clearly battered by the force of the blast, but he had not lost consciousness. Even injured, he remained on his feet. Abelson Marriott had also endured the attack. For one brief, sharp second, she and Choi Hyun-sik looked at each other through the haze of smoke and fire. Neither of them needed to say anything. They understood immediately that the crisis had not ended. In truth, something even worse had just begun. The hall was still burning when a new figure appeared beyond the flames. She stood there with a steady, almost casual presence, as though she had not just walked into the middle of a palace disaster, but had merely arrived late to an ordinary meeting. It was Park Hyuna. She stepped into the firelit wreckage like she was joining a conversation already in progress, and beside her were Frisch and Rahel, making her sudden entrance feel even more unreal. Choi Hyun-suk realized immediately that her appearance had changed the entire balance of power in the room. Park Hyuna had not come here by coincidence, and her arrival was far too perfectly timed to be dismissed as an accident. The hooded figures reached the same conclusion almost at the same time. The atmosphere around them shifted sharply, and the moment they understood what her arrival meant, they no longer hesitated. A direct order was issued. Get up, ready yourselves, prepare for battle. The instant Park Hyuna stepped into the hall, the situation the hooded figures had been trying to control had slipped completely beyond their grasp. Choi Hyun-suk, however, reacted in an entirely different way. With visible irritation, he pointed straight at them and called the Knights of Gartrain trash. His tone made it obvious that he had already figured out who had been pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Then Hyun-suk turned the matter toward Abelson Marriott, almost as if he were asking whether she wanted to end this here and now. Her response came a little awkwardly, still burdened by everything that had just happened, but the meaning behind it was unmistakable. Yes, she wanted it finished. That was all Park Hyuna needed to hear. She did not ask for a long explanation, and she did not need anyone to repeat the permission. At that point, her patience was already gone, and her irritation was more than enough to push her into action. She said she owed them a favor, and besides that, she was in an absolutely terrible mood. For Park Hyuna, those two reasons were more than enough. A fierce surge of power erupted from her body, and the air around her began to distort under the sudden rise of scorching heat. Then came her strike, a fist wrapped in roaring flames. Flame fist. Her blow crashed down like a living explosion, packed with brutal force and searing heat. This was not some ordinary attack that could be blocked or endured with simple defense. It was pure destructive impact. The floor collapsed beneath the power of it, flames burst outward in a violent wave, and the force tore through everything in its path. There was no time left to react, and no space left for anyone to protect themselves. When it was over, fire still crackled through the ruined hall, licking across broken stone and scattered debris. But to Park Hyuna, none of that destruction seemed especially important. In her mind, the whole thing had been nothing more than a quick bit of cleanup. As if the devastation around them was not worth dwelling on, she turned back and casually asked what they intended to do next. The mood in the hall shifted in a strange and almost surreal way. With the immediate threat removed, the suffocating pressure loosened just enough for the atmosphere to feel lighter, though strangely so after so much blood and fire. Park Hyuna decided that she would travel with them. She had nowhere else to go, and there was already a certain connection between them. More than that, moving with strong people had always been far more interesting to her. Choi Hyun-suk accepted her decision without making a fuss, though he did make one thing clear. At that exact moment, even they had no real idea where they were supposed to go next. The answer came faster than expected. Park Hyuna knew of a place they could use. It was a safe point away from the chaos and bloodshed of the palace, somewhere they could finally speak calmly, gather themselves, and begin figuring out their next move. At the same time, Abelson Marriott came to a decision of her own. She asked them for a little time. It was not because she intended to run away, and it was not because her resolve had weakened. There was still something in Marriott she needed to settle properly before she left. The old Duke, still shaken by the impossible chain of events that had unfolded before him, could barely keep pace with what was happening around him. His expression showed just how difficult it was to process one disaster after another. But when Abelson Marriott reached out and offered him her hand to help him stand, her intention became clear. She was not abandoning Marriott, and she was not turning her back on what remained of her family or her homeland. She was simply choosing the proper moment to step away. She called him grandfather, not as a hollow formality, but with genuine respect carried in her voice. Then she explained firmly that she would leave Marriott for now, but not as someone fleeing in disgrace. She would come back. And when the day finally arrived for her to set foot in Marriott again, she would not return as a fugitive, a survivor, or a displaced princess. She would return as queen. That promise lingered in the air after she spoke, solid, heavy, and impossible for anyone there to ignore. Until the day of her return came, those left behind would have to endure, because even after betrayal, death, fire, and judgment, this story was still far from over. Even though Abelson Marriott's body was covered in wounds, and thin trails of blood still marked her face, she somehow found the strength to smile. But this was not the dazzling smile of someone who had won, and it was not the cold, dangerous smile of someone satisfied by revenge. It was softer than that, steadier, and carrying a kind of resolve that felt far heavier than anger. Surrounded by broken stone, smoke, and the wreckage left behind by betrayal, she did not speak of ruling through fear, punishing everyone who had wronged her, or building her throne on more bloodshed. Instead, what she placed into words was something much larger than personal victory. Abelson Marriott promised that someday this war would finally be brought to an end. Meanwhile, Park Hyuna had already moved into a completely different mood, as if the flow of the scene had shifted around her alone. She leaned back with that strangely casual attitude of hers, holding something to write with while struggling more than expected. A faint grumble slipped out of her as she complained about how awkward the motion felt, simply because it had been far too long since she had written anything by hand. After everything that had just happened, the flames roaring through the hall, the blood on the floor, the palace ceiling collapsing in chaos, the sight almost felt ridiculous. And yet Park Hyuna carried herself as if all of that destruction had only been another annoying problem in an already troublesome day. Choi Hyun-suk, however, had not adjusted to the sudden change in atmosphere nearly as easily. The battle had ended too abruptly. The danger had shifted too many times, and the plan ahead was still nothing but a blur in his mind. Trying to ground himself in the middle of all that confusion, he looked toward the others and asked the most immediate question. Where exactly were they supposed to go from here? The reply came without hesitation, simple and direct, yet somehow carrying a weight that made the air feel different. Ultimum Fez. The name itself sounded unfamiliar to the ear, almost ancient, as if it belonged to a language that had survived from a forgotten age. Park Hyuna explained that, in the old tongue, it meant hope. And right there, amid shattered stone, drifting smoke, fresh blood, and the fading heat of a palace, still scarred by fire, that one word felt painfully fitting. After everything they had lost, hope was exactly what they needed most.